Chapter 61. The system didn't listen to Tu Mingming's muttering. The envelope with a strong ominous meaning still lay there quietly, waiting for Tu Mingming to open it. The box was opened, and the envelope came out. It seemed too late to leave at this time. Or rather, I felt unwilling to leave at this time without looking at it. Or, open it and take a look. Tu Mingming hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward cautiously, holding a small mine in her hand. She felt that something was wrong, so she was ready to throw the mine directly. After all, the bottom of the mine. Giant wolves are creatures that are simply against the will of heaven. She has to be well prepared. Saving her life is the most important thing. Tu Mingming made all the necessary preparations, but found that the letter was really just a letter. Tu Mingming, my mother tongue is speechless. The content of the letter is also very simple. Treasure map incomplete. It is said that it hides the deepest secrets and treasures at the bottom of the mine. Behind this message, there is a small question mark. After clicking it, the content of the letter changed again. After collecting all the items, you can repair the treasure map. Items required for repair: giant wolf teeth *3, giant python scales *2. Tu Mingming? Is this to repair the treasure map? No. This is to kill her. System, do you want to see what you want? Giant wolf teeth? Is that something she can get? When Tu Mingming thought about this, she heard the roar of the giant wolf. Aoao. Don't say it. Just listening to the sound. It's quite cute. And it feels so cute. However, if you believe that the other party is really a cute little pet after hearing this voice, then you will be in trouble. Tu Mingming stood up and ran after hearing the voice, not caring about anything else. Anyway, the letter was already in hand, so Tu Dazhuang followed him and ran. Just run. While running, Tu Mingming also sent the treasure map to the small group. Wu Jing. Mingming is awesome. When by, actually, it's not bad. When mining, there is a certain probability that you can get the corresponding sharp teeth. When by, I have one here. I have sent it over, and we will study the others later. Tu Mingming had no time to reply to the message, nor did she have time to receive the sharp teeth said by Wen Bai. At this moment, she was running for her life at full speed. In the process, she did not forget to eat a bite of cabbage. Then, she turned into a sheep. Her speed doubled, and she ran more happily. The giant wolf chased behind her, and doubted her life as a wolf. Isn't it right? These little things. How come they all run so fast today? Why can't it catch up with any of them? Yesterday, they were eating happily. When Tu Mingming saw that she had turned into a sheep, she really started the acceleration mode. Tu Dazhuang looked. Hey, my mom is not a human anymore. But she can run so fast. So, he has to run fast too. If it wasn't bad to leave Tu Mingming behind, Tu Dazhuang could even run away with a shadow. But he controlled himself at the end. The result of a man and a dog running too fast is the giant wolf was left behind halfway. The abandoned giant wolf stood there for a moment, looking confused and weak. Where is its prey? Why did it suddenly disappear? The giant wolf's IQ was not high, and it quickly stopped thinking about this problem. It followed the human scent and ran in another direction. After running for a while, Tu Mingming found a place and rested for a while, and then received the sharp teeth said by Wen Bai. The items said by others are also considered her items. Therefore, the progress of collecting items is +1. At this time, Wu Jing was complaining in the small group of 3 people. Wu Jing, this is a bit too much. I killed a lot of wolves yesterday, but they didn't give me any teeth. Wu Jing, that's not right. The few I gave were either rotten or broken. Damn. Do wolves have rotten teeth? The two chatted for a long time, and everyone was very interested in this treasure map. Although, there is a one at the end of this treasure map. You can tell at a glance that there will probably be 2, 3, 4, 5 or something like that. But, don't rush. Anyway, they are already in the game and can't get out. If they don't study this, will they study something else? Live one day. Study one day. Work hard one day. The two discussed for a long time, and even made a simple plan to kill the wolf. Wen Bai, how about I pull someone over? Wu Jing, can you confirm the other party's identity? Because everyone in the communication hall has never chatted with real names. So, even if they are compatriots, no one can confirm the other party's identity if they haven't met. Wen Bai was able to confirm Wu Jing's identity because Wu Jing was famous. Wu Jing was able to confirm Wen Bai's identity because Wen Bai was also famous in logistics. In addition, everyone had the team number, which could not be faked. Although it is impossible to check now, everyone will remember some key information in their minds. Therefore, it is still very easy for two people to verify their identities. In contrast, for an ordinary person like Tu Mingming, there is not much valid information that everyone can confirm. However, Tu Mingming saved Wu Jing's life, which is the best proof that she is a compatriot. Wen Bai, Song Shun's identity should be known. Right? Wu Jing was speechless for a moment when she saw Wen Bai say this. However, she and Song Shun were not familiar with each other. They knew each other, but had almost no friendship. After all, everyone was busy. Sometimes, they would only meet each other when the teams had year-end exchanges. Most of the time, they still contacted each other online. At this time, seeing what Wen Bai said, Wu Jing slapped his head. Oh, how could I forget that Song Shun is a late stage of Chinibu? However, there are many people with Chinibu in the communication hall. Wu Jing is actually not sure about Song Shun's identity. However, if Wen Bai can be sure, then they are willing to believe each other. Tu Mingming is completely out of the loop about these. Tu Xiola, is Song Shun the Song Shun I know? Although Song Shun entered the security management office at the age of 16, he only emerged last year after 2 years of training, and has a little fame on the internet. Although the other party is a logistics staff, he often goes out on field work because of his special abilities. Tu Mingming has seen videos of the other party saving people on the internet, but she has never been saved by him. She knows that the other party is a powerful hero, but she has never watched him closely. If Tu Mingming sees him face to face, she can probably recognize him. However, it is uncertain if they are only separated by the internet. However, if Wu Jing and the others can confirm it, she is willing to believe them. Wu Jing, if there is no accident, then it is. As he was talking, Wen Bai had already pulled the person into the small group of 3. Tu Mingming looked at the temporary ID of the new person in the communication hall and fell silent. Emperor Song has arrived. Everyone get out of the way. I heard that there are compatriots here. The dog pokes its head out secretly. Wen Bai, how about you change your name? Song Shun still listened to the advice, and quickly changed his name. Emperor Song, okay. Captain Wen. Wen Bai. It doesn't matter whether it changes or not. But it's good to know the person. Wen Bai briefly talked about their wolf hunting plan. Song Shun took a look and also contributed his treasure map. Of course, as expected, it was also incomplete. The problem is, his is also treasure map by everyone. So, there is no more after the second one? However, everyone was not discouraged. Since there are 2 maps, they can study them together. The problem is that the 2 maps require different items. The items required for Song Shun's map are pure or beads *6, top quality or grass *3. Song Shun said that he went crazy when he first saw the demand for this item. He knew about mineral grass. But what were mineral beads? In response, Wen Bai, who had once turned into a monkey, silently said that he knew. However, what he picked up were all ordinary mineral beads. However, at least there is a direction. Song Shun looked second-rate, but he was not stupid. He soon discovered the problem. Emperor Song Tian, so, buff? How did it come from? Family members. Don't hide it. Emperor Song, family. I have points? I can exchange for messages picture. Song Shun not only asked, but also took a screenshot of his total points. Tu Mingming looked at the other party's 5-digit points, and suddenly felt that she was not lucky enough. How could someone's points still be 5 digits? Wu Jing also felt jealous. Wu Jing, you have so many points. Emperor Song, this cost more than 10,000 yuan. I killed a wolf before. Damn. This wolf is really hard to kill. Even harder than the mutant plants in reality. I spent a lot of medicine. Emperor Song, it's easy to earn points. When I was mining, the system kept giving me points. I couldn't refuse. Wu Jing. Damn. I'm autistic. Before Song Shun showed up, Wen Bai thought that he and Tu Mingming were the luckiest in the group of 3. And Wu Jing was just an ordinary person. When Song Shun showed up, they were killed instantly. Tu Mingming also found it incredible. Originally, I thought my companion was already amazing. As a result, when the other party was mining. They even lost points? Is this reasonable? The people from Fairy Star said that it was okay. The only two people in the game who got the special buff met each other. Haha. Emperor Song Tian actually has to thank Ming Ming. If it weren't for Ming Ming, he wouldn't have gotten the current buff. You can't thank me for this. It's actually a matter of luck. Originally, there was only one special buff in the game, which was the companion of Tu Ming Ming. However, on the third day of the game, the audience of Fairy Star felt that such a game was less interesting. So, they voted to have another special buff. Of course, under normal circumstances, the AI system would not only ignore them, but would even give them the middle finger. The problem is that the vote was passed strangely. Then, on the fourth day of the game, Song Shun woke up from a nap and found that he was bound to a special buff. Dad Loves You. Chapter 62. Dad Loves You is a buff that means that no matter you are a human or a dog, Dad will love you and give you money. The money in the game is points. So, when Song Shun was mining, the system gave him points. Of course, compared to Tu Mingming's companion buff, there are no special restrictions. As long as you mine. Song Shun's Dad Loves You buff has a prerequisite. That is, you need to commit suicide twice a day. Complete the suicide mission, and you can get the system's endless favor. Of course, the daily favor value varies. Sometimes, if you are lucky, it is possible to get 5-digit points in a day. If you are unlucky, you may lose only a few dozen points a day, which are given by your father unwillingly because he doesn't want you to starve to death. The suicide mission cannot be completed by just fooling around. The system needs to judge and meet the requirements before it can show the mission completed, and then lose points like crazy. Because of this suicidal mission, Song Shun now has 2 particularly deep bruises on his neck. These are the wounds left by hanging himself with a cloth belt in order to complete the suicidal mission. It worked well the first time, barely passed the second time, but failed the third time. Of course, after 2 days, this plan can be started again, and the system will rejudge and evaluate it. Although Song Shun said it lightly, only he knew the sadness in it. Of course, he was not prepared to tell others too much about the bitter past. He just wanted people to know that he, Emperor Song, was rich. The original 3-member team was indeed envious. Tu Mingming looked at the buff of others, and then looked at her own. After comparing, she did feel a little disappointed. However, Tu Mingming was a person who knew how to be satisfied. She felt that she had a companion buff, and her life was not bad. Moreover, the other buff was from a fellow countryman. Thinking of this, she became cheerful, and did not stay autistic for too long. Wu Jing has been in seclusion for a longer time, and is now working hard to mine. She thought, if her luck is not as good as others, is her physical strength not good enough? She dug. She dug. She dug hard. Damn. It's still so sour. When Bai is older than the 2 girls. So he thinks more. There is no free lunch in the world, especially in the game. So, he quickly asked a heart-wrenching question. When Bai, it's not easy for you to make this money, right? Song Shun. Please, don't be heart-wrenching. It's hard enough to survive in the game. When Bai and Wu Jing are both familiar people. Although Tu Mingming is unfamiliar. For Song Shun, if his companions have already confirmed him, then there is no problem. So, he showed his special buff in all aspects. The buff description of Dad Loves You is very interesting. This isn't a buff. If it weren't for the system explanation, Tu Mingming wouldn't even understand what this buff means. I've seen the gain buff and the debuff. But the buff? What is that? Besides, isn't her companion the only buff? Could it be possible that a high-end AI could be wrong? Daddy Loves You. A new buff derived from the consciousness of the only buff user in the game. And also an unknown experimental buff. All data still needs to be observed and measured, so players are advised to use it with caution. Tu Mingming? Is there anything about her in this? It's just that her consciousness. What consciousness is she? Tu Mingming had no idea when she had any consciousness that could allow the AI system to derive a new buff. But looking at Song Shun, who had to complete 2 pre-tasks to get the buff blessing, Tu Mingming fell into deep thought. In comparison, her own buff was less troublesome and labor-saving. And more importantly, stable. However, she really couldn't remember when she had a consciousness that was captured by the system. Tu Mingming couldn't remember, but she didn't make it hard for herself. She continued to mine, and discussed the wolf hunting plan in the group. When Baiduo brought someone in just to kill wolves. So, everyone didn't plan to waste too much time. As for the items Song Shun needed, they were ranked after Tu Mingming. Song Shun had no objection to this. He hadn't completed his suicidal mission today. Emperor Song Tian, please leave the mission of provoking the giant wolf to me. This is waiting for the mission. Wenbai said that there was no problem. The four people discussed it and found that there was no strategy. Or should we just use hot weapons to attack directly? But it's too expensive. Song Shun said, it's not expensive. He has it. But hot weapons are limited to purchase. Tu Mingming bought a wooden cannon last time. So she didn't encounter such a problem. Song Shun can say this. At least it proves that the other party should have experimented with it. Emperor Song Tian, 4 ordinary hot weapons. The upper limit is 2. And for higher end ones, they are all 1. Some are even limited to time periods. And you can't buy them after the time limit. Some are limited to supply. Anyway, there are many restrictions. As he was talking, Emperor Song Tian had already bought 2 wooden cannons. Then, his quota for today was gone. The column for hot weapons was no longer shown to him, for fear that his friends would not believe him. Song Shun also took a screenshot to show everyone. Wu Jing had a lot of experience in killing wolves before, and now he has sorted out and summarized them all and sent them to the group. After everyone read it, Wenbai made a corresponding plan. Wenbai, if nothing goes wrong, we have to kill at least 2. And we need to ensure that each one loses its teeth. If we are unlucky and the number is uncertain, we will come one by one first. And the hot weapons will lead the way. And then we will go up. The 4 people discussed enthusiastically. Then, they faced a problem. That is, they wanted 4 people to go hunting wolves together. First, they had to meet. Right? Tu Mingming and Wu Jing separated early this morning. And they haven't met at the bottom of the mine yet. Wenbai has not met since they separated yesterday. Song Shun, I don't even know where he is. Wenbai, everyone is moving towards this coordinate while mining. Tu Shila, my sense of direction is not very good. Wenbai, the game does not display the current coordinate value of the player. However, Wenbai has a high degree of exploration. So he knows that if you encounter an integer alignment coordinate number, the game will display it briefly for a while. For example, the coordinates such as 10,000. 10,000 will be displayed briefly in front of the player. Tu Mingming discovered this. But she did not summarize the experience. After all, many times, they are mining in mist. Therefore, without batch data, there is no way to verify the accuracy of this message. Now that Wenbai said it was okay, everyone was ready to eat the ready-made ones directly. Although Tu Mingming's sense of direction is not very good, it is actually easy to encounter integer coordinates. Right? She is going to try to gather in the direction of her teammates under the guidance of other people in the team. In the process, she did not forget to mine and stir-fry cabbage. The cabbage has been sold twice, so the profit is naturally not small. Therefore, Tu Mingming gritted her teeth and bought 2 more pieces of black soil, and transplanted the pears, apples, and other vegetables that will be planted later. 2.5 acres of land were planted fully, because Tu Mingming arranged it well. It didn't look crowded, and it shouldn't affect their growth. In this way, Tu Mingming could feel more at ease for the time being. It took Tu Mingming most of the day to meet up with her teammates. At 1400 hours in the afternoon, she finally met Wu Jing. At this time, Wu Jing had even passed 2 live broadcasts. Seeing that she was safe, everyone could finally rest assured. And knowing that there was one more person in their team, everyone in reality felt at ease. Song Shun is young, but he is flexible enough. It seems that he has a special state, but it is not particularly difficult. Before, I was worried that he was too young to control. But now it seems that he is not bad and can be stable. Although Song Shun is young, he plays well in the game. At least, he is still alive and well and has a lot of points. At 15:30 in the evening, the 4 people finally met after walking for most of the day. This is not an easy thing. Wenbai did not forget to draw a map while walking. He drew it yesterday and drew it again today. Then he found that the bottom of the mine was really big. They encountered it by using the coordinates. And, fortunately, they encountered it today. At this time, there were still 3.5 hours before the night time in the game. Can we finish it? Wenbai asked first. Tu Mingming hesitated and shook her head. while Wu Jing simply replied, yes. If you are fast, killing 2 or 3 is not a problem. Find a way, and the speed will be very high. In response to Wu Jing's words, Song Shun nodded and shook his head. If there are hot weapons, it should be no problem. Let's try it first. And it can be regarded as a summary of experience. Anyway, once the purchase restrictions are lifted tomorrow, we can buy more. Everyone finally discussed briefly and decided that if they encountered a giant wolf, they would go directly. The system may have heard their prayers. So, they only searched for 15 minutes before they successfully saw a giant wolf. The majestic, silver-gray giant wolf standing there gave people an infinite sense of oppression. You can fight. Don't panic. Wen Bai was afraid that everyone would be scared, especially Tu Mingming. So he calmed her down as soon as he saw the giant wolf. Song Shun and Wu Jing had killed countless mutant plants with hideous faces and pus-filled bodies in real life. So, could they be scared? Wen Bai thought it was unlikely. He was more concerned about the situation of Tu Mingming, an ordinary person. Song Shun didn't care about that. He held his weapon and prepared to charge. In the original plan, he was also the first to bear the brunt as the MT. However, as Wen Bai was the commander-in-chief, he still needed to listen. So, holding the weapon, he kept waiting for Wen Bai to speak. Wen Bai confirmed again and again that everyone was in good condition. And then, he commanded Song Shun to provoke. Let the other party complete the task first. And then, they will start. I have to say, the suicidal task required by the system is quite difficult. Seeing Song Shun being knocked down by the giant wolf's claws. If he hadn't reacted quickly and ran forward quickly, Song Shun would probably be bitten in half in the next second. Even so, the task seems to have not been judged completed. Song Shun was then slapped, hit, pushed, and stabbed by the giant wolf's claws. After being tortured back and forth for nearly 20 minutes, Song Shun finally shouted hoarsely, "It's done. I'm going to officially start." At this moment, Tu Mingming felt that she didn't envy anyone, even Song Shun, who was too lucky, compared to the other party who risked his life to get the blessing of buff. The companion buff that dropped safely by himself was really the treatment of the system's own daughter. Right? Chapter 63. Song Shun succeeded in his provocation. And then he began to resist. You know, he used to dodge more often before. And often, he just wanted to provoke the giant wolf. Now that he can finally fight, Song Shun feels that he can finally get rid of the anger in his heart. So, charge. Before charging, everyone ate cabbage to buff it. Song Shun ate several bites of cabbage, and finally got the speed he wanted most. Although he is an MT, no one said that an MT cannot accelerate. He must be faster and better to provoke the giant wolf. Tu Mingming's luck is plus 12. And it is the first bite of cabbage. Wen Bai and the others thought that this state was good, so they didn't let her eat more. May good luck bless them. Wu Jing simply and roughly increased strength, while Wen Bai increased dodge. After all, he is just a weak logistics staff. The 4 people thought about it, and beat the area with lightning and thunder. And sparks. That is, there are no special effects when they attack. Otherwise, the special effects of the skills of the 4 people can make this area as bright as day. Among the 4 people, Song Shun is the main MT. Wu Jing is the deputy MT. And Wen Bai is in charge of long-range operations. For this purpose, he also bought a machine crossbow. This thing is cheaper than hot weapons. And overall, the cost performance is still good. Moreover, this thing has an automatic aiming device, and does not require his actual accuracy. Convenient, fast, and easy to use. Wen Bai is very satisfied with this. Not only him, but Tu Mingming is also using this now. Tu Mingming is the team's supporter. Mainly keep an eye on the periphery and attack remotely. Once any unexpected situation occurs, such as someone approaching, or other monsters approaching. If Tu Mingming can't solve it, she needs to remind her teammates in time. Compared with the other 3 people, Tu Mingming's task is not heavy. The crossbow can aim automatically, and it doesn't need to consume her extra physical strength. With the blessing of luck, Tu Mingming can successfully hit the giant wolf's eyes with any shot. Giant wolf? However, you don't need to consume physical energy, but you need to concentrate mentally. One is to keep an eye on the movement of the giant wolf. It won't just stand there and get beaten. You also need to pay attention to whether anyone passes by. Monsters are easy to deal with, As long as it's not the second giant wolf, they can handle it. However, if it's a player, it will be more troublesome. What if someone wants to steal the monster? Some things really can't be thought of. Once you think about it, someone will come. When Tu Mingming saw the person coming, she first shouted to remind her teammates. In case someone couldn't hear clearly, she also typed in the small group to say something. Song Shun and the others noticed it, and everyone slightly distracted their attention and looked at the person who just approached. Unfortunately, the dim light at the bottom of the mine was not very clear at a distance. They could only notice that it was a tall man. Not sure. Short hair. Could be a man or a woman. After everyone knew what was going on, they turned around and continued to fight the giant wolf. The giant wolf was hurt at this time, and it ran around as if there was an electric switch under its feet. From time to time, it jumped up and hit the roof of the mine. There was a bang, and it hurt just to hear it. Then, Tu Mingming and the others found that the giant wolf's condition seemed to be much worse. This made Tu Mingming think, it's not impossible to try stepping on the electric switch under your feet, right? Thinking of this, she kept an eye on the person approaching while typing in the group and talking to her friends. It was mainly for Wenbai to see. Song Shun and Wu Jing didn't have time to look at it. After reading it, Wenbai fell into thought. Don't say. It's not impossible to consider it. After thinking about it, Wenbai had already entered the mall. The mall naturally has circuit boards and the like. But how to let the giant wolf step on it? The player who passed by was also surprised to see that someone actually formed a team to kill the wolf. He thought. Everyone started at the same time. Why is the progress of others different from his own? The man was puzzled. He watched from a distance and found that Song Shun rolled twice, then got up swiftly and rushed forward. The other party had obvious bloodstains on his body. Although the distance was far, and the light at the bottom of the mine was not very good, the man had just eaten cabbage and got a buff that enhanced his vision, so he could see farther. Looking at Song Shun's blood, the man couldn't help but fall into thought. This wolf. Does it have to be killed? Is there really a mission at the bottom of the mine? The man was originally prepared to wait and see. However, when he found that Tu Mingming and Wenbai looked at him repeatedly, the man felt a little guilty. Those who can kill wolves cannot be good people. If he looked at it a few more times, he would not be killed. Right? He still had points to spend. So, he stopped watching. Stopped watching. He was not interested in killing wolves. The items dropped by that thing were not bad. However, the cost performance was too low. If he had the time to kill it, the man felt that he could kill a lot of creatures at the bottom of the mine and get a lot of points. Thinking of the giant wolf he had fought so hard to kill yesterday, the things had dropped in the end, totaling less than 30 points. The man walked away silently. It's dangerous here. He has to go. Tu Mingming has been paying attention to the man's movements. After finding that he left, Tu Mingming did not relax her vigilance. What if the other party retreats to advance? The man left for about 5 minutes and had no intention of returning. Tu Mingming thought that the other party would probably not come back. She retracted her attention and focused more on the attack of the giant wolf. At this time, Tu Mingming was running fast. There was no other way. The giant wolf realized that it could not beat it, so it started to play tricks and wanted to run away. They had no choice but to chase it. One of the giant wolf's eyes was blind, and 2 legs were injured. The wounds on the waist, abdomen, back and other places were all caused by Tu Mingming and his team, either with knives, guns, or arrows. The giant wolf was bleeding profusely, and its physical strength was obviously not as good as when it was at its peak. At this time, Tu Mingming and his team should have killed it while it was sick. So how could they let it run away? Encircle and kill. Brothers! Song Shun shouted loudly to remind his teammates. Tu Mingming quickly followed. She just had her buff time, and she ate a bite of cabbage, which increased her speed by 12. For Tu Mingming at this moment, it was just right, just when she needed it. So, she didn't have any trouble running. The more troublesome thing at this moment was Wenbai. He turned into a sheep. Although sheep are fast, their attack is really low. His automatic aiming crossbow even missed twice. Wenbai is a little autistic, but the reason why he is not completely autistic is very simple. That is, he finally found the product he liked in the mall. Circuit board. After buying it, he made a temporary change. Then he looked at his sheep-like appearance, gritted his teeth and roared, "I'm going to lay the trap." Song Shan. Remember to lure the monster over later. After Wenbai roared. He ran away on all fours. Tu Mingming. Although it's very unkind. I still want to laugh. It wasn't so funny when I turned into a sheep. After Wenbai turned into a sheep. He was very fast. So, in a short while, he laid a huge circuit board on the ground. When Song Shan saw that it was laid, he cooperated with Wu Jing swiftly and drove the giant wolf onto the circuit board. The moment the giant wolf stepped on the circuit board, Tu Mingming saw fireworks. To exaggerate, it was fireworks. And it made a lot of noise. It was like setting off firecrackers. Crackling and banging. If it weren't for the giant wolf's roars, it might be more beautiful. Everyone be careful. Don't follow. Wait! Song Shan saw that the giant wolf was driven onto the circuit board. He breathed a sigh of relief and reminded his teammates. Because the circuit board was modified by Wenbai. So, the risk factor is still quite high. Everyone was also paying attention and didn't get close, waiting for the power on the circuit board to run out. And then they would find a way to pick up the spoils. The giant wolf wanted to run, but his feet were numb and burned by the electric shock. And his 2 injured legs were directly electrocuted to the point of being unusable. It wanted to run, but it couldn't. This was the most desperate moment in a wolf's life. Tu Mingming and the others stood in 4 directions, trying their best to protect their quasi-trophies. At this time, we couldn't let others take advantage of it. Right? So, wait. The circuit board kept ringing and sparking, making the light in this area much better than other places. Tu Mingming stared at it seriously, watching the giant wolf roar and struggle. And finally his breath weakened. It no longer struggled. Lying on the circuit board, twitching constantly. The scene looked a bit cruel. But Tu Mingming knew that if the positions were reversed, the giant wolf would not feel sorry for them, but would quickly turn them into food and swallow them directly into its stomach. So, no one was more pitiful. The living were not complete winners. They were still subject to the game. Soon, the giant wolf stopped struggling, and it looked like it was weak. Tu Mingming kept holding the giant crossbow in her hand. They had discussed in advance who would do the last kill. The first one, Song Shan. Although he came forward because of the provocation mission, he was the main MT after all and paid the most. So he was the first to do the last kill and pick up the dropped items. As for how to divide it in the end, they would discuss it after the fight. Anyway, Lychee must be given to Tu Mingming, and then study the treasure map. Song Shan. Last kill. Wenbai looked at the giant wolf situation. It should be almost done, and roared loudly. The mine bottom was empty, so there was an echo. Song Shan shouted loudly, "Okay." Then, he swung his big knife and went up, and kept saying, "Giant god is coming. Werewolf becomes god. Go. Kill the god of mutant plants." All kinds of second-year words. It sounds pretty good after getting used to it. Tu Mingming thought it was pretty good. As soon as she raised her lips, she realized something was wrong, and a gust of wind rushed over, which made Tu Mingming stun for a moment. The next second, she reacted suddenly. There were 4 people in their team, standing in different positions, and no one stood behind her or beside her. So, this person, is he here to grab the last blow? Chapter 64. When Tu Mingming reacted, she found that there were several people who wanted to grab the last blow, and they were running from different directions. Tu Mingming's hands reacted faster than hers. As soon as she found something wrong, she had already pressed the crossbow in her hand. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 shots were fired in succession, directly hitting the giant wolf's eyes. The giant wolf's last hum was gone. However, there was no corresponding kill information popping up in front of her eyes, including dropped points, items, etc. Wasn't it her last hit? This made Tu Mingming panic. She was about to ask in the group, but before she opened her mouth, she heard Song Shan's irritable voice. "Damn! Are you sick? Want to steal my last hit? If I hadn't reacted quickly, you would have succeeded. Come on! Look directly at Daddy." Hearing Song Shan's voice, Tu Mingming thought, the last hit is still theirs. Right? Not sure. Let's ask in the group. Tu Xiaola, the last hit is ours. Right? Wenbai, yes. Otherwise Song Shan would have already set up his gun. If the last hit was really stolen, Song Shan would have been possessed by the god of middle school and shot everyone else. Now he just swung his sword forward, which was already very gentle. After seeing Wen Bai's reply, Tu Mingming felt much more relieved. As long as it was theirs. Song Shun was very fast. And he got the last hit. While waving his sword and rushing towards others, he did not forget to sell the giant wolf's body. The dropped items are average. Except for the teeth that Tu Mingming needs. The rest are bread, ham and the like. These things, added together, are probably only about 20 points. It's really annoying to see how stingy they are. In addition, 5 points are given for a successful kill, and 12 points are sold for the giant wolf's body. Added together, it's about 30 to 40 points. However, killing it consumes a lot. If it weren't for the treasure map, Song Shun thought, he wouldn't challenge this thing. Too tiring. Besides, the profit is not good. But at this time, he didn't plan to think too much. He planned to teach those who wanted to steal the monster a lesson. When Song Shun rushed, others found that they couldn't grab it. Some people reacted quickly and turned around and ran. Some people didn't react yet and seemed to be unwilling to give up. And they were still poking at the giant wolf. Then, the giant wolf's body was sold, and the place was vacant. So he faced Song Shun directly. There was a smoke of war at the scene. But Song Shun didn't kill them. After all, the monster was not really stolen. Song Shun's duty and belief made him unable to kill these people. Of course, except for those from our country. If you run into people from these countries, sorry, I will turn into a Tyrannosaurus Rex in a minute and burn them to the bone. 2 of the people who came to steal the monster were obviously from a country. And the other 2, I couldn't tell. But they were definitely not from our country or K country. Therefore, Song Shun didn't kill them, but just taught them a lesson and knocked some things out of the 4 people before letting them go. The 4 people failed to steal the monster and lost a lot. I guess they can learn some lessons. In the short term, they will have to think twice before they want to steal other people's things. The first giant wolf gave them teeth. This gave everyone a lot of confidence. Let's continue. Although the harvest is not very good, at least we have what we want. Go. Go. Go! I think we can adjust the plan a little bit. The crossbow will also be useful. Song Shun talked the most. Wu Jing listened carefully, and from time to time thought about the feasibility of the plan proposed by the other party. Wen Bai occasionally responded to him and offered his own suggestions. Tu Mingming mostly listened. She didn't have much combat experience, which she had accumulated after entering the game. But it was still too little and looked immature. So, don't interrupt for now. Listen more. Maybe you can learn some useful experience? The 4 people did it as soon as they said it. Before the night time of the game came, they successfully killed the other 2 giant wolves. One of them didn't lose its fangs, and was complained by his friends. In desperation, he killed another one. Song Shun was in a particularly bad state because he had to complete a suicidal mission, and he used a lot of advanced epidemic clearing tablets in the process. There was no other way. If he didn't take medicine, his wounds would not heal well, which would seriously affect his combat capability. So, take medicine. In addition to the expenditure on medicine, their expenditure on hot weapons and machine crossbows were also quite a lot. In general, killing giant wolves is really a loss. If it weren't for the sharp teeth, who would do a losing business here all day without doing anything else? Fortunately, during the process, when they were looking for giant wolves, they would also dig some and barely recover some blood, which was not too much of a loss. Seeing that the night time of the game was about to come, everyone temporarily found a place to rest. Tu Mingming generously let out the safe house. After the 4 people entered, the space inside the house looked a bit crowded. However, the house gave people a greater sense of security than the straw hut. So, no one complained about the crowd. After taking turns to wash and clean up, they sat there and began to summarize today's experience. At this time, there were still 5 minutes to 19 o'clock in the evening. Everyone was tired all day, especially killing 3 giant wolves, which consumed too much energy. Everyone was so tired that they couldn't even lift their arms. Therefore, no one seized the last minute to mine, and everyone went back to the safe house to rest. After washing up, everyone sat down and changed into normal clothes. They didn't need to worry about high or low temperatures, which made people feel very comfortable. Wen Bai sighed softly, it's better to stay in a safe house. Wu Jing nodded in agreement, of course, but the maintenance cost is also high. If a giant wolf comes at this time and gives a claw, Xiaolu will probably be busy looking for materials for several days. Song Shun laughed when he heard it from the side. That's right. But it's better to stay in a safe house. In fact, we should have killed the snake we encountered today. It was a waste. And we have to find it again tomorrow. Wen Bai and Wu Jing didn't want to respond to this. Damn it! Isn't it enough to kill 3 wolves in one day? Do we need another python to increase the difficulty? Song Shun obviously knew that it was not easy. But he just felt sorry for it, and made a joke. After saying this, he laughed again. After Tu Mingming washed up, she went to the kitchen to make food. Wu Jing and the others also wanted to help. But the kitchen was too small. If one more person went in, they couldn't even turn around. In the end, everyone could only regretfully let Tu Mingming be busy first. Tu Mingming wanted to sell some cabbage. So, it was embarrassing to ask everyone for help. She was afraid that everyone would be hungry. So she specially prepared some ready-made cooked food. When Wen Bai saw her take it out, he hurriedly persuaded her, "No, you provide the house. And we provide the food. We can't just take advantage of one person." Wen Bai and his friends are still very principled. Living in Tu Mingming's safe house is already too much. And they also want the little girl to provide food? That won't work. When Song Shun heard this, he hurriedly took things out of his backpack. "Sister, you don't need it. Look at my brothers." Song Shun also had a lot of cooked food in his backpack. He also took out half a raw suckling pig, which weighed about 10 pounds. When this thing came out, it smelled bloody. After seeing it, Wen Bai was silent for a while. Wu Jing couldn't help asking, "Where is the other half?" After listening, Song Shun smiled and said, "I roasted it and ate it myself. It was not very successful. I vomited after eating it." He usually either ate nutrient solution or ate in the cafeteria. He didn't know how to cook at all. Even if there was a recipe, he couldn't make it. So the roasted pork was so bad that he couldn't even swallow it. Wen Bai barely had some cooking skills. But Tu Mingming was busy and couldn't get into the kitchen. So he planned to cook it later. Seeing that no one needed it, Tu Mingming thought about it and accepted it calmly. Everyone contributed their own, which was fine. She turned around and started cutting cabbage. Wu Jing came over and asked if she needed help. If it was cutting cabbage, they could help outside. Tu Mingming didn't refuse, and everyone helped cut it together. Then the room was filled with a fresh aroma of cabbage. Song Shun had bought it in the mall before, and now seeing this cabbage and smelling it, he couldn't help but sigh. "Hey, the mysterious cabbage merchant in the mall is you. Sheila. Awesome." Tu Mingming smiled embarrassedly after being praised. Her original plan was to just stir-fry the cabbage with oil and salt. Then she thought again. They could actually enrich the recipe for eating it themselves. But the problem was that she didn't know how to do it. Tu Mingming humbly asked Wen Bai for advice again. Wen Bai's cooking skills are barely acceptable. At least after the 4 people communicated, they found that he was the best cook in the team. So, when Tu Mingming asked, Wen Bai nodded, "I'll do it." He took the initiative to go into the kitchen, took the cabbage cut by Tu Mingming, and fried a plate of cabbage and pork belly, a plate of vinegar cabbage, a pot of cabbage and tofu soup, and a pot of cabbage vermicelli stew. Finally, he also copied the core of the cabbage and mixed it into a cold dish. If time did not allow, Wen Bai felt that he still had a lot of room to play. For example, boiled cabbage. However, let's forget about it after considering the time. It takes a lot of time just to prepare the various soup bases. What they care about now is efficiency. Even so, it is enough to surprise everyone. In addition to the various ready-made meat dishes, cooked food, etc., that Song Shun and his friends brought out, the richness of the dinner is simply praiseworthy. This is good. This is good. This is not bad. This is not bad either. Everyone couldn't help but comment, and then looked at the people around them, their states changing from time to time. Everyone was really lucky. The second bite of cabbage, with a high probability, would trigger the buff. Among them, Song Shun was the most interesting. He turned into a sheep, a monkey, and a duck. He himself did not mind changing into various forms. And he laughed. It was when he turned into a snake at the end that he successfully disgusted himself. He ate a bite of cabbage quickly, returned to his normal state, and then went to eat meat. Although he was greedy for cabbage, there were too many unexpected things when eating cabbage. Song Shun felt that he was unlucky today and was not suitable to eat cabbage. So he made up for himself by saying, I love meat. So I eat meat. After saying that, he couldn't help laughing. At this time, none of the 4 people had their turn to live broadcast. But the atmosphere was very good. The kind that made compatriots feel relieved when they saw it. Tu Mingming also found the video recording function and recorded some warm moments. She thought that although this day was tiring, she had friends around her and delicious food to enjoy. Even in the game, there were too many unknown things and the road ahead was unpredictable. But at least it gave them a lot of courage and allowed them to face tomorrow more bravely. This is good? Chapter 65. The 4 of them had a pleasant and sumptuous dinner. After dinner, Wenbai diligently took Song Shun with him to cut and stir-fry the cabbage, and helped Tu Mingming cook 2 large cabbages. This time, Wenbai used his cooking skills a little more, added a little more seasoning, and then made vinegar-fried cabbage. More than 600 portions of vinegar-fried cabbage were put on the shelves at once, making the players who were about to go to bed at night unable to sleep instantly. Going to the sea on Friday. So, boss, can't you put more on the shelves? Zoya, boss. Finally the flavor has changed. Woohoo. Delicious. Golden slime, finally not discouraged by the taste. Although everyone discussed the change in flavor, most of them were asking for more listings. 38 points. Really not expensive. Someone got rich today because of a box of cabbage. Looking at the information discussed in the communication hall, some people can't control their desire to share. So Tu Mingming saw that someone bought 10 boxes of cabbage today. Mine for a day. And killed monsters for a day. Then he got more than 3,000 points and countless supplies. Others looked jealous. But not too jealous. Because someone got more than him. Soul died in Shaowan River. Cabbage gave us hope. Woohoo. Please put more on the shelf. When Bai and Song Shun had broken their hands from cooking, and now they were lying on the ground motionless. Tu Mingming was too lazy to move. Today's monster hunting was a bit too tiring. She picked the newly ripe apples and shared them with her friends. Everyone was a little embarrassed. But when Bai and Song Shun helped to cook the cabbage, Wu Jing helped to clean up the safe house, and also drew a map of their walking route today. So, it wasn't a waste of food. The apples were just ordinary apples, without any attributes, which made Tu Mingming a little disappointed. However, people should not be too greedy. After eating the apples, everyone prepared to go to bed. The area of the safe house was not large, and it was actually a bit crowded for 4 people to sleep. When Bai and Song Shun's initial thought was that they were men after all, and it was not convenient for them to squeeze together with girls, which would make them feel insecure. The 2 wanted to sleep under the straw hut, but they were persuaded by Tu Mingming and Wu Jing to give up. The reason was simple. The safe house would be attacked by monsters at night and needed to be consumed. And the straw hut was the same. They could obviously save consumption by sharing a safe house. So why waste it? Don't say. This reason really convinced Wen Bai and the other 2. And Tu Mingming and Wu Jing really didn't mind sleeping together. So, the 2 boys slept on the floor. And Wen Bai was even more skillful, using cheap wooden boards from the mall to make a simple screen to separate the middle, so as to make the 2 girls feel more secure. At 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, the durability of the pickaxe was refreshed. At the same time, Tu Mingming's system received another reminder. The pears she planted were ripe. However, she was too deep in sleep and didn't know. It was their turn to live broadcast for a while. The monitoring department and netizens in Country A, who had not yet slept, watched the static picture of them sleeping for 2 hours. Even so, they still felt that they couldn't see enough. After all, it was too warm and reassuring, compared with the visual impact of other people sleeping in straw huts at night and facing danger. The safe house was more secure and more comfortable to watch. Have you counted them? Yes. And so far, there are only 2 people with safe houses. Ming Ming and a girl from Country E. Not bad. Not bad. It's good that they are not from Country S. The monitoring department discussed the corresponding data in a low voice. The girl from Country E barely gathered enough materials for the safe house before going to bed tonight and took the risk to use it. After all, she didn't have any extra materials. And once the safe house was damaged, she would have no way to repair it. However, she had a backup plan. If the situation was not right, she would buy a sleeping bag or something. The next morning, when Bai was the first to get up, he had quite a lot of things in his backpack. So after getting up, he simply washed up and went into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. He didn't make it too complicated, because it would be too loud and would easily wake up others. Just simple fried eggs, ham, and bread. When he was ready, it was not yet 8 o'clock. Tu Mingming and the others had already gotten up one after another. The first thing Tu Mingming saw when she woke up was that her pear was ready. Tu Mingming didn't have time to wash up, so she picked one impatiently. Crystal pear, eating it will gain a buff. Yesterday's apple was just an ordinary apple, without any explanation. The pears now are not simple at first glance. Tu Mingming didn't have time to wash it, so she wiped it and took a bite. The pear's skin is very thin, sweet in the mouth, and very juicy. After taking a bite, the buff popped directly in front of Tu Mingming's eyes. Congratulations on obtaining the Radar 1.0 system. Duration, 30 minutes. Tu Mingming? She looked at the radar system carefully and found something similar to detection. Moreover, the distance is farther than the previous cabbage. Its detection range is within 1,000 meters of the bound person's own range. Tu Mingming. Family. She has made progress. She was so happy that she wanted to share this good news with her friends. She subconsciously glanced at the time and sat back silently. It was 7:23 in the morning. There was still more than half an hour left before the daytime of the game. In other words, her radar system was wasted. Woohoo! Tu Mingming instantly shut herself in. Tu Dazhuang didn't understand. He just felt that his originally good home suddenly became crowded last night. Tu Dazhuang thought silently. Could it be that my mother went bankrupt? The dog didn't understand and didn't dare to ask. After smelling the fragrance of pear juice in the morning, he hurried over. Seeing Tu Mingming take a bite, Tu Dazhuang felt more at ease to bite Tu Mingming's trouser legs. Tu Mingming was sad and gave the remaining pear to Tu Dazhuang. It's not that she was reluctant to give it to her friends. It's just, sharing pears has a bad meaning. So it's better to give new pears to the friends. Wen Bai made a simple breakfast and found Tu Mingming sitting there in a daze. So he hurriedly asked, "Have you washed it? Come and eat first. In fact, it's okay if you don't wash it." Wen Bai didn't wash his face for 3 consecutive days when he first entered the game. The days just passed like this. Wu Jing had just finished washing and Song Shun was busy setting out milk and drinks for everyone. The friends could choose whatever they wanted to eat. He also had mangoes and other things in his backpack, and he cut some of them neatly and shared them with everyone. Tu Mingming reacted after being called by Wen Bai, and got up numbly to wash up, and then shared the unfortunate news with everyone. After Tu Mingming finished speaking, she sat there depressed and sighed. Tu Dazhuang bit the pear, and it made a crackling sound. It sounded crisp and delicious, and it looked juicy. Song Shun couldn't help but drool, and then looked at Tu Mingming silently. He wanted to say, "Poor little friend," but he couldn't say it, because what he wanted to say more was, "How about sharing a pear?" Although the meaning is not good, pears are delicious. Look how crispy the dog is eating. Wu Jing also thought that the pear was delicious, but there was nothing he could do about it because Tu Dazhuang was eating too deliciously. The room was so small, and the crisp sounds of the dog eating reached their ears one after another. This is totally uncontrollable. When people hear a sound, they will distract themselves and then think deeply. Wu Jing controlled his saliva and advised Tu Mingming, "Think positively. You got off to a good start today. Maybe your luck will improve in the future. It will only get better and better." Tu Mingming wanted to refute, but was afraid that she would say too much and sound like a nitpicker. In the end, she could only nod, "Let's eat." While talking, she took out the pear and shared it with everyone. The friends didn't refuse. Business is business. Friendship is friendship. When Tu Mingming shared, everyone just kept it normally. When they sell it later, they will definitely support the business. After all, this buff is really useful. In view of Tu Mingming's experience and lessons, the other 3 people did not eat the pears, but put them in their backpacks solemnly. Then, everyone ate breakfast quickly, looked at yesterday's topographic map, and then studied today's route. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the game announced the number of people who survived the game today. System report, current number of players alive, 8669. More than 100 people died yesterday. Compared with the first few days, there were tens of thousands of deaths a day. The current situation is already quite good. Tu Mingming breathed a sigh of relief when she saw this data. It's good to have more people. One is that there are more compatriots, which is definitely beneficial to them. Another is, with more people, You can sell more points. Sooner or later, she will become a rich woman in the game. Thinking of this, Tu Mingming cut the pair into 50G pieces and sent them to the real world. It wasn't that she was stingy. The game asked her to send so much, and she had no choice. Originally, they thought that today was just a daily routine of killing snakes and then mining. As a result, when they got up and packed up the safe house and were about to go out to find snakes, the system issued a new announcement. System broadcast, in order to celebrate the large-scale elimination of the giant wolves at the bottom of the mine. The coal mine company took out 120 treasure chests as rewards. These treasure chests are hidden in certain places at the bottom of the mine. Please try your best to find treasures and survive. As soon as this news came out, the communication hall was boiling. Those who left the bottom of the mine regretted it. However, soon, there were corresponding tasks, giving them the opportunity to go down to the bottom of the mine to compete for the 120 treasure chests. Compared to finding snake skins, treasure chests are more important. After all, the number is limited. If you go too late, you won't even get a box skin. So, the four-member team looked at each other. And Wenbai spoke first. Let's disperse and look for treasure chests first. And then meet here. If we can't meet, we will study the route at that time. At the end, Wenbai thought for a while, and then said uncertainly, the giant python is actually quite easy to kill. Tu Mingming? Chapter 66. Whether the giant python is easy to kill depends on what Wu Jing says. After all, she has the most experience among the four people. After Wenbai said uncertainly, Wu Jing thought for a while and said, it is easier to kill than the giant wolf. But it is very fast, which will be annoying. And it likes to wrap around things. When killing, you need to be extra careful. After listening to Wu Jing's words, Wenbai nodded, if you really can't kill it, just wait for us to meet up. At the moment, it is more important to find the treasure chest. The four people discussed it, and the other three bought some stir-fried cabbage and meat from Tu Mingming. After all, they were family. So Wenbai helped make some pork belly and cabbage stir-fry, which tasted better than Tu Mingming's dry stir-fry. Tu Mingming also distributed some pears to everyone. These two buffs can overlap and will not replace each other. Tu Mingming generously gave 2 to each person, and the friends were afraid that they would not be enough. So they bought some more for backup. After all, the buffs were similar, and the pears might be better, and their taste and flavor were better. So, everyone liked it. Tu Mingming planned to sell the pears at the same price. If you don't need to make it yourself, you can sell it directly. In fact, 38 points is not a big loss. The friends thought it was okay. Song Shun smiled and said, maybe there will be better ones in the future. Don't worry. We will sell it for a high price. This made the friends laugh. Everyone simply distributed the items, talked again, and soon separated. The treasure chest does not wait for anyone. While the four of them were talking, the announcement of the treasure chest opening was sent out. So, how can they not be anxious? Tu Mingming ate a pear, got a new radar buff, and then started. She wanted this, and she got this by eating a pear. This made Tu Mingming very happy. And she also put a new batch of cabbage and pears in the trading hall. After putting them, Tu Mingming devoted herself to the task of finding treasure chests. With the radar system, Tu Mingming's efficiency has also increased a lot. Some boxes hidden in the corners that may not be easy to notice when looking at them were found by Tu Mingming. Not only that, this batch of boxes are also buried underground. Tu Mingming, if there is no radar system, who would have thought of this? After all, the previous treasure chests were only hidden in the corner, not directly buried underground. Without a hint, who would know there is something underneath? Tu Mingming complained that the system was really stupid. While she quickly turned out the box, put the things away, and went to find the next one. At this time, the radar status still had 6 minutes, and Tu Mingming had found 6 boxes. It's not too much, but the single-player data is pretty good. Tu Mingming moved very quickly, eating cabbage at the same time, and got a speed increase of 12 buff. The 2 buffs are used together, and the efficiency is much better. What surprised Tu Mingming was that in the 7th box she found, there was a giant python scale. She needed 2 in total to repair her treasure map. Now she got 1, and the task was mostly completed. The wolf fangs were gathered yesterday, and now this is the only thing missing. This doubled Tu Mingming's enthusiasm, and she started to look for it more quickly. The radar buff was about to expire, and Tu Mingming quickly ate another bite of the pear. She was unlucky and didn't get the buff. But she didn't get angry. She ate calmly and walked forward. After eating half a pear, she finally got a new buff. Immobilization. Stop when I say so. After carefully looking at the explanation of this buff, it means that if I tell the giant wolf to stop, it must stop honestly. All creatures at the bottom of the mine obey her. Of course, they only obey the command to stop. If they obey more, it will not work. Moreover, once the target encounters damage or stimulation beyond the threshold, the immobilization spell will be invalid. Tu Mingming's understanding is that you can make it stop, but you can't kill it. Otherwise, if the thorn is too big, the effect will not work. Although it is not very useful. Thinking about the monsters encountered while searching for treasure chests, Tu Mingming thinks it can still be used barely. She didn't despise it and ate the cabbage again. She was lucky and got a luck value of +12. This made Tu Mingming happy to continue looking for treasure chests. 120 treasure chests. 9,000 people came to find them. And they actually disappeared very quickly. Of course, because some people came down late. There were not so many people looking for them. Even so, Tu Mingming found 19 treasure chests by herself, which was already the top of the list. The problem is, the game also has a ranking list. But fortunately there is no ID display. All of them are stars. Even so, it was very frustrating. Tu Mingming looked at number 19, following the first place, and knew it was her when she faced him. The good news was that her ID was not displayed, so others didn't know it was her. The bad news was that a player broke through the defense and started to curse in the communication hall. Tu Mingming put away her things in a low-key manner and studied the treasure map at the same time. There was no need to kill the giant python today, because two were obtained in the process of opening the treasure chest. These two are actually also materials for the safe house. But if the treasure map is needed, you can use this first. Tu Mingming put the items together and tried to repair the treasure map. It takes 4 hours to repair the treasure map. Tu Mingming, you'd better have real treasure. Otherwise, it's not worth waiting for this repair speed. Tu Mingming saw that it couldn't be repaired for the time being, so she reported the progress of the treasure map repair to the team, and then prepared to find a place to mine. All the treasure chests have been opened. The fact that the treasure chest is hidden underground. Most of the players who came to the bottom of the mine before didn't expect it. After all, they had the inertial thinking before. If the corresponding reminder buff had not been opened, it would be difficult for them to find this. The people in the team knew this because of Tu Mingming's reminder. However, the players who completed the task today and went to the bottom of the mine did not have such inertial thinking. So everyone just went up and down and dug for treasure chests. Therefore, they found more treasure chests hidden underground. It is also because of this that the players who went to the bottom of the mine today gained much more than those who stayed before. At this moment, some people are still discussing this matter. However, the words used are very fierce, which makes people suspect that he is cursing here. Seeing that Tu Mingming's treasure map repair materials have been found and repaired, everyone feels relieved. There is nothing else to do at the moment, so everyone just starts mining. At 12 o'clock noon, the system was upgraded. The main object of this upgrade is the team system. The system has improved the corresponding functions, which can better serve the players in the team and make the team's various arrangements and executions more flexible. At the same time, there is also a team summoning function. That is to say, if Tu Mingming initiates a summon in the team, she can successfully summon other players to her side. There are two prerequisites. One is that Tu Mingming needs to buy a team summoning flag from the mall. 68 points per flag. A one-time consumable. The other is that the team members need to agree to it before it can take effect. In other words, you cannot forcefully summon team members. This function makes Tu Mingming feel that team formation is more convenient. She was quite happy. There was only 1 hour left before the treasure map was repaired. Tu Mingming was already discussing with her friends. If the repair was completed and they could start digging, she would summon the remaining 3 people. Emperor Song, wait. There are still 15 minutes left. Wait for my current state to end. Wu Jing, what's your current state? Emperor Song, picture. Song Shun's buff for this wave is Tumbleweed. Tumbleweed buff. Double the ore drop when mining. Lasts for 30 minutes. Wu Jing, my friend is lucky. Wu Jing looked at the state and couldn't help but feel jealous. However, her current state is not bad. with agility increased by 12. Although she doesn't drop double when mining. The bottom of the mine itself is a place where double is easy to explode. Agility will increase her speed, so her efficiency is actually not bad. 2 Xiala, there is still an hour to repair the treasure map. No rush. 2 Meng is not mining at the moment. She is cooking in the safe house. Although she didn't have the cooking skills of Wenbai, she followed suit and fried pork belly and cabbage, adding various seasonings. I don't know if it tastes good, but it is definitely much better than just adding oil and salt. After it was done, 2 Meng confidently put the cabbage on the shelf and sent 2 boxes to each of her friends. This is a friendly gift. Not a large number, but a token of my appreciation. 5 minutes later, all the cabbages in the trading hall were snatched up. 6 minutes later, a player in the communication hall couldn't help but jump out. Zoya. So, cabbage seller, if you really can't cook, let's just add oil and salt and stir fry. If you really can't, just stir fry and remove the water. Don't add meat. Please. Go to the sea on Friday. Although I'm not so good in real life, I've never eaten such a bad cabbage stir-fried with meat. If it weren't for the buff, I wouldn't be able to swallow it. The sweetest cherry, kitchen black hole. Looking at the complaints in the communication hall, 2 Meng took a bite of the cabbage she had stir-fried with suspicion. Then, they fell silent. She imitated Wenbai and added every seasoning. And she also controlled the amount. Why is the stir-fried cabbage and pork slices bitter? 2 Meng was puzzled and asked in the team. She was greeted by a strange silence. After a long time, Wenbai gave a response. Wenbai. Actually, if you only add oil and salt, it's not bad. You can eat the original flavor. Chapter 67. Wenbai's reply was euphemistic. But it hurt. 2 Meng was in a good mood and was not affected too much. She originally added meat out of kindness, wanting everyone to eat better. And she didn't even charge extra. So, how can you say she is a kitchen black hole? She obviously meant well. Humph. Next time, she won't even add salt. 2 Meng thought so and did so. This time, she didn't even add oil. She simply baked the cabbage at high temperature until it was soft. Then packed it in boxes and put it on the shelf. Other players. There's no need to be so perfunctory. However, as long as there is a buff, they are not picky. It's better to be unpalatable than to be inedible. 2 Meng had lunch and dug for a while. When the treasure map I was repaired, 2 Meng hurriedly read its description. Treasure map I, there are many treasures from the past hidden at the bottom of the mine. Try to open it. The world of the treasure map is too dangerous. Please enter in a team of at least 2 people. Current conditions are insufficient. Unable to enter. 2 Meng took a quick screenshot and sent it to the team channel. Friends. Okay. We have to start gathering at fixed coordinates again. However, now they have a summoning flag. No longer have to run around. This is good news. 2 Meng quickly confirmed that her friends were now available. She directly bought a summoning flag and activated the teammate summoning function. Soon, all 3 teammates arrived. The moment their eyes met, everyone fell into a strange silence. At this time, Wu Jing was just taking the turn to live broadcast. When everyone in reality saw the 4 people, they also fell into silence. After a long time, the head of the monitoring department smiled awkwardly. The children are also too lively. Which is normal. Normal. This proves that they play well in the game, and don't have too many worries about survival. Okay. He didn't know how to make it up. The reason is very simple. 2 Meng and Wu Jing, the 4 people, are now in the image of 4 small animals. Wenbai turned into a sheep because he could run fast. Song Shun turned into a monkey because it was fun, and he could go to the top of the mine to touch the ore. He hadn't collected all the materials for his treasure map yet. Wu Jing turned into a dog. She really just wanted to get a status, agility or strength bonus. But she turned into a dog. Wu Jing found that after turning into a dog, her speed increased by 30%. Then, she lay down. 2 Meng turned into a peacock. Yes, she turned into a peacock with a human head, because she had seen a fathead fish with a human head before. 2 Meng accepted her image well. Peacock can fly, so she can go to the top of the mine and touch the mineral grass and beets. Unfortunately, after touching for a long time, they were all ordinary, and did not help Song Shun find the materials. Everyone was silent for a while, and finally Wenbai broke the silence, try to open it first. and we will decide later whether to change it back. The buff lasts for half an hour, and it is directly knocked off at this time. What a pity. Moreover, if you are unlucky and the second bite doesn't give you the buff, you need to eat a few more bites. A serving of cabbage costs 38 points, which is very expensive, because the game has improved the team function. For people can now be pulled into a small team and can communicate within the team. After everything was ready, Tu Mingming tried again and opened the treasure map. Then, everything went black. When they reacted, the 4 people entered a place. Golden place. You open the treasure map. This is a gold mine, with tempting treasures hidden everywhere. But can you bring it back? Please try to survive and dig up 30 complete gold mines. As soon as the system notification came down, the atmosphere around Tu Mingming changed instantly. The light was originally golden, but the next second it became cold. Everyone be alert. Change your state. Wenbai immediately noticed that the situation was not good, and loudly reminded everyone, while taking a bite of the pear quickly. Why eat cabbage when there is a higher bonus? The other 3 people also reacted quickly. Those who eat pears, and those who eat cabbage eat vegetables. After changing their states, the 4 people subconsciously backed each other and formed a circle. The golden light was still there, and the mine was ready. But no one dared to act rashly. 3 seconds later, the first batch of adventurers came. It was sheep. They bleated one by one. So cute. But they would spray a kind of silk from their mouths. If you don't pay attention. Did the sheep marry the silkworm? After Wu Jing dodged a piece of silk, he couldn't help but complain. The lamb was fast, and the silk was even faster. Tu Mingming didn't have time to speak, and kept dodging. While dodging, she also needed to act in time to kill the lamb. However, the lamb was too fast. It felt faster than the sheep they turned into. Tu Mingming clenched the crossbow in her hand. This thing is more labor-saving than a big knife. She didn't have any close combat ability to begin with, and all the skills she learned from the free training she attended every month in the community were not that great, and she could barely protect herself. Now I have learned a lot in the game. Even so, facing the faster-running silk sheep, Tu Mingming still had a hard time dealing with it. Therefore, using more convenient weapons can also save more effort and make the battle more convenient. Everyone was very fast, and they changed different buffs one after another, and then started the battle. The silk sheep were fast, and there were many of them. Therefore, Wenbai had no time to command, and everyone rushed forward. At this time, there was a countdown in the upper right corner of Tu Mingming. Please eliminate 90 spider silk sheep within 90 seconds. Tu Mingming, 1 per second? So, it is normal for the system to remind you to form a team. If you come in alone, it is not easy to complete such a task even if you kill yourself. Right? That is not right. Hot weapons can be used, but the purchase is limited. When everyone found the countdown, they all sped up their speed. Although Tu Mingming had a hard time fighting. After all, the speed was fast and the task was tight. But it was still manageable. 90 spider silks. Everyone successfully eliminated them in 85 seconds. The countdown ended, and everyone had 15 seconds to rest. This made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. The physical energy consumed was not small, but the time was short, and there was no need to drink water or the like. Tu Mingming quickly drank 2 sips of the energy drink. She was not strong enough, so she could only use other things to make up for it. Wu Jing took a look and drank 2 sips as well. Song Shun and the others wanted to drink, but the countdown was over. A new wave of spider monkeys came. So, can they stop spitting silk? Is this the Ponzi cave we entered? Have they all been assimilated by the spiders? Oh my god. Don't get tangled up in this silk. My cooling suit has even had a hole burned in it. Friends complained as they played, reminding their teammates from time to time of things they need to pay attention to. For example, the silk spit out by the spider silk sheep or monkeys is extremely corrosive. Even the cooling suits produced by the system can easily have a big hole burned in them. Song Shun's clothes had a hole burned in them, and the high temperature rushed in through the hole, making him feel the heat. But it was okay. It was just a small hole. Song Shun thought that he could still resist, because time was tight. The task was heavy, and he had already completed his suicidal task today. So, he didn't need to provoke for the time being. Just fight monsters honestly. Every time a monster died, the system points dropped. Today, His luck was not good. Although the system dropped points. They were all 0.2 or 0.3. It took half a day to get 1 point. At that time, he had killed more than a dozen monsters. The second batch of spider monkeys. A total of 120. The system stipulated that the time was 120 seconds. Oh my god. Speed. It's killing me. Wu Jing shouted. And then he went into battle with his 2 swords. The spider monkey's fighting power is not strong. And its speed is not fast. But it is agile, and has a high dodge rate. Wu Jing likes to use a knife. And a long knife. Because it is fun to chop. At this time, 1 knife is not enough. So he went up with 2 swords. Song Shun's fighting power is also good. Although he is a Nani in reality. But sometimes when fighting, there is no one to guard the Nani. And the Nani has to be used as a warrior. Therefore, he is good at close combat. When Bai's combat power is weaker than the other 2. However, they are all better than Tu Mingming. Tu Mingming is a wild fighter, and has no rules in her fighting. But because she has no rules, even the spider monkey can't predict her next move. To be honest, even Tu Mingming herself can't predict it. Tu Mingming's surprise attack caused the spider monkey's formation to be broken into pieces in a short time. Once the team is dispersed, the opponent becomes very easy to fight. Watching the battle between the 4 people, the people in the monitoring department were almost unable to see enough. Wu Jing is not bad. Even if his superpowers cannot be used temporarily, his combat power is still sufficient. So, even if he has superpowers, it is not all good. Don't fall behind in your own functions. What are you talking about? Song Shun is not bad either. It seems that everyone's Nani is not good enough to protect this child. So this child has no sense of security. Haha. When Bai is also okay. He is different from Song Shun. He is purely a logistics person. Look at his skills. He must have practiced a lot in normal times. When Bai's daily training attendance is always full. And he is famous for being the best. Ming Ming is not bad either. Ordinary people only have community training a few times a month. And whether to go or not is entirely voluntary. This child is very diligent, and willing to endure hardships in the game. He is a good seedling. Tu Mingming couldn't hear everyone's discussion. She was so busy that she didn't even have time to pick up her bag. Tu Dezhuang saw that the situation was not right. So he also increased his speed. Tu Dezhuang's hard tactical missile. This place is good today. Shining with gold. It likes it very much. After it kills these monkeys, it will go to mine. This mine is good. This mine is expensive. And can be exchanged for large stakes. 4 people and 1 dog successfully eliminated the spider monkeys in 100 seconds. Another wave of physical consumption. The 4 people are now slightly tired. However, the system will not give them too much time. At this time, there is a rest countdown in the upper right corner of theirs. 20 seconds. The good news is that it is 5 seconds longer than the first time. The bad news is that these 5 seconds are not enough time to even drink a sip of water. At this time, the surface temperature of the gold mine cave was 62 degrees above zero. Song Shun's cooling suit had a hole just now. He originally wanted to make do with it. And he didn't have time to change clothes. But it was this hole that made him sweat all over in the battle just now. Now his head and face were covered with sweat. And he couldn't even breathe freely. It was just a hole. This forced Song Shun to spend a huge amount of money to buy another one. If he didn't buy it, he was afraid that he would not be able to finish the next wave of monsters, and would be directly heated. Chapter 68. Song Shun changed his clothes quickly. And because it was too hot, he drank half a bottle of water. There was no time, so he could only drink it roughly. As soon as he put down the bottle, the next batch of monsters came. The next batch. Looks cute. A green peacock with a human face. Everyone. Please don't make the beautiful peacock look weird. Everyone didn't have time to complain. Because 100 peacocks need to be killed in 100 seconds. If anyone was a second slower, they would have been wiped out. Wasting a treasure map. So, what else can we do? Kill! Tu Mingming felt that her crossbow was about to smoke. Fortunately, this thing is very convenient to operate. Otherwise, well, the hand can directly press the bald skin. Tu Dazhuang also felt that today's task was a bit too heavy. Is it necessary to pay such a high price to eat steak? There are so many golden mines that cannot be mined. It's hard for me. A little dog? Tu Dazhuang got angry. And then he tore 2 peacocks with his claws. seeing the feathers of the green peacock flying all over the sky. Tu Dajwang felt. Hey! It's actually quite fun. Huh? It just chased the feathers that fell from the green peacock. Tu Mingming. She didn't think of persuading him. What's wrong with the dog? It's just curious. Don't mention Tu Dajwang. If he didn't have a mission, and if time was not limited, Tu Mingming would also want to collect a few peacock tail feathers. They are really beautiful. If only they didn't have human faces. Because Wu Jing was live streaming. Everyone in real life also saw this scene. The first part was okay. And everyone could barely accept it. After all, some mutant plants in real life don't look particularly normal. As everyone watched, their psychological tolerance increased. But please don't let the peacock have a human face. Please. We also have a bottom line. Okay. Help me. How can I look at peacocks in the future? Although there are not many normal peacocks now. There are still some. Okay? And we still have old videos and pictures. Ah. How can I look at peacocks with a normal mind? So, do people on Andromeda have no aesthetic sense? You can't do it. Just come to Blue Star to buy some original artists. Please. My eyes hurt. Netizens are begging people on Andromeda to face up to their own aesthetic sense like crazy. When the people in the monitoring department saw this scene, they also felt as if something was blocking their chest. It was uncomfortable. If you say it, they can't hear you. If you don't say it, you will feel uncomfortable. It's killing me. So, why do you think a peacock can have a human face? Or, why do humans have a peacock's body? What's the logic? No matter how many mutant animals mutate, they can never mutate into human faces. At this time, the netizens on Andromeda did not hear the demands of the netizens on Blue Star. They were even quite happy. Hey! This is the winning work of last year's calligraphy and painting competition? Awesome. It was requisitioned by AI. A lot of copyright fees. Right? Wow. His painting is very good. I don't paint so beautifully. The tail feathers are so real. I want to touch them. I heard that a company is preparing peripherals. As long as they are not too ugly, I will place an order. If the netizens on Blue Star see that the people on Andromeda have such unconventional aesthetics, I guess they will break their defenses again. 100 green peacocks with human faces are not so easy to kill. Because the chaos is really not just talk. Although they only have one dog, it is also troublesome when it jumps. Tu Dajwang dived into the peacocks. And the peacocks waved their tail feathers and ran around. The feathers fell off. And then flew away. The scene was unimaginable. Tu Mingming and the others had to shoot accurately, ensuring that at least one peacock with a human face died every time they shot. Within the limit of 100 seconds. 4 people and 1 dog successfully killed all 100 peacocks. After killing them, they collapsed to the ground because they were exhausted without even picking up their bags. Damn it. If I keep working like this, I feel like I'm going to collapse. Wu Jing wiped the sweat roughly and drank water in big gulps. Song Shun also wiped the sweat from his head and complained, I'm actually fine. But it's hot. Who the hell is so nice that the surface temperature has reached 75 degrees? Yes. Yes. They have cooling clothes that ignore the temperature. But visual heat is also a kind of heat. Every time Song Shun saw the current temperature reminder, he felt that he started to sweat. It was a conditioned reflex of the body to normal temperature. It doesn't mean that having a cooling suit will do the trick. He actually felt quite comfortable. But he felt very hot inside. When Bai didn't say much, his physical strength was not as good as the 2 people. And he was drinking energy drinks at the moment. Just drinking water was no longer enough. He couldn't keep up with the physical strength. And he didn't want to be a drag. At the same time, he also needed to pay attention to Tu Mingming's situation. How was the girl's physical condition and mood? The 3 of them were at least employees of the security department. And even if he didn't go out on field work, he had time for daily training. So, with this intensity, it is still possible to hold on. However, Tu Mingming is just an ordinary person. Moreover, the other party just became an adult this year, and is still a child. Seeing Tu Mingming also gulping down the energy drink, Wen Bai breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she just sat there, and didn't give up directly. It seems that her emotions are relatively stable, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Wen Bai felt relieved after seeing this, and also drank water in big gulps. As soon as he drank it, he found something wrong. Why does the countdown look so long? 600 seconds? A full 10 minutes? This is not normal. The rest time before was calculated on time. The 20 seconds was to accommodate them, because they had to complete many levels. Now that they were given 10 minutes directly, Wenbai felt that something was wrong and told the others in the team about it. Wu Jing also saw this, and was still thinking about it. She didn't speak at the first time, because she didn't want to cause too much panic to her friends. Now that Wenbai said it, she frowned. I feel something is wrong. I always feel that the system is not holding back its farts. This sentence, no one knows where Song Shun's funny spot is, made him lie there laughing. To put it more exaggeratedly, he laughed so hard that the earth trembled. Everyone, the friends, looked at him helplessly. Song Shun felt embarrassed to be looked at, and finally got up swiftly, and after pretending to count with his fingers, he said, "Come on, let me, a god, calculate it. I guess the next level will not be easy. Friends, do you need to calculate it?" The system almost slapped them in the face with the word ill-intentioned. So, everyone knows that there will be problems in the next level. Otherwise, how could they rest for so long? The problem is that they have no experience to refer to. What else can they do now? Wenbai thought for a long time and sighed. Take it one step at a time. Don't panic. At most, we will waste a map. Isn't there another one in Das Han? Let's go out and find materials, and come back after we have collected them. The others thought about it, and felt that there was no other way. Everyone nodded and ate some more. Tu Dazhuang ate 9/10 of a large pork chop himself. As for where the remaining 10th went, Tu Mingming used it to test the poison. Tu Mingming, you should pamper your own dog. If she doesn't say anything, the dog won't eat it. So what can be done? Even if she only took a bite to prove that she had eaten it, Tu Dazhuang would be willing to eat it. Wenbai looked at it, and couldn't help laughing. Dazhuang is quite nice. He's afraid that you'll be hungry. Tu Mingming? So, can it be understood in this way? It's not just to let her test the poison? Unfortunately, Tu Dazhuang was showing off his pork chops, and didn't even look at her. However, thinking about it, Tu Mingming felt warm in her heart. 10 minutes is a long time. But it's also a short time. Everyone took a short break, adjusted their physical strength, and the 10 minutes were up. The next level, for human-faced pufferfish, came out. Tu Mingming was already desperate for the aesthetics of Fairy Star. In addition, I had seen these fathead fishmen when I went to the first coal mining company before. So, now I can still accept it psychologically. And I don't feel that it's unbearable to watch or that it's irritating. Song Shun rubbed his eyes, and then mumbled something. When he opened his eyes again, he found that the world had not changed. The middle school boy was quietly autistic. After the human-faced fathead fish came out, he walked towards the 4 friends with a smile. Friends, don't come over here. They were obviously resisting in their hearts. But they couldn't resist the task. Before fathead fish arrived, Wenbai reminded everyone, it might be a test. If it doesn't work, chat in the group privately. Don't do it yourself. After Wenbai finished speaking, he didn't forget to add one more sentence, especially you. Das Hun. Song Shun, okay. Blah blah. The god who controls the answering questions. Please come. Tu Mingming was a little nervous after hearing what Wenbai said. She only finished high school. The state only supports them until they are 18 years old. After that, they need to integrate into society and find ways to study on their own. Of course, those who are particularly good at studying and can get scholarships can continue to study because they don't need to worry about money. However, if the grades are average and the family conditions are not good enough, like Tu Mingming, they can postpone the college entrance examination time or apply for a leave of absence after the exam. When you have enough money, you can report to the university. Tu Mingming took the college entrance examination and was admitted to an ordinary university. However, she had no money to study. So, as soon as she turned 18, she couldn't wait to ask the community to help her find a job, just to make money to go to university. She applied for a leave of absence in advance on the school website, and the tentative time was half a year. After half a year, she rushed to enroll in the second half of the semester. If she couldn't keep up, she might have to repeat a grade. You read it right. You can repeat a grade in university. Among the 4 people, Song Shun is about the same age as Tu Mingming, but they had entered the safe place early, and were undergoing individual training and study. So, there must be no problem with their knowledge base. But Tu Mingming was not sure. Hearing Wenbai say that this level might require an exam, Tu Mingming unconsciously became nervous. Tu Mingming thought, don't test me on things I don't know. Otherwise, it's definitely over. Chapter 69. The four people looked at the fat-headed fishman nervously as he walked towards them. Soon, the four-headed fish walked towards the four people. Tu Mingming clenched her fists nervously. And then, she entered a special area. She could still see her teammates, but she couldn't hear the outside world. It seemed that there was a special barrier that sealed her and the fathead fish here. She could see the outside world, but she couldn't hear the outside world. Tu Mingming quietly tried to move forward, but she could only walk 3 steps to the left or right, and she couldn't move any further. She took a step, but she was standing still. Is it really a barrier? Apparently, the other teammates in the team also discovered something. Everyone was talking in the team voice channel. Song Shun was surprised and was the first to speak. Oh my god. Even if they want to prevent us from cheating, they don't have to do this. We can just shout in the team. Wenbai thought that things might not be that simple. So he reminded everyone, we still need to be vigilant and see what happens. Wu Jing didn't want to make everyone worry. So he simply said, don't worry. I'm fine. Tu Mingming also said the same thing as Wu Jing. Everyone was fine for the time being. And Fathead Fish didn't make it difficult for them. The most important thing was that they couldn't see the previous countdowns. About half a minute passed, and Fathead Fish handed a test paper to Tu Mingming. Tu Mingming's first reaction was not to look at the test paper, but to take a look at the team channel. Everyone should talk as soon as the test papers are handed out. However, when Tu Mingming clicked on it, she found out. Everyone is muted. Tu Mingming. Okay. I'm on guard against them. The same is true for the text channel. After Tu Mingming finished typing, it showed that the signal was disconnected and the transmission failed. It's confirmed that it will be difficult for them to cheat on this question. I just don't know what the consequences will be if the answer is wrong or the answer is not qualified. Tu Mingming thought a lot, but quickly sorted out her emotions. She had to make sure she didn't fall behind. God bless. Don't let it be a particularly difficult question. Tu Mingming muttered quietly, and then looked down at the test paper. After the test paper was handed out, Fathead Fish gave them another set of tables and chairs. Tu Mingming glanced at the other teammates. They also had one. And then she sat down. It's not that she didn't have a guarded heart, but seeing that Song Shun and Wenbai had sat down, nothing unexpected happened. So she sat down too. Sure enough, nothing happened. After sitting down, I can finally look at the test paper. Tu Mingming was happy when she saw it. Her test paper questions may be exaggerated to say that they are simple, but they are really not difficult. They are all about the knowledge after entering the game. The price of first level iron ore in the mall is A. 1 point, B. 2 points, C. 3 points. It is not even a fill-in-the-blank question, but a multiple-choice question. Although Tu Mingming dug less first level ore, Tu Dajwang dug more. So, this question is easy to answer. The price of the milk-flavored small cake in the mall is. It's still a multiple-choice question. Tu Mingming's first reaction was to answer the question. She had eaten it before. The cheap 2-point small cake, which was her main ration in the early stage. After answering, she realized that she could check the mall. Then she found out. The mall is under maintenance. Okay. Maintenance for the 4 of them? Tu Mingming quietly looked at the 4 teammates. However, at this time, the 4 of them were sitting in a 4-corner cross position. She had her back to her teammates. Even if she turned her head to look, if the other teammates didn't look back, their eyes wouldn't meet. When Tu Mingming turned around to look, the others didn't turn around, and they were all trying to answer the questions. Tu Mingming didn't dare to be proud, and continued to answer the questions honestly. The questions were very simple. At least for Tu Mingming. They were really easy questions. The multiple-choice questions were almost all about the prices of items in the mall. Although Tu Mingming didn't dare to guarantee that she knew it 100%. However, Tu Mingming knew everything it tested. After the multiple-choice questions, there are essay questions. These questions are about the special characteristics of these creatures in the mine. For example, what are the characteristics of the mine sparrow? What about the mine chicken? Tu Mingming recalled that when she attacked them, she received the prompts from the system, and added her own summary to fill the test paper. Anyway, this is an essay question, and if you answer it correctly, you should get extra points. Right? Write more. Maybe you will come across one of them. Tu Mingming wrote quickly. After writing, she checked it again. Then, he quietly turned his head to look at other partners. Wu Jing turned his head at this time and found Tu Mingming looking at him. Wu Jing showed a smile that was uglier than crying. Tu Mingming? It shouldn't be. The items in the mall are not difficult to ask. Even if you don't know all of them, you should know the prices of 80% of the items. It's either bread, water, or functional drinks. And fruits. These are things that everyone eats and uses frequently, or pays more attention to. People like Tu Mingming, who don't browse the mall much, know the prices of these items. Wu Jing fights and kills every day, so he has a greater need for these things. It is impossible for him not to know. This made Tu Mingming a little confused. She thought about it and made a cheering gesture to Wu Jing. Wu Jing. Wu. Help me. How the hell can I answer these questions? Not only is she worried, but the monitoring department and netizens who are watching her live broadcast at this time are more worried than her. Completely different from Tu Mingming's test paper that is like a free score. The difficulty index of the questions on Wu Jing's test paper cannot be said to be rising in a straight line. All I can say is that there is no way for people to survive. How many continents are there on Andromeda? What season is the Golden Crow Sunset City on Andromeda in now? There was a flood on Andromeda last year. What was the tool that went viral during the rescue? Wu Jing. She just wanted to ask. Are these questions really for her to answer? The monitoring department was also quite speechless at this time. On the bright side, we can at least get a lot of information from these questions. Such as Andromeda is very big. There was a flood last year. And there is a global extreme sports event every 3 years. The question is, what should Wu Jing and the others do? If they can't answer this, won't there be any problems? I think Mingming seems to be in a relaxed state. She just cheered Wu Jing on. That kid just graduated from high school. Forget it. I don't dare to think about it. There is a treasure map around. If it doesn't work, they can look for it again. Life is more important. The people in the monitoring department can only have fun and misery. Netizens are much more straightforward. I laughed at this. Does the system want them to die? If you don't want to give the treasure, just say so. Why do you have to go through so much trouble? First, they fight monsters non-stop. And then, there is a wave of group annihilation problems. Ha! Andromeda. Good job. Domestic netizens mock Andromeda for being unkind, while worrying about their compatriots. People in the international community don't have such a psychological burden. Especially our country, which has been chilled by the pollution rain, is now like a mad dog, biting whoever it meets. Now it doesn't even care about its wild father, and has already bitten it several times. After the pollution rain, the population of country has decreased again. Not only that, many people are seriously ill now, and some of the rich and powerful have been sent to other countries for treatment. Ordinary people who have no money and power can only lie in their own country's hospitals, either waiting for international rescue and medicine, or waiting to die, because the beds in their own hospitals are tight, and the medicines are insufficient. There are no medicines for the damage caused by this kind of pollution rain, and they can only use some similar medicines based on their shallow experience to reduce the pain of patients. It's not a pleasant feeling to lie in the hospital and wait for death. They thought, since they are already a broken jar, they might as well break it. Now they really feel comfortable when they see who is not doing well. In the morning, they just attacked their wild father, Country S. Now they saw that the members of Country A seemed to have encountered difficulties, and they mocked them again. Then, as expected, they were chased and scolded by netizens from Country A. Tu Mingming didn't know about these things. She had finished answering the questions, and checked them twice to make sure there were no problems. I have answered all the questions I know, and I really don't know the ones I don't know. I guessed randomly for the multiple choice questions, and wrote randomly for the essay questions. Tu Mingming quickly chose to hand in the paper. And then, the fathead fish marked it on the spot. Tu Mingming. It's so exciting. 1 minute later, the system broadcast came. Congratulations on passing the exam. Please continue to work hard to survive. The fathead fish disappeared quickly. And the tables, chairs and barrier went with them. They turned their fat heads and disappeared in an instant, leaving Tu Mingming with a golden treasure chest. Emperor of Europe. Please love me. Tu Mingming didn't know whether she was European or European now. However, she murmured softly and chose to open the treasure chest now. The treasure chest was inside. Why didn't she open it? Can she save it? She didn't have that kind of collecting habit. So, open it. Congratulations on getting Universal Shovel *1. Universal Shovel. This is an all-purpose repairer. You can use it to repair any item you want to repair. It can only be used twice a day. Please cherish it. There is a manual at the back, which records in detail what the Universal Shovel can repair. This includes pickaxes and safe houses. However, safe houses have repair requirements. It doesn't mean that if your safe house is about to rot, you can use the Universal Shovel, and it will be fixed. Tu Mingming is not surprised about this. However, what surprised Tu Mingming is, the Universal Shovel can repair the durability of the pickaxe. Unlike lubricants, which can only repair 18 at a time, it can directly repair the durability of the pickaxe to the full amount of 100. Tu Mingming. The family members have earned money. Although it is only twice a day, it is very useful. Also, if she only uses it, it is enough. Although it is uncertain whether the other 3 teammates can get the same reward. But, as long as one more teammate gets this item, then they don't have to worry about the durability of the pickaxe for the day, and can mine without any worries. Chapter 70. Thinking of mining, Tu Mingming looked to both sides. Then she found her teammates were still answering questions. Tu Mingming? The questions are very simple. So why haven't they come out yet? Could it be because people don't pay much attention to the mall and buy less things? Tu Mingming didn't understand. However, she didn't want to waste time. So, she took the pickaxe and started working. When Tu Dajwang saw her working, he also worked. One person and one dog. One swings a pickaxe. The other swings a claw. Both are quite fast. Tu Mingming didn't broadcast live, but Wu Jing did, so she could be given some shots. This made everyone in the monitoring department feel complicated. Mingming is amazing. That's right. If you fail to answer the questions, you won't be allowed to leave. And you have to answer again. And the questions are not repeated. So you can't guess different answers every time. Do you think there is a possibility that Mingming's questions are different from theirs? That shouldn't be the case. Is the game still double standard? Everyone just guessed and quickly studied how to answer these questions. Unfortunately, it was useless to study and couldn't help the players. However, we can learn a lot of information about Andromeda from the questions. Everyone quickly recorded it. And at the same time, they also needed to worry about Wu Jing and the others. Wu Jing was answering the questions for the 3rd time. The first 2 times, he scored more than 10 points. Not even 20 points. This is also normal. How could she know about the Andromeda? If she really knew, wouldn't she be a walking 500,000? I don't know. I can't answer. It all depends on luck. In the end, I didn't guess it right. After the 3rd time, Wu Jing's mentality collapsed a little. She turned her head and saw Tu Mingming mining. Wu Jing. Is Mingming so powerful? At that second, Wu Jing's eyes widened as wide as possible. She wanted to cheat, although it was shameful. But in the game, it was okay to get out. As a result, she found that Tu Mingming couldn't hear her when she spoke. So, the barrier's anti-cheating effect is quite good? Damn! How could she know that Lingnan City on Fairy Star held several sports games last year? When Bai discovered before Wu Jing that Tu Mingming was already mining, he guessed that Mingming's paper should be different from theirs. When Bai has been recording data on Mingming's luck and has also made some analysis. Although, Song Shun seems to have the best luck in his team. However, according to the data recorded by Wen Bai, he thought Mingming had the best luck. So, Wen Bai was not surprised that she was the first to answer the simple questions. He also tried to cheat. But it didn't work. After trying several times and failing, Wen Bai's heart died, and he began to study the questions honestly. Although they didn't know about the Andromeda. But after answering the questions several times, they could still get a lot of information from many questions. Summarizing these and conducting some data theory analysis, the score might be increased. Wen Bai passed this point and broke through the 50-point mark when he answered the question for the 5th time. He was just a little bit away from passing. He re-recorded and organized the records, praying that he would be able to pass it next time. At this time, Tu Mingming was still mining. She not only mined the 30 gold mines required by the task, but also mined some for her teammates. She was afraid that after her teammates came out, they would enter the cycle of killing monsters again and would not have time to mine. So, dig. After mining 120 pieces of mines, no teammate came out. Tu Mingming also tried to communicate with her teammates. Unfortunately, everyone lip-synced for a long time, but there was no result. Finally, she gave up and thought that she should mine more. When she was tired of mining, she would stir-fry cabbage and sell pears. Coincidentally, durian was ripe. This thing. Tu Mingming also ate it once after entering the game. She picked one from her own tree after hearing the introduction of durian. It is said that the tree-ripened ones are the most delicious. Moreover, the durian she picked was the kind with plump six-chamber flesh. The introduction said that durian in this shape is the top grade. This thing smells a bit strange, but it tastes great and sweet. It is said that before the wasteland world, it was a high-sugar fruit. People who are losing weight have to restrain themselves from eating it even if they like it. Tu Mingming has never eaten anything good, and she has no body anxiety. So, she ate it freely. Moreover, there are friends. Even if the 6 rooms have good meat, they still have to share it with the other 3 friends and a dog. However, the feeling of opening a durian is quite exciting. Before opening it, you never know what is inside. The introduction said that it could be a big piece of meat with thin skin and thick flesh. Or it could be durian candy. Tu Mingming thought for a while about what durian candy looks like. Finally, after a while of reaction, she found that it was an empty package or a small piece of meat. When Tu Mingming opened the durian, Tu Dajwan was already standing there waiting, and his saliva was almost uncontrollable. Wen Bai was also looking at her. The 6th time to answer the questions. Failed again. 58 points. Just 2 points short. After answering the questions many times, they had a break. Of course, they needed to apply, and each break could be up to 2 minutes. Wen Bai decided to take a 2-minute break to sort out the information and psychology. He had to face the exam with a positive attitude. Otherwise, he would never pass. When he stopped and sorted out the information, he saw Tu Mingming opening a durian. This made Wen Bai envious. He thought, how great it would be if he had such luck. However, he soon thought that such luck was quite suitable for Mingming. The little girl was young, and it was not easy for her to survive in the game. Having good luck was a help to her. The golden durian flesh was indeed tempting. Wen Bai couldn't help swallowing his saliva, listening to the countdown of the exam, and retracted his gaze. Tu Mingming had already taken a bite of durian flesh. Her durian flesh also had attributes, and it was higher than that of pears and lasted longer. She took only 1 bite, and then saw the corresponding information pop up in front of her. Luck plus 20. Lasts for 60 minutes. The value increases, and the time is extended. Tu Mingming thinks durian is really a good thing. She is even reluctant to take another bite. Although it tastes good, it is a waste to eat too much. If she wants to eat it, she can go to the mall and buy the ordinary ones. Although the taste may be worse than the one in her hand. But, with such good properties, who would be willing to make it? Moreover, this thing seems to be able to be processed further. Will the properties be improved after processing? Tu Mingming was curious, and she followed the instructions provided by the durian and prepared to carry out the deep processing operation. After peeling the 6-room durian flesh, Tu Mingming chose a relatively simple dessert in the production method. Durian 1000 layers. After watching the production video and instructions, Tu Mingming felt that she was terribly strong. Then, she got started. First, the crust. Her all-purpose frying pan played a good role at this time. However, in addition to the crust, you also need to buy milk and eggs from the mall. And buy an egg beater, because you need to beat the cream later. All of which are necessary. Fortunately, these most basic things are not expensive. After buying them, Tu Mingming started working directly. Wen Bai waited until the 9th test and finally passed. 62 points. Floating low. But fortunately, he passed. This made him breathe a sigh of relief. Wen Bai, who successfully came out, also got a treasure chest. He didn't have time to open it. And seeing Tu Mingming busy, he hurried over to help. At this time, Wu Jing's live broadcast had already expired, and she was still answering questions. The last score was 36 points. Although Wu Jing also thought of Wen Bai's method, but she really didn't have the brain to study. Save her life. Song Shun didn't have it even more. He also took 8 exams, and the most recent one was 23 points. This was the result after he calculated and threw a note to draw the lot himself. Both of them fell into deep despair. But they did not give up easily. Wu Jing continued to summarize, fearing that he would forget something, and wrote down everything he could think of. At this time, Tu Mingming had already made the 1,000-layer pie crust. After using tools to press it to ensure that they were all the same size and in good shape, he prepared to beat the cream and durian meat. Wenbai came to help, which relieved Tu Mingming's pressure. Wenbai saw that Tu Mingming was busy, and guessed something, and asked softly, "This is attributes?" Tu Mingming nodded hurriedly. Wenbai thought for a moment and asked again, "What is on your paper?" Tu Mingming didn't think much and replied seriously, "The price of items in the mall." Wenbai, the hanging heart can finally die. Although he had some guesses, when he really heard it, his mentality was still a little broken. However, Wenbai tried to adjust himself. The problem was that at this time, Tu Mingming asked in confusion, "Aren't you?" Wenbai showed a smile that was uglier than crying, "I'm not." Then, he described his papers in detail. Tu Mingming was confused after hearing this. "Ah? Everyone's papers are different. No wonder she came out early." It turned out to be lucky. Although Wenbai complained, he did not delay his work. He helped Tu Mingming whip the cream and mash the durian meat. Then he watched Tu Mingming spread a layer of cake, a layer of cream, and a layer of durian meat. After the production was completed, Tu Mingming cut the prepared hair layer into 6 small pieces. Tu Mingming calculated the production cost while putting one of the pieces on a small plate and handed it to Wenbai. Try it, and see the status. The status of this one on my head is very good, and I don't want to use it for the time being." Tu Mingming was originally worried about her luck value buff. However, experiments always require sacrifices. Now that Wenbai has come out, Tu Mingming has another experimental target. Let him try. Chapter 71. Wenbai did not refuse. You know, not everyone can be Tu Mingming's guinea pig. So, if there is an opportunity, you have to grab it. And the durian 1,000 layers looks delicious. This thing doesn't really test cooking skills, so there is no need to worry about it not being delicious. Moreover, the butter is whipped by myself, and the durian meat is pounded by myself, so it shouldn't be a big problem. With this idea in mind, Wenbai took the small piece given by Tu Mingming. After taking a bite, it was mellow and sweet. The dense texture of durian flesh and the silky texture of cream, wrapped in the crust, gave people a very comfortable and soft food experience. The bite was not big, and Wenbai was just trying it, so it went into his stomach quickly. To be honest, it tasted really good. This durian tastes great. The dense texture, with a mellow and sweet taste. You can't eat this in reality. Wenbai didn't like this fruit very much before. Although he didn't eat it often, he didn't crave it. But now, take a bite. Enjoy it. Looking up again, Wenbai's eyes widened. Strength plus 20. Lasts for 60 minutes. The value of the status has increased. And the time has also increased. It has increased for a full half an hour. The problem is that this thing is a little troublesome to make. But dessert? In reality, everyone rarely has the opportunity to eat it. In the game, it must be more popular than stir-fried cabbage and meat. Wenbai quickly took a screenshot of his status and showed it to Tu Mingming. Not bad. The value is high, and the time is long. It can be sold at a good price. At least 68. Because there is cabbage for comparison. So after reference, we can use 68 as the base. Whether to increase it depends on Tu Mingming's own opinion. The things are hers, so she is the one who makes the decision. After Wenbai gave a suggestion, he looked at the position behind him with concern. Song Shun and Wu Jing were still answering questions. It was really worrying. After all, even he didn't know the cost of trial and error. Could it be that they would be stuck there forever? The two looked very serious, but they didn't know what the result would be. Wenbai thought, even if the process is very serious, sometimes the result may not be good. Because, that question, it is not what they, the Blue Star people, should answer. Asking them to answer a question about a planet they have never seen, let alone understood. Is this reasonable? Unfortunately, he submitted a bug, and the system ignored him. It seems that this is within the normal operating space of others. Thinking of this, Wenbai sighed lightly, and then swung the pickaxe. He carefully put the unfinished 1,000 layers into his backpack and put it away. After Tu Mingming conducted an experiment with Wenbai, she confirmed the properties and time issues, and then prepared to mass produce. Wenbai saw that she was busy again. and waved the pickaxe in his hand. I will dig enough for the task first, and then help you. Seeing this, Tu Mingming hurriedly took out some of the ore prepared for teammates from her backpack. I have dug it all, and there are still a lot left. I am just waiting to sell the rest to the mall after the task is handed in. At this point, Tu Mingming's eyes lit up. This ore is the same price as the top ore. We can dig more later. Thinking of this, Tu Mingming put away the tool she used to make durian lasagna and said seriously, the mine is still valuable. Let's dig first and make food later. Wenbai did not refuse. Tu Mingming had good intentions and helped her teammates dig. However, Wenbai thought that he should not take advantage of a little girl within his ability. She is just an ordinary person, and he is a superpower in reality. Is he still a human being if he takes advantage of the little girl's mind so openly? So, when Tu Mingming said they should dig together, Wenbai immediately nodded and joined. With the blessing of strength, Wenbai's speed was very fast. But, what can be done even if she is fast? Tu Mingming has the blessing of luck. When she digs a piece of ore, 2 or 3 pieces will drop, and the same number of companions will drop at the same time. Of course, Tu Mingming didn't say anything about the companions, so Wenbai didn't know. Even so, 3 or 4 pieces of ore dropped together are enough to make people envious. Wenbai kept telling himself that they were all teammates. So don't be jealous. It's useless. If it doesn't work, he can still eat another bite of chinchuang. But, it's such a waste. Is the strength not enough? He can easily dig out a large piece of the mine wall now. So, who says strength is useless? He dug, 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 dug. Hey! What did he dig? Wenbai suddenly stopped, and Tu Mingming didn't notice. Wenbai was not sure if this thing would be dangerous, so he reminded Tu Mingming. If something unexpected happened, they would still have time to run. Wenbai said loudly, and Tu Mingming was happily picking up 4 pieces of gold ore. 4 companions. There were big honey-glazed steaks in the companions, and they were super big pieces, 1 piece weighing 1 pound. Moreover, this was dropped in 2 companions. It looked fresh and delicious, and it seemed to taste good. Tu Mingming decided to eat this for lunch, hearing Wenbai reminding herself. Tu Mingming hurriedly responded loudly, and at the same time, she held the pickaxe in her hand. She decided that after digging this piece, she would step back 2 steps and stay away from Wenbai. She is not physically strong, so she must make plans in advance. Wenbai did not mind the little girl's behavior, and he was going to remind her. After Tu Mingming took several steps back, Wenbai stepped forward and carefully searched in the broken ore. Obtain pure or bead *1. Wenbai. It is a bead with a faint green light. However, it is what they need most. You know, Song Shun's treasure map is still in a state where the materials are incomplete and cannot be repaired. When they were on the road, they would touch the mineral grass from time to time to look for ore beads. But they were all ordinary. No top quality or pure ones were found. As a result, they found it here now? This treasure map is actually nested here? Could it be that if they don't enter this treasure map, they won't be able to find the subsequent materials? Wenbai was not sure, but he was also angry. After putting the things away, he showed them to Tu Mingming. Tu Mingming was also a little surprised. She subconsciously looked in the direction of Song Shun and found that he was throwing a small note. Okay, it's time for fate to decide the answer again. She had done this before when she was in school. Looking at this scene, she felt a little familiar. However, thinking about it again, Song Shun still had to rely on this to answer the questions. This round, he probably won't be able to get out again. In fact, Song Shun did not get out. However, the score in this round was barely good enough. 47 points. Compared with the previous 20 points, he really improved a lot. Song Shun roared a few times. Unfortunately, he was locked in the barrier, and Tu Mingming and the others couldn't hear him. Thinking of this, Song Shun became a little autistic again. He didn't know that although it was not his turn to broadcast on Blue Star, his teammates couldn't hear his voice. But Fairy Star still has live broadcast cameras. It was his turn now. Seeing him throwing small notes, pulling hair, and pulling fingers, Fairy Star netizens were full of questions. What does this mean? The legendary spell? Does it have anything to do with our mental power? Not sure. Let's wait and see. But, do you think Song Shun is like a puppy? If you want to rub his head, it will feel very prickly, but also very nice to touch. Front row. Don't say it. Don't say it. Song Shun, who had no idea that he had become an electronic dog and was rubbed by netizens from Fairy Star in various ways, started a new round of questions. At this time, the time for today was already halfway through. Tu Mingming's 1 hour luck blessing time has passed. During this hour, she has been digging non-stop. Of course, the harvest is very good. Once the task is completed, these ores can be sold in the mall, and thousands of points will be earned. At the same time, the companion also dropped a lot of things. Tu Mingming planted cherries, green onions, and celery in the gaps of the black soil. Tu Mingming wants to try everything she has never eaten in reality. At this time, some countries in the real Blue Star have begun to panic. The first country to find out something was wrong was Country D. After all the players in their country died, they experienced a particularly abnormal hailstorm. Then, their country discovered something. That is, they couldn't watch the live broadcast. If this was just a coincidence, it would make people wonder if it was a bug. Then after them, country are also experienced a terrible natural disaster. And then, they couldn't watch the live broadcast either. When everyone communicated internationally, they speculated whether they couldn't watch the live broadcast after all the players in their country died. After all, there are no players from their country participating in the competition. So why should they pay attention to these things? Some things may not feel bad when they are gone. But if they really lose them and others still have them, then these people will feel bad. In the past, they thought this game was a devil and didn't want to touch it. But now, they are looking forward to the game's preference so that they can watch the live broadcast again. Although there are no players in their country, there are still players in the homes of wild fathers and godfathers. They are filial sons. They want to watch the live broadcast and care about the situation at their father's home. Unfortunately, Fairy Star does not pay attention to their demands. I heard that our countrymen are now holding a formation to summon the evil god, trying to summon the customer service of Fairy Star. They should not be too outrageous. Do they really believe this? If they really believe this, how can they not believe in retribution? Whether they believe it or not, they are stubborn and don't say it. And we don't know? It's good that they can't watch the live broadcast. It's annoying to see their chicken feet remarks. At this time, there were 4 people in the game. Tu Mingming. And it was not her turn to live broadcast yet. Because it was noon, Tu Mingming stopped eating the 1,000 layers and prepared to eat lunch. At this time, even if she ate well, it would be a bit of a waste. The same was true for Wenbai. Considering the cooking skills, Wenbai took the initiative to take on the task of cooking, and also found some ingredients from his backpack. Tu Mingming was also very self-aware, and did not fight for it. She honestly helped and took out the big steak from her backpack. As soon as the fragrant big steak was taken out, Tu Dazhuang automatically followed and rubbed Tu Mingming's trouser legs with his cute little deer face, while looking at Wenbai with cold eyes. Wenbai, you still have to eat the meal I made at noon. Don't be too much. Tu Dazhuang. Chapter 72. Wenbai gritted his teeth and let Tu Dazhuang know who was the chef today. Unfortunately, Tu Dazhuang said with a cold face that he didn't understand, and kept rubbing his little face against Tu Mingming. Tu Mingming was tripped by him, and finally said helplessly, "Don't worry, Dazhuang. There are your steaks. Guaranteed to fill you up." Tu Dazhuang finally understood this time, stopped pestering him, found a place, and continued to dig honestly. Tu Dazhuang thought, "There is no free lunch in the world. My mother has given me meat. What's wrong with me doing some work? So, it digs. Have you ever heard of dog paddling? It can dig water. And it can also dig ore." Tu Mingming wanted to laugh while watching from the side. And then she looked at her 2 companions, who were still trapped in the examination room. And she couldn't help but worry. At this time, in the communication hall, players were still digging at the bottom of the mine, because the bottom of the mine exploded double. Tiger Pylon stir-fried chili. So why? You are so tight-lipped. The bottom of the mine is prone to double ore. And you didn't say a word? Zhuya, brothers in the front row, calm down a little. Why do you want to share such a good thing? Going to jump into the sea on Friday. Today's pear is delicious. This person is stupid. Good news. Good news. Hee hee. I won't tell you. Someone suddenly said in the communication hall that there was good news. But he said he was tight-lipped and didn't say the content. The smart people have already gone to the trading hall. Then I saw that Tu Mingming had added a new durian millefeuille. It's another food that can increase attributes, but the price is a little expensive. 68 points. However, the product description above is marked, and the duration is about 1 hour. In other words, it is equal to the time of 2 servings of Chinese cabbage. It seems to be appropriate after calculation. Besides, durian lasagna is a dessert. It is better than Chinese cabbage. Right? Some people hesitated for a moment and found out. It is out of stock. Julia? No. Boss. What do you need? Can't we prepare the ingredients ourselves? Friday going to jump into the sea, hee. I got 2 servings. The hand speed of being single for 37 years is not to be underestimated. Du Xianxian, hee. I got 3 servings. Unfortunately, there is a purchase limit. A maximum of 3 at a time. If you want to buy more, you have to refresh and start over. Otherwise, I will show you how fast I have been single for 19 years. There is no way. Young people are fast. Those who got the items were smug, while those who didn't got the items criticized them for showing off too much. And then, they just wanted the boss to put more on the shelves. You see, what we are saying is, if it really doesn't work, you can just put a bottle of durian sauce, which doesn't test your cooking skills. Right? Cocoon, that's a good idea. Tu Mingming saw most of these messages. However, she is cutting vegetables at the moment. Although she is not good at cooking, she is still okay at cutting vegetables. Although Wenbai also disliked it, he didn't show it. He thinks that people need to grow and improve. Tu Mingming is just young, and she will learn a lot of things when she grows up. So, don't be anxious. Children need encouragement. So, even if Tu Mingming's vegetables are not cut well, and the potato shreds are even cut into potato strips, Wenbai still praised her against his conscience. This is good. The knife skills have improved significantly. This is also very good. The slices are cut in place. Tu Mingming was embarrassed by the praise, and her mentality was slightly inflated. Then, she really tried the durian sauce. She felt that just beating durian into sauce was too confusing. She also added blueberries and strawberries to it. The colors were mixed together, and it looked like a magic potion. And it didn't taste very friendly. However, the properties were the same as the durian millefeuille. Although they were random, they were all buffs, and the duration was still 1 hour. Beating into sauce is much easier than making millefeuille. Tu Mingming felt that she had discovered a new business opportunity, and then she put it on the shelf to sell. Tu Mingming didn't have time to read what was going on in the communication hall. One reason was that Wenbai's meal was ready, and the other was that Wu Jing finally came out. As soon as Wu Jing came out, she sat on the ground and burst into tears. Wow! It's too difficult. It's really too difficult. I've never taken such a frustrating test in my life. Wow! Although Wu Jing was not a top student, she was not a bad student. Her grades were okay when she was in school. However, the test paper of Fairy Star was really life-threatening. When Tu Mingming saw Wu Jing crying, she rushed forward to comfort her. After comforting her for a long time, she found that she didn't shed a single tear. After a while, Wu Jing was still sitting there laughing. Mingming, I'm fine. Haha. I passed. 61 points. Damn. At the end, she gritted her teeth and added, great. After Wu Jing vented her emotions, she found that Song Shun hadn't come out yet. This made her stunned for a moment. De Shun, Wenbai had just finished cooking the last dish and put it on the plate, and nodded at the same time. He hasn't come out yet. Let's eat first. Although this is not very kind. They can't just not eat because Song Shun didn't come out. Right? It's still unknown what will happen next. Wu Jing didn't say much. Wenbai specially left a meal for Song Shun. Tu Dazhuang happily ate the steak. Wenbai fried 3 green vegetables, made 2 meat dishes, and mixed a fruit salad. The 3 of them ate happily and satisfied. After eating, there was nothing else to do. And Song Shun didn't come out yet. They should have to wait until all 4 of them cleared the level before they could proceed to the next half. So, the 3 of them decided to go mining. There are so many gold mines, and pure or beads will drop. When Wu Jing heard that Tu Mingming had already dug hundreds of them, and the total number of gold mines was about to exceed 1,000, he also felt a sense of urgency. After the 3 of them had dinner and rested for a while, they swung the pickaxe. Tu Mingming had an all-purpose shovel, and could repair the pickaxe twice a day. Although Wu Jing and Wenbai didn't have it, They had lubricants. So, it was enough. And they started digging. The three of them dug from dawn to dusk. And Song Shun hadn't come out yet. At night, the three of them were still unsure of the situation. So they decided to put the hut out first. They looked inside the hut to see if there were any monsters, and then decided whether to work the night shift. As it turned out, no! The night in the treasure map was safe. They could go out and continue mining. Wenbai didn't want everyone to be tired during the day tomorrow. So after thinking for a while, he said, "Let's mine until 12 o'clock. And when the pickaxe's durability is refreshed, or when it's gone, we can rest and get enough sleep, which will be more beneficial for us." Wu Jing and Tu Mingming naturally had no objection. The three stayed up all night to mine. And it was when Bai's turn to live broadcast. The people in the monitoring department watched the three people mining, and then looked at Song Shun, who was still locked in a separate barrier, and couldn't help but discuss it. This question is quite difficult. It's been a day, right? Song Shun hasn't come out yet. This is not good. When he comes back, we have to strengthen our cultural studies. Yes, when Bai and the others haven't learned these things either. They summarized their experience and extracted information from the questions. And they passed it. That's right. I have to study harder. Song Shun, who didn't know whether he could leave the game alive, but had been arranged to go back to the game, was taking his nth exam. He really worked hard. The score of the exam was already 52 points. It should be closer for him to get out. Even closer. There were rules in the exam room, and he couldn't look around. Even so, Song Shun still looked around secretly. His companions were all out, and they were still mining in the middle of the night. He was the only one left. His mentality was a little broken, but it was not a big problem. He could still do it. The problem was that the examination room was closed at 9 o'clock in the evening. Although Song Shun could not go out, he could choose to sleep. The system explained that we are a humane game, and will not force players to stay up late. Song Shun? Then you force me to answer questions? Anyway, I am not allowed to answer questions at night. Song Shun had no choice but to try to communicate with his friends. Unfortunately, lip reading is not good and gestures are not very useful. Because once Song Shun started to sign, he began to see double images in front of his eyes. Obviously, the game was preventing him from cheating. Song Shun, he wasn't. He didn't. He just wanted to communicate with his friends and ask them to wait, because victory was just around the corner. He would be out soon. After Tu Mingming and the others found that they couldn't communicate with Song Shun by sign language or lip language, they gave up temporarily. They just cheered Song Shun up. Unfortunately, Song Shun couldn't see it either, because the system was even more extreme, and directly gave him a mosaic. He really wasn't a cheater. Well, he actually had some thoughts in mind. But it shouldn't be that cruel, right? Song Shun quietly shut himself in and went to sleep. Tu Mingming and the others dug until midnight, and then went to sleep. Tonight, they slept in a straw hut, because there were no monsters outside, so they could observe the situation outside at any time. And they didn't need to be afraid of anything. The three of them slept well. After all, how could I not sleep well after a day of physical work? The next day, Tu Mingming was woken up by the sound of the system broadcast. System broadcast. Today's number of surviving players, 8583. The loss yesterday was not much, but it was not small either. After all, the base number of surviving players is smaller now. However, the troubles in this world have nothing to do with Tu Mingming and his friends for the time being. After getting up early and having a meal, Tu Mingming whipped some durian sauce, put some of it in the trading hall, and distributed some of it to his friends. Mining today requires physical strength and luck. So, eat it. Looking at the strange colored durian sauce, Wenbai sighed and thought, Ming is getting more and more confused. However, they really don't have much time to toss these. After all, there are so many gold mines. Wouldn't it be a pity not to dig? So, do it. Song Shun got up early to take the exam. After a morning of hard work, he finally came out, passing the exam. The moment the barrier disappeared, Song Shun was still a little dazed and didn't react. He sat there stupidly, and was about to say something when he heard the system broadcast. There are still 30 seconds before the next batch of adventurers arrive. Song Shun? I just came out. Chapter 73. The system doesn't care whether you just came out or just entered. Anyway, The next batch of adventurers will come in 30 seconds. You can fight or not. If you don't fight, we will be wiped out. Hee hee. Tu Mingming and the others are planning to mine more ores. Getting rich depends on mining. She still has a universal shovel now. It would be a waste if she doesn't mine. As a result, she has to fight monsters again. Woohoo! Hurry up and eat some durian sauce. Tu Mingming ate it in one bite, and saw the buff of adding 20 to her luck. She thought happily, and put some soy sauce in the durian sauce to taste it. Others? The 30 seconds were up soon. The next batch of adventurers finally became more normal. That is, they often encountered some mining chickens and the like after entering the game. After the mining chickens, there were mining ducks, and then sparrow snakes and the like. After defeating 6 batches of monsters in a row, they finally entered the literary test again. Song Shun's face was long at that time. Does this game not want me to live? Again? No matter how unwilling he was, he had to accept the reality. This time, the test was changed to the Minotaur. Seeing this, Song Shun gritted his teeth and whispered, "You are already green. And you still want to harm us? No way." Resistance was ineffective. They quickly repeated the previous routine, and were locked in the small examination room again. This time the exam. It is art. Tu Mingming? The game is going to kill me. How can she do this? The game requires drawing these bottom creatures, and only qualified ones can pass. Tu Mingming picked up the pen with trembling fingers, and then put it down silently. Wow. What should I do? There are so many gold mines that cannot be dug. She still has a universal shovel, which can be repaired. If it doesn't work, she has to bite the bullet at this time. Tu Mingming doesn't want to be locked up in this small examination room for a day and a night. Besides, the game says that it's okay. Then she should try her best. What if her stickman drawing skills are good enough? This is all uncertain. The aesthetics of the Andromeda can also be glimpsed through the settings of these monsters in the game. So, we can't think about these problems with normal people's ideas. Tu Mingming quickly persuaded herself to stop, then calmed down and started drawing stick figures. Yes, her drawing skills were only at the level of stick figures. Nothing more. Wu Jing. She was almost there. The live camera was on Wu Jing again. Seeing the stick figure she drew, the people in the monitoring department couldn't bear to watch anymore. Is this impossible to pass? This is terrible. I didn't know before that Wu Jing could draw like this. It's normal to be biased in one subject. Is it too biased? This martial arts bias has become the teacher's confidant, and the literary bias has become the teacher's confidant's biggest worry. Is there a certain nutritional imbalance? However, there is no way to adjust it now. However, what everyone never expected was, Wu Jing was the first to leave the examination room. Everyone. Tu Mingming was in second place. After Wu Jing dug more than 10 pieces of ore, Tu Mingming also came out. Because Tu Mingming did not have a turn to live broadcast, the monitoring department could not see her situation, and could only make some guesses through Wu Jing's camera. To be honest, Tu Mingming was still a little confused at this time, because even she herself didn't know how she passed the exam. How could she get 66 points for those stick figures she drew? Wasn't the game really a yin and yang to her? But she did pass. I don't understand. I really don't understand. Even though Tu Mingming had thought about it a long time ago, the aesthetics of the people on Fairy Star are different from their Blue Star. However, after the incident really happened, Tu Mingming still couldn't believe it. But, who cares? It's good to be able to come out to mine. Wu Jing was quite happy to see Tu Mingming come out. She said hello to Tu Mingming. And then, they started mining in 2 directions. The gold mine here is the same price as the top mine they dig daily. 8 points per piece. You earn money if you dig 1 piece. So, let's get started. Moreover, if you get the buff of plus 20 luck, it is very normal to drop 2 or 3 pieces of ore at a time. Sometimes, Wu Jing will even drop a companion. Of course, this only happens occasionally when the luck value is very high. Wu Jing doesn't have much hope for this. She feels that she prefers ore to companion. However, her luck is not that good. After eating a few mouthfuls of durian sauce, she only got a buff of 22 strength. Looking at the little durian sauce left, Wu Jing temporarily gave up wasting it and prepared to work directly with this buff. Tu Mingming's buff is no longer luck, but Radar 2.0. Although I don't quite understand it. It looks high-end at first glance. Anyway, it's good to use. In this way, Tu Mingming doesn't need to dig specifically. Her eyes are like X-rays, scanning the ground directly. This scan, it's quite eye-straining, because, in the ore, there are all kinds of fossils, bones, specimens, etc. There are also mineral beads, treasure chests. Tu Mingming? What is it? Treasure chest? Is that a treasure chest? Tu Mingming was not sure, seeing that the location was not particularly deep. She dug at this point. Tu Dazhuang was unwilling to fall behind and dug quickly with his claws. Tu Mingming moved forward at full speed, and Wu Jing refused to admit defeat. She thought that as a superpower, she could not lose to ordinary people even if she had no superpowers now. Right? So, she also started digging. 5 minutes later, when Bai and Song Shun had not come out yet. However, Tu Mingming guessed that when Bai was a very thoughtful and smart person, it would not take long for him to react, and he would be able to come out. The difficult one is Song Shun. Yes, it's him again. Tu Mingming didn't know when he would come out. 10 minutes later, Tu Mingming successfully dug up the treasure chest. She turned around excitedly, looked carefully, and called Wu Jing to come over to have a look. Wu Jing looked at the treasure chest and subconsciously said, "There won't be another treasure map." Tu Mingming? Tu Mingming's subconscious reaction was, "What ghost story are you talking about? Isn't one map enough? Besides, Song Shun has another one." However, looking at the gold mine in front of him, Tu Mingming thought again. It's not impossible, since the fortune depends on this little gold mine. What's wrong with more? The two people were excited and prepared to go forward to open the treasure chest. Tu Dazhuang found the box and jumped over reflexively. After seeing it, Tu Mingming hurriedly stopped him. "Dazhuang, don't move." "Tu Dazhuang? What's the matter? Is there a mine today? The dog must run away." Tu Dazhuang kicked his hoof and ran away very fast. When Tu Mingming reacted, it was even standing next to Wen Bai's examination room. Tu Mingming. She was speechless for a moment, but it did not affect the opening of the box. She rubbed her hands, exhaled, and imitated Song Shun, god of wealth. "Please favor me." Then, Tu Mingming stepped forward to open the box. When the box was opened, a wisp of black smoke directly hit Tu Mingming's face, which made her subconsciously close her eyes. When the black smoke cleared, Tu Mingming opened her eyes and found a key in the box. Tu Mingming? Not quite understanding. She hesitated for a moment and turned to look at Wu Jing. Wu Jing looked at Tu Mingming's dark face and almost laughed out loud. But then she thought about how she had been like this before, and finally spent points to buy cleaning beads in the mall to wash it off. And she couldn't laugh anymore. She also saw the key, thought about it and said, "How about I do it?" After hearing this, Tu Mingming shook her head. "Let me do it." The principle of proximity. Tu Mingming stepped forward after she finished speaking. She wanted to get a knife if she stuck her head out, and she would get a knife if she hit her head. At worst, she could just keep fighting monsters. After 2 days of fighting, Tu Mingming was almost numb. "Key, this is a key made of pure gold." Then, it was gone. Tu Mingming? She was puzzled. So she put the box away, and then walked to Wu Jing to share the news with her. The two of them looked at the key in various ways, but they couldn't see anything. Wu Jing finally scratched his hair in annoyance. "Could it be that we still need this key to get out?" Hearing her say this, Tu Mingming's eyes lit up. "It's not impossible." Wu Jing just said it casually. And now after hearing Tu Mingming's words, her face became more serious. "Then we must protect this key. Sheila, keep it quickly." Tu Mingming did not refuse, and quickly put the key away, and then used her radar 2.0 to take a closer look. Then she found that there was also a treasure chest where Wu Jing had dug before, and maybe there was a key. Tu Mingming talked to Wu Jing, and the two of them started digging along this position. When the new treasure chest appeared in front of him, Wu Jing wiped his face and looked at Tu Mingming's dark face. "I'll go this time." Tu Mingming only realized it at this time. She was still frowning. Wu Jing mentioned it casually just now, and the two of them were thinking about the key and didn't care about these. Now, forget it. Let's see if there is a key. Otherwise, the cleaning beads will be bought in vain. Although Tu Mingming is now very rich. But, no. She dug. Wu Jing was soon sprayed with black smoke in his face. And there was also a key inside. With the same explanation as the previous one. The two people didn't understand. and looked carefully through Tu Mingming's radar, and found that there were 2 treasure chests. But the location was a little deep. The 2 people made simple marks, and then started working. When the 2 people were digging, Wenbai finally came out. His brain turned quickly. After finding that he drew very well, but failed every time, he thought about the settings of these monsters in the game, and seemed to understand something. Then, he boldly tried it once. As a result, he passed the test and succeeded. He came out. After coming out, he looked again. Very good. Song Shun was left again. This person is straightforward, without too many tricks. Of course, he still has some cleverness. However, in this kind of thing, Wenbai always feels that Song Shun needs to turn around. Maybe he will have to wait until tomorrow again. Wenbai saw that the 2 girls were digging diligently, so he didn't waste much time. He stretched his arms a little, and took out the pickaxe. Chapter 74. Tu Mingming and Wu Jing turned their heads when they heard the noise, and Wenbai also looked over subconsciously. Then they met 2 little black faces. Wenbai! The expression on his face was too obvious, so the 2 girls understood. After understanding, Tu Mingming and Wu Jing were silent again. Who would have known that the black smoke in the treasure map could not be washed off by the condensed beads in the mall? The 2 of them used 3 in a row. If it weren't for Tu Mingming's large inventory, they would have lost a lot of points by now. The problem is, after using it 3 times, the 2 girls didn't show any sign of turning pale. Both of them were a little autistic just now. Could it be that they had to bear this sullen face until the end of the game? Or until death? If it really was until death, at least let them be decent? It was really sullen. It was terrible. At this time, meeting Wenbai's gaze, the 2 girls turned their heads away silently. Wenbai wanted to laugh, but was afraid of hurting the self-esteem of the 2 girls. So he tried hard to swallow his smile and asked about the situation. Tu Mingming and Wu Jing did not hide anything. They took out all 4 keys and explained the process. At this moment, the radar buff on Tu Mingming's head had disappeared. Fortunately, there were 4 treasure chests within sight. Both of them dug them and opened them. There were 4 keys in total, which meant they were exactly the same. No one knew how to use them now. Wenbai looked at it for a long time, but he didn't understand it for the time being. He thought for a while and said, "Let's mine first and wait for Das Han to come out." There was no other way for everyone, so they could only do this. The 3 of them dug a lot of ore. When the total amount of ore in Tu Mingming's backpack was close to 2,000, Song Shun was still in the examination room. The 3 of them had a delicious lunch, and Song Shun was still in the examination room. The 3 of them drank afternoon tea and luxuriously drank milk tea, and Song Shun was still in the examination room. In the evening, the 3 of them had a grilled fish meal, which was cooked by Wenbai, who was very good at cooking. While Tu Mingming was eating grilled fish, she suddenly had an idea and bought a box to pack the fish meat left for Song Shun, and then put it in the trading hall. Because it has no attributes, it is sold very cheaply, 8 points per box. However, it is very popular. Some people bought it and ate it, and even asked for more shelves in the exchange hall. Friday goes to jump into the sea. It's okay if it doesn't have any attributes. You have to be a full ghost anyway. Zoya, you can't do it? Friday goes to jump into the sea. Get out. The ingredients in the mall are actually very cheap. Counting the seasonings, the fish meat in a box with only a few bites is actually not worth 8 points. It's all thanks to Wenbai's good cooking skills. It's just that grilling fish is too troublesome, and Wenbai is too lazy to bother. There are still mines waiting to be dug here, and 1 piece is only 8 points. Isn't it more than this? So, after eating, continue to work. At this time, Song Shun is still taking the exam. At 12 o'clock in the evening, the 3 people were so tired that they all collapsed in the straw hut. Song Shun is still taking the exam. Wu Jing looked a little worried. He won't be unable to come out. Wenbai was not sure either. Shouldn't he be able to come out? The 3 people looked at each other worriedly. There was no other way for the time being, so they could only rest first. Song Shun took the test for 2 days. In 2 days, Tu Mingming and others almost dug out the mine. Then, Song Shun finally came out. When he came out, Song Shun cried, "Woo woo. This shit game ruined my life. I gave it my all, but in the end, I was told that I passed. What's the point of my previous hard work? Ah! What's the point?" Another person, who was driven crazy by the test. Wenbai wanted to persuade him, but the process was too hard. After 3 days of testing, I finally found that I could just draw casually. Who wouldn't be upset if they knew? Wu Jing could understand, but she didn't stop talking and subconsciously said, You're smart? Song Shun? I'm going to kill you all. Kill you all. Song Shun was in a state of isolation for less than a minute, because the next batch of adventurers came. The 4 of them were on alert instantly. 2 days later, the black and gray on Tu Mingming and Wu Jing's faces finally cleared, and they became normal people, making the 2 girls almost cry with joy. However, facing another group of adventurers, they still dare not take it lightly. Everyone was on high alert, and then found that this group of adventurers was only one person. It is not quite accurate to say this. To be more precise, it is a snake. Lazy, beautiful snake. It is also beautiful when fighting. Everyone. For a moment, I don't know whether to complain about the snake or the game. When the fight really started, everyone understood what it meant to say that it is also beautiful when fighting. Because once someone attacks its head, it will go crazy and swing its tail wildly. During the process, Song Shun was thrown out twice, and his bones were almost broken. Finally, he took the special medicine from the mall, which ensured his fighting power. After this discovery, everyone deliberately avoided the snake head during the attack. The attack power of the American snake is not high, and the defense is also average. But there is one thing. You can't touch its face. It really can't be touched at all. The 4 people groped for a long time, and finally found the range of the opponent's face. After half an hour, they successfully killed it. After Meishi died, she dropped a huge treasure chest. On the treasure chest, 4 bright golden locks seemed to silently indicate, I am very important. Wu Jing looked at the big locks and said excitedly, Is the key useful now? Wenbai thought it should be about the same. We can try it. 4 people. 2 were on guard, and 2 went forward to try to unlock the lock. Don't say it. It opened with one twist. After the box was opened, there was a card inside. The 4 people looked at each other, and then decided to let Tu Mingming, who was the most European, touch the card. Tu Mingming was under great pressure as 3 people watched her. However, she took out the card without any trembling or panic. It would be strange. Electric tricycle card. After using it, you will get an electric tricycle. Tu Mingming? She excitedly sent the picture to the group. After reading it, Song Shun immediately said, Go. 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 I heard that he was very excited. There are transportation tools in the mall. Many of them are gray, and they cannot be unlocked for the time being. Those that can be unlocked all require a 5-digit points base. What kind of family? You may not even have 4-digit savings. So why spend 5 digits to buy a bicycle? Now that we finally see a usable vehicle, everyone is quite happy. Tu Mingming was also very excited. She looked at her 3 teammates and said tremblingly, Then I'll drive it. Before she drove it, she rubbed her hands and exhaled. Song Shun dubbed in time, God of Luck. Please come to me. Tu Mingming. You don't have to really come to me. Tu Mingming quickly opened it and used it. Then a golden electric tricycle appeared in front of him. At the same time, 2 system prompts popped up in front of him. System announcement, Mine unlocking degree plus 15%. Current unlocking degree 15%. System announcement, the vehicle will take you back to the original place. Countdown 30 seconds. Everyone had no time to think, and was soon forced to get on the electric tricycle. Tu Mingming was the one who opened the card, so she drove. Everyone. Tu Mingming was forced to sit in the driver's seat, and the other 3 were in the back seat. Seeing her hands gripping the handlebars uncontrollably, Tu Mingming collapsed and cried out, I don't have a driver's license yet. Unfortunately, the game couldn't hear her voice, and directly forced her to ride the bike away. If you don't know, you might think she was driving a luxury car, starting at 150 miles per hour. In fact, she was really riding an electric bike. After a burst of speed, they returned to the place where they first entered the treasure map copy, looking at the familiar green light at the bottom of the mine. The people who were used to the golden light in the treasure map were still a little uncomfortable. Finally, Wenbai reacted first. Let's go. Open the next treasure map. They have already dug up pure ore beads and top-quality mineral grass in the gold mine. And Song Shun's treasure map has been repaired. And now they are waiting for them to go. Moreover, they have a car. Before, the system was automatically driven. So even though Tu Mingming did not have a driver's license, everyone was worried. But they could only be forced to do it, now that he was out and could make his own decisions. When Bai signaled Song Shun, Das Hun, "You drive? Go directly to the place." Song Shun had the location of the treasure map that needed to be opened, so it was most appropriate for him to drive. Song Shun did not hesitate. After getting in the car, thinking about the previous exam, he could not help but say with a bitter face, "This time, it can't be the same routine. Right? We are all treasure map 1. Woo woo. Inhumane game." Everyone was very sympathetic to his experience. But there was no way. The exam did not allow cheating, and they could not explore the treasure map. Before, their exploration was only related to the bottom of the mine. But now, it is related to the entire mine. The treasure map is very important. There is no doubt about this. So, if they have it, they need to open it in time. Song Shun just complained a few words and quickly packed up and set off. The system will give Song Shun a guide to the opening location of the treasure map. Song Shun just follows this prompt and drives there. Electric cars consume electricity. So, halfway through the drive, there is no electricity. They either need to find a charging station or buy energy batteries from the mall. Everyone. Fortunately, the battery is not expensive. Song Shun bought it. When Bai replaced it, and they continued to set off. After replacing the new battery, the car did not break down again, and the 4 people arrived at the destination quickly. This time, it was Song Shun who started it. However, the 4 of them were in team mode, and the system automatically defaulted to the others following. Soon, they entered a, "Hey! What is this place? Why do I feel like I'm still at the bottom of the mine?" Tu Mingming thought that she didn't follow them in. But when she turned around and saw that there were walls on all sides, it was obviously not a place for ore. And she was confused again. This doesn't look like the bottom of a mine. Could they have already come in? However, the content of each treasure map copy is different. Does this mean that they may not need to take the exam? Thinking of this, Tu Mingming was a little happy. Although, she passed the exam easily. But she was still nervous when she heard the content of Wu Jing's exam. She thought, what if she was unlucky and had to take these exams? Thinking of this, Tu Mingming discovered something. That is, where are her teammates? Chapter 75. Teammates were not around. And there were walls on all sides. And they were the kind of walls that towered into the sky and could not see the end. The system did not prompt. So after Tu Mingming came in, she turned back and forth about 3 to 5 meters and found nothing unusual. This made Tu Mingming feel that the situation in this picture seemed a bit tricky. What is this? Exploring the plot? Or a maze? Tu Mingming had no choice but to try to expand her range of action. After walking a distance, I couldn't see anything behind me. I felt that the view here seemed to be the place where I was standing. Square. If I went a little further, I couldn't see anything. Only the green light. After walking a distance, I could only see the thick high wall. After walking for a long time, Tu Mingming saw an intersection. There were 2 roads in front of me. One to the left and one to the right. Looking at this scene, Tu Mingming felt that she had finally arrived. It is indeed a maze. At least, it seems to be now. However, there is no hint and the teammates are not around, which makes Tu Mingming a little panicked. Thinking about it again, when she first entered the game, she was also alone. Maybe she has become accustomed to the teammates around her in recent days, so she is still a little uncomfortable. Tu Mingming shook her head helplessly and looked at the situation in front of her. She needs to make a choice. However, the roads on both sides look the same, and Tu Mingming can't tell them apart. She tried to go left, then right. In the end, there was no hint at all. No hint. She had to bite the bullet and go one way. Tu Mingming was unwilling to give up. So she bought a marker from the mall and drew a small flower on the wall on the side. She didn't go as a souvenir. In this way, if something went wrong, she could come back later and still have some idea in her mind. Tu Mingming chose to go right. After entering from the right entrance, nothing seemed to have changed. It was still the same as before, with a faint green light all around and 2 high walls beside her. The wide road where 4 people could walk side by side without any problem made Tu Mingming more and more nervous. Her heart finally died after she found that she had walked into a dead end. She looked at the dead end and marked a number on it, 1. Then she turned around and walked back. Soon, she returned to the intersection where the road forked at the beginning. This time, she chose to go left. The road on the left seemed to be no different from the road on the right at first. Tu Mingming walked cautiously. As a result, after walking for a while, she found that there was another intersection where she needed to choose. Tu Mingming. She knew that the road would not be so easy to walk. But what could she do? She took out the marker again. This time she drew a leaf. And then chose to go left again. After walking for about 10 minutes and going around countless walls, Tu Mingming found, okay, a dead end. Tu Mingming took a deep breath and told herself to be patient, and quickly went back. Then she chose to go right again. This time, after walking a distance, she came to another intersection. Tu Mingming. It felt like the maze was split. The correct intersection kept splitting into two. And then two. Endlessly. And then, they kept walking in such a maze. Unable to get out. Tu Mingming could only mark, choose, and go back if she was wrong. There were no mines or monsters on the road. And there was nothing she could do except walk. Tu Mingming walked for a long time before she realized that she might be a little nervous in the face of such a situation. So, she remembered that they also had a team mode. Thinking of this, Tu Mingming patted her head. Then opened the team channel to check. The three teammates had already talked about the situation in the team. And judging from the situation, they had already talked about it since they came in. After analysis, they also confirmed that they really needed to pass the level individually this time. And then they gave different opinions. Because Tu Mingming had not spoken. Everyone gave a lot of suggestions, and asked a lot of questions out of concern. Several people also sent different private messages. But Tu Mingming didn't look at it. Her focus was on this maze. Now I see it. I feel a little embarrassed. So I replied to my friends first. Seeing that Tu Mingming finally replied, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and felt a lot more relieved. When by, everyone must mark it. Definitely. When by, I have encountered it now. And I returned to a maze that I had never walked through before. This maze is a bit unreasonable. Wu Jing, I also suspect that there is a problem. So everyone should be careful. Song Shun also said a lot. Tu Mingming was very glad that she had marked it early. She looked at the experience summarized by her friends. There was not much. But she had almost summarized it all. Fortunately, her ability was okay. This made Tu Mingming feel more at ease. Then she found out. She had walked into a dead end again. Tu Mingming. She didn't know what to say. So she could only write an 11 on it, and then turn around and walk back. This walk seemed to have no end, which gave Tu Mingming a bad feeling. After walking for about 15 minutes, Tu Mingming returned to an intersection. An intersection that she had not marked. No mark means that she had not walked through it. At least, she had not chosen it. Tu Mingming encountered the situation that Wen Bai described. She was not really panicked. Anyway, there was nothing to see in this maze. So she just walked. So, mark it again and walk. There were not many things left to draw. So Tu Mingming started marking the uppercase and lowercase numbers. This was convenient and time-saving. After choosing to go right, he walked for about 10 minutes. Tu Mingming suddenly entered a fog. Tu Mingming? No one said that the maze would be like this. At this time, Song Shun was yelling in the team voice channel. Ah! Wu Jing was yelling so hard that his head was about to fly out. And he could only persuade helplessly, how about you calm down first? Song Shun calmed down after being advised. But there was no follow-up. Wen Bai asked a few more questions. But Song Shun did not answer, which made everyone feel a little uneasy. Tu Mingming also trembled and told her about her situation. And then Tu Mingming found out. Her teammates could not hear her words. Song Shun would not encounter the same situation as her. Right? A simple space? Is it similar to an examination room? Tu Mingming was not sure. She could only hold the crossbow tightly in her hand. If the situation was not right, she would start. Just when Tu Mingming was tense, a large mine suddenly fell from the open space in front of her. About several dozen meters high. Please mine according to the system requirements within the specified time. Mining countdown, 30 seconds. Tu Mingming? You didn't say anything? Just count down. Isn't this too careless? Tu Mingming wanted to complain, but felt that there were too many complaints and couldn't complain. She could only change the crossbow to a pickaxe. And when the countdown fell, she swung it. As a result, she pulled it back halfway through the swing. Tu Dazhuang saw it and pulled it back in time, almost hurting his waist. Please mind for 1 minute in the posture of a golden rooster standing on one leg. Tu Mingming, ah? She is really confused now. However, the mission is important. There is a countdown in front of her. Tu Mingming took the pickaxe, then posed in the posture of a golden rooster standing on one leg, and then swung the pickaxe. Tu Dazhuang? Why is it so difficult today? Why? This dog refuses to roll inward. Just then, Tu Mingming reminded Tu Dazhuang, Dazhuang, don't dig yet. Tu Dazhuang can still distinguish between using and not using. So, he lay there obediently, looking at Tu Mingming. Tu Dazhuang thought, his mother's action today looks scary. If you don't have a good balance, it's not easy to dig this mine. Luckily, Tu Mingming has a good physique and a good sense of balance. And he dug 2 pieces of ore in 1 minute. Looking at the luck plus 20 she gained from eating durian sauce. Tu Mingming is very good at hiding her achievements. However, luck doesn't always work well in this maze. She has walked into dead ends many times. However, it's good to have more ore drops in front of her. 1 minute is up soon, and the system determines that Tu Mingming's task is completed. There is a 10-second break in the middle, and soon the next round of tasks comes again. Please mind for 2 minutes in the posture of hanging upside down. Tu Mingming? No. That's too much. Right? How can she dig upside down? This difficulty is too high. Although there are high walls on both sides, it is far away from the mine. She wants to use the wall as a support point to stabilize herself. But she can't reach the mine. She can reach the mine, but she can't lean on the wall. So she can't stand upside down. With a 2-minute countdown, Tu Mingming was trying to stand upside down. As a result, the time passed and the task was not completed. The task is not completed. Please accept the punishment of the system. The system directly gave 2 prompts, without even a countdown, and released a group of monsters. Tu Mingming had seen this little monster before. Mine spirits. The strange appearance of each one, coupled with a green light inside. Let alone, it's really scary. However, no matter how scared you are, you have to fight. As soon as she started, Tu Mingming felt trouble. In the past, although this little thing couldn't be killed one by one, it was actually not difficult to fight. However, will the agility of this batch in front of you be too high? Moreover, the system would give a prompt for the previous mine bottom creatures. But this time, there was no prompt. Tu Mingming was even in a state of luck at this time. Even so, her crossbow missed many times. This made her a little angry. Then, she changed to a big knife. To cut this thing, you have to use a knife. Tu Mingming swung the big knife, leaving the mine spirits nowhere to escape. After all, the knife has a wider force area, but the force is limited. However, the health bar of the mine spirit should not be long, because the crossbow just lightly brushed past before, and the mine spirit died on the spot. So, the big knife is good. The big knife is wonderful. The big knife makes the mine spirit scream. Chapter 76. In this wave, Tu Mingming killed 120 mining spirits. She almost vomited after killing so many. She felt like she could never kill them all. Fortunately, she was lucky and the dropped items were good, which barely made up for her injured heart. The killing was completed and the punishment was over. Tu Mingming started mining again. In addition to the golden rooster stand, the golden bell, there are also the sweeping the thousands of armies, the 4 Cs. The system was afraid that she didn't understand. Later, every time the corresponding action was released, she would be given a 10-second video demonstration. Tu Mingming. It's quite considerate. The problem is, it would be better if there were fewer difficult moves. The fact is, the moves are getting more and more complicated. In the end, the number of completions is small, and the number of monsters killed is large. Moreover, the monsters every time are all mine spirits. Once again, after killing 120 mine spirits, Tu Mingming was so tired that she sat on the ground without any image. Can't you change a monster? Always focusing on one kind of monster. It really makes me sick. Unfortunately, the system doesn't listen to her at all. The next punishment will be the same. Tu Mingming fought monsters all day. At 1800 hours in the evening, she finally got out of this strange space. As soon as she came out, she heard Song Shun screaming in the voice channel. Help me. I really want to vomit. Do you know what happened to me today? I've been killing human-faced peacocks all day. How can I look at normal peacocks in the future? Mutated ones are also not okay. Is anyone listening? Song Shun yelled for a long time. But Wu Jing and Wenbai didn't respond. This made Song Shun start to suspect that he was still in another space and hadn't come out yet. Fortunately, Tu Mingming spoke in a hoarse voice. I'm listening. Hearing that Tu Mingming's state was not right, Song Shun didn't care about venting himself, and asked with concern, How are you? It sounds like you are very tired. Tu Mingming briefly talked about how she killed the mind spirits for most of the day. Song Shun couldn't help but cry after hearing this. Me too. Me too. 120 each time. It's almost killing me. And it's the same every time. Is this any different from letting me eat steamed buns for a day and not even letting me drink water? And, you know what? There are fucking human-faced peacocks. Some are beautiful. Some are ugly. Some are eye-catching. Really? I don't want to see peacocks again in my life after seeing it. But I really liked peacocks before. However, yours is actually okay. It just asked you to mine in different postures. Do you know what my task is? Let me run at a speed of 8 meters per second to mine. How can a human come up with this? Also let me run 100 meters at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. First 100 meters, then run 100 meters backwards. And mine no less than 3 times during the process. And there is a fucking time limit. Ah, I killed the game. Although Tu Mingming was tired, she felt that after hearing Song Shun's complaints, there is no happiness without comparison. Looking at it this way, I just made some poses and watched the video tutorials. So it was not bad? It seems that this is the only way to comfort myself? What else can I do? After the two complained for a long time, they found that the other 2 people in the team had no voice. After experiencing the things in the other space, the 2 guessed that Wenbai and Wu Jing were probably not out yet. After a tiring day, Tu Mingming just wanted to lie down. As for passing the maze? Let's see later. The night time of the game is coming soon, and no one is sure what will happen next. Besides, it's really tiring to walk for a whole day. Tu Dazhuang is now depressed, and Tu Mingming is also hungry. One person and one dog quickly set up the safe house and went in to cook. Although Tu Mingming is not good at cooking, she and Tu Dazhuang have a lot of ready-made food to eat. Among the companions dropped by mining today and the items dropped by killing monsters, food accounts for more than half. So, we had fish-flavored eggplant strips, red fish, but it jumps over the wall, and a big bowl of rice in the evening. Tu Dazhuang likes big steaks. Give it to him. Like fruit? Give it to him too. Tu Dazhuang also took a fancy to his braised fish. So Tu Mingming picked out the tender meat from the belly of the fish, put it in the bowl, and gave the rest to him. One person and one dog ate until they couldn't move. But Wenbai and the others didn't move. Song Shun, on the other hand, asked Tu Mingming what she was eating while chewing dry bread. Tu Mingming told the truth. After hearing this, Song Shun quietly shut himself up. He also drops food when he kills monsters. But he either drops dry bread or bread that is not so dry. He rarely drops ready-made food. Oh, there is a lot of raw meat. He even drops whole ribs. The main point is that the quantity is large and filling. But they don't cook. If Song Shun had this cooking skill, he would have done it himself a long time ago. Last time, he roasted half of a pig, but it didn't taste good. So Song Shun was too lazy to bother with it. Now he heard that Tu Mingming was eating Buddha jumps over the wall. And Song Shun ate the dry bread while lying in the straw shed in a closed manner. Although the food he dropped today was not good, he did not lose any materials. So, he could have a safe house. Song Shun chose to assemble it. This thing needs to be assembled overnight. So he can't live in it for the time being. He has to live in a straw hut tonight. I just don't know if they are also affected by the night of the game in the maze? It turns out, it is affected. When the nighttime came, the system announced that the nighttime had come. Then, Tu Mingming saw from the window of the safe house that a group of mining spirits flew over and circled around the safe house. The system also reminded in time that there were adventurers nearby, which would cause certain damage to the safe house. Fortunately, the attack of the mine spirits was not high. Even though there were a large number of them, the final damage value was still acceptable. At least for 2 or 3 days, Tu Mingming did not need to repair the safe house. However, after looking at this thing for a day, Tu Mingming really didn't want to look at it anymore. So, she turned her head, closed the window, and went to bed. After she had eaten and drunk her fill, she said something to Songshan again, and then took a shower and went to bed. Tu Dazhuang was tired after a day's work and soon fell asleep. While sleeping, Tu Dazhuang thought, well, the house is finally not crowded today. It's just strange. Where did those people go? Where did the person who cooked delicious food go? Wenbai, who cooked delicious food, was killing fathead fishmen in a wet state. He didn't know what the luck of the other people in the team was like. Wenbai felt that his luck was really bad. Without any preparation, he was dragged directly into the small copy. His small copy is an ocean. He needs to swim and dive to mine at the same time. From time to time, there will be some requirements such as holding breath to the limit. If you can't complete it, you have to kill the fathead fish with a human face. The problem is that this fish has low attack and high defense. It doesn't lose blood after hitting for a long time. And it can splash water on his face with its tail. It doesn't hurt, but it's very annoying. After fighting for a long time, sometimes he turns around and swims away. And when he comes back later, his blood volume has recovered a lot. Wenbai. The problem is, he still fought for a whole day. The resentment of being in the sea for most of the day is heavier than the night parade of 100 demons. The problem is that in the small copy, there is no way to communicate, and there is no idea of the situation outside. He can't even see the content of the communication hall now. The trading hall can be seen. But what to see? See what is newly put on the shelf. However, you can also see something from the newly put on the shelf. For example, there is no cabbage, durian sauce, and pears. This proves that Tu Mingming may also be in the small dungeon. I don't know what happened to the other teammates. Wenbai wiped his face, killed the last 2 fathead fishmen, and started a new mining task. Very good. Let him do butterfly stroke for 30 seconds. Then dive down with his body at a 90-degree angle to the water surface. And then go down to mine. Wenbai said a few dirty words, and then dive down. He had to dive. There was a time limit for this. Wenbai was in the deep water at this time. And Wu Jing was hot. She landed in a crater that had erupted. Although the volcano did not erupt, the temperature continued to rise. And these temperatures ignored the cooling suit. In other words, Wu Jing had been in a 38-degree environment for almost a day. The game is moral in that nighttime is really nighttime. And everyone rests. Not only the players, but also the system rests. So, even in a small copy, the task is not completed. But it doesn't matter. Rest for a night and fight again tomorrow. Wu Jing was completely speechless, and summoned the straw hut with a numb face. The straw hut was convenient for her to see the situation outside. So, she planned to live in it. Living in the straw hut, feeling the high temperature outside, feeling the sticky and uncomfortable feeling on her body, Wu Jing began to miss Tu Mingming's safe house. But, no! People can't just enjoy themselves. She also had to see what was happening outside. Who knew what it was like outside at night? Wu Jing took her turn to live broadcast once in the middle. Everyone was silent when they saw her living environment. However, at this time, more people on Blue Star were still paying attention to one thing. That is, the last person from Country K finally couldn't hold on and died today. In fact, in the past few days, many players from small countries have also died. Everyone also paid attention to it. However, Country K is very close to Country A. They used to be adjacent to Country R. Later, Country R disappeared, and Country K was implicated. Then, they also learned from Country R. And with the help of you, Dad, they seized 2 cities and made them their new territory. This kind of thing is common in the wasteland world. 2 years ago, the remaining citizens of a small country seized a new territory and then said that they had restored their country. Yesterday, the last player of that small country died and had been punished. Now, it is Country K's turn. Although there is a precedent of Country R, everyone does not think that this kind of thing will definitely happen to them. So, run. What are you waiting for? Anyway, the distance between their cities is small, and it takes at most 3 hours to run from beginning to end between the 2 cities. So, run to the neighboring country. Everyone lives next to each other. At this time, not taking them in is a lack of humanitarian spirit. Chapter 77. As the saying goes, the monk can run away, but the temple cannot. The people of Country K follow the example of the people of country are, and left their country before the countdown. In the end, it was useless. When the natural disaster comes, no matter where you are, the system will take you back to your country. And then the seawater will flow back. Yes, what Country K experienced was the seawater backflow. The moment the overwhelming seawater rushed in, it brought endless panic and despair to people. Many people were called back temporarily. And before they could even react, they were swept away by the seawater. And the next second, they were surging to other places. The backflow of seawater was more than 1 meter at the beginning. And many people were able to stabilize their bodies slightly in the seawater. Soon, the seawater was 2 meters high, 3 meters high, 4 meters high, until 6 meters. Moreover, the speed of the surging and rotating was getting faster and faster. At that speed, let alone humans, even high-tech products would probably find it difficult to move forward there. Compared with the previous situations in D and R countries, the natural disasters faced by K country are even more desperate. Because the backflow of seawater is like leaving no way for people to survive. But what can be done? No one can resist. No one knows how many people survived in the end. At this time, the reaction of international netizens was somewhat refreshing. After all, the people of K country are not used to being human. So it is normal to be hated. However, thinking that they are all human beings, they have ended up like this. And it is unknown what will happen to other countries in the future. And there is a sense of helplessness and sadness that one cannot control one's fate. Compared to most countries, such punishment is shocking. Some netizens, especially those from countries D and R, are gloating. Maybe I am not doing well. And now someone is finally here to accompany me. Our country has not recovered yet. But someone went to the street to set off firecrackers. I don't know where they came from. Anyway, I heard that K country is not doing well. So let's set off firecrackers to celebrate. Ah? You say we are inhumane? Isn't this a normal thing? Our country has been like this since ancient times. Remaining true to one's original aspiration is also a quality. Tu Ming in the game naturally knows nothing about this. Punishments in reality will not be reported to the game. They don't even know which countries the more than 8,000 players who are alive today are from. Moreover, Tu Ming has no time to care about these. She and her 3 friends walked in the maze for a full 9 days. Yes, 9 days. During these 9 days, Tu Ming was either looking for a way to go left and right, or mining in various postures. The most outrageous time was when the system made her walk upside down and dig while walking. Tu Ming? Ah? If she had this ability, she would have been crazy long ago. The final result was naturally a punishment. In 9 days, she dug up a lot of maze mines. Yes, the mines in the maze are different from those outside. Moreover, the price of this kind of mine is the same as the top mine in the mall. 8 points per piece. In 9 days, Tu Ming dug more than 3,000 pieces. Just when Tu Ming thought that she would be in the maze, digging until death, she finally saw the exit. It was no longer a left-right choice. No longer a dead end. That passageway. It really led to the direction of the light. Tu Ming couldn't even believe her eyes. It came out, right now. She really couldn't believe it. She tried to ask in the team. The progress of other friends was similar. Song Shun also saw the direction of the light. And so did Wu Jing and Wen Bai. After several people communicated in the team channel, they still didn't dare to believe it. Do you want to go out? Song Shun didn't know whether to go or not. For people going out together on the same day? This maze is planned by day, not by the correct route? Song Shun was a little confused. Wen Bai thought whether to go or not. They had no other choice. So, he said, let's go. I'll try first. Wu Jing felt that only one person should be allowed to take risks. So she joined in. You two wait first. If it doesn't work, you can retreat and continue mining. You can mine anywhere. But the process is a little more difficult. During the 9 days, as long as they were not trapped in the punishment space, they could communicate. So, Tu Ming knew that other people's mining tasks were much more difficult than hers. The first time she knew that Tu Ming could successfully complete the task just by changing a few postures and the systematic video teaching. Wu Jing directly broke the defense. Later, everyone's mentality became more and more Buddhist. Now that Wu Jing finished speaking, he couldn't help feeling sad when he thought of Tu Ming's mining process. So, when will her luck get better? Wu Jing and Wen Bai tried to walk out. Then, they really walked out. Not only did they walk out, But Tu Mingming and Song Shun, who stayed where they were and watched, also walked out. Congratulations. You refused to give up, worked hard to explore, and walked out of the magical mine. Mine unlocking degree plus 15%. Current unlocking degree, 45%. Reward, random treasure chest *1. The moment she was teleported out, a white light flashed, and Tu Mingming returned to the dark green bottom of the mine. And then a series of reminders rang in her ears. After the voice fell, Tu Mingming held a box in her hand, which was bright red, mixed with the dark green color of the ore base. It had a hint of the underworld. When Tu Mingming lowered her head, she was startled by the contrasting colors. She subconsciously opened the box. Obtained item, Magical Messenger. Magic Messenger, it can carry your items, travel through space, and reach any place you want to go. Note, only non-human items and living things are allowed. Not humans. And not corpses. Tu Mingming? Ah. What happened? Such a strong tone? The note is so big. And it looks scary. With a hint of exasperation, Tu Mingming was puzzled. After coming out, she first found a safe place, and then asked other people in the group. Ah. My luck is as stable as ever. 3 lubricants. Plus a ton of pure water. Is this thing trying to kill people? Wu Jing complained helplessly about what he had prescribed. What Song Shun got was not bad. After all, he was the second luckiest in the team, should I not tell you? He was afraid of hurting his teammates. But Wu Jing heard it, and said viciously, Speak. Speak now. Song Shun said honestly, a mining machine. A pellet with magazine. And 6 bullets. Wu Jing. Went by. Tu Mingming? No. Brother. Your luck is too good. And? What did you say? What machine? What to dig? Wenbai looked at his items and fell silent. Soon he couldn't help asking. What kind of mining machine? How to mine? Song Shun honestly took a photo of the items and sent it to the team channel. And then explained. The durability is also 100. Which is about the same as the use of the pickaxe. The durability is reset at 12 o'clock every night. Each time, you can mine about 15 blocks of ore. In addition, the shovel will not go empty. That is, every shovel will dig ore. But there are physical requirements for the personnel who operate the mining machine. Although the game does not have very intuitive data reminders. However, everyone has a rough idea of their own physical strength. After Song Shun got something, he tried it. Then, he was directly rejected by the mining machine. Reason, physical strength is not up to standard. And he cannot drive the mining machine. Let me tell you a joke. Song Shun's physical strength is not up to standard. He is young and in his prime. As a result, his physical strength is not up to standard. Song Shun broke down on the spot. No. Damn. Why am I physically unqualified? I'm 19 years old. My physical strength is at its peak. But I'm not qualified? This stupid game. If you don't know how to play, don't play if you don't want to play. You cannot give it if you can't afford it. But you can't use it if you give it. Damn. It's really infuriating. Okay. Then, there were uncontrollable curses. Wenbai reluctantly comforted him. And finally Song Shun calmed down. Song Shun asked about the items Wenbai had obtained. Wenbai was silent for a while. And honestly said that it was about the same as Wu Jing. The heartache after the comparison made Wenbai silent for a while. Song Shun also knew that he had hurt someone. So he hurriedly asked Tu Mingming. Tu Mingming quickly took a photo of her things and sent it to the group. And briefly explained it. The other 3 people? Can I mail anything? I can go anywhere I want. Whatever you want. Can you make it happen? Then can we mail it back to reality? Everyone discussed it. However, we have to try it to know. After a brief discussion, Wenbai asked, Is it convenient for everyone? I bought the summoning flag. The 3 people replied that there was no problem. And then Wenbai used the summoning flag to summon everyone to his side. They were together before they entered the maze. As a result, they were in different directions after they came out of the maze. In the 9 days, a lot of changes happened in the game. And even more in reality. After Country K, there were 3 other small countries. All the players were killed. And then, they were also given a natural disaster gift package by the system. However, compared with the tragic situation of Country R and Country K, these small countries only had hailstones the size of eggs. In addition, The temperature directly reached more than 60 degrees above zero. But it only lasted for an hour. It's a bit hot. But it's okay if you avoid going out at this time. The number of players alive in the game also dropped below 8,000 yesterday. And today's number is 7,646. Tu Mingming and the others can't take care of these things for the time being. What they want to study most now is the magical messenger that Tu Mingming just got. If it is really possible to mail things to reality, and there is no weight limit, then there are too many things they want to mail to reality. For example, Wu Jing just got a ton of water, and Wenbai got 8,000 kilograms of rice. Although Tu Mingming did not receive these rewards. However, she has produced a lot of crops in these days. So, there are 10,000 kilograms of wheat, 9,000 kilograms of rice, 20,000 kilograms of corn, and about 4,000 to 5,000 kilograms of various beans. Not to mention various vegetables. Green vegetables with a short growth cycle, such as pak choi, can be harvested in just 2 days on the black soil bought by Tu Mingming. In other words, the system backpack does not limit the number. Otherwise Tu Mingming's backpack would have exploded long ago. If the messenger is useful, Tu Mingming thinks that she can clear the warehouse. Chapter 78. Song Shun also has a lot of stuff that can be mailed to reality. The four people discussed for a long time, thinking that the courier didn't mention the upper limit, so they should just clear out as much as possible. Anyway, they don't know if they can leave the game alive. So if they can't finish eating or using up the stuff, they can mail it back to reality. With only 50 GA a day, how long will it take them to mail it? This courier came at a great time. Everyone counted their own items and made corresponding preparations. Then, Tu Mingming clicked use. Result? Please confirm that the mailbox is nearby. Tu Mingming? Her surprised expression startled her friends. Will there be any accidents? Could it be that it cannot be delivered? It is overweight. Everyone has their own guesses. But soon, Tu Mingming explained, it needs a mailbox. Everyone. Ah? What is that? But on second thought, yes, a messenger does need a mailbox. But where does this thing come from? I have tons of supplies, but I can't give them to my family. This feeling. I can't describe how frustrating it is. But everyone is in a good mood, comforting each other, and then cheering each other up to find the mailbox. Our mine bottom exploration is either full or has exceeded 90%. There are very few reminders now. What reminds us now is the mine unlocking degree, which is already 45%. We have passed the treasure map twice, each time with 15% exploration, which means that in addition to us, there are people who have entered the treasure map dungeon and succeeded. What we need to do next is to find the treasure map. Wenbai stood up first and told everyone about the mine exploration. Tu Mingming also had a corresponding guess in her mind. Jiotian has not come out, and a lot of things have actually happened in the game. The number of players who died is getting smaller and smaller, because the original base is not large. The number is not large, but it is undeniable that players are still dying every day in the game now. In the past, in the communication hall, I looked at the familiar IDs, but some of them have not been lit up for a long time. Tu Mingming hoped that he was just temporarily silent. Not forever. In 9 days, the game went through a lot. They had gone through 6 attempts to find a treasure chest at the bottom of the mine, but they hadn't caught up. There was nothing they could do. They were all in the maze. The good news was that the buffs in the treasure chest that affected reality were getting fewer and fewer. At first there were 2. Then it became 1. After that, there were none. In the last 3 days, they had swiped the treasure chest twice, and hadn't mentioned the buffs in reality once. In addition to this change, there is another change at the bottom of the mine. That is, the hot weather is finally over. Then, they ushered in the cold weather. The temperature dropped from yesterday. And today the temperature has dropped to -3 degrees. It's still okay for now. But the cooling suits are not warm, and do not keep the temperature constant. So, the few people who were talking quickly changed their clothes. In such a short time of changing clothes, the temperature dropped by another 6 degrees. Tu Mingming looked at the speed of the temperature drop, and then thought of the cold when she first entered the game, and couldn't help shivering. Wenbai was watching from the side, thinking that the little girl was unsure. So he raised his hand and patted her lightly. Don't be afraid. Your teammates are here. Tu Mingming was not afraid. She was just afraid of the cold, not wanting her teammates to worry. Tu Mingming nodded quickly. Yeah, I know. When they came out, It was already afternoon. There was no treasure chest refreshed at the bottom of the mine today. So, they were not in a hurry for the time being and mined on the spot first. Although, they already had enough points. But, mining may lead to treasure maps. Nowadays, if you want to explore a complete mine, you need a treasure map. So, after a simple meeting, the four of us started digging on the spot with our backs to back. After mining the special gold mines worth 8 points, and the mines exclusive to the maze. When we dig these mines, the highest mines of level 2 are still level 1 most of the time. The gap is indescribable. Tu Mingming is fine because she has good luck. So, most of the mines dropped are level 2 and 3. And level 1 mines are rarely dropped. Even so, there is still a gap. After all, the top mines require 8 points. So, most of the time, the mines drop are level 2 and 3. And level 1 mines drop very little. Thinking that mining is coming soon, Tu Mingming opened her backpack, found the fried rice, and took a big bite. Looking at the buff that increases efficiency by 30%, Tu Mingming silently put the remaining fried rice back. The rice that Tu Mingming planted newly has attributes when eaten raw, but the values are lower. If it is cooked, the value will be much higher, even higher than the previous durian. So, Tu Mingming's recent delicacy has become fried rice, because this is the easiest and tastes good. That's right. Tu Mingming thinks it's just edible. Not only did she eat it herself, she also gave a few portions to her teammates. Everyone is not picky, and they can add attributes. So why pick so many? And they still eat ready-made ones. Song Shun took a bite, looked at the strength increase of 35, which lasted for 1 hour, and couldn't help but whisper to Tu Mingming, Xiao Lu, when you fried rice, did you put bitter melon? Why does my mouth feel bitter after eating? Tu Mingming said innocently, no. Song Shun didn't ask any more questions. He just smiled and turned to work. Tu Mingming turned away guiltily. She didn't put bitter melon, but a handful of matcha powder. She just wanted to be innovative. Anyway, they all tasted bad. So why not put some ingredients that she was curious about in them? It's normal that I accidentally put too much, and the taste was a little strange. Tu Mingming felt that it was not very bitter, just a little astringent, and the taste was quite rich. Tu Mingming didn't really understand. In the recipe list of matcha, it's clear that you can make this and that. But why can't you make fried rice? She didn't believe it. Next time, try making another dish with matcha. When Bai, he had guessed something, but didn't say much. After all, Tu Mingming was young and had never cooked before. So it was normal for her to get started. Everyone has their own curiosity and desire to innovate. However, innovation in the kitchen, sometimes, it's actually quite deadly. This salty fried rice with matcha powder tastes very strange, and the color looks very unearthly. But looking at the plus 32 luck buff, Wenbai thought, if it doesn't taste good, then it doesn't taste good. Just think of it as drinking talisman water. The talisman water is not as good as the matcha fried rice. The 4 people were digging when they found that the system popped up a report. System report, mine unlocking degree plus 15. Current unlocking degree, 60. Everyone. Wu Friday went to jump into the sea. What's going on? Su Dailai. The front row really doesn't know. Some people in the communication hall were pretending to be stupid and testing. And some had already directly exposed the other party's little thoughts. It can be seen that in the 9 days, many people should have entered the copy of the treasure map. But there are too few people who actually come out. You can tell by looking at the unlocking degree. Now someone else has come out. They unlocked 2. And others unlocked 2. So it seems that they are actually lucky. Moreover, they unlocked successfully. Wenbai guessed that maybe there are many people here who actually unlocked the copy of the treasure map, but failed in the end. Some may come out alive, and some may even lose their lives. Wenbai has thought about expanding his team. However, apart from Song Shun's obvious attributes, he can be recognized directly in the communication hall. Others, Wenbai is not sure. Moreover, after entering the game for so long, it is not easy to guess what everyone is thinking. Wenbai is willing to believe in everyone's loyalty, but he does not want to believe in human nature casually. Therefore, this 4-person team is actually okay now. In the case that survival is not difficult, let's just have the 4 of them for the time being. Although everyone was surprised, they did not stop mining. This mining lasted for another 9 days. In the 9 days, there were still many things to experience. First of all, the number of surviving players officially dropped to the beginning of the 6 digits. In fact, compared with the early stage of the game, this number of survival is already very good. However, the number of deaths of nearly 100 players every day is still shocking. Secondly, the unlocking degree of the mine has exceeded the 90% mark. It broke through 3 days ago, but it has been stuck for 3 days and has not moved again. Tu Mingming even joked, if we keep doing this, we will break 100%. Is this how the game works? When Bai and the others were not sure, they dug for 9 days and explored many places. However, the mailbox was still missing. Everyone went from being anxious at the beginning to being calm now. What else can we do if we can't find it? We have treasures, but can't share them with others. This is really too difficult. However, they finally didn't miss the treasure chests in these 9 days. Every time the buff was on, they opened a lot of them. Under normal circumstances, 4 people can occupy about 45% of the treasure chest. It's a pity that the game is getting more and more stingy now. There is no longer the buff that can make the real world better and better. There may be various versions that have been cut off before, although it is better than nothing. But at least it still exists. Now it is gone. It is just an ordinary treasure chest. But the rewards are as good as before. This makes the players less resentful. After another day of mining today, they moved to a place with spring water. However, the water was glowing green. So the 4 of them just looked at it and didn't even dare to touch it. When night came, Wenbai summoned the safe house, and the 4 of them squeezed in and started to prepare dinner. Now that the 4 of them had their own safe house, they took turns staying there every night. For safety reasons, they still lived together, although it was inconvenient for men and women to live together. Fortunately, Wenbai was a gentleman, and Song Shun didn't have that kind of string. When Wu Jing was on a mission before, he once slept with his male companion leaning against the wall with his clothes on. So, she actually adapts well to the current situation. Most of the time, the 3 of them take care of Tu Mingming. Tu Mingming. She just became an adult. What kind of emotional strings can she have? So, everyone adapts well. The same is true when cooking. Everyone consciously gives the kitchen to Wenbai. Chapter 79. The 4 of them had a delicious dinner, then washed up and went to bed. Half asleep and half awake, Tu Mingming felt a tremor. She got up subconsciously, and Wu Jing beside her was already putting on clothes, thinking that the temperature outside was getting lower and lower. If there was any emergency, they needed to go out, and they would need to wear clothes. So, Tu Mingming also started to put on winter clothes. The 2 people on the ground reacted quickly, and after everyone was dressed, the safe house was still shaking. The 4 people either held onto the wall or each other. Otherwise they would be easily shaken out. The system did not give any prompts after all the pulling. The safe house did not receive any reminders of being attacked by monsters. So, what happened? In the communication hall, some people were curious about this matter. No one could answer because no one knew. This situation lasted for about 15 minutes. Just when Tu Mingming was about to vomit from being shaken, the system broadcast finally came out. System broadcast, mine unlocking degree plus 10%. Current unlocking degree, 100%. System announcement, congratulations. Players, welcome to your new challenge. System announcement, in 1 minute. Players will go to a new scene. Please be prepared. The shaking finally stopped. Tu Mingming couldn't stand it. Rushed into the bathroom and vomited. However, the dinner was almost digested, and she didn't vomit anything. Just a little acid. The other 3 people were not particularly comfortable. However, Wenbai reacted faster than others and thought more, and soon said loudly, "Hurry up. Let's get together first. Distribute the things, and enter the new scene. We are not sure if we can be together, and we don't know what the team function will be like." Hearing him say this, Tu Mingming didn't care about her physical discomfort and rushed to the living room immediately. The 4 people didn't even have time to communicate more, and heard Wenbai saying, "The 3 of us are physically strong. Even if it's a new scene, it shouldn't be a big problem to deal with it. So the electric car is given to Mingming. Do you have any objection?" Wu Jing and Song Shun shook their heads, obviously agreeing. Then Wenbai gave the car to Tu Mingming. Tu Mingming didn't want it, but she didn't have time to refuse at this moment. They still have 40 seconds. So, Tu Mingming didn't say much, listening to Wenbai explaining various possible emergencies. Tu Mingming searched for the rice with attributes from her backpack, and each person got a large bag of raw rice, 100 kilograms each. In case they couldn't find the corresponding friends for a while, they could still eat first. There were also a lot of durians saved. Each person got a bag, and each bag had at least 10 large durians. In addition, pears and cabbages were also divided. Everyone was not modest at this time. No one knew what the new scene would be like, so they took it first. I hope they are just overthinking. 1 minute went by so fast that they didn't even have time to say anything. After the distribution, a flash of white light flashed before their eyes. Tu Mingming was already nauseous, and after the flash of light, she felt even more nauseous. When she landed in the new scene, she didn't have time to look at the situation in front of her, and she bent over and started to retch again. The problem is that she vomited more and more. The taste of the new scene. It's a bit complicated. How to say it? To put it in an exaggerated way, it's probably that someone is eating stinky tofu in a dry toilet. Tu Mingming trembled several times before she straightened up. System announcement. Welcome to the new scene. The current scene is called Garbage Mountain. Due to the special nature of the new scene, the mall will be temporarily closed. To pry the garbage mountain, you need the pickaxe in the player's hand. Note, in addition to the pickaxe and its related tools, other tools cannot pry the garbage mountain. Due to the property problem, the garbage mountain has a high radiation. If the radiation value exceeds 60, please stop exploring the garbage mountain. It is important to save your life. Facilities such as straw huts, tents, and safe houses will be the player's shelters from radiation. Please cherish your personal belongings. People can only survive 4 hours at most in a high radiation environment. After hearing these reminders, Tu Mingming looked at the radiation value of the current scene again, 63. Tu Mingming was so scared that she immediately summoned the safe house and hid inside. Hiding in the safe house. Not only is it not affected by radiation, but it is also not affected by the smell. Tu Mingming felt that the air was finally not so smelly. She took a deep breath and continued to listen to the system broadcast. System broadcast. Go over the garbage mountain and find new hope. After the system broadcast ended, a holographic image appeared in front of Tu Mingming. The image showed, at first, a series of particularly beautiful and fresh mountains. Then someone mined the mountains. And then various modern civilizations flattened and covered the mountains, and high-rise buildings rose from the flattened mountains. After that, the mine collapsed, and modern civilization also became a ruin. Then all kinds of garbage kept falling on it, turning the ruins into a mountain of garbage. This place was once a paradise on earth with green mountains, clear waters, birds singing and flowers blooming. After the last sentence disappeared, Tu Mingming was silent for a long time. She thought, whose home is not cute at the beginning? But who can guarantee that there is no bad kid in this family? Like there are country on Blue Star. They were determined to do it their own way at the beginning, and no one could dissuade them. The international situation is complicated, and it is not that they cannot do it just because country A says it is not allowed. They can't even take action. Otherwise, they will be trapped in various passive situations for many years. Moreover, what can they do if they take action? It still can't change the behavior of some people who are just courting death. While Tu Mingming sighed in her heart, she did not forget to check the team channel. Fortunately, the team channel is still there. But there is no summoning flag. They have no choice but to summon their friends directly to their side. Compared with the night at the bottom of the mine, the garbage mountain is more troublesome. As long as the radiation value exceeds 60, they cannot move freely. And the garbage mountain is endless. It is almost towering into the sky. So, I don't know how to get over it. How to find friends. Wenbai opened the voice channel and said first, don't panic. Everyone, have you hidden in the safe house first? The good news is that all 4 of them have safe houses. Otherwise, they might be dead as soon as they landed. Yes, I hid. Don't worry. I'm lying down. The last sentence was said by Song Shun. After saying that, he began to complain. You may not believe it. Where am I lying now? Without waiting for others to react, Song Shun continued, I'm lying in a mining machine. Ha ha ha. This thing can be considered a shelter. Damn it. How come this thing is still on me? When they were distributing it before, they forgot about this. This thing, in recent days, has been taken turns by Wu Jing and Wen Bai. After all, mining with it is more efficient. It is also because of this that even Wu Jing, who was extremely poor at the beginning, now has a score of over 6 figures. Lucky people like Tu Mingming and Song Shun have even more points. The problem is, points are useless at this scene, because the mall is closed. This is equivalent to having money but nowhere to spend it, and having to start from scratch again. Fortunately, there are still many things in the backpack, so that they will not starve to death. Otherwise, according to the situation of this uncertain radiation value, they still don't know when they can start to move the garbage mountain. Hearing Song Shun talking about the mining machine, Wenbai thought for a moment and said, "Its function is the same as a pickaxe. I think it should also have the same function on the garbage mountain." After listening to this, Song Shun became a little autistic, and soon said dissatisfiedly, I still can't open it. I can lie in it, but once I open it, it says I don't have enough strength. Why don't I have enough strength? I am the strongest person in the world." "Okay." Followed by Song Shun's confused cursing. Wenbai smiled and didn't persuade him much. Looking at the current radiation value reminder, the value is still rising, and his heart is heavy. New scene. It's not easy. They haven't found the mailbox yet, and they haven't mailed the things back. If they die here, it will be a pity. Wu Jing had nothing to do, so after sorting out his backpack, he went to see the communication hall. Then he found out they were sent to the new scene in the middle of the night because someone didn't sleep in the middle of the night and was still bravely exploring the treasure map there. Someone opened a treasure map, but didn't finish the whole scene. But someone else chose to finish half of it, and ended up clearing the remaining 10%. It's amazing. But, is it because it's night, so the radiation value is high? While Wu Jing shared the news with his friends, he also speculated. No one can say for sure without observation. Wenbai thought about it and advised everyone, "Why don't you go to bed first and see the situation tomorrow?" Besides this, there seems to be no other way. Everyone quickly said good night to each other. Wenbai casually asked Tu Mingming how she was doing and whether she was still feeling uncomfortable. Tu Mingming had just drunk a bottle of hot milk and her stomach was barely comfortable. Hearing Wenbai's question, Tu Mingming hurriedly said that she was fine. Tu Mingming asked her friends if they had enough medicine. The mall was closed, and now it all depended on the friends' own assets to survive. So she had to ask more questions. Tu Mingming had a lot of medicine in her backpack, but she was worried about her friends. Wu Jing was fine. He used Tu Mingming's medicine every day, and he also got a lot. Wenbai also saved a lot. Song Shun, none at all. He was courting death every day, buying medicine every day. When asked at this time, he said bitterly, "Let's try tomorrow to see if we can dig out some medicine first." Tu Mingming was afraid that he would encounter an unexpected situation before digging medicine, so she specially mailed him a basic medicine. After Song Shun thanked him in various ways, everyone packed up and went to rest. Tomorrow, it's a new beginning again. Maybe it's also a new challenge. So, they have to stay alert and deal with it carefully. Chapter 80 Over the Garbage Mountain. Tu Mingming didn't sleep very well that night. In her dream, she was chased by a fathead fishman all night. Tu Mingming finally collapsed on the ground due to running tired, and was swallowed by a fathead fish. This dream repeated all night long. She ran all night long, so much so that when she woke up in the morning, she had no strength in her body. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the daily game report. System broadcast. Current number of surviving players, 5999. System broadcast. Current radiation value, 21. Just a scene switch. The number of players in the game has become 5. It seems that when the scene switched yesterday, many people may not have noticed the radiation value. Or, some people may have saved for so long, but they have not saved up for a safe house or something like that. In this case, there is no mall to buy the corresponding supplies or medicines. Therefore, survival has become extremely difficult. Tu Mingming looked at this value and secretly thanked herself for being diligent in the early stage. Even if the mall is closed now, she will not die. After the system broadcast, Tu Mingming put away the safe house and prepared to see what the garbage mountain was all about. Do they need to get through the garbage mountain that is almost towering into the sky? How to get through? Dig a tunnel? However, only a pickaxe is effective against the garbage mountain. Someone in the communication hall has already tried this. Friday went to jump into the sea. I tried long swords, machine crossbows, axes, and hammers, and used all my strength. But the garbage in the garbage mountain did not move. In the end, I had to use a pickaxe to pry open a corner and get half a cold medicine. Bamboo leaf green, be content. I have pried up a piece of white paper. Huh? Someone has tried it. Tu Mingming thought about it and decided to give it a try. She happened to have a few tools in her backpack, all of which were dropped by the companions and were permanent. So, it doesn't matter how long it stays. She hit it with a hammer, and the garbage mountain really didn't move at all. After that, she tried long swords, broadswords, etc., but none of them worked. It seems that what everyone in the communication hall said is true. Tu Mingming is not going to waste too much time trying these. So, after trying a few times and finding that it didn't work, I first told the situation in the team channel. Song Shun all. I still can't use the excavator. They said I don't have enough strength. Hack it. Song Shun was angry early in the morning. It's normal. He has the plugin, but he can't use it. Who wouldn't be angry? After when Bai comforted him for a few words, he asked everyone to pay attention to the radiation value and not to focus on digging garbage without paying attention to anything else. After everyone responded, they quickly got involved in the action of digging garbage. They had to dig. Their mission was to cross the garbage mountain. How could they move without digging? Tu Mingming swung the pickaxe and dug. She only pried a corner, and then the pickaxe lost 3 durability. It seemed that the durability consumed was about the same as mining. Tu Mingming had a rough idea in her mind, and went forward to pick up the garbage. Her luck was average today. She ate a whole bowl of rice, but didn't get any luck points, and only added 1 strength in the end. Fortunately, this was also considered labor-saving. So Tu Mingming didn't try to eat a second bowl of rice. That small piece of garbage, placed in front of the entire garbage mountain, is not even a drop in the ocean. It can only be said to be a star in the vast universe. Tu Mingming picked it up and took a look. Obtained item, cold *1 tablet. Obtained companion item, anti-radiation tablet *1 plate 6 tablets. It feels that this companion behind is very unusual. Tu Mingming stopped temporarily and looked at the anti-radiation tablet carefully. Anti-radiation tablet, when the radiation value is lower than 60. Taking it can help players fight against the various effects of radiation such as headaches, dizziness, blurred vision, and other negative effects. Each tablet lasts for 3 hours. The radiation level at that time, 22. It was a little higher than earlier, because it was still a short time. Tu Mingming didn't know what kind of impact the high radiation level would bring. But since there was medicine, she would take it. It would be a waste if she didn't use it. So, Tu Mingming swallowed 1 tablet with water. And of the remaining 5 tablets, she kept 2 for herself and gave the other 3 to 3 friends. They could mail things by spending points, which was very convenient for them. Moreover, if they formed a team, the postage would be halved. Wu Jing received the item and almost broke down. Wu Jing, is this the difference between the European emperor and the chief? I am going to break down. I dug up half a cold medicine. When Bai, be content with what you have? I dug up an old bowl. Song Shun didn't say anything. Probably because he was afraid of attracting hatred. Everyone was tactful and didn't ask more questions. But Song Shun couldn't help himself. Song Shun, help. Why did you all dig up medicine? I dug up a whole watermelon. I'll share it with you later. Song Shun, picture? Song Shun dug up a watermelon with attributes. But the attributes are unstable. Mutated watermelon, after eating, you will get an unexpected buff. Hee hee. When the last 2 words came out, Tu Mingming said, I dare not eat it. But, she has 2 dozhuang. Thinking of 2 dozhuang, Tu Mingming silently gave him a piece of the anti-radiation tablet. The dog also needs to take medicine. In case of dizziness, she still has to treat the dog. Now that the mall is closed, there are not so many medicines. Besides, she didn't have any radiation medicine. Without thinking too much, Tu Mingming continued to dig. Oh, no. It was garbage. The second time, it was a bit difficult to pry it open. Tu Mingming waved the cross 4 times before she pried the small edge up. Obtained item, old bowl *1. Obtained companion, mutant apple *1. Mutated apple, an apple grown under radiation, with properties that no one could predict. If you eat it, it is likely not good. Tu Mingming. Okay. I can't eat it. I won't watch it anymore. Song Shun's watermelon was mailed at this time. He cut a big watermelon into 4 pieces. and each person got a quarter. It was a big piece if you look closely. Tu Mingming didn't dare to eat it. But Tu Dazhuang wouldn't eat it unless she tasted it. Tu Mingming wanted to say, "Mom has eaten it. Dazhuang, you can eat it without worry. Mom won't poison it." But Tu Dazhuang just stared at her. Tu Mingming bit the bullet and took a bite. Get buff, small body. Lasts for 120 minutes. Small body, you will return to your 6-year-old self. You are weak and cannot withstand the wind and rain of the outside world. Remember to protect yourself. Tu Mingming? Ah. Song Shun. I will kill you. Tu Mingming said that she couldn't eat it. I would not have given it to Tu Dazhuang if I had known. Soon she became small, and the pickaxe looked like a tool from the giant country in her eyes. Of course, this is a bit exaggerated. However, she is small and weak now. The problem is that the system also prompts that the radiation value has a doubled impact on children. So, for her, the radiation value at this time is equivalent to a value of 40 or above. Fortunately, she had taken anti-radiation tablets before. Otherwise, she would not know whether she was dizzy or something else. Tu Dazhuang had no abnormal reaction after eating. Tu Mingming swung the pickaxe in a closed manner. It was a bit difficult to swing. All the watermelons had been given to Tu Dazhuang, and she couldn't snatch the watermelon from the dog. Tu Mingming wanted to replace the buff on her body, so she set her sights on the companion apple that had just dropped. No one was sure what would happen if she really ate it. But, Tu Mingming thought, could it be worse than this one? Wasn't she very lucky? So, eat it. Fight violence with violence. Fight poison with poison. Tu Mingming made up her mind. Took out the apple, wiped it twice, and took a bite. Tu Dazhuang heard the sound and looked up. He found that his mother was eating the little apple. Thought about it, and pushed the unfinished watermelon to Tu Mingming's feet. Tu Mingming. That's not necessary. Tu Dazhuang. After taking a bite of the apple, a new buff was generated quickly. Tu Mingming clearly felt that her body quickly returned to normal. But, there seemed to be something that was not normal. Obtained status. Forbidden fruit. Forbidden fruit. You will be hermaphrodite for 120 minutes. Tu Mingming. She felt something was wrong. However, when she found that her status was not right, Tu Mingming's first reaction was, would a man have stronger physical strength? So, she had to dig more garbage. After figuring it out, Tu Mingming swung the pickaxe again. With the buff from the rice she had eaten before, she felt that she had more strength. The pickaxe, which used to be a bit heavy for her, now felt as light as a soft cloud. It took 4 or 5 times to pry the garbage mountain before. Now Tu Mingming can pry open a corner with just one swing. Obtained item, cold medicine *1. Obtained companion, dry bread 50g *1. Dry bread has a slight anti-radiation effect, limited to environments with radiation values below 30. Although the bread is dry, it can save lives. Tu Mingming put the things away with great care, and then swung the pickaxe. She felt that she was terribly strong now. So, dig more garbage. It would be a pity if this strength was not used. At this time, in the team channel, in order not to affect others digging garbage, teammates did not use the voice channel, but used text. And anyone who saw it could just say squeak. If there is an emergency, people will open the voice chat. When Wu Jing received the watermelon, she couldn't help but taste it. Then, she became autistic. Wu Jing, Song Shun. I will kill you sooner or later. Wu Jing, picture. Wu Jing got a buff called Pride of Peacock. At this time, Wu Jing turned into a green peacock with a human face. He can still dig garbage, and he is quite strong and can fly. But, Wu Jing can't accept that he is a bird. It lasts for 2 fucking hours. Song Shun almost had a nervous breakdown when he saw this picture. You know, he had killed the human-faced peacock a long time ago. And now he sees it again. Damn. I'm afraid I'll have a nightmare tonight. How could a middle school kid like Song Shun not taste the flavor of this mutant watermelon? So, he also got a very interesting buff. Chapter 81. The buff Song Shun obtained was named No Worries for Our Family Today. Although the name of the buff is long, it is very simple to explain. That is, during the 2 hours when the buff lasted, Song Shun had no legs and was always floating. Song Shun, it feels magical. Haha. When Bai didn't want to say anything anymore, he was more cautious. In such a dangerous environment, he didn't touch the watermelon for the time being. After a brief exchange, the few people worked hard to dig garbage again. As for whether or not we can climb over this garbage mountain, what are we afraid of? There are still more than 5,000 people with us. So, just dig. Take it slow. And lean on it slowly. Tu Mingming used the buff of the male and female bodies to swing the pickaxe for 2 hours. For 2 hours, the garbage mountain seemed to be motionless. But Tu Mingming dug up a lot of cold medicine and gastrointestinal medicine. Except for the first dig, no radiation tablets were dug up in the next 2 hours. Dry bread, licorice-flavored sparkling water, etc. were dug up a lot. They are all foods for radiation environments. It's just that the corresponding values are more or less. Among them, the one that seems to have the highest value against radiation environments is licorice-flavored sparkling water, which can resist environments with radiation values below 50. Current radiation value, 32. The effect of the anti-radiation drug is still there. So Tu Mingming doesn't need to eat anything to resist it for the time being. Mutated fruits are like a double-edged sword. It may open a useful buff, or it may open a helpless buff. But it was worth the risk. So, after the previous buff disappeared, Tu Mingming thought about it, and took another bite of the apple. Unlucky. She didn't get the corresponding buff. Tu Mingming thought about it, and took another bite. Get buff. I have horns on my head. I have horns on my head. Those with horns are not necessarily animals. They may also be people. There is no attribute description. It may just be a decorative effect. Tu Mingming moved her body, and didn't find anything unusual about herself. She was about to take another bite of the apple, when she felt something behind her. At the same time, the system's reminder rang in her ears. There are still 10 seconds before the adventurers arrive. Tu Mingming? Is it so sloppy now? The countdown starts after 10 seconds? Anyway, at least it's a reminder. Tu Mingming immediately replaced the pickaxe with a crossbow and prepared for defense. Soon, the first group of adventurers in the garbage mountain appeared in Tu Mingming's field of vision. Mutated wolves. Their claws are the sharpest. And they also like to attack creatures with horns on their heads. They think that creatures with horns are not good. Tu Mingming, huh? Have creatures with horns deceived your feelings? Tu Mingming doesn't understand. But she knows that with horns on her head, she will definitely attract hatred. If she doesn't want to be eaten by the wolves, she'd better get rid of the 2 horns. Tu Mingming reacted and watched the wolves approach while biting an apple, trying to get rid of the buff. As a result, 1 apple was eaten. The buff was still there, and the horns were still there. Tu Mingming. There were 20 wolves coming, and they had already noticed the horns on Tu Mingming's head. At first, their eyes were still red. After discovering Tu Mingming's horns, they turned directly into a fierce green light, and their aggressiveness was very obvious. Tu Mingming ate the last bite of the apple while attacking. Of course, the buff did not replace the previous one. The mutated fruit was a little different from what they ate. However, Tu Mingming didn't have time to think about it. She shouted loudly, "De Zhuang! Fight!" Then, she swung her sword. There were many wolves, and they moved in a large range. They moved faster than Tu Mingming, and the crossbow couldn't aim at them at all. Tu Mingming had dynamic shooting training, but not much. After all, the community's capabilities were limited, and there was really not much training that could be provided to them. She did practice when she was free in the game, but the time was even more limited. So, if your skills are limited, don't try too hard. Let's switch to the big knife that she is more comfortable with. The mutant wolves are not big, compared with the mine wolves seen in the mine before. They are even half the size. Even so, it is quite troublesome for Tu Mingming. Their attack power is not high, even with green eyes and hatred for horns. Their attack power is just SOSO. However, it is important to note that you must not be caught by their claws. Otherwise, there will be several bloody cuts, and they may even be deep to the bones. Tu Mingming dodged carefully, but was still caught. That time, she was taken down with skin and flesh. Tu Mingming even felt so painful that her eyes went dark. There were too many mutant wolves, and Tu Mingming didn't even have time to bandage herself to stop the bleeding. She endured the pain and continued to fight. But the pain of the wound seriously affected her fighting ability. Not only that, it might be because the wound was exposed to the radiation environment, which would accelerate the impact of radiation on the body. Therefore, the time that the anti-radiation drug can resist is decreasing at a rapid speed visible to the naked eye. Originally, it had nearly an hour left. However, now, Every 10 minutes, it directly drops to 20 minutes. Tu Mingming guessed that it was because she was injured and her body was too weak. Therefore, the impact of radiation was more serious, and the effect of the corresponding anti-radiation medicine would be reduced, and the time would be shorter. Current radiation 39. The radiation level was getting higher and higher. In order not to affect her own battle, Tu Mingming asked Tu Dazhuang to help her pull a wave of hatred, and then drank a sip of licorice-flavored sparkling water. To be honest, since entering the game, she has never had such a bad drink. This sip, it is harder to swallow than life. But she has to drink it. Tu Mingming is afraid that the anti-radiation medicine will fail at this time. So, drink some water. This thing doesn't last long. Some are 20 minutes. Some are half an hour. And some are an hour. It depends on luck. Tu Mingming's luck is average. Only half an hour. However, because of this sip, the anti-radiation medicine's dissipation time finally no longer seems to be like pressing the speed button, but is decreasing at a normal time. This drink is useful. Although it tastes bad, it is useful. Tu Mingming threw the drink into her backpack and continued to fight the wolf. If you master the skills, mutant wolves are actually easy to kill. They don't like to turn in circles. This is what Tu Mingming learned from Tu Dazhuang. As long as it turns twice, the mutant wolf will start to get dizzy and lose its way. At this time, if you hit it, it will probably not be able to dodge. Tu Mingming didn't notice Tu Dazhuang's way of killing wolves at first. Later, she found that Tu Dazhuang was faster than her. So she took a look and found this method. Tu Mingming happily tried it, and found it really worked. Then, she swung her sword even harder. And at the same time, she didn't forget to praise, "Good dog." Tu Dazhuang happily bit a wolf to death, and then spit it out in disgust. "It stinks." The dog almost fainted from the stench. "My mother's food smells better. So, kill the wolf for food." Tu Dazhuang. Just do it. 20 mutant wolves. Except that they were not easy to fight at the beginning. Tu Mingming was also injured. After grasping the trick, Tu Mingming became much more comfortable, and was not so embarrassed. Even so, it was more than an hour after the killing. The effect of the anti-radiation drug has ended. The effect of the licorice drink she drank before has also ended. Tu Mingming looked at the radiation value that had risen to 42. And finally gritted her teeth, and took another sip of the drink. Very good. This time she was lucky. The anti-radiation attribute lasted for 60 minutes. At least within an hour. There is no need to worry. However, once the radiation value exceeds 60, she will have to go into the safe house. It was almost noon, but the radiation level was already so high only halfway through the day. Does it mean that they will have less time to work every day in the future? Tu Mingming didn't know. This was their first day at the garbage mountain, and everything still needed to be figured out. However, the most important thing right now was that her wound needed to be treated. If it wasn't treated, she would die of pain. Moreover, the dripping blood might attract something bad. Thinking of this, Tu Mingming gritted her teeth and took out a bunch of medicines from her backpack. She first performed a simple wound cleansing. The wound was on the left arm, so it was easy to clean. After the wound cleansing, Tu Mingming was worried. So she took another primary epidemic clearing tablet and found that the wound was slowly healing. She felt relieved, then bandaged the wound and changed into a new set of clothes. Although the radiation value of the garbage dump exceeded the standard, the temperature was normal, about 20 degrees. The current temperature is 22 degrees. It is a warm temperature, so Tu Mingming does not need to wear clothes with attributes. Of course, they don't have radiation-resistant clothes yet. No one noticed this before, and the companions or monsters didn't drop this thing before. Fortunately, there are still food and medicine. This made Tu Mingming relieved again. After more than an hour of fighting, Tu Mingming and Tu Dazhuang were not in the same degree of embarrassment. One person and one dog cleaned up, and then stood up, and Tu Mingming took out the pickaxe. Although it is not clear when the radiation value will exceed 60, there is still time to dig garbage before it reaches it. So, let's get started. At 12 noon, the current radiation value is 61. Tu Mingming saw this value, and quickly summoned the safe house. After entering, she took a shower first. During the process, she was careful to avoid the previous wounds to avoid reinfection. However, after taking medicine and applying medicine, the wounds are no longer as painful as before. Her movements back and forth are slightly affected. but not much. Tu Mingming thought that if it really doesn't work, she will take another primary epidemic clearing tablet before going to bed at night, so as not to affect her battle tomorrow. Today, the radiation value is over 60, and it's hard to say what the situation will be in the afternoon. Chapter 82. After Tu Mingming packed up, she lay on the bed to recover her strength and asked about her teammates in the voice channel. How are you? The first to reply was the most lively Song Shun. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! At first he cursed, and after reacting, Song Shun said in a hoarse voice, I'm sorry, brother. I can't control myself. I'm so angry that I want to kill someone. Ah. Song Shun was angry for many reasons. First, the mining truck. He can use it as a safe house, and it can help him avoid the environment of the garbage mountain with high radiation. But he is not allowed to dig the garbage mountain. Such a ready-made tool is in his hand, but he can't use it. Song Shun was so angry that he gritted his teeth and finally gave up and used a pickaxe. In their team, only Wu Jing and Wen Bai have enough physical strength for the time being. Tu Mingming's physical strength is not enough either. Song Shun still can't figure out why his physical strength is not enough. In reality, although his combat power is not the strongest, he is also ranked second in the team. Right? Even Wen Bai, a pure logistics worker, is ahead of him? This game, it will end sooner or later. Giving up the mining cart, Song Shun used a pickaxe to dig garbage for the whole morning. He fought a monster in the middle, a green peacock with a human face. Song Shun almost vomited after fighting this thing before. As a result, it came again. The problem is that many of the faces this time are the same as the last time. So, you NPCs also have recycling and reuse? Song Shun simply couldn't describe his feelings. In the middle, he was bitten several times by the peacock. He was very careful, fast, and strong. As a result, he was bitten several times. One of them was on his buttocks, and his pants were bitten. Song Shun was so angry that his face turned green. The first thing he did after killing the monster was to change his pants, apply medicine, and then eat to replenish his energy and resist radiation. Finally, he cleaned up, and it rained again. The original radiation value was 50, which was still a little far from 60. As a result, after the rain, the radiation value soared to 82 in less than 5 minutes. Song Shun was so scared that he dared not move and retreated to the safe house. He thought he was fast enough. However, 2 bloody holes were burned on his arm that was wet by the high radiation rain. He treated it in time, but half an hour later, he started to have a fever. Not wanting to disturb his teammates, Song Shun kept silent. When there was a sound in the team, Song Shun could not help it. After a while of complaining, Song Shun did not forget to remind his friends, really, I didn't feel so bad even when I was on a suicidal mission. You have to pay attention. Once the radiation value is high, go to the safe house immediately. By the way, do you still have materials? If not, I will send them to you. I still have some spare materials. By the way, the monsters didn't drop any materials this morning. It would have been fine if Song Shun hadn't said anything. After he said that, Tu Mingming also realized it. That's right. This morning, food, drinks, tools, clothes, etc. were dropped. But no materials for the safe house were dropped. Although Tu Mingming had saved a lot when she was mining before, because the safe house needs to be repaired, she never thought of selling materials. The same is true for other teammates in the team. However, not a single one was dropped, which always gave Tu Mingming a bad feeling. They can't just rely on their old capital. Right? What should I do if I don't have the capital? Song Shun only stayed in a high radiation environment for a few seconds longer, and then he got a fever after being drenched by rain. According to Song Shun, cold medicine, and a pyretic medicine, and primary epidemic clearing tablets were taken together, and the temperature dropped a little after half an hour. Now his temperature is still above 38 degrees. The fever made him a little weak, and he kept lying down after eating. The problem is that the medicine should have taken effect slowly after taking it. However, the effect is not visible now. This gave Song Shun a bad feeling. He thought about it and asked in a low voice, You say, for fever caused by radiation, will our medicine not work well? Wen Bai had just taken care of himself and cooked a meal with the rice given by Tu Mingming. He fried 2 more dishes, 1 meat and 1 vegetable, and then serve 3 portions, with rice as the base and 2 dishes as toppings. Then cover the box and sent it out to 3 friends. Hearing Song Shun ask this, Wenbai nodded, and found that his friends could not see it. So he patted his head and said, "It's really hard to say. Fever caused by radiation is definitely different from ordinary fever. Maybe the medicine we have now is useless. We may need medicine from the garbage mountain. By the way, did you dig up medicine this morning?" Song Shun hugged the quilt, wrapped himself tightly, and dispelled a little coldness and replied, "I dug it up. Cold medicine, antipyretic medicine, and gastrointestinal medicine. By the way, I also dug up 2 boxes of motherwort. Xiaola and Wu Jing. Who wants it?" Tu Mingming also dug up motherwort granules. So, she didn't take it for the time being, and quickly said, "Give it to Sister Jing. I probably won't need it for the time being. I also dug it up. Except for the anti-radiation tablets I dug up at the beginning. I didn't dig up anything after that. They are all ordinary daily basic medicines. Oh, I also dug up 2 boxes of anti-hypertensive drugs. The blood pressure of the 4 of them is normal now. So they don't need this for the time being. But it's okay to keep it. And there's no limit on what can be put in the backpack." Wu Jing didn't react for a long time, and finally spoke, "Oh my god. I'm finally alive." As soon as she said this, I knew that the experience of this morning was probably more exciting than Song Shun's. Sure enough, Wu Jing soon shared angrily, "It's terrible. I also have a fever. I didn't notice it just now. And I took a shower. I had to take a shower. I was also caught in the rain. The problem is that I didn't notice when the radiation value was high. When I found it, it was 87. I was so scared that I retreated to the safe house. I took a shower because I was too dirty. I felt confused just now. So I took a test. Okay. 39.2 degrees. I've never had such a high fever. Breaking the record." After saying that, Wu Jing fell back on the bed. "No. I feel dizzy." Wenbai heard that her voice was not right, and asked hurriedly, "Have you taken the medicine? Don't worry about whether it works or not. Take the antipyretic first." Wu Jing didn't want her teammates to worry, so she quickly replied, "I have taken it. I have taken it. Don't worry. I took 2 tablets. If it doesn't go down, I will go to physical cooling. But with such a high temperature, I guess physical cooling is useless." Tu Mingming was always watching the radiation value and reacted quickly, so she avoided it. Wenbai was probably paying careful attention. Wu Jing and Song Shun couldn't say they didn't notice it, but they were distracted by the rain. So that's why they were like that. However, rain? Tu Mingming took a look through the window of her safe house. "Hey! It's not raining," Tu Mingming thought. The garbage mountain probably has different places. It rained in some places, but not in others. Right? This was confirmed in the exchange hall. Some people didn't pay attention, and ended up getting a fever after being caught in the rain. However, there is one thing that can be summarized through everyone's communication. That is, rain accelerates the growth of radiation value. Just thinking about it. The meal said by Wenbai arrived. Tu Mingming and the others thanked Wenbai. Song Shun and the others didn't eat, so they naturally had to eat another meal. Before, they just ate bread and other things, so they must not be full. Now they have more, although they have no appetite due to fever. But, if they don't eat, they will have no resistance. Tu Mingming ate a meal before taking a bath, and now she is not hungry. So, she planned to save it and eat it in the evening. In the afternoon, I don't know if I can dig it yet. Current radiation value, 89. The value is getting higher and higher. Although it didn't rain in Tu Mingming's area, the garbage mountain became foggy, which looked abnormal at first glance. Moreover, she always felt that something seemed to be flying on the garbage mountain. It was just too fast, leaving only a long trail. This scared Tu Mingming so much that she quickly closed the curtains. No more watching. No more watching. It's necessary not to watch. She was in the safe house, with an excellent advantage, and could observe the garbage mountain carefully. So, no matter whether she was afraid or disgusted, she had to watch. Tu Mingming forced herself to watch. Not only that, she also took out the binoculars in her backpack and looked outside carefully. This time she found out. Those that moved were indeed alive. They were a kind of gray-white bird. They were very fast, and seemed to be feeding on something in the garbage mountain. So, They always fly around the garbage mountain, swooping down from time to time, then grabbing something, then finding a place to stay, eating, swooping down again, and eating again. Tu Mingming observed for a while, and found that they were eating something green. Tu Mingming adjusted the telescope and carefully observed what they were eating. Tu Mingming felt that this thing was very important. The radiation value was so high that no other living things could be seen near the garbage mountain. This bird can fly freely here and eat things here. So it must be unique. After carefully observing for a long time, because the foggy vision was not good, Tu Mingming stared until her eyes were sore. And then she could barely recognize what the other person was holding in his mouth. Green marbles. Tu Mingming dropped a few of these when she was digging garbage in the morning. The system was very perfunctory in explaining this thing. Green marbles, a specialty of the garbage mountain. Just one sentence. Nothing more. Tu Mingming thought at the time that this might be an unknown material. However, because it was a companion drop, she didn't think much about it, and put it in her backpack for the time being. Maybe it will be useful someday? Now seeing the gray bird eating this, Tu Mingming thought, could this thing be a special product of the garbage mountain to resist radiation? Because this thing needs to be eaten to verify. So, Tu Mingming didn't dare to act rashly. She sent the picture of the thing to the team channel and asked her friends, I just saw a bird outside the window, digging for this thing in the garbage mountain to eat. Look! What is this? Did you drop it? Song Shun and Wu Jing were burning, and they were confused. So, I didn't reply for the time being. Wenbai carefully looked at the item information that Tu Mingming said to the team. He strode to the window again and looked at the situation outside the window. It was also raining on his side of the garbage mountain, and the rain curtain blocked the view, making it even worse. Wenbai could see some living things moving, but he couldn't see what they were. He remembered that he should have a telescope in his backpack. Thinking of this, he rummaged it out and prepared to see the situation and discuss it with Tu Mingming. If it really works, maybe Wu Jing and Song Shun won't have to suffer. Chapter 83. Wenbai observed in the rain for a long time and came to the same conclusion as Tu Mingming. Those little birds were indeed eating green marbles. He even adjusted the telescope carefully and looked again and again. He was just short of taking a picture of the picture and analyzing it carefully to prove that it was indeed green marbles. However, after the analysis, it could also be proved. Wenbai had a new question. Xiaolu, how many green marbles do you have? Wenbai searched his backpack and carefully searched his memory of the morning. Then, he found that he had never obtained a green marble. If it wasn't for the corresponding picture sent by Tu Mingming, if it wasn't for him seeing it through the telescope, Wenbai would even be unfamiliar with this thing. He didn't get it. Could it be that his luck was so bad? Wenbai was puzzled. So he asked. Tu Mingming was also puzzled. But when Wenbai said that the bird did eat this, she felt relieved and quickly replied, 3. Tu Mingming did not get much of this thing. However, if it is really useful, then there are enough for the two teammates. After hearing Tu Mingming say that she only had 3, Wenbai thought about it again. He thought it should be a good thing. So he told the other 2 people in the team who had a high fever. In the current situation where the primary epidemic clearing tablets are useless, the intermediate ones are useless, and the antipyretic medicine is not good, the green marbles seem to be a good try. Of course, if the trial is wrong, the problem is also quite big. The system did not say that this can be eaten, so they ate it directly. Wenbai obviously considered this point. The risk factor is still quite high. The system didn't say whether it can be eaten or not. Whether there is any difference between birds and humans is uncertain. To put it bluntly, we are guinea pigs. Do you two want to eat it? Before Wu Jing said anything, Song Shun couldn't stand it anymore. Damn it! If you don't eat it, I will burn it. Eat, eat, eat. Hurry up. Shiola, help me. After that, he didn't forget to tell Wu Jing, Jingjia, calm down first. I'll eat it to see the effect. Don't be impulsive. As soon as these words came out, Wu Jing, who was exhausted from the fever, snorted, if anyone wants to try, it should be my sister. You can go play with your balls. The two were vying to be the guinea pig. If something went wrong, the other person still had a chance to survive. So, no one was willing to give in. Wenbai didn't mean to favor anyone, and directly asked them to cast the sieve in the team. Whoever is bigger eats. The two casted, and Wu Jing's luck was as stable as ever. So, she is small. Looking at this result, Wu Jing gritted his teeth. Damn! I always feel that I can't catch up with a hot mouthful of shit. Song Shun laughed at the side. Not that bad. Sister. Not that bad. We still have food. The worst case is to eat stale bread. Not that. When Bai was worried. So he contacted the four of them and turned on the video mode. In this way, if Song Shun got something bad from eating, they would know in advance. When the video was first turned on, everyone was quite nervous. But soon they were no longer nervous. Because the two people were really feverish. Wu Jing's fair skin was red from the fever. Song Shun's eyes were red from the fever. When Bai was so anxious that he was running around. But he couldn't help. Now that the mall is closed and they can't buy summoning flags, they can't summon their teammates to take care of them. Tu Mingming was also very anxious. When she mailed the green marbles to Song Shun, she almost put the wrong thing in. But she felt sorry for her friends. So Tu Mingming thought about it and washed a basin of freshly picked cherries and put them in. Although the newly harvested cherries have no attributes, they taste good, sour and sweet, and they are especially addictive. After the stuff was mailed, Song Shun received it quickly. He was indeed badly burned. He felt weak and had no strength. His hands were weak when he was dismantling things. Just at this moment, the live broadcast started and it was his turn. This was the first time they had a live broadcast after the transfer. The people on Blue Star had already known from other people's live broadcasts that they were now blocked by the garbage mountain. Moreover, they also knew that the current situation of others was not too good. However, when they really cut to Song Shun, they felt uncomfortable when they saw that Song Shun, who used to be talkative and lively, was unwilling to speak due to the fever, and was weak all over. Das Hun is not in a good condition. How are the people who were recorded as having a high fever after being irradiated? 2 of them have died. The subsequent live broadcast has ended, and there is no way to track the results for the time being. As soon as this conversation came out, everyone in the monitoring department fell silent. Perhaps it was because the 4-person team was too fast and efficient before, making survival not so difficult. Therefore, everyone was full of hope. Even if they saw them suffering, they knew that it was not real suffering. So they watched with a smile. Now, seeing Song Shun like this, everyone's heart began to feel bad again. Song Shun quickly swallowed the green marble. Someone noticed this scene and couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise, "He's eating? I've never seen it before." Huh? Quick! Quick! Close the camera. Take more pictures. We will analyze it later. Although it may be useless. What if? What if something is analyzed? They can't do anything else. Don't they even do data analysis? It's not a good habit to be bad. Song Shun swallowed the green marble quickly. Because the system didn't say that this thing can be eaten. There is naturally no way to eat it. Then just swallow it raw. What else can it do? Song Shun thought. He even prepared water. It's just that it's too big, and it's too difficult to swallow. If he doesn't drink water to smooth it out, he's afraid it will get stuck in his throat. After eating, he lay there and ate cherries one by one. Song Shun thought, this medicine should take effect as soon as possible. Wu Jing is still waiting. Whether you are useful or not, get the results as soon as possible. Don't let them wait in vain. If they take other medicines that are useful, there is still time to seize the opportunity. Song Shun waited and waited. And he finished a bowl of cherries. But he was still feverish. The fever was really uncomfortable. So he ate 2 more pears. I don't know how many buffs on his head jumped. Finding that the fever had not subsided, he ate 2 more apples. It hasn't subsided yet. Song Shun touched himself and found that he was still feverish. So he found out the body temperature and measured it again. Found that the temperature seemed to have dropped a little, but it was not obvious. So, he ate half a watermelon again. Eating and eating. Half an hour passed. Song Shun ate too much and felt like vomiting. He didn't understand. Shouldn't he have a poor appetite when he had a fever? Why did he eat cherries to stimulate his appetite? But couldn't stop eating afterwards? He ate so much that his throat was full. And he realized it belatedly. He ate too much. Fortunately, fruits are digested quickly. Not good. Song Shun realized that something was wrong. Covered his stomach. And ran into the toilet at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. Once he entered, he couldn't control it. Song Shun went to the toilet every 2 minutes on average. He had a fever. And after the diarrhea, he was exhausted and sat on the toilet. Motionless. He thought. Damn. He won't move. Who cares? The toilet smells bad? He can't even walk. So why bother? But, don't mention it. This diarrhea. It seems to be much better? At this time, 50 minutes have passed since he ate the green marble. Song Shun took out his body temperature and measured it again. The temperature dropped again. This time it was obvious that he had dropped to more than 37 degrees. With a slight low fever. Except for the excessive diarrhea and the fever that made him weak. He had no other problems for the time being. 10 minutes later, Song Shun's temperature dropped to a normal 36 degrees. Because he had diarrhea too much. His physical strength had not recovered for the time being. Song Shun walked out of the bathroom with trembling legs and returned to bed. After observing for another 10 minutes, he recorded the data and gave feedback to his teammates, family. It seems to be useful. It's been an hour, and my temperature has dropped. There are no other abnormalities for the time being. I don't know if diarrhea counts. Because I ate a lot of fruit after eating green marbles. I don't know if it was stimulated by the fruit or what. An hour later. I don't know if it was the medicine I took before that took effect. Or the green marble. However, Song Shun's fever subsided. Which was hope. Moreover, there were no other problems for the time being. When Bai asked Wu Jing if he wanted to try it, Wu Jing's brain was almost unable to think because of the fever. Whose good person has a fever of 40 degrees, and it is still high? She is not stupid. It's all due to her strong willpower. So, when Bai asked, Wu Jing immediately said, Eat. Eat. She wants to eat now. Tu Mingming quickly mailed her one too. An hour later, Wu Jing's fever subsided. Of course, she also ran to the bathroom countless times during the process. Woo. Help me. I can't stand up. Wu Jing held the bathroom door and barely supported herself from crawling back. She leaned on her two legs and was about to walk to the bed when her stomach growled again. Wu Jing. Help me. Someone help me. Considering that Song Shun had eaten fruit before, he almost had diarrhea and dehydration. Wu Jing was very cautious and only took medicine. And didn't touch anything else. In the end, he still had diarrhea. Does this mean that the side effect of the green marble is diarrhea? When Bai guessed and simply recorded the data. Now Tu Mingming still has a green marble in her hand. The other three people have none in their hands. This is the result after everyone discussed it after Wu Jing and Song Shun finally stopped having diarrhea and sat down. When asked before, the two people didn't respond. When Bai felt that it was normal for these two people to have no ability to think after being burned like that. So, I asked Tu Mingming to help send marbles. Now I found out. The three of them don't have marbles. After listening to this, Wu Jing leaned against the wall and said weakly, Shaola saved my life again. I really can't repay you for saving my life now. My legs are shaking. I'm lying on the bed and still shaking. Wu Jing didn't even know whether it was more terrible to have diarrhea that made my legs tremble, or to have a high fever of 40 degrees and feel weak all over. However, it felt good not to have a fever. So, just poop. To live in this high radiation environment, you have to pay something. Right? Thinking of this, Wu Jing took a look at the current radiation value. Current radiation value, 99. Wu Jing. Why don't you just go to 100? As she thought of this, the value really jumped to 100. Wu Jing. Chapter 84. Wu Jing simply sat on the toilet and didn't move. Just poop like this. Just poop and it's over. Tu Mingming asked about her teammate's condition with concern. She was relieved to know that everyone had no other problems except diarrhea, and the temperature had dropped. When Bai also asked carefully, the radiation value has now reached 100. This may be the highest value. Because after jumping to 100, it has not moved for the time being. It was still raining on the garbage mountain where Bai and the other three were. But it was not raining on Tu Mingming's side. But there was heavy fog, and the visibility outside was extremely poor. Even if Tu Mingming took a telescope, she couldn't see anything. The fog lasted until 1500 hours in the afternoon. The system announcement also sounded at this time. System announcement. Congratulations to the player for discovering the effect of the green marble. Green marble assists in the recovery of the body after being affected by radiation. Note, because of the excellent effect, there are certain side effects. System announcement. Green marbles are precious outputs in the garbage mountain. If players want to survive in a high radiation environment, green marbles are one of the essential items. System announcement. Finding and collecting green marbles will help players survive better. So please find more green marbles within 24 hours to survive. System announcement. The ranking list for finding green marbles has been opened. Please keep an eye on the progress. System announcement. After 24 hours, the top 3 players will receive a reward treasure chest. After receiving several messages in a row, Tu Mingming still reacted for a while. Then she silently looked at the green marble left in her backpack. Out of curiosity, she also clicked on the small rocket symbol that appeared temporarily to represent the ranking list. First place, 2x. Quantity, 1. Tu Mingming? It was a close call. She almost had to use the real name system. You know, she didn't tell her teammates her real name. They have been getting along well, and they have already developed feelings for each other. In fact, Tu Mingming has considered confessing and telling the truth, but she has never found a good opportunity. How about, tell me? Tu Mingming hesitated for a moment, and silently opened the team voice. Teammate, I actually have something to tell the truth. The other 3 teammates were all nervous when they heard this tone. Wenbai even thought of many possibilities, such as treason in an instant. He thought that if Tu Mingming really went astray, she could be forgiven. After all, she was young and easily tempted. They just need to preach more and guide her to the right path. She is still a child and can be educated again. The 3 of them were nervous and didn't speak. Tu Mingming was already guilty, and she was even more nervous at this time. She thought about it, and finally closed her eyes and said dryly, my real name is Tu Mingming. In fact, Sheila is also my name. But it's just a nickname. I didn't dare to say it directly before. Song Xuanqing was so excited. When he heard about this, he laughed. Hey, I thought it was nothing. It scared me. It's nothing. It's just a code name. I wanted to change my name to Song Tiandi too, but my dad didn't agree, and beat me with a stick. Hey, otherwise I would have a nickname too. Wu Jing. Good fight. Smile. Wenbai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and said with a smile, it's okay. It's just a small problem. In such a dangerous game, it's good to be more vigilant. It's okay. Mingming. This cute voice made Tu Mingming feel relieved. She thought. Fortunately, the teammates were very good and didn't care so much about her. Tu Mingming said it again embarrassedly. She found that no one really cared. And then she was really relieved. This little thing will soon pass. Everyone is more concerned about the collection of green marbles. Now the radiation value is 100. They can't go out at all. The system has told them that people can survive for a maximum of 4 hours in a high radiation environment. They have 24 hours to complete the collection task. So they are not in a hurry to find the items now. So, they can wait a little longer. Besides, there is no penalty for not finding the items. So they can actually not find them. However, the reward treasure chest is still very tempting. If possible, they still want to find them. Thinking of this, Wenbai clicked on the leaderboard. Then he saw 2x standing alone on it, and he couldn't help but smile. Mingming is awesome. Dominating the list. Tu Mingming, please stop talking. She feels so embarrassed. The problem is, she feels embarrassed, but other people don't. Friday going to jump into the sea. I just want to know, which big guy has already got the green marble? Bamboo leaf green. 3 whole hours. Family members? Who knows? I had a high fever of 40 degrees for 3 hours. And I'm lucky not to be burned to death. Misixi, it's not that you're lucky. I think it's the game setting. Anyway, I also had a fever for 3 hours. After taking various medicines, I didn't find that the temperature dropped. I thought I was waiting to die. As a result, the fever subsided after 3 hours. But now I still have a low fever, dizziness, and weak legs. By the way, big guys with green marbles. Do you want to trade? Other players are naturally paying attention to this green marble event. Everyone habitually clicks on the leaderboard, thinking that the event has just started. The list may still be empty. The result? It is not. Someone has already made the list. Although the number behind it is 1. But, let's just say there is no green marble. Right? They have not seen any green marble so far. But they are already far ahead. However, what they didn't know was that Tu Mingming actually had 3 marbles. When Wu Jing saw other players say that holding on for 3 hours can actually reduce fever, he began to pound the ground. Ah! What a waste of marbles. I should have held on earlier. Tu Mingming didn't think it was a waste, but it takes a long time to hold on. If you get feverish, it's not worth it. We have things, so don't feel bad about using them. People are the most important. Life is the most important. Tu Mingming didn't feel bad about the green marbles. At first, she didn't even know how to use them. Or after observation and analysis, it may be useful. In fact, Wu Jing and Song Shun also acted as guinea pigs. In the case of uncertainty, eating directly is actually a brave attempt. Song Shun also felt that it was too wasteful to eat. Of course, in addition to feeling sorry for the green marble, he was also curious about what it felt like to burn for 3 hours without dying or being stupid. Wenbai was afraid that he would get too excited and rush forward like a middle school student. So he specifically warned him, don't do anything stupid. People can really die here. Tens of thousands of people have died. Isn't that enough to sound the alarm? Song Shun knew it. He was just thinking about it, looking at the radiation value of 100 for a long time. Song Shun couldn't help scratching his head. When will this end? The radiation value is not moving. Can't go out today? Wu Jing quickly replied, I guess so. If not, let's go to sleep first. Get enough energy, and dig more garbage tomorrow. Wenbai thought about the little gray bird they observed today, and reminded his friends, let's pay more attention to that bird tomorrow. If we can catch it alive, we will catch it and analyze it. Song Shun thought about the mining machine in his hand, and spoke again, by the way, who will you give the mining machine to? It will be used as a tent for me to sleep. Wenbai felt that although he had good strength, he was not as strong as Wu Jing. The mining machine should be used in a more suitable place, or in the hands of a more suitable person. So, before Wu Jing could speak, Wenbai spoke, give it to Wu Jing. Wenbai was the captain of their team. Although he did not say it explicitly, it was already a tacit agreement. He spoke, and Wu Jing did not refuse. After thinking for a while, she said, if I don't have enough strength, I will mail it to you. Anyway, the points are useless for the time being, and it's not bad for postage. Wenbai was afraid that there would be a trick in the game later, so he didn't agree with this. You still have to pay attention to it. What if you need it later? Wu Jing thought about it, and it made sense. So he agreed again. After everyone decided, the next time was to wait for the radiation value to drop. As a result, until the night time of the game, the radiation value did not drop, and it was stuck at 100. On the first day, they came to the garbage mountain. They only worked for half a day, and the rest of the day they either watched the fog or watched the rain. Everyone was a little amused, but they had to find some joy in the midst of hardship. Tu Mingming steamed rice, and found some ready-made cooked food and covered the rice with it. She didn't waste her rice with attributes, and ate ordinary rice. The rice was a little less fragrant, but it was still delicious. Tu Mingming felt that she was about to be spoiled by the food in the game. What had she eaten before? Just various nutrient solutions. During festivals, we would eat some fruity nutrient solutions. For other delicacies, we only saw them in pictures or on the internet. Now, I have begun to dislike rice, which is actually very delicious. Thinking of this, Tu Mingming didn't know whether she should cry or laugh. She quickly finished her meal and shared apples with Tu Dazhuang. Then she simply washed and prepared to go back to bed. At night in the garbage mountain, Yugi also disagreed with them going out. The reason given was, the gray birds at night would be stimulated by the night and do some irrational things. Tu Mingming was not sure what the irrational thing was. She observed for a while, but it was foggy, and she couldn't see anything clearly. Finally, she gave up and lay on the bed to prepare for sleep. However, she soon knew what the gray bird looked like at night. The rain stopped for the other 3 people, and the vision was better. Wenbai took a photo and posted it on the team channel. Tu Mingming clicked it and took a look. Because she was not prepared, she jumped up from the bed in fright. My God! What the hell? Tu Mingming was startled. Her jump scared Tu Dazhuang again. The dog raised its 4 legs high and jumped up. Then the man and the dog looked at each other for a long time, and met Tu Dazhuang's complicated gaze. Tu Mingming raised her hand to signal him. It's okay. You are scared. Go to sleep. Chapter 85. Tu Mingming comforted Tu Dazhuang, who found that his mother was fine and lay back quietly. Tu Mingming didn't want to be startled, but the photos sent by Wenbai were really scary. Wu Jing also felt creepy and complained about Wenbai in the channel. Captain 1. Please consider everyone's psychological quality when taking photos. Who are you trying to scare to death by looking at these photos in the middle of the night? In the photo, the gray bird, which was gray and small before, has enlarged by more than 20 times and turned into a scary and aggressive flying bird. The other party's long mouth opened wide, revealing the bloody red tongue inside. And at the same time, the eyeballs were particularly round and bulging, protruding a lot. With a gloomy background, it was facing the camera directly, and its eyes were full of fierceness, which was really scary. Wenbai was also very helpless about this. I didn't want to do this, but I chose this angle several times. It just rushed over like this and pecked at the safe house. As soon as these words came out, the others couldn't sleep instantly, and they all got up to check the situation. The system notification of the damage of the safe house has a limit value. For example, the notification will be turned on only when it is higher than 10, or the notification will be turned on only when it accumulates to 10. Now it is not enough. I think the damage of the gray bird to the safe house is not high. Tu Mingming waited for a while before hearing the system notification. The gray bird is indeed attacking the safe house. This made Tu Mingming couldn't help but tighten her quilt. This situation is not good. This morning, no materials related to the safe house were dropped, and they needed these materials to repair the safe house. If the garbage mountain doesn't fall, they will need to rely on their old capital. Once the old capital is not enough, won't they face the situation of no safe house available? Without a safe house, how can they survive in a high radiation environment? On the first day of entering the garbage mountain, everyone was trapped by this problem. However, now they can only take one step at a time. The good news is that the gray bird's damage value is not high. It will take about half an hour to cause 10 points of damage to the safe house. For the safe house, this is not even a minor injury. The bad news is, 2 hours have passed, and the gray bird is still pecking at the safe house. If they keep doing this, they will eventually break through the safe house. Right? What will they do if they really break through it? This is really a headache. Wenbai was afraid that everyone would have a psychological burden and sleep poorly, which would affect tomorrow's efficiency. So he quickly told everyone to stop thinking too much and go to bed. I'll observe it for a while, and see if I can record anything. You guys go to sleep first, and don't affect tomorrow's efficiency. After Wenbai finished speaking, he turned off the voice channel and continued to observe with the telescope. Wu Jing felt embarrassed and wanted to share the first and second half of the night with him. Wenbai smiled and refused. I won't watch much either. I'll go to bed at 12 o'clock. It's important to get enough rest. You should go to bed too. Wenbai said so, and Wu Jing didn't insist. At 12 o'clock midnight, Wenbai found those birds. Finally they rested. He could go back to sleep with peace of mind. That night, everyone didn't sleep very well. Tu Mingming was the same. She was not worried that the gray bird would peck at the safe house. She was not chased by the fathead fish tonight, but she was chased by the human-faced peacock all night. She was even scared awake in the middle of the night and went to the toilet. When she returned to the bed, Tu Mingming rubbed her face and found that the radiation value had finally dropped. Current radiation value, 4. The time at this time was 4 o'clock in the morning. In the team channel, there was also a reminder from Wenbai before going to bed. It was said that the gray bird also went to bed at 12 o'clock, and no other monsters appeared outside the safe house. Are there no monsters? When the system reminded, it seemed that it only said that the gray bird would be stimulated. So, there are no other monsters. Why not give it a try? Anyway, I was woken up by the shock and couldn't sleep. Tu Mingming hesitated for almost 10 minutes between the suicidal attempt and the safe one, and finally decided to eat a mouthful of rice and take 2 dozhuang to adventure at midnight. 2 dozhuang was drowsy, but the big steak called him. After happily eating a big steak, 2 dozhuang said, if you have anything, just talk to me. The dog is always here. Even if Tu Mingming went out to commit suicide, she didn't put away the safe house. She planned to see what was happening outside. If something was wrong, she would immediately come back and not give the monsters outside any chance. It was still foggy outside. The fog in her garbage mountain had not dissipated, so her vision was not good. But the taste was much better than during the day. Moreover, when the radiation value was not high, she felt that her body became much lighter. The mouthful of rice she ate finally gave her 20 luck increase. Coupled with her European attributes, Tu Mingming became much bolder. She tried to walk a few steps outside, but did not find any trace of the gray bird. Then, Tu Mingming became bolder. She took out a pickaxe and signaled Tu Dazhuang to dig with her, although Tu Dazhuang had no tools. But this dog, born at the bottom of the mine, has very sharp teeth. It is not only effective for mines, but also for garbage mountains. When digging, it digs broken ore. When digging garbage, it does not dig broken garbage. However, it needs to be bitten harder than a pickaxe, or more times, and it has to be bitten more than 10 or 20 times before the corresponding item will drop. Sometimes it is an old bowl. Sometimes it is a piece of white paper. If Tu Dazhuang becomes a human, he will most likely be a chief, because the things that fall are so ugly. Tu Mingming even feels that it is not worth the effort she has put in. However, Tu Dazhuang wants to accompany her, and she can't stop him. So, the midnight adventure begins. One person and one dog. The dog started to dig stealthily. It was quiet in the early morning of the garbage mountain. There was really no sound at all. It was so quiet that it was a little scary. The smell was a little strong. It was normal for a garbage mountain. However, the radiation value was not high. Overall, the environment was still good. Tu Mingming waved the pickaxe and was about to dig, but she felt something was wrong. A cool breeze blew behind her, which made Tu Mingming subconsciously alert. At the same time, she turned around quickly and held the pickaxe horizontally in front of her. When she turned around, Tu Mingming found that a small thing was flying in her unclear vision. The other party was too fast, and she couldn't see it clearly. So Tu Mingming swung the pickaxe. Bang! Gee! The sound of the pickaxe hitting the other party was very loud. Then the small thing made a sound of G. And then, bang! It fell to the ground. It didn't move. Tu Mingming? Tu Mingming took a breath, still holding the pickaxe tightly in her hand, and then stepped forward to take a look. As she got closer, Tu Mingming discovered that it was the body of a gray bird? Is it a gray bird? Before, she used a telescope to look at it, and later found that it had mutated in the middle of the night. Now it has returned to its normal size. It was because Tu Mingming had a good aim that she was able to shoot it down in one go. If she had a bad aim and the other party was small, Tu Mingming might have had to circle around it twice more. Now the bird is gone, and when Tu Mingming got closer, she found a small bag dropped. Tu Mingming picked it up with a pickaxe and held it in her hand. Obtained item, green marble *1. Tu Mingming? She said there would be something during the midnight adventure. It was actually a green marble. Tu Mingming subconsciously clicked on the small rocket beside her. First place, 2x. Quantity, 2. It was indeed a green marble. The little gray bird dropped a green marble. This is a pleasant surprise. I just don't know if every one of them dropped it. Tu Mingming swallowed her saliva and thought that if every one of them really dropped it, then she would have discovered something extraordinary. Tu Mingming felt that this needed to be proven by data. So, she swung the pickaxe again and took the initiative to look for the gray bird. However, the second half of the night might not be the time for the gray bird to be active. Or, they mutated in the middle of the night, which might also consume energy. So, after the transformation, they would also have a period of rest. Tu Mingming turned around twice and did not find the second gray bird. This made Tu Mingming a little disappointed. But not much. Without the gray bird, there is still garbage to dig. Knowing that this thing is temporarily invisible, it means that in the current environment, there is no need to consider other dangers except the radiation value. So what are you waiting for? Start digging. Tu Mingming stayed up late at night and started digging garbage. Although Tu Dazhuang didn't understand, he also followed. One person and one dog started to work panting. The radiation value slowly increased as time went by. At 5 o'clock in the morning, the current radiation value was 12. The increase was not fast, and it was even very slow compared to the afternoon. Except for the time when Tu Mingming first came out. She killed a gray bird. The rest of the time, the garbage mountain was quiet and safe, and there was no bird to be seen. This made Tu Mingming feel that her guess might be correct. The gray bird's transformation was not without cost. The little gray bird before probably bumped into her because of some accident. Right? An hour passed, and Tu Mingming did not encounter any danger for the time being. Originally, she wanted to ask in the team if anyone was willing to take the risk. After all, the radiation value is not high now, and it is just right to work. However, thinking that when Bai went to bed at 12 o'clock, and he had just slept for 5 hours. It seems not good to disturb him now. However, there is no special reminder in the text message of the channel, and the team members need to pay attention to it themselves. Thinking of this, Tu Mingming decided to send it, in case someone wakes up and can still see it. It is also profitable to dig a little by the way, although Tu Mingming did not dig a green marble in this hour. However, there are many other things. She also dug up the intermediate epidemic clearing tablets. Although there are only 2 tablets, it is better than nothing. Tu Mingming, there is no danger outside for the time being, and the radiation value is not high. The gray bird has not appeared for the time being. You can venture out to dig garbage for a while. After Tu Mingming sent a message, she didn't say anything more. She didn't want to disturb her friend's rest. So, this reminder is enough now. After the reminder, Tu Mingming swung the pickaxe again. At this time, the time in the game was 6 o'clock in the morning. When the pickaxe was swung, there was a slight sound of wind behind him. Tu Mingming didn't even need to hesitate. She turned around and raised the pickaxe. Chapter 86. Tu Mingming turned around and took out a pickaxe. Then, another gray bird was killed. Obtained item, green marble *1. After killing this one, Tu Mingming clearly felt something was wrong. She saw a lot of gray birds flapping their wings not far away. Not good. Although they are no longer mutated. Who knows if they will come up together under normal circumstances. After all, they are birds and not easy to kill. Tu Mingming chose the latter between taking risks and hiding. After all, the system has been emphasizing that the game time at night is dangerous. If possible, please return to the safe house. After discovering a group of gray birds, Tu Mingming quickly returned to the safe house. After she returned, she did not rush to clean herself up, but stood at the window and looked at the situation outside. The gray birds should have recovered from the adverse reactions after the mutation, and now they are moving together. They flew in groups and rushed to the garbage mountain. Wherever they fly, a large piece of the garbage mountain is missing. During the day, they are just small birds that rest everywhere and look very normal. But at night, or the night time in the game, they become ferocious birds that can even chew up the garbage mountain. At this time, Tu Mingming was very lucky that she just backed off and went back to the safe house honestly. The garbage mountain was so hard for her to pry with a pickaxe. The gray bird easily chewed off a large piece. If it was her, I dare not think about it. I dare not think about it. Now Tu Mingming already has 3 green marbles. In fact, the number is a bit less. However, it is too dangerous outside. She dare not go out to take risks. So she should wait until 8 in the morning. Tu Mingming went to the bathroom to clean herself up, changed her clothes, and then went back to sleep. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the system reported the number of players who survived today. Compared to yesterday, there are about a dozen less. Tu Mingming didn't actually remember the specific number, just roughly estimated it. The nap was not very comfortable, mainly because she didn't get enough sleep. At 4 in the morning, she went out to work for 2 hours with full consciousness. However, when she came back to sleep, she felt like she couldn't recover. After Tu Mingming woke up, she sat there for about 5 minutes, then got up and washed her face again, trying to wake herself up as quickly as possible. When Bai made rice bowls early in the morning and sent them to his friends. Tu Mingming also sent him 200 kilograms of rice. Eating the steaming and fragrant shredded pork rice. Eating the refreshing cherry tomatoes. And a cup of sweet soy milk. The cute breakfast is rich and comfortable. While eating, I also took a look at the trading hall. Everyone is asking for materials for the safe house and medicine. Everyone has almost no demand for food. Even if there is no companion drop. There have been a lot of things dropped by monsters before. So, everyone's food will definitely be enough in a short time. But it's hard to say about medicines. After all, how much medicines are dropped depends on luck. For example, Wu Jing rarely drops medicines, and has the lowest drop rate among the 4 people in the team. Tu Mingming has the highest drop rate, and she has a companion, so she has much more than the other 3. In addition to these necessities, there are also people in the trading hall who are begging for the fried rice that Tu Mingming sold before. Going to jump into the sea on Friday. Really? Begging for fried rice? I will never say that your matcha-flavored fried rice is not delicious again. Please! Tu Mingming. Is there a possibility? I eat ready-made food now? Tu Mingming cruelly pretended that she could not see the other party's purchase information. In fact, there are enough ingredients now. But Tu Mingming has no time to cook. However, if it is still afternoon today, the radiation value will exceed 60. And it is not that there is no time. Besides, there are still 2 pieces of black soil that are idle. This is not good. Plant. Tu Mingming ate while planting. Teammates have seen the message Tu Mingming sent early in the morning. Song Shun still worriedly asked Tu Mingming, "Are you not injured? Going on an adventure so early in the morning? Little girl, you are very brave." Tu Mingming, No, don't worry. Tu Mingming said she was not injured. So no one mentioned it anymore. Some things also need to be tested before the results are known. We can't just let everyone give in because of the danger. Right? If Tu Mingming hadn't taken the risk, they wouldn't have known that the gray bird dropped the green marble. Although I don't know what the final treasure chest is. However, everyone has a desire to win. And it would be a pity not to take such a good reward in front of us. No matter whether there is a chance or not. We have to give it a try. Right? After breakfast, everyone briefly exchanged information. And then went out with pickaxes. At 8:15 in the morning. The current radiation value, 37. It's so high in the morning. It was not very high at 6 o'clock. Tu Mingming felt that at the current rate of increase, they would probably have to go back to the safe house at noon. Working half a day every day is a good thing under normal circumstances. But they still need to climb over a mountain of garbage. Who can stand working half a day every day? Today's temperature is still around 20 degrees. With a breeze. Forget about the air quality in the garbage mountain. The smell is still not very good. And as the radiation value increases, the smell becomes stronger. Wu Jing drove the mining truck directly to the garbage mountain today. While rushing, he opened the team voice and laughed. Who would have thought that one day the chief would be able to dig garbage so arrogantly? Go! Tu Mingming was really envious after hearing this. I wonder if digging like that will give me a companion. I think it should. Right? Tu Mingming was not sure. But she couldn't use the mining machine because she didn't have enough power. Tu Mingming felt like she had found something to do in her free time. Cooking and exercising. Sooner or later, she would also drive the mining machine and feel how it felt to dig up half a truck of garbage with one shovel. Mining was a thing of the past. And she had no chance. It can't be that there is no chance in the garbage mountain. Right? She refused to accept it. She must practice. While digging the garbage, Tu Mingming did not forget to try to attack the gray bird. As a result, she couldn't touch any of them. Yes, they are incredibly agile during the day. Tu Mingming tried to attack with a pickaxe, attack with a machine crossbow, chop with a long knife, and even throw stones. As a result, she didn't hit any of them. Tu Mingming even felt the contempt of the king in the gray bird's small eyes. Tu Mingming. It wasn't just Tu Mingming who didn't hit it. The other 3 teammates also didn't hit it. Song Shun fought for a long time, but didn't even touch a bird's feather, and broke through the defense directly. I'm going to curse. Wenbai tried for a long time, and even tried to outsmart him, but he didn't hit it either. However, he was very calm and didn't rush. He even submitted a bug to the system because of this. Unfortunately, the system ignored him. It seems that the setting of Gray Bird is reasonable, and there is no possibility of bug. It's not a bug, so their attack method is wrong? Or is it the wrong time? Could it be that they can only be thieves in the middle of the night? Wenbai was actually unwilling to take risks in the middle of the night. He had advised Tu Mingming in the morning not to take risks easily. Even if they wanted to take risks, they were still in a team. They couldn't let an ordinary girl do such a thing. Tu Mingming probably also felt the danger. So she also listened to the advice, and said that she would not try it easily again. Now that several attacks have failed, Wenbai couldn't help but fall into thinking. How about he also becomes a thief in the middle of the night? Wu Jing also tried several times, but failed to attack. She even swung the shovel of the mining truck to attack. In the end, it was still a waste of effort. In the end, Wu Jing gave up directly, and took advantage of the low radiation value to speed up her speed. It's really fun to dig garbage with a mining truck. With one shovel, a large area is cleared in front of you. Unfortunately, what he dug up was not good stuff. Either an old bowl or a broken bottle. Occasionally, a bottle of drink or something like that. Although it is said to be radiation resistant, it is really unpalatable. Yesterday, Wu Jing dug up licorice-flavored sparkling water. The first sip Wu Jing took almost got him sent away. Today, Wu Jing dug up a drink, concentrated clove tea. Wu Jing had never drunk this before. Seeing that this thing could resist radiation environments below 50, Wu Jing took a sip with the mentality of taking medicine. You? Wu Jing, who was almost sent away again, shut himself up for about 5 minutes before shouting in the team. People from Andromeda have no aesthetic sense. Don't they have a sense of taste? She tolerated the licorice-flavored sparkling water. At least licorice is good for the throat. But what's the use of cloves? It's so unpalatable. What's the use? Song Shun couldn't help laughing when he heard Wu Jing's voice. Ha ha ha. I knew someone would try this thing. So what's the use of clove tea? It's already so unpalatable. Why do you need to concentrate it? When Bai listened to the voices of his two teammates, thought about it, and whispered, good for the stomach. Wu Jing and Song Shun. That's not necessary. They just want to resist radiation, work longer in a low radiation environment, and avoid physical discomfort. They really don't want to die. This thing can kill people in one bite. After failing to attack the gray bird, Tu Mingming dug garbage honestly. She ate a rice bowl with 20 luck today. So, she has already dug up 2 green marbles. Not only that, she also dug up concentrated clove tea. Although the properties of this thing are good, the impact of yesterday's licorice sparkling water is still there. Tu Mingming saw that the radiation value had not reached 40, and carefully threw the things into the backpack. She thought, maybe she will dig something else later? This drink. Actually, it doesn't matter if you don't drink it. At worst, she can hide in the safe house. Tu Mingming had guessed that the taste of concentrated clove tea would not be too friendly. But she was still a little surprised when she saw her teammates' defense broken. So, is it more unpalatable than licorice-flavored sparkling water? Chapter 87. Although Tu Mingming was curious about the concentrated clove tea, she was timid and would not try it easily. Wu Jing was already so upset. You can imagine how bad it tastes. So, don't try it. Unless, there is no other way. If it really doesn't work, she still has green marbles. Thinking of this, Tu Mingming poked open the small rocket and took a look. First place, 2x. Quantity, 5. There is no second place yet. So it is obvious that no one has dug it up yet. So, the monsters don't drop? Companion random drop? And the probability is very low? Anyway, Tu Mingming dug for half a day and only dropped 2. In the communication hall, everyone was normal at first. Soon someone discovered this problem. After all, it is a 24-hour time-limited task. Everyone will definitely pay attention. At the beginning, no one was dug, so everyone was able to hold back. But after digging for a whole morning, I found out. The second place? No one. The first place? Already has 5. Is this reasonable? System. Take a look for yourself. Is this reasonable? Friday go jumping into the sea. So. System. Do you want to take a look for yourself? We haven't even seen what this thing looks like. But someone already has 5. Susu Green. So. What does the green marble look like? Shuya Green. The mission has sent photos. It's just a small green bead. Like a gem. Some are curious about what this thing looks like. And some are curious about why they can't dig it up. Of course, some people want to blackmail the game, saying that there are few players surviving in the game now. And everyone is from Blue Star. So there is really no need to hide it at this time. Anyway, I want Tu Mingming, the first place winner, to share how she got the green marbles. Tu Mingming doesn't mind sharing. But, I have a companion. But you don't? However, the gray bird did drop this. But, do you want to tell me? If it's a normal sharing, Tu Mingming has no objection. Although that person is morally blackmailing. What he said is also right. They are Blue Star people. Don't worry about their previous grievances. But now they are on the same front. If they want to leave the game alive, they have to work together. However, Tu Mingming also has a bit of rebellious psychology. If others don't mention it, then she might discuss with her teammates whether to share the news. However, if someone wants to force her to take out the news, she will not be happy. Tu Mingming doesn't want to pay attention. She even turns off the communication hall and continues to dig garbage. There are no monsters this morning, which is very surprising. After prying another piece of garbage, another green marble fell. On the leaderboard, the number of green marbles owned by Tu Mingming jumped from 5 to 6. Some people saw the number jump with their own eyes. Then, that person broke down and talked a lot in the communication hall. He also posted a dynamic video to prove that he did not lie. To Mingming. Not necessary. To Mingming did not speak. When Bai was afraid that she was young and had a strong sense of morality, and would tell others. So he also said in the team, Xiao Le, don't worry about others. Just take care of yourself. We are willing to share actively. At this time, they are morally kidnapped by them. They will not thank you even if you say it. When Bai didn't know that all the players from countries like R and K were dead, he was thinking that if the people from these two countries also got some benefits, it would be disgusting. Moreover, why share? Just because they are all from Blue Star? Didn't our country discharge less wastewater? What? They are not from Blue Star? They were smuggled from other planets, destroyed Blue Star, and then left? When Bai was very angry when he thought about this. So, share. That won't work. He won't do such a losing business. He is not like other people. He is shameless and has no quality. So, you want to scold me? Go to him. When Bai is not used to the change of Tu Mingming's name, Tu Mingming doesn't mind it. It was her nickname. After hearing what Wen Bai said, Tu Mingming responded, No. No. I will pay attention to it myself. Hearing her say this, the other teammates finally felt relieved. Wu Jing was still curious. There are no monsters this morning. But it's foggy here. How about you? After saying that, she couldn't help but curse, damn it. Why is it foggy? The radiation value is rising like a rocket. My value has exceeded 50. I guess I have to go back and rest soon. Another half day of work? Wu Jing was actually quite disappointed. She thought her luck was not good. But it couldn't be too bad. Right? It's been a whole morning. And she didn't dig up a single green marble? How miserable. Just thinking this, after the next pile of garbage was dug out, Wu Jing found something glowing green among them, which looked very much like green marbles. Awesome. Awesome. She actually found it. Wu Jing was a little excited. Oh, I found it. I'm so lucky in my lifetime. Damn it. I really found it. Wu Jing was a little excited. And he was talking nonsense afterwards. Tu Mingming couldn't help but smile. The weather was fine here. And there was no fog for the time being. The radiation value has exceeded 50, and is slowly rising. Tu Mingming also found an old plate with 2 broken corners. If you don't hold it well, you can easily cut your hands. There really aren't many good things to dig up in the garbage mountain. If I hadn't been with a companion, all I would have dug up this morning would have been old bowls, broken plates, or moldy chopsticks. The best thing was an old sweater. Unfortunately, it was a men's oversized sweater, so I couldn't wear it. Also, it didn't smell good. If I had just entered the game, Tu Mingming would have kept it carefully. And if there was water, she could have washed it clean and kept it for herself. After all, we were poor at that time, and I was cold. But now that she has more money, Tu Mingming dislikes this sweater. Now that the mall is closed, these junk can't be sold, and they are all piled in the backpack. Tu Mingming is quite worried. When she stood up to rest, she poked the small rocket. First place, 2x. Quantity, 6 pieces. Second place, Wu X. Quantity, 1 piece. If it was only Tu Mingming who had it before, everyone wouldn't react so strongly. But now there is someone else. It proves that this thing can indeed be dug out, or that it can be obtained by finding a way in the garbage mountain. Other players began to break through the defense one after another. Many people were asking for methods. Wu Jing generously shared, I dug it out. I dug it out. Before she picked up the green marble, she also took a short video. And now she posted it together to prove that she did dig it out. As for the gray bird dropping it, Wu Jing worked hard for a whole morning and only touched a bird feather. Because of this, she was harassed by the gray bird flock for half an hour, until a tuft of hair was pecked off her head, and the other party stopped. Hair changes hair. Wu Jing was upset just thinking about it. Her hair is more precious. When Wu Jing finished digging this green marble, the radiation value directly rose to 60. Learning from the lesson of the previous day, Wu Jing quickly returned to the safe house. Without time to wash up, he reported the news to his friends. My radiation value has reached 60. I'm back to the safe house. What about you? Wen Bai also returned to the safe house at this time. And it was raining there again. It's raining here. So I'm back too. His harvest in the morning was pretty good. He dug up a lot of old home appliances and the like. Occasionally, he would find some useful things, such as antipyretics, primary epidemic clearing tablets, and 2 anti-radiation tablets. In addition, there were 2 steaks. There was not much food, but mostly some useless old things. It was a garbage mountain, so it was normal not to find good things. In comparison, Wu Jing's harvest this morning was much greater. After all, she used a car to dig. At this time, the players in the communication hall also found that there was something wrong with the short video Wu Jing posted. Wu Chi Haidian, so, you dug up so many things, but you didn't pick them up? You are so careless. Aren't you afraid that the game will be refreshed and gone? Zhu Yiqing, I don't think so. This looks like it was dug out at once. And it looks like it was dug out with some tools. Look at the cross-section. The players who are still alive today are naturally powerful. So, they have strong observation and analysis skills. They only analyzed the garbage accumulation in a short video that Wu Jing must have used tools other than a pickaxe to dig the garbage mountain. Wu Jing didn't want to care at first, so he let everyone guess. However, one person went and exposed himself. Tiger skin cake, normal. I have a wheelbarrow, but it requires a lot of strength. The opponent's is about the same, but it looks more advanced than mine, because its garbage is wider. It should dig more than me. Maybe it's a mechanized car? This guess has triggered another wave of discussion. There may not be many mining carts in the game. Of course, it is also possible that some players are hiding them. However, there are many small items such as various wheelbarrows and handheld double pickaxes. Tu Mingming has never seen many of them. She took a look at the pictures while taking a break. Among them, the handheld double pickaxe machine is simple and crude. It is to assemble the machinery with 3 pickaxes standing in a row, and then add a combined booster on it. The player needs to push the booster on top to push the 3 pickaxes. Tu Mingming looked at the bulky guy and thought, this should require a lot of strength. Right? I still need to do strength training. Otherwise, if I really encounter such tools in the future, I won't be able to use them. Seeing that the radiation value has reached 57, Tu Mingming swung the pickaxe and continued to work. After 4 times, another piece of garbage was pried open, and Tu Mingming picked it up nimbly. Now there is no time to look carefully. The radiation value is like a death spell behind her. So, after prying it out, pick it up and throw it into the backpack. Get mailbox fragment *1. Get green marble *1. Tu Mingming didn't want to see it, but it mentioned the mailbox. Chapter 88. Tu Mingming crawled back to the safe house in surprise. The first thing she did when she got back was to see the new item she had obtained. There were already 7 green marbles. And now there were only her and Wu Jing on the list, and no third person. Moreover, the radiation value was so high now that Tu Mingming seriously suspected that when the 24 hours were over, there might still be only the 2 of them on the list. By then, okay, 1 treasure chest per person. The game didn't say that if there were not enough people on the list, the remaining treasure chests would be divided among the people on the list. If that's the case, it would be even more beautiful. Tu Mingming didn't want to have meaningless dreams. So, she quickly focused on the mailbox fragments. Mailbox fragments collect 120 pieces, and you can have a universal mailbox. The mailbox is very important. Remember to collect it carefully. Tu Mingming also knows that this thing is very important. The reason why the messenger couldn't be used before was because he didn't have a mailbox. Now this is considered to have 120th. If we work harder, maybe in a few days, everyone's stuff can be mailed back to reality. Although, the current situation seems to be more serious than before. After all, the mall is closed, and they have to dig from the garbage mountain to eat anything they want. However, they still have a lot of stuff. If it doesn't work, mail half? Thinking of this, Tu Mingming first looked at her black soil. 2 pieces of green vegetables were ripe. Tu Mingming quickly collected them, and then planted new ones. After planting, he shared his newly acquired items with his friends. Teammate, I have mailbox fragments, Tu Mingming said, while sending the corresponding information picture to the team channel. The other 3 people had just finished packing themselves, and when Bai was standing by the window, holding a telescope, looking at the situation outside. Gray birds. They are still flying freely. In the rain, their figures are not affected at all. Thinking that he didn't even catch a feather in the morning. when Bai was ready to discuss with his teammates to see if there were any other plans. Although the list was over in the afternoon. But the green marbles are very useful. Even if there are side effects, they can save lives. And the side effects are not fatal. They still need to collect more. As a result, at this time, I saw the message from Tu Mingming. There are mailbox fragments. When Bai was a little surprised, and Song Shun was also stunned. He subconsciously said, "Why didn't I dig it? Is it because I didn't work hard enough?" "Sheila, what posture did you use to dig the garbage? Do you have to worship before digging?" Song Shun was inexplicably metaphysical. And Wu Jing couldn't help laughing. Although she didn't dig it up. Wu Jing, who had already accepted her luck, said that if there was nothing, then there was nothing. There was nothing in the morning. Maybe there would be nothing in the afternoon. Hee hee. People with bad luck are like this. Now only Tu Mingming dug up a fragment. After observing it, Wen Bai asked everyone to pay more attention to it in the future. Regarding Tu Mingming's garbage digging at night, he also reminded her, try not to take risks first and see the situation. However, I feel that 4 to 6 a.m. may be the time for the gray birds to transform and recover. So they don't appear much or appear sporadically. But it is not safe after 6 o'clock. If you want to take risks, you still have to think more before making a decision. There is only one life. Although they are in the game, they are not really playing the game. If they die, there is no resurrection point for them to start over. Therefore, many things should be treated with caution. However, the gray bird or the green marble is very tempting. Wen Bai did not want to stop his teammates from taking risks, so he could only remind them a few more times. Song Shun was upset for a long time, because he did not get up in the morning. After hearing what Wen Bai said, he immediately said, "Don't worry. I will treat it as a dead mission completed." Everyone, you have a mission, and you are right. Everyone briefly summarized what they had gained in the morning. Finally, Wu Jing couldn't help but said, "You guys, we don't run a mall. What's the use of digging up all this garbage every day? Old bowls, cracked plates, old newspapers, and moldy chopsticks. Ah, if I knew that this is what I picked up, I wouldn't even want to pick it up. But I'm afraid I'll miss something." Wu Jing complained a lot. In fact, Wen Bai didn't quite understand. But the game is set up like this. There must be a reason for it. So, they can't be willful for the time being and not even pick up this one thing. Moreover, if they don't pick it up, the garbage will not disappear, and they will have to pick it up in the end. Thinking of this, Wen Bai sighed helplessly. Let's see what happens. Lunch was prepared by Wen Bai. He fried shredded pork, roasted eggplant, and mixed a cucumber cold dish. The rice was steamed by Tu Mingming and sent to the 3 teammates. And Wen Bai sent another dish. After the 4 people and the dog had a delicious meal, Song Shun wanted to go to bed. However, he was not very reassured, afraid of missing something. So, he took a nap hugging the curtain by the window. Wu Jing was not sleepy for the time being. When she was on a mission, sometimes she would sleep for 2 or 3 hours in a few days to replenish her energy. Therefore, her physical and mental strength were still very strong. After watching for nearly 2 hours, there was nothing abnormal except that the radiation value continued to rise. Gray bird continued to live as before. Moreover, it started to rain or fog over here, and the visibility became worse and worse. Finally, Wu Jing said hello and prepared to take a nap. Song Shun couldn't hold on any longer and soon followed. Wen Bai was not sleepy and was still observing and recording data. It was his turn to live broadcast, and everyone in the monitoring department felt relieved when they found that he was recording data seriously. Wen Bai is a good teammate. With him around, we feel at ease. The uncertainty of this game is actually quite difficult for them. It would be great if they could get in touch with Lin Ji and the others. I feel a little shaky. Lin Ji's pseudonym in the communication hall is a Western name. Who can confirm his identity? No one dared to believe him even if he revealed himself. At 1500 hours in the afternoon, the 24-hour green marble collection activity ended. The system quickly announced the results. System broadcast. The green marble collection activity has ended. Let's see the players' results. The following announcement is simple and shabby, because there are only 2 people on the list. One is Tu Mingming, with 7 marbles. The other is Wu Jing, with 1 marble. A marble can make the list. This list, it's a bit scary. After reading it, the players couldn't help asking in the exchange hall, Nankasai, I want to know how they collected the marbles. Friday go jumping into the sea. Who knows? I still want to know. Yo Doluin, anyway. I dug for a whole morning. Let alone a green marble. I didn't even dig up a round object similar to it. The most annoying thing is that I dug up a smelly sock, which almost gave me pneumonia. The results were announced, and the rewards came out soon. Unfortunately, the rewards were not public. So, everyone was curious, but no one knew what the final reward was. At this time, Tu Mingming was looking at the rewards. Congratulations on getting the reward box. Congratulations on getting the reward. The world has changed *1. The world has changed. Farming is the most important thing on Blue Star. So this is a farming card land area of 10 hectares. You can put it anywhere you want it to be. It can ensure its own circulation system and water environment. Grow the most normal plants. And the yield per moo is guaranteed to be satisfactory. Tu Mingming was afraid that she had misunderstood the explanation of the system. So she hurriedly used voice chat in the team. At this moment, the teammates had already woken up. When Bai was still watching the gray bird, Wu Jing was opening the treasure chest, and Song Shun was sorting out his garbage. There were so many. It felt like the backpack was smelling. After hearing Tu Mingming's voice, everyone focused on her first. When they heard her say that the world was stuck, everyone was stunned for a moment. Song Shun was the first to react. It says anywhere. Anywhere you want. Where it is not set to reality. You just need to think about it in your mind. It can be planted directly? Tu Mingming was not sure. She thought for a while before speaking, maybe. It's hard to say. How about I try it? Tu Mingming didn't mind the experiment. It would be a waste to plant it in her own consciousness. She should plant it on the land of country A. But, where should she plant it? There were only a few places she was familiar with. Before, it was the community where she lived, or some nearby places mentioned by Aunt Zhou. After getting to know her teammates, she also knew the approximate location of their dormitory and the nearby farmland. Tu Mingming didn't mind where to plant, but she was afraid that she would scare people again without explanation. When Bai obviously thought of this, and he quickly said, let's wait and see if it's our turn to live broadcast. It's better to inform the real world in advance so that they can prepare, so that they don't treat it as ordinary land to plant, which will be more trouble than gain. When Bai's arrangement was not a problem, Tu Mingming quickly responded with a yes after listening. As soon as she finished speaking, Wu Jing screamed in the team, "Oh! I've been waiting for so many years. And finally I'm lucky. Damn it. Damn it!" Tu Mingming's first reaction was that Wu Jing must have gotten something good from the treasure chest, which was why he was so excited. But what was it? Tu Mingming asked curiously. Song Shun was also very curious. Although Wu Jing's luck was not very good, he shouldn't be so excited. Right? Wu Jing laughed for a long time, and then sent a video to the team, explaining, I got a wandering merchant. A merchant. After it's opened, you can sell junk. We finally have a place to sell our junk. And he has daily necessities to buy. After Wu Jing finished speaking, he continued louder, Quick! Quick! Pack up all your junk and send it over. I'm going to open a merchant. Disposable cards will be gone after opening. Let's try to sell more and buy more. And squeeze the merchant dry. Chapter 89. As soon as they heard that they could sell the junk, all three teammates became excited. I can do it! I can do it! Too! Tu Mingming also shouted very loudly, and then quickly began to take out the junk from the backpack, and then sorted and packed it, ready to mail it to Wu Jing. Wu Jing was still excited. Damn! It's really a rare opportunity. It's killing me. I'm so excited that I can't sleep. It's more exciting than a 40-degree fever. Hurry up. This is a wandering merchant card. After clicking it, it only lasts for 30 minutes. Let's sell the things as soon as possible, and then go shopping. Everyone naturally agreed with this. What was dug out of the garbage mountain was still more garbage. All kinds of old and broken things, as long as they were useless, were packed up and sent away. Tu Mingming was the fastest, and she had her own habits when putting things in her backpack. The things dug out of the garbage mountain were originally put together. Now they were taken out, simply classified, and then packed and sent away. At this time, Wu Jing was still sorting his backpack. The things in her backpack were also neatly arranged. But she started a little later because she was too excited to calm down and organize them. After finally calming down, she was so excited that she made mistakes. But Don't blame her. It's rare to be so lucky. Woo! The speed of the 4 people was very fast. Song Shun was the slowest because he had the most things. After all, Dad loves you. Really loves you. Things are often dropped in double or triple. Tu Mingming doesn't need to sell because the companion drops are all useful things. In addition to the lack of strength. In comparison, Tu Mingming's rags are not as many as Song Shun's. Moreover, Song Shun's stuff is more and more diverse. Tu Mingming has never dug up old socks, torn underwear and the like. But Song Shun has dug them up. All the things are in place. And the video has been turned on. Wu Jing excitedly counted down. I'm going to start. Partners. 2. 1. Wu Jing couldn't wait any longer. So he quickly opened the wandering merchant card. What popped up was a combination of a gray bird head and a giant body. Wu Jing was brainwashed by the green peacock. But now she is very calm when she sees such a combination. She quickly put the things in front of her and chose to sell them with one click. Sorry. Please sort the garbage before selling. Wu Jing. Fuck you? Wu Jing really swore several dirty words. Finally, considering that Tu Mingming was young and couldn't bear to hear it, she barely controlled herself. They just sorted it out simply, without making detailed classifications. Now they still need to be sorted. Half an hour. Is that enough? Wu Jing cursed. And Wen Bai reminded her after listening. First see what goods he sells, and what currency he needs. If he needs points, wouldn't they have them ready? As for selling junk, I can sell them later when I have a chance. The main thing is to buy things. They need medicines. Medicines to resist radiation. Wu Jing also reacted and checked the items sold by the wandering merchants first. In addition to medicine, there are all kinds of materials for the safe house. Purchase currency, green marbles. Wu Jing. Wu Jing directly enlarged the display in front of him and placed it in front of the video. The other 3 people naturally saw it. Wen Bai sighed helplessly. Sort it first. You are usually very active. We believe in you. Let's sell it first. Wu Jing also knew that there was no other way for the time being. Half an hour. She needs to sort the garbage, then sell it, and then buy medicine. She was not stupid, and had looked at the general scope of medicines in advance. There were anti-radiation tablets. 6 tablets in a plate. 12 green marbles were needed. On average, 2 green marbles were needed per tablet. This was the primary level. The intermediate level had 4 green marbles per tablet. But the duration was longer. Up to 6 hours. The advanced level had 6 green marbles per tablet. And the duration was 12 hours. As long as the radiation value was below 80. It could withstand it. In other words, after they took this anti-radiation tablet, they could continue to dig garbage even if the value was as high as 80. This medicine is really exciting. The green marbles are not radiation-proof, but they can assist in the treatment after exposure to radiation, which is actually very important. But if possible, Wu Jing chooses anti-radiation tablets because they have no side effects. She never wants to have diarrhea and dehydration again. Never again. Wu Jing is really fast, has a flexible mind, and reacts quickly. She swiftly opened a package of junk that she didn't know who sent it. Anyway, it was from them. After opening it, the corresponding dry garbage, kitchen waste, hazardous waste, etc. popped up in her mind. She sorted several kinds of garbage at the same time. When she found one, she put it here and memorized the location in her mind. When she encountered the same kind of garbage again, she would pick it up in time. For fear of wasting time, Wu Jing would not waste too much. When she had enough, she would sell it. It must be said, garbage is actually quite valuable. 3 old bowls can be exchanged for a green marble. And 2 broken plates can also be exchanged for 1. The smelly socks that Song Shun had disliked before can actually be exchanged for 1. So, Wu Jing knew whose bag of rubbish she had opened belonged to. Wu Jing acted quickly, selling as soon as she saved up, and then bought medicines, successfully achieving a balance between income and expenditure. She ensured that the money she earned from selling would hardly be taken away by the wandering merchants, and then successfully bought medicines. She was actually not sure whether she could sell all the garbage of her friends within half an hour. However, she tried to sell as much as possible. Considering this, she opened all 4 garbage bags, spread them out, and picked them at random. Pick some that are easy to take, organize, and classify, and then sell them. Then sort it out, and then sell it. The 4 people were watching the video, so they could see Wu Jing's actions. No one disturbed her and let her do her best. No one urged her. No one asked. And the 3 of them didn't even speak. Just watched quietly. If Wu Jing needed time to react at the beginning, then after she got used to it, she was busy and left a residual image. Consider? No need. When she got the garbage, she knew what it was and put it in the small pile she had collected before. That pile usually doesn't exceed 10 pieces, and they will be sold by themselves. If the number is too small, it will not be sold in integers. Therefore, Wu Jing usually collects 10 pieces and sells them once, and at least sells 3 to 5 green marbles each time, and then buys medicine. If one time is not enough, he will collect more and buy medicine together. Half an hour passed quickly, because he needed to sort out the garbage. So Wu Jing did not sell all the garbage of his friends. However, he sold almost half of it. When half an hour was up, the wandering merchant disappeared, and Wu Jing collapsed to the ground due to exhaustion. It's killing me. She was really exhausted. Her legs were weak and her hands were sore. The intensity of training was usually not so high. Right? Of course. It was mainly because she suddenly relaxed after a high concentration of mind. And she really felt tired. But Wu Jing didn't lie down for too long. And after 2 minutes, she climbed up again with difficulty. Leave the remaining junk here with me first. What if I open it again? Wu Jing sorted out the remaining garbage and put it in her backpack. The safe house, which looked crowded, suddenly became clean and spacious. Everyone had no objection to Wu Jing's decision. After Wu Jing finished speaking, he asked Wenbai, "Have you kept a record?" As she spoke, she had already taken out all the things she bought. She didn't put them in her backpack, but threw them on the bed after buying them. The garbage was too dirty to put on the bed, and there was a lot of it, so it was piled on the floor. But the purchased medicines can be placed on the bed. Wu Jing felt that Wenbai, as the captain, should have kept accounts. This way, it would be easier for everyone to divide the things. Wenbai did keep accounts, and even if Wu Jing was busy and left a residual image, it did not affect his observation and record. We got a total of 988 green marbles, and the items we bought were. Wenbai quickly took out his account book and began to read out their gains. Wu Jing took this opportunity to lie down for a while. After Wenbai finished reading, he sat up again. I don't know who sold more garbage, and I don't have time to count. So how about dividing it equally? No one had any objection to this distribution, even if it was not an equal share. It might be to take care of Tu Mingming and give her a little more. But the other party's luck did not seem to need their care. After reading the income, Wenbai read the medicines Wu Jing bought. Primary anti-radiation tablets are sold in plates. We bought 40 plates, a total of 240 tablets. Intermediate and advanced ones can be purchased individually. We bought 100 intermediate tablets and 18 advanced tablets. Wu Jing bought it in a hurry and did not consider whether the 4 of them could share it equally later. The main thing is to buy the more cost-effective primary tablets. Of course, the main reason is that they are cheap, last for a short time, and are more flexible. The kind that lasts for 12 hours. If the radiation value is above 80, wouldn't it be a waste? However, this thing can't be without. So buy some to have a good bottom line. Both the primary and intermediate can be divided equally. The primary one is 10 boards per person. The intermediate one is 25 tablets per person. And the advanced one is not easy to divide. After dividing it equally, there are still 2 tablets left. Wenbai discussed with Wu Jing and the others and decided to give the extra 2 pills to Tu Mingming. Tu Mingming was listening to Wenbai's account report, and then she heard them say that they would give her the extra ones. So she waved her hand. No. I still have green marbles here. Wenbai naturally knew that Tu Mingming was lucky and had a lot of things. However, he still smiled and said to Tu Mingming, there may be such opportunities in the future. I'll give it to you this time and give it to others next time. Just take it normally. You usually give a lot of subsidies to everyone. We can't bully others. You are still a child. Tu Mingming was a little embarrassed to be called a child, but she didn't refuse in the end. Wu Jing quickly distributed according to the account. There was medicine, but they couldn't go out, because after a busy period, the radiation value at this time had soared to 97. Chapter 90. Before it gets dark, the radiation level goes up to 100. Want to go out? That's impossible. Even if they have medicine, they can't commit suicide. The system has said that in a high radiation environment, people can only survive for 4 hours. Life is still very important. Don't commit suicide easily. When the night of the game comes, they can't go out anymore. Because the gray bird mutated again and started pecking at the safe house. Although the damage is not high, but it looked particularly fierce. And from time to time it would pounce on the window, sticking its eyes that were about to pop out of its head directly to the window to scare people. Tu Mingming turned around carelessly, and was frightened by the eyes that were bigger than her fists sticking to the glass window. Not wanting to be scared, and observing the data and went by, Tu Mingming simply closed the curtains. At this moment, everyone was using their not-so-good cooking skills while chatting with each other. What do you think? How about we take risks in the middle of the night? Wu Jing felt that since Mingming had succeeded in taking risks before, they could actually try it too. Otherwise, it's still too much of a loss to work only half a day every day. Song Shun naturally agreed with this. I think it's feasible. But I haven't tried to be a thief in the middle of the night. Wu Jing, we are just saying. Can't we talk properly? This is about ourselves. Must be a thief? Wu Jing was speechless, and Tu Mingming didn't know what to say. Song Shun reacted and laughed. Wen Bai was still observing and recording. But it was almost done. The gray bird began to mutate at 9 o'clock in the evening. Mutation does not require buffer time, and it may have mutated in advance. After all, they have not been able to go out in the afternoon for 2 consecutive days, so they don't know whether the gray bird needs time to mutate. However, at 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, they will end their outdoor activities. At the same time, the radiation value will be refreshed to the lowest. It is not known what the outdoor environment will be like after 12 o'clock. Wen Bai only recorded until 12 o'clock yesterday and went to bed. Song Shun was afraid that he would become a little bald sooner or later if he stayed up like this every day. So he quickly suggested, tonight, after 12 o'clock, I will observe and record. Don't worry. I will take care of everything. Everyone. Actually, I'm not particularly relieved. Wu Jing didn't respond. She thought about the land in Tu Mingming's hand and sighed sadly. There aren't many people left in the game. Why didn't it happen to be our turn to live broadcast today? If it's our turn, we can talk about the land and put it into reality. You know, they need these things so much now. There's no need to mention how difficult planting is in reality. The harsh natural environment and the troubles of mutant plants. If there is a normal piece of land, it doesn't matter if the yield is not high, as long as it doesn't mutate and doesn't attack people. Song Shun also wanted to complain about the fact that it was not their turn to live broadcast. In fact, what I want to know more is, which country are the more than 5,000 people still alive in the game from? Speaking of this, Wu Jing thought about it and shook his head. It's hard to say. When I was in the mine before, I met people from our country twice. People from S country once. And people from C country? N country. I have met people from various small countries. How can I say it? It feels like everyone is everywhere. There is rarely a chance to meet people from our own country. Could it be that there are not many people from our country entering the game? Song Shun felt something was wrong. Shouldn't it be? There are 100,000 people entering, so we should have at least a few hundred people. Right? Wen Bai was not optimistic about this. I agree with Wu Jing. We may not have many people. It was a special fate for the 4 of them to meet. Moreover, Song Shun was exposed in the exchange hall and was picked up by Wen Bai. Otherwise he would not have met others. Everyone was not sure. Moreover, even if they were from the same unit, some people were not familiar with each other. As for the field workers and logistics workers, sometimes they don't see each other for 10 days or half a month. So, we can't say we are familiar with each other, let alone understand each other. Wen Bai has some ideas and guesses about the players who often appear in the communication hall, but he can't be sure. In addition, the game has been open for such a long time. It is hard to say how everyone's mentality has changed. In order not to add too much instability to his game, Wen Bai did not mention the matter of finding teammates again, for people are enough for now. Moreover, on the garbage mountain side, there is no summoning flag. The role of teammates is probably to comfort emotions and occasionally help each other. Wen Bai thinks that there may not be many people from their country. Song Shun disagrees with this. Tu Mingming thought about it, and found that there were indeed not many players from her country after she entered the game. There was only one Gao Yang. Tu Mingming also suspected that the other party might not be from country A at all. The other party's style and behavior were very similar to those of people from country R. Tu Mingming also briefly explained it. Wenbai also knew that she killed Gao Yang. When talking about the past, Wenbai sighed, "It has been so long without me noticing. Fortunately, they are still alive." While sighing, several people had dinner, because they were not sure whether to go on an adventure at 4 o'clock tomorrow morning. Everyone quickly packed up and went to bed. Tu Mingming and Wenbai had alarm clocks, but the other two did not. Song Shun waved his hand and said, "I will go to bed in the first half of the night. In the second half of the night, Captain 1, you can call me directly and wake me up. I will not sleep. And there is no need for an alarm clock. You can call Sister Jing later." Everyone had no objection to this decision. After discussing it, they either went to sleep or continued to record data. 12 o'clock midnight. The durability of the pickaxe was refreshed. The radiation value was refreshed. The mutated gray birds on the garbage mountain also slowly disappeared. It was quiet outside. So quiet that it was a little scary. Wenbai didn't sleep all night and really needed to rest. If he got up at 4 o'clock to take risks, he would have less than 4 hours to rest because he needed to get up in advance to prepare. So, he didn't try to be brave and woke up Song Shun. After making sure that he was awake enough, he fell asleep. After Song Shun got up, he began to observe the situation outside. Originally, he thought that after the gray bird disappeared, the outdoors should be safe. Song Shun even thought, should he take the risk and go out to steal? As a result, after packing up and standing at the window, he met a pair of eyes. Those eyes were half green and half red. The alternating red and green light flashed a strange light in the dark night. The moment their eyes met, Song Shun felt his heart stop for a second. Oh my god! It was so scary. He subconsciously took a step back. And then he saw clearly that it was a human? Not exactly. The other person had a human head, but a bird's body. And it was a giant bird's body. About 2 meters tall? The other person bent over and pressed his face against the window, with a pair of red and green eyes, turning left and right, observing the situation in the room. When it found Song Shun looking at it, it couldn't help but open its bloody mouth, revealing its bright red tongue. Song Shun, people from Andromeda, are you challenging the limits of human aesthetics? Yes. Yes. It's a bird with a human face. But this human face, the eyes are protruding. And Song Shun always feels that if the other party stares hard, the eyeballs will fall out. The mouth is big, and the mouth occupies half of the space on the face. When the blood-red big mouth is opened, the other party's face becomes particularly small. The nose is small. It seems to be only as big as a little finger. If you don't look carefully, you will subconsciously ignore it. Who is a good person with such a face? You either have a weird face or a real human face. How come it is half weird and half human? The problem is that after observing, it found that Song Shun was looking at it, laughed happily, and then used its blood-red tongue to lick the glass of Song Shun's safe house. Swish. Swish. The barbs on the tongue, which were shining with cold light, scratched the glass again and again, making a creepy sound. Song Shun, if he was a little sleepy before, he would be so energetic that he could kill a cow at this moment. But the gray bird can't do that, because the cow may not exist. But the gray bird is waiting outside. Song Shun is used to seeing mutated animals or plants. And now he can quickly adapt to this thing. But he couldn't help but complain in his heart, it's so fucking ugly. Don't people on Andromeda have aesthetic taste? Song Shun endured the nausea and observed for 2 hours. The monster with a human head and a bird body licked the glass of his safe house for 2 hours. Really? The glass has become sensitive skin from being licked. Please stop licking it. The rustling sound gave me goosebumps. 2 hours later, it was finally Song Shun's turn to livestream. Song Shun, you guys never mention the highlights of my life. As soon as I get scared, I start live streaming. Black-hearted game. Bad review. Not wanting to worry people in real life. Song Shun quickly put on a smile. Good evening, everyone. At this time, the camera gave a close-up of the monster with a human face and a bird body. Is this the punishment for night owls who don't sleep well at night? My heart is fine. But I'm going to get sick from being scared? This thing, can't it stop licking? I'm scared to death. The tongue of a kitten is so cute. And the tongue of a monster is scary and weird. Hey, Front row. I still didn't scare you. And it even rhymed? After the initial shock of the night owls, who didn't sleep at midnight, everyone adapted well. After all, there are many people who have seen mutated animals and plants in reality. It's okay to be scared for a while. How many people cried in fear? That's unknown. Song Shun briefly explained his night duty. Of course, he didn't forget something particularly important, by the way. Sheila, also called Ming Ming. She got a piece of black land. More than 100 acres? Or maybe more than 1,000 acres. I'm not good at math and can't calculate it. Anyway, there is a lot of land, which can be planted in reality. And it has its own ecological circulation system. And it is guaranteed to be 100% non-mutated. And the plants grow normally. We just want to ask, can this land be planted in the back mountain of our unit? Chapter 91. Song Shun came to his senses after asking. The people in reality had no way to respond to him. Thinking of this, Song Shun wiped his face helplessly. Okay. Then we'll plant it in the back of our unit. Everyone. We can't communicate. So whatever you say is what it is. The leader of the monitoring department is ready to take people to a meeting and communicate with the upper-level leaders at the same time. Once that piece of land appears, there will be no shortage of people coveting it. They have to take action first to protect their property. After all, it's not the first or second time that S country has robbed things. If you can't rob, steal. If you can't steal, cheat. You have to guard against the behavior of villains. So, hold a meeting to protect the land. After Song Shun finished speaking, he muttered something else. During the 2-hour live broadcast, he didn't talk to the camera all the time, but also looked at the situation outside. At 4 o'clock in the morning, the gray birds disappeared collectively. They really disappeared in a flash. And not a single one could be seen. Song Shun? They ran really fast. At this moment, the live broadcast has ended. Song Shun opened the voice chat and called his friends in the channel. Get up and go on an adventure. Family, the gray bird has disappeared. He couldn't see the gray bird for the time being. Tu Mingming set the alarm and got up when the time came. She felt a little sleepy, so she went to the bathroom to wash her face with cold water. The cold water made her feel refreshed instantly. She changed her clothes, wrapped herself tightly, and then went out with her tools. Tu Dazhuang didn't know why he had to work the night shift recently. However, if it wants to, it should do it. What else can we do? Tu Dazhuang said, it is not easy to adjust the dog's schedule, but it can be adjusted. Wu Jing and Wenbai also got up quickly. When everyone went out, they were still cautious, fearing that something might happen. After standing at the door of the safe house and testing for a while, they found that there was indeed no gray bird attacking, which made them feel relieved. Even so, Wenbai still reminded everyone, don't evacuate the safe house. Just leave it there. Anyway, it doesn't matter if there is nothing attacking. When necessary, we can run very quickly. Tu Mingming and the others responded in time. And then everyone either drove a mining machine or carried a pickaxe. And the midnight adventure officially started. Tu Dazhuang also waved his claws and worked quickly. Tu Mingming turned around without giving up, and finally found a lone gray bird in a corner. The other party stood there, flapping its wings weakly. Tu Mingming seriously suspected that the other party might have not rested well after the reaction of the mutation. And then she found it. However, no matter what the other party is like, Tu Mingming will not be soft-hearted. As for, the birds look so pitiful? When they mutate, they lick their glass, which is not very pitiful. Moreover, their claws will scratch their safe house. So, swing the pickaxe to kill them. Obtained items, green marble *1. The gray bird's drops are very stingy. There are no other items except green marbles. And Tu Mingming is not picky. She turned around and around, and spent almost 20 minutes to search the limits of her exploration range, and did not find the second gray bird. Then, she gave up, returned to the safe house, and started working honestly. However, she did not forget to remind her friends about the gray bird. There are lone gray birds, but not everyone has one. So, when Tu Mingming reminded them, she also said, there might be one. Everyone did not hold too much hope. Wu Jing was mining, and was too lazy to bother. Song Shun was quick on his feet, and after a round of tossing, he was lucky enough to kill two. One of the gray birds was not killed by him, but was scared to death by him. Song Shun was speechless about this. The bird is actually afraid of people. Is this reasonable? I just wanted to complete my suicidal mission. So I performed a magic trick in front of it. And it was scared? I can't believe it. More than 2 hours ago. It was still there with its eyes bulging, licking my glass, and scaring me. Everyone thought. This is really unexpected. However, when they thought of the gray bird's appearance after mutation, everyone couldn't laugh. It's interesting. But it's also really scary. Wenbai searched around but didn't waste too much time. He gave up because he didn't find anything. Although he was also greedy for the green marbles. Wenbai didn't plan to waste too much time. The four of them and the dog quickly and quietly dug up the garbage. They occasionally exchanged a few words. But it was also for the things given in the garbage. Song Shun was the one who was most upset because the items of others sounded normal. Even if it was not normal occasionally. Such as a discarded light bulb. It was acceptable. Isn't it normal to find such things in the garbage dump? But Song Shun seemed to be in a different game from them. Help? Used underwear? Is this reasonable? I don't even want to pick it up. Huh? Sweat-soaked sweater? Awesome. Sweaty men's socks worn for a week. You? A small whip used by XX Note. The tail handle has been inserted. Song Shun. I killed the broken game. In the end, Song Shun didn't pick up these garbage because he disliked them. He thought. He was lucky. He still had a buff. So this little bit of trash was not a big deal. So, he would not pick it up. He would definitely not pick it up. The problem was, if he did not pick it up, the game would keep giving him all kinds of socks. Song Shun. It was terrible. Even if they were socks of a beautiful girl, he would not want them. He thought old books, torn papers, broken bowls, and the like were good enough. There was no need to keep giving him all kinds of socks and underwear here. He did not like them. Song Shun was always on the defensive. And Tu Mingming could not help but want to laugh. Her results were not bad. And occasionally, there would be smelly socks and the like. But the number was small. And most of the time, it was various kitchen utensils. And the worst was only half-rotten apples, leftover pear cores and the like. These things looked bad. But Tu Mingming picked them up. With the experience of selling to the wandering merchants before, Tu Mingming has now become accustomed to sorting and placing the garbage she picked up. In order to avoid smells and various germs, she also found a pair of particularly thick gloves from her backpack. This pair of gloves. She wore them when she first entered the game. But she didn't expect to use them now. Gloves can block most smells. So Tu Mingming can pick up many things. Song Shun didn't have gloves for the time being. But he couldn't stand the pain of always picking up garbage with his bare hands. So he quickly made a garbage clamp using 2 wooden sticks and some small parts. Even with this thing, Song Shun still disliked it. Wu Jing didn't have gloves. And he was too lazy to get tools. So he just grabbed it with his bare hands. Wenbai also made a garbage clip. When he heard that Wu Jing didn't have one, he made one for him. Wu Jing didn't refuse. The four of them dug until 6 o'clock. When they found that something was wrong, they immediately returned to the safe house. Then, Wenbai and his friends saw with their own eyes that flocks of gray birds flew over. And there was a hole in the garbage mountain. Everyone. You don't know until you see it. You'll be shocked when you see it. During the day, the gray birds didn't attack them. It was really a mercy of the game. Everyone cleaned up and took another nap. After all, there is still some time before 8 o'clock. So don't waste it. Tu Mingming didn't want to sleep. She had enough sleep last night. So she was too lazy to take a nap at this time. After sleeping, she would have no energy for the whole day. So, she started to cook. The communication hall was still asking for fried rice before. And Tu Mingming thought, let's do it. At the same time, a batch of cherries planted on the black soil have ripened. And the sweet peaches can all be harvested. After Tu Mingming steamed the rice, she began to pick her own fruits. Picking cherries is a big project. Tu Mingming was busy all morning. But she still hadn't picked all the cherries on the black soil. These cherries don't have any properties. But they taste good. So, Tu Mingming likes to eat them. Looking at the buckets of cherries piled on the ground, Tu Mingming thought of her mailbox again. Fragments. Except for her piece. Her teammates didn't have any for the time being. The road to the mailbox is long. Tu Mingming sighed lightly and continued to pick cherries. When she was tired of picking, Tu Mingming stopped to rest. She still has a piece of black soil that she hasn't put into reality yet. Song Shun had told Tu Mingming before that when he was live streaming, He would remind everyone to plant the land in the back mountain of their unit. The specific coordinates had been given to Tu Mingming. And now she could do it. It was still dark before. And Tu Mingming didn't know what the situation was in their country now. And how many people had seen the live streaming. And it wasn't good to toss people around at night. So she waited until after 7 o'clock before she started to operate this piece of black soil. What Tu Mingming didn't know was, in the real world, the people of Country A had already prepared and waited for this piece of land. Song Shun said that they were not very reassured when they didn't know the size of the land. In addition, they also needed to guard against the behavior of villains in various countries. They spent half an hour communicating and organizing the team after Song Shun mentioned this matter during the live broadcast. Before 3 o'clock in the morning, they were ready in the back mountain. This wait was 4 hours. The problem is that it was not the turn of these for people to live broadcast in 4 hours. And they were not sure about the situation. Finally, the head of the monitoring department said helplessly, Song Shun is a night owl and is not sleeping. He is observing the data. But others are sleeping. Everyone understood after hearing this. The little girl was sleeping and hadn't woken up yet. However, they were not particularly anxious. Just waiting. At 7:40, they were all ready. And then, they heard a bang behind them. The whole earth began to tremble. However, it only lasted for 3 seconds. And then stopped. When everyone looked back, the trembling stopped. And the land behind them was no longer the barren appearance before. The color of the land was particularly deep, dark, and it looked like it was overnourished. At the same time, there was a piece of green and tender color floating on it. And it looked like it was growing very well. This lush green made everyone feel better. After a long time, everyone realized. Is this the land that Mingming sent to reality? Does it come with plants? Chapter 92. The black soil that Tu Mingming mailed to reality was not empty. She would sow seeds on it when she had nothing to do. Her attributes were different from others. The things she planted always grew very fast. At first, Tu Mingming thought it was a problem with the game's attributes. Later, she found out that it might be because of the unique buff that she was affected by. So the plants grew very fast. When Bai and the others also planted crops. But their growth was much slower than hers. However, the game still has a speed boost. And their harvest speed is faster than in reality. Tu Mingming's game was turned on at double speed. So it was naturally faster. So, even if the seeds were sown yesterday, small seedlings can grow today. However, this piece of black soil is too large. And Tu Mingming has limited time and energy. So she didn't plant all of it. She only picked a piece and sowed seeds like crazy. They also sent seeds to reality. So Tu Mingming was not particularly worried. Moreover, the system said that this piece of black soil would not cause plants to mutate. Tu Mingming thought that even if it was seeds from reality, there would probably be no major problems if they were planted. So, she didn't feel any pressure even if she couldn't finish planting. Now that the things have been sent out, Tu Mingming feels that the burden on her shoulders has been lightened a little. As for why it's not completely lightened, of course it's because she still has a messenger with her. A mailbox. Thinking of this, Tu Mingming saw that the time was almost up. So she typed in the team channel, Tu Mingming, family. Today is another day of picking up trash for the mailbox. When Bai had already woken up and was washing up. When he saw this sentence, he responded immediately. When Bai, okay. Sister, Wu Jing was brushing her teeth. So it was not convenient for her to raise her hand to type. She replied directly, okay. Sister, don't worry. I will definitely pick more trash today. Song Shun, zzz. Night Owl Song Shun had not woken up yet. Seeing that he did not respond. When Bai had already called him. When Song Shun woke up, his eyes were empty. And his whole body seemed to be hollowed out. He sat on the bed, dazed for a long time. And then suddenly wiped his face. It's over. I have been corrupted by the game. And I go to bed, and get up on time every day. My body is no longer used to staying up late. I stayed up a little last night. And when I woke up today, my head was empty, and I had no ability to think. Tu Mingming and the others couldn't help laughing after hearing this. Everyone laughed for a while. And Song Shun finally woke up. But I always feel that my brain is not enough. I have to stand still after walking a few steps and think about what I am going to do. You know, in the past, no matter when there was danger, he had to follow the team. There is no way. This is what a dad is like. He has endless worries and endless baby care. In the past, the day and night were reversed, which was just too common. Just like eating and drinking. But after coming to the game made them go to bed and get up at normal times every day. And his body actually adapted strangely. Moreover, when Song Shun wanted to stay up late again, his body protested. Song Shun slapped his face helplessly. I also know that staying up late is not good. But there is no other way. Well, they are all excuses. But if you coax your body and make it happy, maybe it will be fine. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Tu Mingming put the steamed rice directly on the trading hall. Originally wanted to make fried rice. But, picking cherries for too long. Tu Mingming is too lazy to bother. So, just white rice. Anyway, we are eating for the properties. So we don't need to pursue the taste. Besides, does the rice taste bad? It's so good. It's soft and fragrant with a hint of sweetness. Tu Mingming feels that she is not worthy of anything. But she can finish a bowl of fragrant rice. Players who are used to browsing the trading hall naturally found the things at the first time. And they didn't say anything. If Tu Mingming hadn't set a purchase limit, they would have wanted to book the whole place directly. Book the whole place. Book the whole place. It's all theirs. Unfortunately, it can't be done. Each person is limited to 3 copies. The total number of copies on the shelves is only 200. That is, the first group of people who visited the trading hall can buy it smoothly, even if others have information channels. When they react, they can only see the words the product is sold out. Some people lamented. Some people were helpless. However, all this was forgotten with the start of the game at 8 a.m. Because today's garbage mountain is different at 8 a.m. System broadcast. Current number of surviving players, 5151. It looks like a good number. But those are lives. Compared to yesterday, there are fewer. Tu Mingming is not surprised. What is known now is, rain will increase the radiation value. And so will fog. Other bad weather conditions are likely to affect the radiation value. Some people are too devoted to their work, which is not a good thing. They are prone to ignore the problem of radiation value, and then have a high fever. Some people have a good physique, and will recover after 2 or 3 hours of fever. If you run into someone with average physique, the result is hard to predict. Tu Mingming didn't sigh much about the number of surviving players now. She thought she couldn't care less, so she should just protect herself and her teammates. System report. Hao Zilai Environmental Pollution Control Center is preparing to purchase a batch of waste for recycling and transformation recently. But the amount they purchase is very limited. And they only want to do business with the strong. System report. Today, all members will compete in the amount of garbage. By 2100 hours in the evening, the 30 people who pick up the most garbage will have the opportunity to trade with Hao Zilai Company. System announcement. Players, a beautiful day has begun again. Please work hard and pick up garbage. Garbage competition? In other words, whoever picks up more will be ranked first. Also, being able to trade with the Environmental Pollution Control Company means that the collected garbage can be sold. This is a good opportunity, since it is a trade, not a sale. Can it be understood that they can also buy things from the other party's company? However, no matter which one, picking up more garbage is the real thing. Tu Mingming thought. They had the foreshadowing of midnight thieves. Maybe they were ahead of others? At this time, the system's data statistics showed the familiar little rocket floating in the air. Tu Mingming clicked it, and felt that everything in front of her was black again. The one at the top of the list was Wu Jing, who had a mining car. But after her, it was not anyone in their team. Even though Tu Mingming and her team were thieves at midnight, they were not the most numerous. Tu Mingming found her own position outside the top 50 of the list. Tu Mingming. She thought that only the people in their team were stealing secretly. But what about so many people? It seems that everyone is very tight-lipped. At this time, some people in the communication hall were also breaking the defense, or questioning, and some were frantically submitting bugs. But when smart people saw the data, they already had some guesses in their hearts. And, at this time, don't waste time. Honest mining is the real business. So, work. Although Wu Jing's data is not the best, it is far beyond the reach of others. It can be seen that the benefits provided by the mining car are still very good. Wu Jing was stunned for a moment when he saw this ranking list. And then he couldn't help laughing. Okay, there are so many thieves. And they are all really thieves. Captain 1. I'll give you the mining car today? Wu Jing felt that her data was already good, and she had to find a way to let other people in the team help her to rush the ranking. After listening to Wu Jing's words, Wenbai shook his head and quickly replied, "I'm afraid it won't work. Your current advantage is based on the mining machine. The few people behind you with particularly high data must have their own ways, and they probably have tools to assist. So you are not too dominant. Our current situation is that we can save one person at a time. 30 people are not too many. More than 5,000 people are competing for this quota. It is definitely impossible for all members to rush forward. In this case, we will save you first. They have to make sure that one of them is on the list." Moreover, Wenbai suspected that there must be other people who have formed a team like them. Maybe the second and third place also have many people supporting them. So, they can't be careless. Tu Mingming also agreed with Wenbai's statement and quickly comforted Wu Jing. After listening to Wu Jing, he felt that this was the truth and stopped insisting. When Song Shun saw the ranking list, he was immediately shocked. "Oh, I worked so hard last night. Why am I only ranked 27th? Shouldn't I be the second place? Damn. Why are you so competitive?" In response, Wenbai remained silent, then said faintly, "If you don't roll, you might get crushed. Everyone. That's the truth. Let's not waste any more time. Seeing that the time is up, when the radiation value is still good, they must rush out to dig garbage. So, swing the pickaxe. Today, we have to rush to the rankings. And Wenbai means that we can save as many as we can. If it doesn't work, they can also cheat. For example, mail the garbage they dig to their friends. Unfortunately, this road was blocked early in the game. Wenbai tried to send it. As a result, the data on both sides did not change. After Wenbai found that this was useless, he was not surprised. Just dig honestly. Today, apart from auxiliary tools, it is up to your own brute force. Tu Mingming's previous idea was to just survive. Now looking at this ranking, I have some competitive spirit and ambition. In fact, is it too low to just survive? When the marbles were green, I was the first. Now I have fallen to over 50. The gap is too big. So, dig. Before digging, Tu Mingming ate pears, cabbage, rice, and all the buffs that could be stacked. Then he piled up high energy data of strength plus 17, luck plus 35, and physical strength plus 22. Although the lowest of these data can only last for half an hour. However, Tu Mingming thinks it is enough. She still has a lot of cabbage and pears. When the time comes, she will eat more. Set a small goal first. Rush into the top 30. Chapter 93. When Tu Mingming was digging garbage, she also paid attention to the radiation value. Don't be fooled by it. Even if you have green marbles, instead of waiting to be rescued later, it is better to take precautions beforehand. After all, the feeling of high fever is not very pleasant. Tu Mingming worked hard to dig garbage, and others were unwilling to fall behind. The previous green marbles had already made everyone hold their breath. And now there is finally another chance. Who doesn't want to fight for the first place? So, go. Go! The list is updated and changed from time to time. However, Wu Jing still sat firmly in the first place. Even though the second place was chasing him, he was soon overtaken by the third place. It can be seen that the third place may be assisted by tools, so the speed is very fast. The second place fell behind, but Wu Jing was still in the first place. After all, the mining machine is still very useful, and it can dig a whole piece at a time. Tu Mingming thought that the current small goal is to rush into the top 30 and then keep it. Now, she is ranked 44th. It must be said that after the buff is fully stacked, it is very useful, because her speed has become faster, and the number has become particularly large. It's just that the number of companions will not increase with the amount of garbage, and it will remain stable as always. Dig once, and you will get a companion. Tu Mingming worked for an hour in one go, and the buff was changed twice in the middle. After an hour, Tu Mingming felt too tired, so she decided to take a 5-minute break, drink some water, and eat something to replenish herself. After taking out the water bottle, Tu Mingming did not drink it immediately, but coaxed herself first. No matter how many times I prepare licorice-flavored sparkling water, every time I take it out, I need to coax myself first before I can force myself to drink it. After saying a lot of good things to my stomach and body, Tu Mingming, who felt that she had coaxed herself, unscrewed the bottle cap and prepared to drink it. As a result, There was a loud noise behind her, which scared her. Tu Mingming subconsciously thought. The gray bird also attacked people during the day. So, she hurriedly ran into the safe house. She didn't dare to put it in her safe house. So she put it next to her so that she could go in and out at any time. After entering, she found that a pile of garbage had fallen where she was standing just now. Pieces of things were mixed together, and with the noise of falling down, broken bowls and plates were bound to break. Tu Mingming thought, if she was still standing where she was just now, she would probably be buried by the garbage directly. Thinking of this, Tu Mingming took a deep breath. Will the garbage mountain fall again? Tu Mingming was puzzled. However, her doubts did not last long. And soon the system sounded a message. System message, due to your hard work in mining, a corner of the garbage mountain has broken off, and pieces of garbage have fallen down. Please dodge and pick up in time to ensure your safety. Countdown, 5 minutes. Tu Mingming? She didn't react at first. She thought about what she heard carefully. And then she understood. She dug the garbage mountain down, and then picked up the garbage that fell down casually. However, there is a time limit, and you have to pick up as much as you can within 5 minutes. Tu Mingming thought that this should be the meaning. Thinking of this possibility, she didn't even drink water, and rushed out to pick up. Tu Dazhuang saw it, and rushed over too. Tu Mingming is used to sorting garbage, but the 5-minute time limit made it impossible for her to sort it out in detail. So, she picked up whatever she saw. She picked up a big bag and prepared to put the garbage in it first, and then slowly sort it out. After she really started picking up, Tu Mingming discovered something. That is, old bowls and broken plates, etc. Although they look worn out, they will not break even after being dropped for a long time. It is impossible for them to fall off. It is just that compared with before, they are stained with a layer of gray things, like old dust that cannot be washed off. However, this does not affect Tu Mingming's picking up garbage. Dazhuang, pick it up quickly. While speaking, Tu Mingming rushed quickly. She was wearing gloves, so she was not afraid of being pricked. So, just pick it up with confidence. Tu Dazhuang was not afraid of these things at all. Its skin is tough, and its teeth are sharp. Its face and mouth are small, so it can't open to an exaggerated size. So, it can't pick up some big items. So it can only bite small items and run back and forth. Tu Mingming found that the part where the garbage mountain collapsed not only had various old bowls and the like, but also many old home appliances. If she had less strength, she wouldn't even be able to drag these things. Tu Mingming didn't plan to waste too much time and energy. So, she picked up the small items first. Finally, when there is really no choice, pick up the big items. 5 minutes passed quickly. Even if Tu Mingming picked up frantically, her hands were almost leaving after images. But the collapsed garbage mountain was still too big, and there were too many things to pick up. After 5 minutes, the countdown stopped, and the originally collapsed garbage mountain, at a speed visible to the naked eye, swooshed back to the main body of the garbage mountain. Tu Mingming, with 5 minutes of limit time, Tu Mingming was sweating all over. After finishing, she didn't care about the dirt. She just sat there, breathing heavily. Current radiation value, 33. The radiation value is high again. And when it is high, the smell of the garbage dump is bad. Tu Mingming was panting and avoiding the smell, which was really uncomfortable. Thinking that she had a good harvest just now, Tu Mingming decided to give herself a 2-minute break. She stayed in the safe house for 2 minutes, drank water, calmed her breathing, and then went out again. This day is not over yet, and the radiation value is still low. Just keep digging. Half an hour later, Tu Mingming's garbage mountain collapsed again. Tu Mingming, she believed that she had really become lucky. None of the other team members' garbage mountains collapsed, but hers collapsed twice. This time, the limit was still 5 minutes. Tu Mingming used her speed to pick up garbage crazily. After picking up the garbage, she lay on the ground and didn't move for a long time. Tu Dazhuang was so scared that he came over to bite her clothes. When he saw Tu Mingming open her eyes, he moved aside with confidence. 2 5-minute extreme pickings really test one's physical strength. Tu Mingming took a break for about 5 minutes, then got up, ate rice, pears, and continued digging. At this time, Tu Mingming's ranking on the list was 23, finally in the top 30. I feel like I can breathe a sigh of relief. Wenbai obviously kept an eye on the rankings. He couldn't dig or get in, but he thought it would be good for his teammates to get in a little more. He was quite happy to find that Tu Mingming had entered the top 30. But he didn't ask more questions because he was afraid of disturbing her. Song Shun didn't have so many thoughts. He just asked whatever he wanted. "Oh, I committed suicide twice, and I only got a buff that multiplied my garbage by 5 times. Sheila, how come you have more than me?" Tu Mingming was digging garbage and told the truth. "My garbage mountain collapsed twice. I have 5 minutes to pick it up. Whatever you pick up is yours." 5 minutes? No need to dig. Just pick it up. Song Shun was jealous after hearing this. "Why don't I have this good luck? I have to dig it myself. Otherwise it won't double. In fact, it is already very good. 5 times more. Compared with others, it is already a lot." At this time, his ranking is 26. Wenbai also comforted him. Emotional stability is still very important for garbage digging. Song Shun understood this truth. He just made a few jokes. At this time, Wu Jing was still the one who was far ahead. There is no way. The mechanical mining machine is so easy to use. Song Shun gritted his teeth in hatred, but he couldn't use it. In the end, he could only silently swing the pickaxe. He still can't figure it out. Why? His strength is not even as good as Wenbai. He has been out in the field. But Wenbai has not. And the opponent has enough strength. How did the system judge it? This buff of his didn't even give him a back door? Song Shun couldn't figure it out, and waved his cross-handed hands, exerting more and more strength. At 12 noon, the radiation value directly rose to 52. There were only 8 radiation values left to reach 60. Everyone knew that there was not much time left before they got off work. However, everyone didn't want to accept their fate. After all, there was a ranking today. If you sell something, maybe you can buy medicine? Everyone dug harder. Tu Mingming also worked hard. Then the garbage mountain collapsed again. Yes, it collapsed again. This time, the countdown for picking up was 10 minutes. Tu Mingming had already had 2 experiences, so this time she would be faster. Moreover, she knew what to pick up first, which was more efficient. Only her hands moved throughout the whole process, and her feet hardly moved, just picking up in circles. Ignore the big items first. They are time-consuming and laborious. Let's start with the small items. Although, when purchasing, the big items may be more valuable. But it doesn't matter. When the quality is not enough, she will make up for it. 10 minutes later, Tu Mingming was so tired that she gasped. Current radiation value, 57. There was still a little bit left. Tu Mingming didn't even dare to rest, and continued to work with the pickaxe. At 1:30 in the afternoon, the current radiation value rose to 60. Tu Mingming returned to the safe house swiftly. As for the risk of rushing to rank, she is not stupid. She knows that she has everything when she is alive. So, she doesn't want to put the cart before the horse and do some unprofitable business. After returning home, Tu Mingming forced herself to wash up with her tired body. After cleaning up, she cleaned up the house that was dirty in the morning, and then laid down on the bed. She was so tired that she didn't want to move at all. As for sorting the garbage picked up in the morning, forget it. I'll talk about it after I wake up. The ranking list is still moving. This means that someone is taking the risk of digging garbage in a high radiation environment. Tu Mingming's ranking is temporarily stable at 19. It is a position stuck in the middle. Not too dangerous, but not very safe. Song Shun is ranked 20th. The difference in garbage between the two is not particularly large. Although Tu Mingming has the limit of picking up, Song Shun has a high multiplier. Moreover, Song Shun is much stronger than Tu Mingming. Therefore, his efficiency in digging garbage is much higher than Tu Mingming. Wenbai did not make it into the top 30 in the end. As soon as the radiation value reached 60, he also returned to the safe house. Wenbai did not feel much regret for not making it to the list. After he came back and packed up, he did not rush to rest, but first said to his teammates, "I'm going to cook. Tell me what you want to eat. I'll make it if I see that there are enough materials." Chapter 94. Tu Mingming didn't rush to say what to eat. She was thinking about the advanced anti-radiation tablets. After thinking about it, Tu Mingming couldn't help but whispered, "Do you think we should try the advanced anti-radiation tablets?" Because of the small quantity and the uncertainty of the future, Tu Mingming also hesitated. But it's better not to use it. After all, the treasure chest has good things. As soon as Tu Mingming said this, Wenbai thought about it seriously. Wu Jing had already decided to take the initiative, then just eat it directly. There is still 20 radiation value. Although it is a bit wasteful. But it's okay. Song Shun also thought it was okay. Although Wu Jing's ranking was directly the first by a huge margin. However, no one could be truly at ease until the last moment. There was still some time before the evening. Who knew if there would be any accidents in the middle? The second place? But he was always nibbling. If the gap was not too big at the beginning, it was hard to say when he would catch up. It was certain that the other party had auxiliary tools, and the 3rd to 10th place probably had them. At worst, it was a tool like a wheelbarrow. Song Shun's ranking is not stable. So, when Tu Mingming said it, he agreed. How about, give it a try? All the teammates agreed. And Wenbai also thought it was okay to take the risk. They have drugs. And the top 30 can be traded with a cleaning company. And there may be new drugs at that time. You have to give up before you can gain. At this time, it is definitely not advisable to look ahead and behind. So, Wenbai didn't hesitate for too long and immediately said, okay, let's act. Hurry up. After all, the radiation value may increase every minute and every second. Wenbai responded. And Tu Mingming and the others were very fast. After a while, everyone took advanced anti-radiation tablets and rushed out again. Because the radiation value increased. The smell of the garbage mountain was very unpleasant. Tu Mingming wore 2 layers of masks. But still couldn't avoid such a smell. She could only try to reduce the frequency of her breathing. Although it was a bit tiring, she could still bear it compared to inhaling those disgusting smells. When the physical strength is exhausted, the breathing frequency cannot be really slowed down. Then, take a deep breath. It is the kind of smell that is so stinky that it is hard to describe. And there is also a sour smell in the middle. When the radiation value exceeds 60, most players choose to return to the safe house or the straw hut. Safety is important. In a high radiation environment, humans cannot survive for too long. However, the data on the leaderboard is still changing. No matter if it's the first place, the 30th place, or even the 30th place or later. Even if the numbers are jumping slowly, they are actually moving. Going to jump into the sea on Friday? The radiation value has already exceeded 60. And you are still digging? Do you want rewards, but not your life? Bamboo leaf green. You are talking as if you haven't dug. The guy ranked 32nd. Are you still going for it? Some people find it incredible. And some people are just for sigh. Everyone shows off their skills. Or they all have their own hidden abilities. Therefore, many people did not return to the safe house immediately. Tu Mingming also knew that they might not be the only ones who had the various rewards. Moreover, who knows if they had hidden other medicines before? Therefore, it was not surprising that everyone was still insisting on doing so at this time. Moreover, people can survive for 4 hours in a high radiation environment. If you are stuck before this time, at most you will get sick and have a fever, right? Tu Mingming is not sure. But the system did not say that you will die. So you should still be able to survive. Tu Mingming was unsure. But she didn't look at it too much. Because she still had to work hard to mine. The radiation value was still rising. And the data on the leaderboard was changing every minute. The good news was, Tu Mingming was still in 19th place, which was relatively stable for the time being. The player in 20th place was stuck and didn't know if he had stopped mining. The player in 21st place had much less than her and couldn't catch up for the time being. The bad news was, her garbage mountain was foggy. Fog meant that the radiation value would rise faster. But it's not necessarily the case for others. When the radiation value reaches 80, she has to go back. Although the reward is really good, life is more important. Only by being alive can you have the opportunity to participate in the next event. If you die, there will be nothing. So, when the radiation value reaches 80, Tu Mingming goes back quickly and doesn't dare to stay for a second longer. She can use the afternoon time to plant all kinds of things she wants. Or cook and sell directly. In any case, she will not be idle. So, there is no need to work too hard. Advanced anti-radiation sheets can only resist radiation values below 80. If it is higher, it will not be effective. Wenbai was worried about his friends. So he asked everyone, have you all returned to the safe house? Yes. 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 Everyone responded quickly. Wenbai was relieved. When the radiation value reached 80, the numbers on the leaderboard finally stopped changing. Occasionally, One or two numbers would jump. The situation was unclear, and no one studied it much. No matter what, Wu Jing's first place is definitely a gap, and no one is afraid of using extreme means to catch up. Although Tu Mingming and Song Shun's rankings are not high, they are still safe for the time being. It depends on what changes will happen in the game in the afternoon and evening. Everyone is paying attention, but they don't stop their work. When Bai said before that he would cook for everyone, and he was not joking. He processed the ribs, beef, and a fish. He prepared all kinds of ingredients. Then, when Bai got busy, Tu Mingming was not idle either. After she steamed the rice, she started picking cherries and pears. Oh! A new batch of durians are ripe. This thing is not easy to pick. Tu Mingming decided. Let's pick cherries first. Although there are many of these things, they are easy to pick. Everyone got busy. When the radiation value reached 85, the data on the leaderboard finally stopped moving. Some people were digging garbage under high radiation. And now that they have stopped, well, they started to have a fever. Even after taking medicine, the fever is slow to go down. Everyone needs to endure a high fever of 40 degrees for about 2 hours. For many people, it doesn't matter how difficult it is. They will definitely survive. The radiation value quickly reached 100. Tu Mingming thought that this data would continue until the nighttime of today. As a result, at 8 o'clock in the evening, there was still an hour before the nighttime. The radiation value suddenly dropped to 34. Tu Mingming? When Bai was the first person in the team to discover this because he had been observing the data. He went out to check the situation and found that everything was normal. Then asked his teammates to go out and continue digging. Many people discovered it because the data on the ranking list started moving again after stopping for a few hours. Once it started moving, many people who didn't pay attention to the radiation value also discovered the situation. So, everyone started digging again at a very fast speed. The data on the ranking list started moving again. The players ranked after 28th were very nervous at this time, especially after staying in a high radiation environment for a long time. The sequelae of several people were more obvious. They were not very comfortable at this time, but they had to bear the soreness and weakness and insisted on digging garbage. An hour passed quickly. At 21 o'clock in the evening, the nighttime of the game was over. System broadcast. The nighttime is over. Please evacuate the shelter in time to ensure your safety at night. System broadcast. The ranking list has been locked, and the rewards will be announced later. The system report came soon. Tu Mingming's final ranking was still 19th, and there was no change. When Bai didn't catch up in the end, but he didn't have any regrets. After finding that he couldn't catch up, when Bai began to observe various data to facilitate their subsequent games, the gray birds did not attack players during the day, but from 21 o'clock in the evening, the gray birds became very aggressive. When Bai observed and found that at 21 o'clock in the evening, the eyes of the gray birds would turn red, and then they would start flying in groups. They would bite off a piece of the garbage mountain they passed by. This is the gray bird before it mutated. After the mutation, its combat power is even more terrifying. Everyone was tired after a day, and it was a rare opportunity to rest. Tu Mingming and the others had a full lunch, so they were not in a hurry to eat dinner. After stopping, Tu Mingming took a shower first. Tu Dazhuang didn't like water, so he used a cleaning bead. She was very fast. After washing, she changed her clothes and came out, then sat on the bed and waited. Tu Mingming steamed rice in the afternoon and sold a lot of it, and there was still some left. When Bai sent her braised spare ribs, scallion and firecracker lamb, spicy beef, garlic shrimp, and steamed fish at noon. There were many kinds, and the quantity was not small. Tu Mingming didn't finish her lunch, so she could heat it up and continue eating it in the evening. Tu Dazhuang's dinner was a big steak. Tu Mingming was very lucky that she had dropped enough companions when she was mining before, especially this big steak. So now she can still support Tu Dazhuang. Otherwise, the game would start with a mountain of garbage. She might not be able to afford a dog, because the mountain of garbage is really stingy. The accompanying steaks are all in the 3-20-40 ounce package, and a pound is rare, but there are some. And compared to others, she is still lucky. Thinking of this, Tu Mingming breathed a sigh of relief. And just as she was about to talk to Wenbai and the others, she heard the system announcement. System announcement. The ranking of the scavenging competition has been determined. Players, please pay attention to their rewards. As the system's announcement sounded, Tu Mingming had a card in her hand. How's I Lie trading card. After using it, you will get a How's I Lie sales manager. Tu Mingming? Although I'm not sure if it's a human. However, it should be similar to the wandering merchant. Tu Mingming didn't rush to open it, but asked the other two friends in the team, have you received your rewards? Song Shun was the first to respond, yes. Yes. I'm selling things. I need to sort the garbage. My family. I'm sorting it. I sell medicine and meat. And the price of meat is very cheap. The trading currency is green marbles. 1 green marble can buy almost half a pig. Chapter 95. Tu Mingming hadn't opened the sales manager yet. After hearing Song Shun's voice, she hurriedly said, Captain 1. Give me your garbage. Wen Bai was not in the ranking, so there was no sales manager, although their garbage had been sold to Wu Jing before. However, Wen Bai still had a lot in hand. Moreover, considering that the previous wandering merchants required garbage classification, Wen Bai would now collect garbage and do a simple sorting. Now that Tu Mingming asked, Wen Bai did not hesitate and answered decisively. Then, bags of garbage of different categories were mailed to Tu Mingming. Tu Mingming received all of them and confirmed with Wen Bai that there were no more. So she opened the sales manager. Song Shun and Wu Jing had been selling for a long time. The sales manager also had half an hour. Within half an hour, you have to complete the sales and purchases, which is actually quite stressful. Wen Bai didn't want Tu Mingming to be too stressed, and reminded her, it doesn't matter if you can't sell all. Buy as much as you can. Tu Mingming responded that she heard it. But she didn't stop. She also sorted a lot of the garbage here. So at the beginning, the sales were still very smooth. However, in order to improve efficiency, a lot of the garbage today was not actually sorted. So, when selling, it needs to be sorted. Fortunately, there is still warm and white garbage to sell. Tu Mingming is very fast, and she is not ready to challenge her limits, because no one knows where the next sales manager will be. So, when it appears, you have to sell and buy as much as possible. She sold the sorted garbage as much as possible first. Then she picked out the small and easy to sort garbage and sold them on the spot. Then, buy medicine. Anti-radiation medicine is still very important, especially the advanced ones. The more the better. But this thing is not too cheap. Fortunately, the recycling price of garbage is not bad. Half an hour passed quickly. Tu Mingming was the last one to start. When the other two finished, she was still there sorting the garbage and calculating how much she could sell and how much medicine she could buy. There was no need to consider meat, nor were there any daily necessities. However, some materials for the safe house were needed. Wen Bai had the same needs as her. So, she just bought as much as possible. When there were 10 seconds left in the countdown, Tu Mingming spent all the green marble she had just received. She couldn't buy medicine with the last one, so she bought meat with all of them. Song Shun didn't lie. 1 green marble could really buy half a pig. It was really half a pig, the kind that hadn't been processed. When the pig appeared in front of Tu Mingming, Tu Dazhuang swallowed his saliva. Raw. It's not that dogs can't eat it. Seeing Tu Dazhuang drooling, Tu Mingming quickly put the food away. No. Dazhuang. It smells. You can't eat raw meat at home. Tu Dazhuang doesn't have to eat it. It's a bit tempting for dogs. However, if its mother doesn't allow it, forget it. It's not particularly hungry. After getting the pork, the sales manager with a human body of a gray bird head also disappeared. Tu Mingming only realized at this time that she was sweating from exhaustion. When she reacted, she was already slumped on the ground, gasping for breath. She was so busy in the past half hour, in order not to disturb their teammates. Song Shun and Wu Jing did not dare to speak even when they finished selling. They just typed in the team, until seeing Tu Mingming also typed. Everyone confirmed with each other that no one was trading and could talk. Song Shun directly opened the team video. After the call was connected, Song Shun laughed, my god. It's so cool. So cool. Those torn pants and old socks don't take up space in my backpack anymore. To be honest, if they weren't still there, I wouldn't want to pick them up. After picking them up, I feel dirty. Great. 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 Song Shun almost emptied his backpack, and he was naturally very happy at this moment. Wu Jing also sold a lot of garbage today. Not only that, he also sold a lot of the garbage left over from last time. At this moment, he was using a calculator to count the money. preparing to settle accounts with his friends first. Tu Mingming didn't do a detailed calculation here. Who has the energy to sell, buy, and keep accounts? She didn't video chat with Wenbai. However, she recorded the screen. So, if you want to see the process, you can watch it directly. Tu Mingming sorted out the screen recording and sent a copy directly to Wenbai. Wenbai didn't care about these, just smiled and asked everyone about their gains. Everyone sold the garbage and emptied their backpacks. And everyone relaxed a lot. After entering the garbage mountain, the pressure of not seeing any normal income every day was finally reduced a lot. And everyone could relax a little. Everyone celebrated happily for a while. And then started to settle accounts. Wu Jing first settled accounts for her friends. She also recorded the screen. Otherwise she couldn't tell the difference clearly. Of course, there were no green marbles. They were all replaced with medicines and safe house materials. She let her friends choose first. Wenbai didn't choose, so she arranged it casually. Tu Mingming and Song Shun also had good harvests today, so they didn't choose either. Wu Jing randomly combined them and distributed the medicines to everyone as comprehensively as possible. I think it would be a waste if we don't celebrate today. Song Shun felt that today was a good day. He had been in the garbage mountain for several days, and today was the happiest day. Although he was very nervous, whether it was the process of digging garbage or selling garbage, he sweated more on this day than he did on the previous days combined. But he felt relaxed physically and mentally. There was a feeling that they could survive well in the garbage mountain. If they could survive in an environment like the garbage mountain, why couldn't they survive in other scenes? As soon as Song Shun finished speaking, the system broadcast sounded. System broadcast, friendly reminder. The garbage mountain will enter extreme weather. Please pay attention to safety. And try not to expose yourself to the air. System broadcast. Extreme weather is expected to last for 48 hours. Tu Mingming? 2 days? Will I be locked up at home for 2 days? And what kind of extreme weather is it? Song Shun just said to celebrate, and was slapped by the game, which made him very unhappy. No. I just want to celebrate. There is no need to stop us. We just want to eat something good. Wu Jing was also a little unhappy. Tu Mingming briefly reported the safety materials she bought and asked if anyone needed any. Wu Jing and Song Shun both bought a lot. Wu Jing also shared some with everyone. After all, the gray birds pecked at the safe houses every day, and they all needed repairs. If there were any for sale today, they would definitely take as many as possible. Medicine is important, but safe houses are more important. Without safe houses, they would not survive a day in the garbage mountain. Thinking of safe houses, Song Shun thought of straw huts, and he still had straw huts in his backpack. Thinking about the gray bird sticking to and licking the glass of his safe house before. If it was a straw hut, sleeping well at night, when he opened his eyes, he saw a long bloody tongue. I dare not imagine that scene. I feel like he could be awakened instantly and vomited. No one knows what extreme weather is. Originally, everyone was sharing the results in the communication hall. Although, only 30 people have the results. However, among so many surviving players, there are still many who have successfully formed a team, like Tu Mingming and others. You can ask your teammates to help sell the garbage. If it doesn't work, you can still place orders in the trading hall. At most, you have to pay more garbage and use it as tax. In short, everyone is as happy as if it's Chinese New Year. As a result, before they were happy for long, they heard that extreme weather was coming. Everyone, you are worthy of it. Game. It was foggy over here, and Tu Mingming couldn't see the situation outside clearly. She asked her friends. Wenbai's side was foggy. Wu Jing's side was raining, and Song Shun's side was sunny. Tu Mingming? What the hell is a clear sky? Soon, Tu Mingming knew what a clear sky was, because Song Shun took a screenshot for them. Current temperature, 62 degrees above zero. Tu Mingming. Wow! A clear sky is quite clear. Tu Mingming's side still looks very foggy, and the color of the fog is very heavy, with a bit of gray and hazy. Tu Mingming is not sure whether the fog here is extreme weather, so she took a look at the current temperature. Current temperature, 21 degrees. Current humidity, 99. Current air quality, gray fog. Note, in the gray fog state, the maximum time a human can survive is 30 minutes. Seeing the last line of prompts, Tu Mingming's eyes widened. This, Isn't it scarier than stabbing? The problem is, her side is only scarier than stabbing. But Wu Jing's side is really stabbing. It's bright and shining with a cold light. You can tell at a glance that it's a sharpened knife. When Wu Jing saw the knife for the first time, she exclaimed, "Damn! Are you guys serious? Are you really going to cut me?" While she was talking, she also recorded a short video and sent it to the team channel. After watching for a few seconds, Tu Mingming began to feel dizzy. She thought, in fact, there is nothing wrong with fogging. At least there is no visual impact. It is better than cutting me. And there are blood beads rolling down the tip of the knife. Whose blood is this? Wenbai also quickly took screenshots of his situation. Current air quality, blood mist. Note, the probability of humans getting lost in a blood mist environment is 100%. Compared to gray mist, blood mist looks scarier. The sky is full of red. Even the glass of the safe house is all red, which looks very scary. The problem is that the blood mist feels like a living thing. It keeps changing its position, angle, and even concentration, and then sticks to the window, moves away, sticks again, and moves away again, back and forth. After watching Wenbailu's video, Tu Mingming had only one thought. Fortunately, there is gray mist on her side. Otherwise she would rather close her eyes and see the world. Chapter 96. This extreme weather will last for 2 days. It is estimated that in 2 days, even if the radiation value outside is lower than 60, they dare not go out casually. Although the garbage outside does need to be dug. But, as the saying goes, life is more important. Tu Mingming thought that she could take the opportunity to pick all the cherries and durians that she had not picked before. No one went out, and rice was not easy to sell, so there was no need to toss. Song Shun felt that he was idle anyway, so he prepared to connect the voice to see if he could study some entertainment activities. Wu Jing is doing some daily physical training. If you don't go out, you can't miss the training. Otherwise you will not be able to keep up with the physical fitness, and it will be easy to collapse. Wu Jing thought about Song Shun's suggestion of entertainment and didn't object. Tu Mingming also wanted to do some training. She didn't understand, so she could only ask Wenbai or Wu Jing. Song Shun was interested when he heard it, and he didn't talk about entertainment and started to practice together. The four of them turned on the voice chat and guided Tu Mingming to do physical training 3-1. After more than a month of mining and several days of garbage digging, Tu Mingming's physical strength is not a problem. However, she has never practiced systematic strength training, and now she is still a little uncomfortable with it. However, Tu Mingming has a good learning ability and is willing to endure hardships, even if she may not be able to persist for a long time in some places. She is willing to grit her teeth and persist until she can't hold on any longer. It was at this time that Tu Mingming realized. She thought her physical fitness was good enough. But in fact, compared with others, it was still a long way behind. Not to mention Wu Jing, a superpower, just Wenbai's logistics staff. The intensity of daily physical training is not something she can accept all at once. But fortunately, she has teammates and can learn from scratch. No one knows how long she can survive in the game. However, if you live one day, you have to work harder. Lying flat is doomed to not live long. In daily training, Wu Jing and Wenbai are more experienced. Of course, Wu Jing has more experience, but it may not be suitable for Tu Mingming. Song Shun has less daily training. After all, he is just a dad. Therefore, that set is just right for Tu Mingming. A beginner, Song Shun actually doesn't have much patience for teaching. However, he and his teammates are also close friends. No matter how impatient he is, he will calm down and teach his teammates carefully. Wenbai instructed for a while, and when he found that there was nothing for him to do, he went to tinker with it. Tu Mingming picked a batch of cherries, pears, apples, sweet peaches, etc. and sent them over. The original intention was for Wenbai to eat. However, Wenbai thought that since he had nothing to do, he might as well make some tricks to help his teammates pass the time. There are many ways to eat cherries. Wenbai thought about his teammates and made a large amount of them into cherry jam. Everyone had a lot of dry bread. If you don't want to cook, then prepare some cherry jam and add some cooked meat slices or ham, etc. and you can make a meal. Cherry jam is not troublesome, and it can even be said to be very simple. After boiling the washed cherries with sugar, Wenbai went to deal with the pears. Pears are made into soup, which is delicious and soothing. So, cook this too. As for durian, the 1,000-layer variety tastes the best and is also quite filling. When Bai was busy, and Tu Mingming was also busy, Wu Jing found that he had no use for his skills. So he simply started intensive training in the safe house. The extreme weather outside continued, and many people in the communication hall were also discussing these situations. The weather outside each person's safe house was not constant. For example, on Tu Mingming's side, it was gray fog at first. About 2 hours later, hailstones the size of footballs began to fall again. The moment she saw the hailstones, Tu Mingming's pupils really shook. How can people survive with hailstones this big? This hailstone will kill at least 2 people. Right? There was no hailstone on Song Shun's side. But blood mist was floating now. The blood mist seemed to have life, floating towards Song Shun's window. Song Shun, you might as well use hailstones or knives. At least it's clean and quick. And it's over quickly. This blood mist floats for a while, giving people the feeling that it is alive. And there are a pair of eyes staring at you in the dark. Hearing Tu Mingming's complaints, Song Shun couldn't help but complain. The two of them started to look up the game's accounts while training. Wu Jing listened in the team channel and almost couldn't help laughing out loud. However, she didn't want Song Shun to be unhappy, so she held back. Song Shun was now counting the various suicidal behaviors he had done because of the dad loves you buff. When Bai is still cooking, 3 hours later, Tu Mingming's physical training has reached its limit, and she is standing by the wall to rest. While resting, she eats the durian lasagna set by Wen Bai. It must be said that people who cook well, everything they cook tastes good. Tu Mingming thinks that the durian lasagna made by Wen Bai is more delicious than her own. Not wanting Wen Bai to have nothing to eat, Tu Mingming quickly sent him a lot more. Song Shun and Wu Jing both have some. These two people don't know how to mess around, so they just eat fresh cherries and the like. If you can't finish it, put it in your backpack. It won't go bad anyway. The dry bread you got from mining at the beginning of the game is still here. It hasn't gone bad. Take it out and take a bite. Wow! The familiar dry taste and faint wheat aroma. The situation outside will last for 2 days. In the second half of the night, the 4 people didn't stay up late. They closed the curtains and went to bed. As for the disturbances in the outside world, I don't care. Anyway, I can't go out. Tu Mingming thought that they could spend 2 days of extreme weather lying in the safe house safely. At most, I won't have to dig garbage for 2 days. As a result, the next morning, the system broadcast sounded. System broadcast, good morning. Players, a new day has begun. Your task today is, protect the shelter. Then, there was the daily number of surviving players, and other routine news. Tu Mingming didn't pay much attention to the following news, because she was reading a new shelter guarding manual. The booklet was not thick, and gave a detailed introduction on how they should protect their own shelters, whether they were safe houses, straw huts, tents, etc. To put it simply, today's extreme weather is seriously corrosive to places like safe houses. In order to protect their shelters from being destroyed by extreme weather, players need to fight a defense battle. Please be ready to answer questions at 9 a.m. Protecting the shelter is to protect your living space. There is still some time before 9 a.m. And Tu Mingming and her teammates had breakfast and discussed it again. Wen Bai and the others have a serious psychological shadow on answering questions. Tu Mingming didn't dare to take it lightly. Who knows? Will this good luck come? For this luck, Tu Mingming ate rice all morning. Finally, she ate a lucky plus 20. She happily shared the news with her teammates. Wu Jing had eaten 2 bowls of rice, but didn't get a lucky buff. Forget it. Don't ask for it. You are a poor guy. You shouldn't think about such things. Wu Jing has already laid down. If she eats more, her stomach will explode. Song Shun and Wen Bai both got it successfully. Song Shun said it carelessly. Wen Bai didn't want Wu Jing to be autistic, so he didn't mention it much. Everyone maintained a tacit understanding that they knew it well, but they also understood it. If you don't say it, you don't know. If you don't listen, you don't know either. No one was sure about answering the questions. Players who had experienced the treasure map dungeon before were trembling at this time. After all, some of these people, like Wen Bai and others, had been driven crazy by the daily problems of Fairy Star. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the defense battle began. Tu Mingming was teleported directly into the examination room. Countdown, 20 minutes. The time for answering the questions is 20 minutes. This time it is no longer a test paper, but an electronic screen. Moreover, each question has a limit on the number of questions to answer. The system will broadcast the corresponding questions in voice, and after the broadcast, there is 40 seconds to answer the questions. Moreover, in the examination room, not to mention the team voice, text and other things are blocked, and even the communication hall and trading hall cannot be opened. The game is fully preventing players from cheating. Tu Mingming was disappointed when she saw it, but she still had to listen to the system's questions. There is a special product in the garbage mountain called green marbles. What is its diameter? A 0.1 cm, B 0.2 cm, C 0.3 cm. Tu Mingming? It thought it was going to test the name of this item. In the end, it tested the size. The 40-second countdown was fast, but Tu Mingming's hands were faster. She took out the green marbles and ruler from her backpack and measured them quickly. At the last second of the countdown, she pressed her hand on option B. Correct answer. The system reinforces your safe house with 1 layer. Please take care of your shelter. Seeing this result, Tu Mingming breathed a sigh of relief. Damn! If she hadn't reacted quickly and moved quickly, she might have chosen C, because she thought the green marble was quite big, and maybe its diameter was the largest among the options. The first question made Tu Mingming sweat all over. After answering the questions, there is a 20-second break, while Tu Mingming was taking a long breath of relief. The second question popped up, and the system voice sounded. There is a kind of adult product produced in the garbage mountain, with a black wooden handle and a red whip in front. What is its name? A. Witch's coming of age ceremony. B. Devil's lover's night. C. Fallen angel stain. Tu Mingming. When she heard this question, Tu Mingming felt that her eyes went dark. After carefully reading the question, it was black again. However, she was still calm. Even though she was sweating, she was still thinking quickly. Black handle, red whip, and a little SQ meaning. She must have heard of this thing somewhere. At this moment, the brain was working to the extreme. Soon, Tu Mingming remembered, Song Shun had picked up this thing, and he used all the dirty words to complain about it in the voice channel. In the end, because he didn't pick it up, the garbage mountain would not make room. He cursed for a long time, endured the nausea, and then picked it up with the garbage clamp. Thinking of this, Tu Mingming slapped her hand on B. After clapping, the countdown to answering the question ended. Chapter 97. Soon, the system reminder popped up. Correct answer. The system has added another layer of protection for your safe house. Please take care of your shelter. Seeing that she did not answer correctly, Tu Mingming breathed a sigh of relief. Unfortunately, there was only a 20-second break after answering the question, and she soon faced the next question. In the garbage mountain, there is a kind of bowl with a white background and blue flowers. 1 flower at the bottom of the bowl, and 9 flowers around the bowl. What is the name of this bowl? A. The moonlight is hazy. B. Watching the moon in the rain. C. Willow swaying in the wind. Tu Mingming? Who would pick up garbage every day and look at the garbage they pick up? What is the name? This question. It's really annoying. Tu Mingming is glad that she sometimes takes a look. Besides, because the system names things, sometimes they are really arbitrary, and you can't see any meaning. Maybe they just think the name is good and put it on the item. So, Tu Mingming has noticed these things. Especially when sorting garbage like old bowls. You need to be careful to pick them up, for fear that they will become even older. For example, in this question, the bowl mentioned, Tu Mingming still remembers it. So, after she reacted, she immediately patted C. Correct answer. Wow! You have reinforced your safe house once again. It's really great. Keep it up. At this time, outside the safe house, extreme weather has come again. In order to protect your shelter, please work hard to answer the questions. Extreme weather? Unfortunately, nothing can be seen in the answering space. Moreover, the rest time is only 20 seconds. Tu Mingming thought about it, and she would procrastinate when she encountered a familiar question next time. The time for answering questions can also be used for rest. It's always like this. She will be really nervous. Take a deep breath, and start the next question again. In the garbage mountain, there are many companions, such as the cute gray bird. How many meals does the gray bird eat a day? A. 3 meals. B. 5 meals. C. 9 meals. Tu Mingming? Tu Mingming really doesn't know about this. Wenbai is the one who observes the data. Even if Wenbai recorded the eating, he just said it casually and didn't emphasize it deliberately. Besides, the other party didn't mention it either. He probably thought that this question was not particularly important. So, Tu Mingming didn't know at all. The countdown was getting shorter and shorter. Tu Mingming's breathing became tight, and cold sweat broke out. She thought, it's impossible for her to get every question right. Right? You will always run into something you don't know how to do. So, just guess. There is no other way except this. After hesitating, Tu Mingming chose C. Think about the gray birds. They seem to eat all day? So, it's always right to choose the most. Right? Wrong answer. Because of your mistake, your safe house was forced to lose materials. Please pay attention to the safety value of your safe house and repair it in time to prevent accidents. Safe house protection value minus 200. Seeing the last prompt, Tu Mingming's eyes went dark again and again. I don't know how much I will get if I answer correctly. The system didn't tell me. However, if I answer incorrectly, I will get a heavy deduction. So, you still need to ensure your accuracy. Tu Mingming constantly adjusted her mentality and tried her best to prepare for every question. Of the 20 questions, Tu Mingming answered 17 correctly, 14 of which were certain answers, 3 were guessed, and 3 were not correct. So, the protection value of the safe house was deducted by 600. Because she answered quite a lot of questions correctly. Tu Mingming also knew how much the protection of the safe house would be increased after answering correctly. For every correct answer, 120 points will be added. Yes, more points will be deducted for wrong answers. For correct answers, only 120 points will be added. Tu Mingming doesn't know how the others are doing. However, she is fine. At least she got a lot of questions right, and only got 3 wrong. Although the points are deducted, the points added are much more. After answering the questions, Tu Mingming returned to the safe house. Current radiation value, 6. Current weather conditions, beast attack. The attacking beast is deadly. Tu Mingming's curtains were not drawn yet, so she couldn't see the situation outside through the window. After seeing the system prompt, Tu Mingming hesitated for a moment between looking and not looking. Then, she mustered up the courage and opened the curtains. The moment she opened the curtains, Tu Mingming's heartbeat almost stopped. Because when she opened the curtains, there was a huge eyeball with a green color and a red glow in the middle, which was stuck to the window. When Tu Mingming looked over, the huge eyeball was still moving. The white part of its eyeballs turned to the left. The black part of its eyeballs, along with the red light, turned to the right. One on the left and one on the right, with the colors that were not very earthly. It looked weird and scary. Tu Mingming took a deep breath, raised her stiff hands, and pulled the curtains back up. As long as the curtains were drawn, the world would become beautiful again. After the curtains were drawn, Tu Mingming slumped down on the bed. The previous extreme answering had consumed too much of Tu Mingming's physical strength. At this time, she sat on the bed, but felt that it was still not enough. So she laid down silently again. Then, Tu Mingming glanced at the team channel. No one was talking or typing. Didn't the others come out? Everyone should have the same time to answer the questions. Right? 20 minutes. Could it be that others have more time? This shouldn't be possible. She even got the good luck buff. Tu Mingming, who couldn't figure it out, tried to type in the team channel. Tu Mingming, family. Are you alright? No reply yet. Tu Mingming couldn't figure out why everyone had different time to answer the questions. However, she needed to rest at this time. So, without a reply, she closed her eyes. As a result, she fell asleep. Tu Mingming woke up again. Not because she slept well, but because Wu Jing was cursing in the team channel. And when Bai was helplessly persuading him, not hearing Song Shun's voice, Tu Mingming opened her eyes and thought about it. Her mind was a little dizzy. She rubbed her face, sat up, and asked in a hoarse voice, "Are you out?" After asking, she thought about it and asked again, "Did you also take 20 minutes?" Hearing Tu Mingming's voice, Wu Jing was a little surprised. "Ah, Mingming, you came out?" Thinking of the fact that he had just cursed and cursed quite dirty, Wu Jing smiled a little embarrassedly. "Ah, I was a little out of control just now." When it came to 20 minutes, Wu Jing, who had just adjusted his mentality, broke down again. Fuck. 20 minutes. His grandson. Went by. Destroy it. I don't want to persuade him anymore. His throat was about to smoke from persuading him. You know. He was tortured by answering questions for a long time, and barely came out. He needs a break too. Wenbai didn't say anything. Although Wu Jing was upset. He quickly adjusted his state, and gritted his teeth and said, "It's true that it's 20 minutes. But? If you answer 5 questions wrong, you will add another question. If you answer wrong the second time, you will add 2 questions. What's the difference between this and answering unlimited questions?" When it comes to this matter, Wu Jing is on the verge of breaking his defense. Tu Mingming? I don't know about this either. Because she only got 3 questions wrong. And didn't trigger this terrible mechanism. After Wu Jing roared, he couldn't help but ask her, "Mingming, how many times did you get wrong?" Wenbai got it wrong 3 times. He came out first. I got it wrong 5 times. I barely came out. Song Shun hasn't come out yet. It's probably too early. Tu Mingming didn't know how to answer for a while. She hesitated for a long time. And then tentatively said, "No. Wu Jing." Wu Jing was stunned after hearing this. After a long while, he reacted and broke down again. Stupid game. I'll kill you. Kill you. Then, there were all kinds of curses from Wu Jing after breaking down. Well, as she said, the curses were really dirty. If it wasn't for the team channel being unable to block. Wenbai actually wanted to block Wu Jing directly. Ming is still a child. Don't curse so dirty. However, Tu Mingming's luck is as stable as ever. And Wenbai is also quite envious. At this time, everyone in the communication hall was also discussing answering questions. Those who made fewer mistakes have already come out. Those who made more mistakes are still in an infinite loop. As for when they can come out, it depends on luck. After all, no one was let off for today's questions. They are all related to the garbage mountain. Those who are usually careful have a high accuracy rate. Those who are not careful and do not observe carefully, then the accuracy rate will definitely not be good. At 12 noon, the system broadcast sounded again. System broadcast. Players who have finished answering questions. Please note that there is a small game next, inviting you to participate. If you agree to participate, you will have the opportunity to obtain a large amount of safe house materials. System announcement. Invitations have been issued. Please choose by yourself. The system focuses on the principle of voluntariness, not forcing. Most players are willing to choose to go. The minigame is not difficult. Game name, Feint to the east and attack in the west. There is no explanation. Just looking at the name. It seems to be related to the sound? But it is hard to say. After all, there are still many times when the system is not human. Wu Jing has finished breaking the defense. At this moment, she encountered such a problem. And she was discussing with Tu Mingming and Wenbai whether to participate. How about we give it a try? There is no punishment. Only reward. Although I feel that the system is not very good. But it's okay to give it a try. Right? At worst, just give it a try and die. Wu Jing is now single. Wenbai also agrees with this. I think it's okay. Tu Mingming follows the majority. Besides, she herself has a little ambition and adventurous spirit. So, after Wenbai finished speaking, Tu Mingming also nodded, okay. Let's give it a try. Song Shun hasn't come back yet, so his opinion doesn't matter. All 3 people in the team are willing to try. After everyone encouraged each other, they all agreed to the invitation. Tu Mingming quickly experienced the rotating transmission. Tu Mingming? Just transmit. You want to do a washing machine-like transmission? Damn! What should I do if I want to vomit? Chapter 98. The system didn't give Tu Mingming much time to react. Want to puke? Sorry. The transmission is over, and the game officially begins. Feint to the east and attack to the west. You can choose one of the 4 members of Feint to the east and attack to the west to do an obstacle race. If you win, you will get a chance to compete in the next game. If you fail, you will be eliminated. Victory reward. For each player you defeat, you can get 2 minutes of trading time with a wandering merchant. There are no more hints. When Tu Mingming was still dizzy, the corresponding choices and countdown popped up in front of her. Even if she didn't want to choose, the system would force her to choose one when the countdown ended. Rather than being passive, it's better to be proactive. At least it's her own choice. And she won't regret it even if she loses. Tu Mingming thought so, endured the nausea, and chose the first voice. If she wins, all four of them need to run. If she loses, anyway, she has to choose one. So she will choose the first one. System prompt. Player Sheng has arrived at the scene to warm up. Please get ready. Countdown, 1 minute. Fortunately, there is still 1 minute of preparation time. So Tu Mingming doesn't have to run while vomiting. She vomited for a while, barely getting over the nausea caused by the roller conveyor. After relieving herself, there was still 20 seconds of preparation time. Tu Mingming drank another sip of energy drink to replenish her physical strength, while observing her opponent this time. After watching it, Tu Mingming was speechless. The contestant's voice is a green peacock with a human face. Wu Jing and Song Shun suffered from it before. Is it finally her turn? Tu Mingming put down her drink, did a simple warm-up, and then, prompted by the system, came to the starting line. Get ready to run. Only 5 seconds. The countdown ended. A whistle sounded, and Tu Mingming rushed out. She didn't care whether the other person ran fast or slow. She rushed out first. As a result, just after running more than 20 meters, more than 2 meters high, movable peacock tail feathers. The tail feathers were too huge and blocked Tu Mingming's runway. Tu Mingming wanted to change lanes, but no matter how Tu Mingming changed, the opponent followed suit and was determined to block Tu Mingming and prevent her from running over. Tu Mingming? I can't get over it. So it seems that I could only kill it by force. Tu Mingming quickly swung the long knife and chopped at the huge tail feathers. The long knife was sharp, and with this cut, the tail feather was directly split in two, and then it couldn't move. The obstacle was easily solved. But Tu Mingming also fell behind. System prompt. The peacock's tail feathers have an affinity bonus for the peacock. So it took the initiative to give way and blast the opponent with 15% speed for 3 seconds. Tu Mingming. Okay. This is how we play. Right? Tu Mingming gritted her teeth and rushed out again. This time she ran for a longer time. After running for a long distance, Tu Mingming did not see any obstacles. This made it convenient for her to eat pears while running. Before running, Tu Mingming prepared a pear in her pocket for her to use on the road. She didn't use it at first, because she wanted to see the difference between her and the other contestant's voice. If she was ahead, she wouldn't waste anything and overstimulate her potential. But if she couldn't run faster, then sorry. Just chew it. After chewing it for half an hour to increase her speed by 15%, Tu Mingming felt that her body seemed to become lighter at a certain moment. As if she couldn't control it. Her legs moved forward lightly, and her heart rate was slowly decreasing. It seemed that such running was just a drizzle for her, and it would not cause too much consumption at all. However, the speed was not slow. It was much faster than before. Tu Mingming saw herself surpass the contestant Sheng and then hit the next obstacle. A huge bubble. In fact, Tu Mingming didn't know what this thing was. But it's okay to pierce it. Right? So, he took the knife and swung it hard. Huh? It didn't move? This shocked Tu Mingming. However, she only had 1 second to react, and she quickly changed to a pickaxe and raised her hand to hit the bubble. Bang! The bubble exploded instantly, and small bubbles flew everywhere, all over the sky and the ground, and some even floated to Tu Mingming's face, and then broke with a snap, leaving only shallow water marks. However, Tu Mingming was too lazy to care about it. She rushed forward with all her strength. With the buff, she ran faster. The contestant Sheng. Maybe he is not good at long and short distance running, so his speed is not fast. Without the previous tail feather blessing, his speed slowed down quickly. Moreover, the opponent seemed to be very bad at dealing with obstacles. So, Tu Mingming quickly passed the opponent and finished the first lap. Then, the second lap started. Tu Mingming? Isn't it over in 1 lap? Although she didn't know why there was another round. But she couldn't dominate the game. So she ran. The first obstacle in the second round was a mountain of peppers. Yes, peppers of all sizes were piled up into a small mountain and connected to Tu Mingming's runway. The pepper mountain was the same as Weiyu. When Tu Mingming changed lanes, it also changed lanes. Tu Mingming couldn't get over them, so she could only kill them. But, with so many peppers, you can't just chop them down like Weiyu. Right? Why not? The system didn't say anything. And I didn't try it. But it directly denied it. Isn't this too arbitrary? So, with a long knife in hand, chop it. Tu Mingming's chop directly turned the mountain of peppers into pepper powder. Because of the great force. After turning into powder, it flew everywhere. Tu Mingming was so scared that she took out the mask from her backpack and blocked it in front of her eyes. Fearing that the pepper powder would splash into her eyes, she forced her way over with a fiery red face. However, the human-faced green peacock running behind her was not so lucky. Or rather, the human-faced green peacock had a deep fear of chili peppers. So, as soon as it rushed over, it screamed. System notification. Contestant voice. Give up the game. Contestant Tu Mingming won and entered the next round. Tu Mingming? Pick up. Missed. The victory came too suddenly. Tu Mingming was at a loss for a moment. But her steps slowed down. She still had at least 3 rounds of competition. So she had to conserve her energy. The rest time is 30 seconds. After it ends, the system lets Tu Mingming draw the next opponent. Tu Mingming hesitated between the first and the last one. Then ate some rice. Got a buff of 22 luck. And then chose the last one. The contestant is a black turtle with 2-meter-long legs. Tu Mingming. If it is a real turtle, then the outcome of this race seems to be no suspense. However, if the opponent has 2-meter-long legs, the result is hard to say. Tu Mingming couldn't give up before the fight. No matter what, she would definitely run in person. If she couldn't run, she would admit it. Surrendering before running was not something she could do. Soon, the countdown ended, and Tu Mingming came to the starting line. 5 seconds later, the whistle sounded and the race started. Tu Mingming took the lead and rushed out directly. The first obstacle was a picture book. Tu Mingming? She didn't know how to get this thing? If she couldn't get past it, she would just chop it. Anyway, the previous chopping was successful. Tu Mingming raised her long sword, dagger, pickaxe, crossbow again. Why did she try them all? Because each one didn't work well. Finally, Tu Mingming used her fist. There was a loud bang. The contestant who had just caught up was startled. The opponent slowly moved his long legs, then slowly reached out and patted the album in front of him. Then, the contestant it disappeared. Tu Mingming? I was running and lost? Tu Mingming was not sure. After thinking for 3 seconds, she imitated the player and patted the book. Then, Tu Mingming experienced another roller-like transmission. Tu Mingming, who was nauseous and wanted to vomit, didn't want to talk anymore. It was unknown how long it took. But Tu Mingming entered a sea. However, she was trapped in a bubble, so she didn't need to worry about insufficient oxygen. Seeing the situation clearly, the system prompt also sounded. Perhaps because they were afraid that the water would affect people's vision. The system prompt this time was a voice prompt, which sounded 3 times. System prompt. The 1,000-kilometer underwater plan has been launched. Players need to arrange their time reasonably, either running or walking fast every day to ensure speed and complete the 1,000-kilometer journey. Come on. Tu Mingming? How much? How much did you say to the system? The entire marathon is only more than 40 kilometers. And you said 1,000 kilometers? 20 full marathons. With turns? Tu Mingming felt her eyes go black again and again. But she couldn't not run. Because that black turtle with 2-meter-long legs must have started running. Right? So, she couldn't fall behind. A small 1,000 kilometers. Woo! Are you really going to run hard? Tu Mingming tried to ask the customer service a question. Can I use tools? No, dear. The customer service replied. Tu Mingming knew that there was no way to get away with it. So she just accepted her fate and started running. Because of the bubble protection, Tu Mingming was no different in the water than on the ground. But no one told her that the bubble was only free on the first day. And on the second day, it would cost 10 points to rent. Otherwise, Tu Mingming would have to swim out by herself. Yes, swim out. It was a 1,000-kilometer adventure under the sea. If there was no bubble protection, the whole process would definitely be swimming. Tu Mingming ran 50 kilometers yesterday. At night, the system reminded her that she needed to rest. So she obediently summoned the safe house and had a good sleep. The advantage of the bubble is that no matter how big you and the safe house are, it can be extended to that size. And as long as the rent is not delayed, it can be guaranteed that it will never break. It is useful, but it costs points. Although Tu Mingming has a lot of points. But it will cost 10 points on the second day. Who knows if the price will increase on the third day? Also, at my current speed, this 1,000 kilometers, it will take about half a month to run? Chapter 99. The truth is just as Tu Mingming thought. Tu Mingming ran and even crawled for a distance of 1,000 kilometers, and finally reached the end after 15 days. The moment she saw the light in the ocean, Tu Mingming was so excited that tears were about to fall. It's out. It's out. She's finally coming out. Woohoo! For these 15 days, she was completely isolated from the world and had no idea what was happening outside. How can I describe this situation? Tu Mingming used to live in the community, even though she didn't have much social interaction in her daily life. But she often went out and had to report to the community every month, practice, and get nutrient solution. Necessary social interaction is still necessary. She couldn't completely accept this silence or loneliness. However, the system hard controlled for 15 days, and there was a time limit every day. The night time of the game did not allow her to work overtime. Therefore, Tu Mingming could only run during the day. During the daytime, she didn't run at full speed. After all, people are not machines. They get tired and need to rest. And there are roadblocks in the process. Either fighting monsters, catching fish, or racing with polar bears. Anyway, all kinds of tricks. The system is directly tossed over and over. The good news is, the drops in the process are very generous. Tu Mingming picked up 98 mailbox fragments. It's just a little bit away from the goal of 120. Not only that, other drops are also very exciting. Tu Mingming also picked up a garbage truck. The kind that can dig garbage. It is naturally charged. Just like the pickaxe automatically updates its durability at 12 a.m. every day. The garbage truck automatically restores its kinetic energy system at 12 a.m. every day. So it can be used for about half a day. Right? This is the time estimated by Tu Mingming. She was stuck on the road, and there was no garbage to dig. Moreover, this car can only be used to dig garbage, which is very limited and can't do anything else. Riding it to travel? It can stay there motionless. In addition to various strange tools, utensils, etc. Tu Mingming also picked up a lot of food and clothes. I picked up more than 200 tents without attributes. I also picked up more than 40 parasols of various kinds, various beach vacation equipment, and various winter ski equipment. The rewards are very generous, but the process is also difficult. Daily bubbles need to be rented, and the rent has increased from 10 points per day at the beginning to 200 points per day later. The increase is acceptable. Tu Mingming saved a lot of points when she was in the mine before, so she didn't feel sorry for these. Moreover, the rewards are still considerable. The bad news is, half a month of isolation from the world made Tu Mingming feel that she was out of touch with the real world and other players in the game world. She is not sure what the outside world is like now. It can't be. Others have left the game. But she is still there? She can't be detained by the game and become an NPC. Right? When people are very quiet or have nothing to do, they tend to think too much. Therefore, when Tu Mingming sometimes listens to the sound of the sea tide and can't sleep, she will think a lot. But now, there is no need to think. She is going out. Tu Mingming sprinted the last section of the road. A total of 500 meters, which is actually very easy to sprint. Tu Mingming was excited and nervous, and had no idea what the situation was like outside. At this time, it was already afternoon. Out of the game. Will I still be in the garbage mountain? Will there be anyone in the game? Too many problems were stuck in her heart, making Tu Mingming eager to rush out. 500 meters, 400 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters. The last 5 meters. Break through the water flow, break through the sea surface, and rush to a place with better sunshine. The moment Tu Mingming broke through the water surface, she heard the system prompt. System reminder. Congratulations on completing the 1,000-mile sprint challenge and surpassing the contestant She. To win the final victory, get a special treasure chest *1. System reminder. Please choose your opponent for the next round within 1 minute. Tu Mingming? After coming out, she still didn't leave the small copy of the game. Okay. She was in the copy of the game before. It was very much like a nesting doll. The problem is, once it starts, there is no option to give up. Unless Tu Mingming loses, and is kicked out of the game directly. Otherwise, There are still 2 players who haven't played yet. Thinking of this, Tu Mingming felt inexplicably relieved. Forget it. Since I'm here, I'll make the best of it. I can't leave anyway. So I'll just play the game first, without taking a closer look at the final reward. Tu Mingming hurriedly selected her next opponent. There were only 2 left, so she didn't choose much. She directly selected the contestant Dong. Countdown, 3 seconds. The competition came so suddenly that there was too little time to prepare. After running for half a month, Tu Mingming didn't have much time to prepare and quickly entered the next round of competition. Fortunately, this competition was not a 1,000-mile raid, but a very normal competition. However, this kind of normality is relative to the 1,000-mile raid. In fact, the racetrack this time is a maze. The contestant Dong is a fathead fish with a human face. The strange thing is that its track is not in the water, but in a maze. It's so strange that it makes people confused. However, Tu Mingming just rushed forward without looking at it again. If she wins, she will have another round. If she loses, she will have to get out. So, you have to win. Even if you want to play badly, you have to play badly until the last time. And Tu Mingming doesn't want to play badly. If she has a chance to win, she will still try, because she had walked through the maze before. Tu Mingming had some experience this time. However, these shallow experiences are actually not very useful to her. She hit the wall again and again, and turned back again and again. Not hearing the news of her elimination means that the fathead fish is probably not doing well either. If she had a god's perspective, Tu Mingming would know that the fathead fish is not just not doing well. It is very unsuccessful. The body of the fathead fish. It's hard to describe its coordination. So once it gets into a dead end in the maze, it takes a long time just to turn around and run back, because it hits the wall whenever it wants. If the system's walls are not hard and unbreakable, the fathead fish would probably knock down several rows of walls at any time. Right? The fathead fish ran for a long time, and was almost spinning in the same place. Tu Mingming's progress is pretty good. She occasionally hits the wall, but more often, she trusts her intuition and runs fast. The maze also felt like a 100-meter sprint. There were also roadblocks in the maze. But this time it was a literary battle. There were no monsters blocking the way that Tu Mingming had to fight. They were all similar to garbage sorting. Finding differences in the garbage dump. The most complicated question was probably to copy a mountain of garbage. Right? For Tu Mingming, it was not too difficult. She is now in good physical condition. 15 days of running had directly trained her physical strength. The muscles in her arms and calves are now very tight, and her physical strength is also very good. If she is asked to run with other small animals this time, Tu Mingming feels that she can run without other routines. The distance of the maze is not too far. Only 5 kilometers in total. If it is a normal straight line, it can be easily finished. At least, for Tu Mingming now, it is very easy to run. However, if it becomes a winding maze, it will be more complicated. In particular, some roads require repeated choices, which increases the complexity. It took Tu Mingming an hour to finally get out of the maze. At this time, the mileage of the fathead fish is 0.8. Fortunately, there is no real-time display. Otherwise the fathead fish would probably be ruined. Tu Mingming won and successfully entered the next level, where she could attack the only remaining player to compete. When the real competition came, Tu Mingming was very glad that she was lucky. Because, player G. It is a monster with a human face and an arrow body. Its speed is so fast that it is a lie. The opponent's speed is really so fast that he went out in a flash. As soon as Tu Mingming took a step, the opponent had already reached the finish line. In the system competition, only player G had a straight route, and it was only 100 meters, which did not give Tu Mingming any chance to perform. Tu Mingming defeated 3 players, so she had the opportunity to trade with the wandering merchant for 6 minutes. If it was before the 1,000 miles race, there might not be too much garbage in Tu Mingming's backpack. So, if she wanted to buy something, she might not be able to buy much. However, after the 1,000 miles race, the garbage in Tu Mingming's backpack increased a lot. There were really a lot of things dropped by various roadblocks and monsters. And now they were all sorted and put in the backpack in a regular manner. As soon as the wandering merchant came out, Tu Mingming quickly browsed the corresponding medicines and safe house materials. In fact, Tu Mingming didn't particularly need safe house materials, because, after 15 days of competition, she had picked up a lot of them, not to mention building another safe house. She could build 3 more. Her own safe house had been repaired to the most complete state. Now there were too many materials left. So, if possible, Tu Mingming would like to exchange more medicines. The transaction time was not long. But for Tu Mingming, who was prepared, it was enough. After the transaction, Tu Mingming was kicked out of the dungeon. And it was a roller-type teleportation. Tu Mingming, let's change the way of broadcasting next time. It really wastes players' time. Tu Mingming has not had a live broadcast in the past 10 days of competition. People in the real world are so anxious that they are running around in circles, fearing that she will die in the game. But now there are only 30 surviving players in Country A. Others have had their turn to broadcast live. So, everyone in the real world, relying on observing other people's live broadcasts and counting the number of people, calculated that Tu Mingming should still be alive. But it is not her turn to broadcast live for the time being, and everyone is a little relieved. But it has been such a long time, and she has not had a turn to broadcast live? Everyone is still very worried about her situation. Chapter 100. Everyone in Blue Star is paying attention to Tu Mingming. Even though the S country, which previously thought that Tu Mingming was just a little girl and not very impressive, and at most was lucky to meet good teammates, is now paying close attention to her. In the past half-month, it has not been Tu Mingming's turn to live broadcast, and the public opinion in S country has directly come out, and various rumors have been spread that Tu Mingming has died. Of course, these remarks were quickly refuted by the people of a country without any hesitation. Moreover, the fight was particularly fierce. The two sides had been fighting for half a month. Not only the people on Blue Star were following Tu Mingming, but the people on Fairy Star were also following her. The live broadcast on Fairy Star was synchronized with that on Blue Star. The people on Fairy Star were not happy that they had not seen the cute little girl they wanted to see for half a month. Then, they complained about AI in various ways. In half a month, AI's email box was almost filled up. Unfortunately, AI did not reply. The people on Fairy Star? She is crazy. Don't try to persuade her. When Tu Mingming came out, she felt as if she was in another world. She stood there blankly for a long time, looking at the team channel, communication channel, and trading hall that finally returned to normal. And then she felt alive again. She finally came out, after half a month of living in the mountains and forests, away from the crowd and the test. She finally came out. This is really not easy. Tu Mingming wanted to cry a little, and when Tu Dazhuang saw his mother crying, he was so scared that he hurriedly pulled the corner of Tu Mingming's pants. After Tu Mingming entered the examination room, Tu Dazhuang was temporarily stored in the backpack. The man and the dog watched eagerly for half a month through the barrier of the backpack. Now, Tu Mingming came out, and Tu Dazhuang was finally released. I haven't seen his mother for half a month. Tu Dazhuang spun and jumped, dancing back and forth. For half a month, Tu Mingming knew nothing more than the number of surviving players every day. The number of surviving game players is now more than 3,200. Yes, in half a month, nearly 2,000 people were killed. During the past half month, Tu Mingming had no idea what everyone had experienced outside. Now that she was out, Tu Mingming didn't even know where to start, or how to greet her teammates. She took a deep breath and typed in the team channel. Unsure of her teammates' situation, Tu Mingming didn't dare to send voice or video messages casually. Tu Mingming, family. I'm finally out. Tu Mingming was really excited. The 3 teammates who saw her message were even more excited than her. Wenbai was simple and rude, and directly dialed the video voice. As soon as the video was connected, Song Shun's loud voice came over. Oh, Sheila, where have you been? You have been out of touch for half a month. If it weren't for the teammate status that you were still there, I would have suspected that you had disappeared when we didn't know. Oh, no. Bah, where have you been? What's wrong? Song Shun talked too much, one sentence after another, without giving people a chance to react. Wenbai wanted to interrupt, but he felt powerless. Wu Jing quickly raised his voice to suppress her. Let Mingming speak. Don't ask any more questions. How can Mingming speak? Tu Mingming also knew that everyone was worried about her situation. So, she briefly talked about her adventures in the past half month. Of course, It also included the more than 90 mailbox fragments she obtained. 120 pieces can make a mailbox. Now there are more than 90. And the distance from 120 is really visible to the naked eye. When talking about her experience in the past half month, Tu Mingming was a little depressed. When she mentioned the mailbox fragments, she was instantly excited and almost jumped up. After hearing this, the three teammates breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was no danger or accident. Tu Mingming had not been out for half a month and knew nothing about the outside world. Especially when she looked out from the window of the safe house just now. She found that the garbage mountain that was towering into the sky before was now only about 6 or 7 stories high. If you look up a little, you can see the end. Garbage mountain. How can it disappear for no reason? Tu Mingming has too many questions. After she finished speaking, Wen Bai, as a representative, took the initiative to talk about the situation outside for half a month. In fact, Wen Bai didn't know much. He also disappeared for about a week. I also chose to make a feint to the east and attack the west. But my luck was not very good. I was eliminated in the second round. I chose the east in the first round and encountered a long-distance competition. I had good physical strength and won by a narrow margin. I got 15 mailbox fragments. Wu Jing also has some. It should be enough for us to collect them together. But my long-distance competition only lasted for 6 days before I was eliminated in the second round. So I don't know what happened next. However, it's not the end after you get out. Players who are eliminated early in the game of feinting to the east and attacking to the west need to go through 6 tests before they can keep their safe houses. Of course, if you perform particularly well, the system will also help you move the garbage mountain. The garbage mountain on my side has been reduced by 1/3. Wu Jing's side is reduced by a similar amount. And Das Hun is a little worse. Only about a quarter of it. But it's actually not bad. And it can be regarded as an improvement. Song Shun was already behind his teammates in the first round of answering questions. 1 step behind. Every step after that, he was still behind. Therefore, Song Shun entered the feint later than everyone else, but came out earlier than everyone else. The next 6 rounds of competition tortured Song Shun to death. Not only did he not get a single mailbox fragment, but even a small part of the garbage mountain was removed. Of course, this is also compared with the other 2 people in the team. Compared to others, their strength or luck is good enough. Because 2/3 of the players who lost their lives in the past half month lost their lives in these 6 rounds of games. Of course, most of the players who survived by their own ability have successfully eliminated a lot of garbage mountains. For them, climbing over the garbage mountain is no longer a dream, but a near dream. Everyone had a brief exchange. And then everyone gathered together to start sorting out the mailbox fragments. Song Shun didn't have any. But the other 3 people had 132 pieces together. It was far more than the number that could be pieced together. And the 3 of them were quite happy after counting. Everyone mailed the fragments to Tu Mingming. This put a lot of pressure on Tu Mingming. Now they couldn't meet. So, whether it was Wen Bai's rice, Wu Jing's water, or Song Shun's food, they had to spend a lot of points to mail it to Tu Mingming. Or they could only wait and see for a while. And then see if there was a chance to meet the messenger. And then mail it back to reality. After a discussion, Wen Bai tried again. Then they found that the shipping fee of 8,000 kilograms of rice was only 200 points. Which was within their acceptable range. After all, they still had 6-digit points. 2,000 points would only make them hesitate. But 200 points would not be considered at all. The shipping fee of 1 ton of water was not too expensive. Everyone sorted it out and started to mail it to Tu Mingming. Wen Bai gave Tu Mingming the address of their unit. Wen Bai was a logistics staff and was more familiar with various places in the unit. So, he knew where the warehouse was. The warehouse at the security center was also very large. So, these things should be able to fit in. Right? Wen Bai was not so sure. But, no matter what, if it bursts, that is something that everyone needs to consider in reality. He is not going to work for the time being. So he won't worry about it. Besides, who would complain about having too many good things? Delicious and clean rice. And a large amount of pure water. Plus the countless high-quality fruits and vegetables that Tu Mingming has that will not mutate. Everyone will only complain that it is too little. And will only think that the warehouse is not up to standard. Because it was not their turn to live broadcast. They did not say much about it. After everyone sorted out the things, they could not witness the moment when the things were mailed back to reality. However, they were watching the video, so it was actually possible to watch it through the network. Tu Mingming first assembled the mailbox, consuming 120 fragments. Then, she took out the messenger again and clicked to use it. Please select the items you want to mail and fill in the exact address. Tu Mingming sorted out the things prepared by Wenbai and others, and then filled in the names and quantities, and then filled in all the fruits and vegetables in her backpack. She was completely isolated for half a month, and she spent her free time farming. So now there are a lot of vegetables and fruits in her backpack, but very little food. In addition to the rice with properties, she also planted some soybeans to make soy milk. However, the new soybeans will be ripe soon, so all the old ones will be packed and sent back to reality. Tu Mingming's movements are very quick. After filling out everything, she also left a letter to let everyone know who mailed it. Tu Mingming didn't want to take credit, but she didn't want her and her teammates' efforts to be impersonated or ignored. So, she wrote a short letter, reported that she was safe, and wrote down the names and quantities of the corresponding items. After writing, she checked again. Then, Tu Mingming took a deep breath and clicked to confirm the mailing. Shipping fee is 3,500 points. Please pay. Tu Mingming. Where is the bulk of the shipping fee? However, she can still afford these points, even though she has no income from points for the time being. Her 6-digit total points are not a joke. It's only 3,500. Sprinkle some water. Woohoo! My heart hurts. Why is the shipping cost so high? Tu Mingming subconsciously showed a mask of pain. Wu Jing and Song Shun didn't notice anything unusual, but Wenbai noticed it and asked softly, "Is the shipping cost a lot?" Song Shun raised his hand immediately after hearing it and said, I. How many points do you want? I have plenty. Points are not the universal currency of Garbage Mountain, so there is no use for keeping so many for the time being. It's a pity that points cannot be traded. After asking, Song Shun gritted his teeth and secretly cursed the system for a while. Chapter 101. The teammates are still very powerful. However, the shipping fee of more than 3,000 is actually not bad and acceptable. Therefore, Tu Mingming quickly explained, "It's okay. More than 3,000. It just hurts a little. I mailed it." When Tu Mingming was busy, people in reality were also busy. Before, Tu Mingming directly sent out a piece of black soil, and it also had its own circulation system, and even planted a lot of grains and vegetables, which are now growing well, because this matter was directly said by Song Shun during the live broadcast. Of course, even if Song Shun didn't say it, various traders and traders would also notice it. So, many countries will know it soon. Country S is used to begging for food, and it is the kind of soft rice and hard food. And the attitude is arrogant. They even prepared 1, 2, 3, for reasons to let country A share this black land with the world. Of course, they have a large number of people, and are willing to be a general agent to help country A communicate with other countries. Leader of country A? What? Is there still a language barrier between us? Do we need to bring a translator? This behavior of country S has happened many times before, and everyone is familiar with this routine. So, the diplomatic department quickly and politely rejected the other party's good intentions, and then said, these are things that members of their country have exchanged their lives for, and they are still in the research stage for the time being, so it is not convenient to announce them to the public. Once this refusal came out, country S broke down, and then, all kinds of public opinions came out. The filial sons and grandsons who followed him for free food and drink naturally followed the footsteps of Yi Dad and took their own country's public opinion teams to the stage. In addition, Tu Mingming had not broadcast live for more than half a month, and her life and death were unknown, which gave S country an opportunity to revel. They have been leading the rhythm, saying that Tu Mingming died, and no one knows where her body is. There are even more exaggerated ones, relying on Tu Mingming's identity as an orphan, saying that the other party is a relative of Tu Mingming's family, and then using this to emphasize that Tu Mingming should be from their S country. Everyone. Although we know that country S is shameless. But this kind of shamelessness, I've learned a lot. When they attack, country A will naturally resist. Their fighters are still fighting in the game, so they have the public opinion in the rear. Let's fight. Do you think you are the only one with a public opinion department? You're talking as if no one else doesn't have one? After knowing this, many netizens directly applied to fight. The first troll in Jiang province, requesting to fight. I am not talented. I don't have any other skills. But I am a bit eloquent. I can do it for you. After Country S found that Country A was not affected even if they followed the rhythm of Tu Mingminga, they started to talk about the number of players who first entered the game in Country A. Country A had only 88 players who initially entered the game. And now the number of players who survived is even lower. Only 29. However, a survival rate of 1/4 is actually very impressive compared to many countries. However, Country S doesn't care about this. Just say, are there not enough people entering the game? Aren't there too few people alive now? Sorry. Our country is awesome. We entered with 1,200 players at the beginning. And now we have 330 players alive. There are only 3,000 players alive in the game now. And we account for 1/10. TSK. TSK. There are more than 100 countries in the world. This is an advantage. 330. Isn't that just a simple win over 29? International public opinion does not look very friendly. The people in the monitoring department of Country A are trying hard to pay attention to the live broadcast information, trying to find some news about Tu Mingming from it. Unfortunately, no. The game seemed determined not to let them know. No matter Tu Mingming or the other 3 people in her team, none of them had a chance to broadcast live. Hey, Mingming should be fine. I think so too. I see went by and the others are very calm. Everyone hoped that Tu Mingming was fine. However, there was no live broadcast for half a month. And no news. It was scary just to hear it. They were discussing when they heard hurried footsteps outside the door. After the staff rushed in, they didn't even have time to adjust their breathing. They panted and said, Master, Director, the leader asked you to go to a meeting. There is a letter from Ming. Everyone who reacted cheered. Great. I said Ming must be alive. Look at Wenbai and the others' reactions. She must be fine. I'm so scared. So scared. Finally there is news. I didn't send the letter before. It must have been delayed by other things. Let's have a meeting first. Director, don't touch that cup. It's going to break. Everyone was excited. At this time, it was Tu Mingming's turn to live broadcast. Tu Mingming had just sent something and was now opening a durian. She didn't want to do something special, but just happened to open a durian blind box during the live broadcast. She had just sent out most of the remaining durians. And now there were some with particularly good shapes. She couldn't control her hands. So Tu Mingming prepared to open them. Where's the 6-piece meat? If it's not opened, wouldn't it be a waste? No matter how big or small the 6-piece meat is. If the 4 of them share it, it can be considered a dinner with enough calories. It's just not very filling. As soon as Tu Mingming put the durian on the small table, she heard the system prompt that her live broadcast was turned on. She was not sure which direction the camera was in. Anyway, the camera in the game is that kind of black technology. You can't see it, but it can definitely be broadcast live. So, she could only subconsciously tilt her head and raise her hand to say hello. Hello everyone. I'm Tu Mingming. It's not a good idea to use Tu Xiaola's name again, so as to avoid other misunderstandings among people who know her in real life. Tu Mingming simply said hello, and then lowered her head to open the durian. In real life, everyone in Country A was so happy when they saw Tu Mingming appear in the live broadcast. Ah, I knew that my Mingming must be alive. Brave Mingming. Don't be afraid of difficulties. Go for it. I knew it. I knew it. Woo woo. I'm so excited. Hey, let's go out and fight the mutant plants first. Or I'm afraid I'll get excited and shoot the building. Superpowers. Please control your emotions. The 1 in 503. Stop laughing. If you laugh again, I'll complain to you. Everyone was so excited that they didn't know what to say. Even though I didn't know Tu Mingming before. Even though they are still strangers across the internet now. But it doesn't matter. The internet is a connection. This is fate. Now, they know each other. The land that Tu Mingming sent to the real world is said to be growing well now. And the plants have been stable since the seedling stage. Without any mutations. Not even one. This gives people hope again. Maybe there is still a chance to return to the world before the wasteland? Even if it is not possible, there is still a little hope. Right? Besides, after going through so many things, they don't ask for much. They just want every player to return safely. If life can be better than before, it would be even better. When everyone was celebrating excitedly online, communities around the country sent out a message. Tonight, everyone can go to the community to make an appointment and register. About 3 days to a week later, they will have the opportunity to participate in the Safe Food Lottery. The most attractive one is a pound of spiced rice. After all, it is important to eat enough. The second is a variety of vegetables and fruits, although the quantity is not much. But, you know, there are so many people in Country A. Moreover, when the community sent out the notice, it also posted a lot of real photos and explained, this is the output in the game. The special supply of Fairy Star. The quality is definitely no problem. Pure, pollution-free, delicious, and safe spiced rice. It's better than the quality they grow now. Who wouldn't want this? The community also explained that these are the supplies that the players in the game have worked hard to save. And now they have sent them back to the real world, hoping that their compatriots can eat some good things. Because the quantity is limited, we can only adopt a random lottery mode. So please don't complain. Life will get better and better. And the future will get brighter and brighter. Many people wanted to celebrate when they saw the news that Tu Mingming was alive. Now look again. There is also a lottery. No matter whether you can win or not. This is a great thing. Moreover, it is the result of the hard work of the players in the game. Smart people have guessed that this may be what Tu Mingming's team said back. After all, only the people in their team have the best luck, the strongest strength, and the most chance to send back so many things. Many people shared this news online. Country A did not act as low-key as before on this matter, but deliberately made a high profile. This matter was spread internationally in less than half a day. International people? As country people? No! How come you have so much rice? Let's not talk about the specific amount. Just look at the real picture. The amount must be at least several thousand kilograms. Right? The densely packed bags are piled together, which looks tempting, although I'm not sure whether it's true or not. But it should be true, right? So, why are the players there so competitive? As country's defense is broken again. Some sour people, of course, held all kinds of malice and said all kinds of vicious words. But they were quickly overwhelmed by the excited netizens of Country A. Sorry. You scolded us? I'll scold you to death, and that's it. And the leader of Country S now wants to pretend that the previous incident did not happen. And he wants to eat for free, and comes to beg for food again. Leader of Country A. It's not surprising. Unfortunately, I won't give it to you. I'm greedy for you. I'm greedy for you. LOL LOL. Of course. We can't say that. We still have to show our country's etiquette. So, how to say it more euphemistically? At this time, Tu Mingming has eaten durian, and is following Wenbai's instructions to make cherry fried. The radiation value is already 100. So there is no need to worry about the garbage outside. Let's talk about it tomorrow. After being tired for half a month, Tu Mingming also wants to take a break. It just so happens that the radiation value does not allow her to go out. So she is happy to be free. Chapter 102. The method of making fried cherries is not complicated, but it takes a lot of time. It is boiled and baked. It is good to kill time by tossing back and forth. After sending the things, Tu Mingming felt relieved and felt that life could slow down. Okay. When I get up the next day, I still have to be a thief. Yes, a thief. Even if I leave for half a month. Tu Mingming still remembers that at 4 o'clock in the morning, the radiation is not high, and the gray birds will not attack them. So, while cooking cherries, Tu Mingming asked her friends, "Are we going to get up early tomorrow?" Song Shun was sorting his garbage, so that he could sell it when he met a merchant. After hearing what Tu Mingming said, Song Shun said, "No, the system won't let me. It's 4 a.m. now. The radiation is not high, and the gray birds don't attack. But there is a new kind of fog. Sometimes it's gray fog. Sometimes it's blood fog. The kind that is aggressive. You will either be killed or get lost. Anyway, it won't let you exploit bugs and steal. You said it was a bug, but the system didn't plan to do too much. It just increased the difficulty of the game a little bit." Song Shun cursed several times after he finished speaking. Tu Mingming hadn't come out of the dungeon for half a month. When she came out, she found that the game had been updated. But she didn't know about it. Thinking of this, she sighed helplessly, and asked her friends if there were any other updates that she didn't know about. Apart from this, There is really nothing else for the time being. Wenbai seemed to have thought of something and quickly followed up with a sentence. That's not right. When he said this, Wu Jing also reacted. Yes. Yes. We added a lottery. Once every 7 days. If you pass the level successfully, you can draw a lottery. What you draw depends on luck. The worst is the wandering merchant in 5 minutes. If the garbage is well sorted, you can actually do a lot of things in 5 minutes. This is also the reason why Song Shun subconsciously sorted the garbage. Because of this matter, the system has passed it, and Song Shun subconsciously thinks Tu Mingming should know. But after thinking about it carefully, that notice came only 7 days ago. Which means, the lottery system will be updated at 12 o'clock midnight tonight. They can answer questions at midnight or tomorrow morning to qualify for the lottery. Tu Mingming was also surprised when she heard about the lottery. Is it difficult to pass the level? Not difficult. Difficult. Not very difficult. The first sentence was said by Wenbai. Song Shun said it was difficult. And the latter was said by Wu Jing. In response, Song Shun couldn't help but curse a few times. He is not a bad student. But look at what questions it asks. All of them are about the garbage mountain. Now when he digs garbage, he habitually takes a look at it to see what the garbage is called and what its characteristics are, for fear of encountering it when he passes the level. However, he only passed the level once. And he barely passed it. 60 points is considered passing. Wenbai briefly talked about the content of the level, which is all about the garbage mountain. There are 10 questions, and you can pass if you answer 6 correctly. It's about the garbage mountain. It's not particularly difficult, but it's not easy. Tu Mingming originally thought that she would accumulate experience for a few days and pay more attention. But then she thought again. The update will be tonight, and she will have to pass the level tomorrow morning. Just take the test? There is no time to prepare at all. Wenbai didn't want the girl to worry too much, so he quickly sent Tu Mingming a question bank. This is the question bank I prepared. It's a little rough, but it's still useful. You can memorize it first. Tu Mingming received a thick question bank book. When she saw the things, Tu Mingming felt her eyes a little sore. And when she spoke again, her voice was slightly choked. Thank you, Captain Wen. There are still many good people in this world. Although Tu Mingming has not received much help over the years, she has survived with these few helps. And she has grown up well. So, she also knows how to be grateful. She thought that her luck has indeed improved after entering the game. In the past, she didn't even have friends. Now, she has friends who are willing to die for her. Friends. For Tu Mingming in the past, this was a slightly unfamiliar word. She couldn't even imagine what it was like to have friends. Now, Tu Mingming seems to understand a little. It is peace of mind and happiness. They may not be there all the time, but when you need them, they are often there. That's good. Tu Mingming muttered in her heart. After 10 o'clock, the cherries were fried. I have to say that the oven produced by the system is really powerful. Normally, if you want to dry and bake the cooked cherries until they are delicious, you have to bake them at a low temperature for more than 10 hours to achieve that effect. However, the oven of the system has a rapid mode. Just press this, and you can speed up directly. It will be baked in more than an hour, which is the effect Tu Mingming wants. In fact, Tu Mingming is not sure whether this effect is possible. However, Wenbai has tried it. With his data in front for reference, Tu Mingming can just copy the answer. After the food was baked, Tu Mingming took a bite. You get buff. Stamina plus 22 because you ate delicious cherries. Tu Mingming? She can be sure that her cherries are ordinary cherries. Otherwise she would not have sent them all back to reality. But, after processing, it has an effect? It didn't have it before. She has made cherry drinks before, and used it as a topping for milk tea. I was not in good condition at that time. How come I am in good condition now? Tu Mingming didn't understand. She hesitated for a long time before whispering in the team. The cherry pancakes I made can give you a buff. She thought that her friends were all taking care of her and protecting her. Although she couldn't give back the same care and protection for the time being, she could give back the trust that matched it. Tu Mingming didn't dare to believe it before because of her living environment, which made her dare not easily make up her mind to believe in someone. But now she is trying to believe and learn how to get along with friends. Trust is the cornerstone of friendship, and Tu Mingming is willing to try hard. Wenbai and the others have already packed up and are ready to go to bed. Of course, before going to bed, you need to sort the garbage. During the day, you work hard to dig. So naturally you don't have much time to sort it out. You can only work hard in the afternoon or at night to sort it out. Especially tomorrow. You can go through the level to sell things. So you have to sort it out. The most tired ones were Wu Jing and Wen Bai. The excavator was used by 2 people alternately. So the 2 of them were busier than Song Shun. Even so, the 3 of them had almost finished packing. After hearing what Tu Mingming said, Wen Bai was a little surprised and a little surprised. That's not bad. Congratulations, Mingming. The cherry had no buff before, but it had it after the secondary processing, which was also good. Wu Jing and Song Shun were also happy for her. Tu Mingming didn't know whether it was luck or something else. She sorted out the cherry pancakes, put them in a lunchbox, and sent them to everyone. Try it and see if there is any buff. Tu Mingming didn't know if others had eaten it, so she could only ask her teammates to try it. The 3 teammates were very willing to be guinea pigs for this. After receiving the food, they couldn't wait to taste it. And they all had buff. This is good? It tastes good too. Captain 1. You are a good chef. Thank you. Thank you. But Mingming's cooking skills are good. And the improvement is obvious. The 3 people praised Tu Mingming without thinking. And she was embarrassed. Although she didn't know why the cherry suddenly had properties. However, she didn't plan to do more. It was too troublesome and took a long time. Wen Bai and the others said that the temperature in the garbage mountain has been rising recently. Tu Mingming just took a look. It was 10 o'clock in the evening. And the current temperature was still 28 degrees. During the day, it will only be higher. Tu Mingming is going to cook some mung bean soup. Although there are cooling clothes, it will be more comfortable after drinking this thing. Right? Tu Mingming prepared the mung beans, and then put them in the rice cooker and simmered them on low heat. Tomorrow morning, it will be soft, sweet and green bean soup. After packing up everything and saying goodnight to her friends, Tu Mingming went to bed. Although she slept well when she was locked in the dungeon before. However, she didn't sleep well because she had something on her mind. Although she is still in the game and there is an unknown garbage mountain outside. Tu Mingming feels more at ease after communicating with her teammates. At least when she sleeps. I don't feel that tossing and turning anymore. Although I didn't toss and turn that much in the dungeon. But there was no other way at that time. Most of the time, I was so tired that I fell asleep. If I didn't sleep, I wouldn't have the energy to run far the next day. Unlike now, my body and mind are a little relaxed. It's great. Tu Mingming sighed slightly before going to bed. When she woke up the next day, Tu Mingming hummed a little tune and went to see the mung bean soup. After a night of hard work in the rice cooker, the mung bean soup was soft, tender and sweet. After opening the lid, the smell was very tempting. Tu Mingming sniffed a few times, then took a small bowl and tasted it first. Sweet. After the sweetness, it was soft and had a slightly sandy texture. Delicious. Tu Mingming's eyes lit up instantly. What made her eyes even brighter was, you get a buff for eating delicious mung bean soup. Luck plus 25. Tu Mingming? What kind of fairy chef exhibition is this? Could it be that her talent is in cooking? Was it delayed before? She used ordinary mung beans. Water, sugar, etc. are all ordinary. But the finished product has properties. Tu Mingming had a guess in her mind. But she was not sure. Thinking again and again. She couldn't calm herself down. Finally, she tried to make a voice call with Wen Bai. Wen Bai had just packed up and was about to answer the questions. Seeing Tu Mingming's voice, he picked up without hesitation. Mingming. What's wrong? Chapter 103. Tu Mingming directly described what she had discovered. She chose ingredients without attributes twice. But the food she made had attributes. Wen Bai was also stunned after hearing this. He thought about it and said uncertainly, this may be a kind of awakening of superpowers? It's really hard to say. Even in reality, it requires instruments and experienced superpowers to confirm and guide, and then determine the superpower attributes of this person, or the direction and so on. Now in the game, it's hard to say. Tu Mingming also guessed this way. Although, she has never had superpowers since she was a child. But what if she mutates after entering the game? Wen Bai meant to let Tu Mingming try more in the next 2 days to see if it is the same. If this is true, although it is only in the game, it is also a good superpower attribute. The garbage mountain has become more and more dangerous recently. Who doesn't need something with buff attributes? Although, In the game now, there are more than just 2 Ming who can make food with attributes and grow plants with attributes. However, the number is still small. Many people are still at the stage where 2 Ming started. Moreover, it can be seen that the things they grow should have attributes. So after the second production, the attributes have increased a little. But the highest is only 15. This is the data Wenbai obtained from observing the trading hall recently. In comparison, 2 Ming's high attribute food actually still has an advantage. The most important thing is that 2 Ming will not sell at a high price just because the attributes are particularly high. After the two analyzed it, they hung up the voice. Current radiation value, 31. It's only been this morning. And it's so high? 2 Ming thought that when she was running the 1,000-kilometer underwater marathon, she got a garbage truck. And she could use it today. In the previous small copy, there was no garbage to dig. So she couldn't try out how powerful this machine is. It was also because of thinking about the garbage truck that 2 Ming remembered something else. That is, she still has a special treasure chest that she hasn't opened yet. Thinking of this, she quickly found the box from her backpack. The box looked very simple, and it was completely different from the boxes she had opened in the mine before. Moreover, the box was very small, and it was easily taken down with 2 hands. 2 Ming was not sure what was inside. She thought about it, washed her hands, and worshipped all the gods she knew, and then opened the box. Obtained item, solidification card *1. 2 Ming? What is this? 2 Ming was puzzled. She took out the card and took a look. Solidification card. This is a magical card. After using it, it will strengthen your original superpowers and make it stronger. Even if the world changes and things change, it will still be with you maybe. You will leave, but it will still be there. Note, if it does not have superpowers, then it will only strengthen your physique. 2 Ming? Is that what she understood? Fearing that she had read it wrong, 2 Ming quickly read the card description from beginning to end. She felt that her understanding should be correct. If, in the game now, the awakened ability to make food with attributes is real, then after she uses the solidification card, will this ability still exist even if she returns to reality? If that is true, then she will make a fortune. Of course, the premise is that she can leave the game alive. Can it be? Isn't it something you can only know after you try hard? Giving up before trying hard is not okay. 2 Ming was afraid that she had misunderstood. So she thought about it, and called Wenbai again. Wenbai had just finished answering the questions. Got a merchant. Sold the garbage. And traded with Wu Jing by the way. Mailing the mining car away. And it was time for him to use it today. Seeing 2 Ming's voice, he picked it up. What's wrong? Ming? 2 Ming hesitated whether to tell Wenbai the truth. They just met in the game. Can they trust each other? But 2 Ming has no other friends now. And there are not many people who can help her with advice. Moreover, they are friends of life and death in the game. So they should be trustworthy. Right? 2 Ming is not willing to trust others easily. However, if she trusts him, she is willing to try and keep trusting him. Until she dies. Or until the day when he betrays her. After thinking it through, 2 Ming put aside all her hesitations and made a voice call to Wenbai. Now that the other party asked, 2 Ming told the truth and sent the screenshot to the other party. After reading it, Wenbai was also surprised at 2 Ming's good luck. Ming's luck is too good. Right? Although Wenbai envied, he was not jealous. At most, he felt a little sour. What he understood was the same as 2 Ming's. You should cook more these 2 days, and see if the food you make has attributes. Use materials without attributes to make it. After repeated verification, if the result is confirmed, you can use the card. Wenbai was afraid that 2 Ming had obtained some short-term buff that she didn't know about. So after thinking about it, he emphasized, or, wait 3 days. If it is a short-term buff, it shouldn't last too long. 3 days is enough. 3 days is enough to verify several rounds to see whether the attributes made by 2 Ming will have attributes. 2 Ming felt that this operation would be more cautious. So she nodded and agreed. Wenbai simply comforted the girl a few more times. He didn't want the little girl to have a psychological burden. Seeing that the time was about to start, he reminded 2 Ming, let's dig garbage first. There is a lot of time in the afternoon. If you have any questions, you can discuss them slowly. 2 Ming was also preparing to start work. After all, the radiation value can't wait. When Bai was afraid that Tu Mingming had not been at the garbage dump recently, and didn't know the situation. So he gave her a few more instructions. By the way, now there is a test in the garbage mountain almost every half an hour. Sometimes it's fighting monsters. And sometimes it's answering questions. You should pay more attention to it, and don't forget to check the radiation value. It should rise to 60 around 12 o'clock. Don't be greedy, and don't wait too long. It doesn't matter if you can't answer the questions. If you give up answering the questions, just fight the monsters. It's not particularly difficult. But it's a little ugly. After all, the Andromeda people have an unusual aesthetic. And they have already experienced it. Tu Mingming hurriedly responded, and then thanked Wen Bai, thinking that she had not answered her own questions yet. Tu Mingming answered the questions again. After answering 7 questions correctly, she flew low and drew the wandering merchant. Tu Mingming? I started to complain again? However, the wandering merchant is not bad either. Tu Mingming took the opportunity to deal with a batch of garbage and harvested a batch of green marbles, medicines and the like. After answering the questions, Tu Mingming prepared to drive the garbage truck and started. It was not until she started to operate the garbage truck that Tu Mingming discovered a very interesting setting. That is, it can be unmanned. Yes, self-driving. It means that the garbage truck drives itself and does not need human help. This. Is there such a good thing? Originally, I thought it would be good to bring Tu Dajwan as a laborer. Now, she has 2. Tu Mingming was so happy that she almost jumped up. She jumped off the garbage truck swiftly and set it to automatically dig and pick up. Then, she also swung the pickaxe. Halfway through the swing, Tu Mingming silently put it down. She remembered the item she had obtained in the previous underwater marathon. After searching in her backpack, Tu Mingming found the corresponding awning, opened it, and placed it in the area where she was working. The awning was very large, the kind of exaggerated size. It could even protect the not-so-small garbage truck from the sun. Tu Mingming and Tu Dajwan looked very small in the awning. This awning has its own attributes, and is one of the more precious items that Tu Mingming obtained in the underwater marathon. Anti-radiation awning can help to resist about 20 radiation values. Note, it is not affected by any environment. Tu Mingming put up the awning. This thing can be activated with one button, and she doesn't need to work hard to pierce it, which saves a lot of trouble. She stood in the awning, and the current radiation value was 19. She stood outside the awning, and the current radiation value was 39. Tu Mingming, very useful. If there wasn't only one, she would really like to share one with her friends. This kind of good thing would be wasted if it wasn't used. So, set it up and use it. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Tu Mingming started working, and at 8:30, she killed the first batch of monsters. A black turtle with 2-meter-long legs. It looks familiar. Isn't this the enemy who ran the underwater marathon with me? I never thought that it also did something else part-time. However, I can't let it go just because we were enemies before. Right? The other party was obviously coming for her awning, and Tu Mingming couldn't let them succeed. So, kill them. Yes. There were 3 long-legged black turtles that appeared for the first time. They were not slow, but their bodies were a little clumsy. But the bite hurts. Although Tu Mingming was not bitten, her jacket was bitten by the other party during the fight. Then, Tu Mingming's denim jacket with no attributes was directly hit by the other party, and a long cut was made. Moreover, because half of the clothes were in the opponent's mouth, the clothes were quickly split into 2. Half was in the opponent's mouth, and the other half was not complete on Tu Mingming. This tooth? Awesome. Because she found that the opponent's teeth were particularly sharp. Tu Mingming became more cautious. 3 and 3 black turtles attacked Tu Mingming at the beginning. When they found that they couldn't beat them, they attacked Tu Dajwan. Tu Dajwan? I'm just a dog. It's not necessary. Right? But there's nothing I can do. The black turtle only picks on the weak ones. Tu Dajwan. Damn. The dog is angry. The angry Tu Dajwan used his sharp teeth and claws to let the black turtle know what. The dog is small, but it is not easy to mess with. Both the dog and the turtle are injured. Tu Dajwan had a lot of long hair bitten off. However, after careful calculation, Tu Dajwan still won, because Tu Dajwan only lost hair, while the black turtle had its legs broken directly. With Tu Dajwan sharing the firepower, Tu Mingming's pressure is much less. But, are there too many black turtles? There are already 3 of them. Chapter 104. 100 Black Turtles beat 2 Ming to a daze. The good news is that although the black turtle is not easy to kill, it drops a lot of items. It even drops mailbox fragments. But the problem is, 2 Ming has no messenger. However, keep the good stuff. Moreover, it also drops safe house materials. The bad news is, before the black turtle dies, it likes to spit out a mouthful of dark green blood. The consequence of 100 black turtles spitting blood is, the garbage mountain in front of 2 Ming turned dark green. And there was an indescribable sour smell, which looked very unfriendly. After the black turtle was gone, she had to endure the nausea and continue to dig garbage. At this time, it was only a little after 9 o'clock. Okay, I beat the black turtle for half an hour. This efficiency is unbearable to watch. 2 Ming got angry and started digging garbage again. If I don't dig, I will have to fight monsters again. Ah, that's not right. The fight is over. And the next round is about the fight of words. It's over. And the chances of winning are even lower. 2 Ming said, I am illiterate and don't understand these. At 9:30, the garbage dump welcomed the next wave of challengers on time. It's good to be on time. When the exam came, 2 Ming thought about it with a smile. The exam at 9:30 gave a small closed space and a very small chair. How small is it? 2 Ming squeezed hard. But was only 1/3 full. So she could barely sit on it. 2 Ming didn't understand why such a small chair was needed. But she sat down and prepared for the exam. Why is there no table? Okay. She fell behind. When the time was up, a screen popped up in front of her. It was electronic reading and electronic questions. The name of this level is classification. In simple terms, it means garbage classification. However, it is not really classified. On the left side of the screen, there is a huge mountain of garbage, and each type of garbage is painted vividly, giving people the feeling that you can reach in and pick up the garbage. On the right are 4 oversized trash cans. Players need to obtain trash clips first according to the requirements. Players with trash clips are eligible to proceed to the next level of the game. Players without trash clips are directly eliminated and then switched to fighting. This is the first time 2 Ming has dealt with this since she came back. She took a deep breath and concentrated all her energy, fearing that she would be kicked out if she was not careful, because the game clearly stated that if you are eliminated, you will leave the exam in a rolling way. 2 Ming never wants to experience the drum-like transmission again. Never. Never. Want. So, no matter what, she had to answer it. How many players are there at the beginning of the game? This is a fill-in-the-blank question. Yes. There are no options. Just fill it in. Fortunately, this is a random question, and 2 Ming knows it with her eyes closed. She confidently filled in 100,000. She is one of the 100,000. How could she not know? Answer correctly. Get a trash clip. Please keep working hard. The first question was a big one, which made 2 Ming regain some confidence and feel less nervous. Then, when she heard the next question, 2 Ming was dumbfounded. As the saying goes, a cucumber cannot be drowned, and an onion cannot be killed by drought. Please find at least 20 types of garbage, such as used cucumbers or onions, from the garbage mountain on the left, and put them in the corresponding garbage bin on the right. Used cucumbers and onions? Kitchen waste? 2 Ming did learn how to sort garbage. So, she should be sure. Right? However, she was not sure about the game. However, she could not answer. And there was a countdown. Although it was not urgent, she was nervous. 2 Ming quickly started to look for the corresponding kitchen waste. Watermelon rind? Yes. Vegetable soup? Yes. Eggshell? Yes. After finding the last one, 2 Ming breathed a sigh of relief. The countdown was still loose. With 2 minutes left, 2 Ming chose to wait between waiting and submitting. She wanted to check again. Anyway, the system didn't urge her to submit, and she didn't want to answer the question so early. This level is too unstable. One question is easy, and the next question is difficult immediately. Although it is not high, it still increases 2 Ming's nervousness. Before the 2-minute countdown ends, 2 Ming submitted the answer. Answer correctly. Get a bucket of cucumbers 100 kilograms. There are quite a lot of them, which are placed directly next to 2 Ming's legs. The originally small space was filled to the brim with an oversized bucket of cucumbers. Tu Mingming quickly put the cucumber into her backpack. The space was not so crowded anymore. And the next question began. Milk tea is a delicious drink. Please find at least 15 types of garbage from the garbage mountain on the left that are the same as the paper milk tea cup, and put them into the corresponding garbage bin on the right. You have 10 minutes to answer the question. Tu Mingming can take her time to choose. Paper milk tea cup? Dry garbage? Tu Mingming remembered it was this. Although it is paper and has recycling value, it is not cost effective. So it is classified as dry garbage. Tu Mingming first confirmed that her knowledge reserve was fine. And then she started to pick out the garbage. The previous question was about kitchen waste. This question turned to dry garbage. Because there was no repetition. It was much easier to pick out. Wet wipes, disposable paper towels, chopsticks, etc. There are many garbage that can be recycled but are not of high value. All of which are classified into this category. Tu Mingming quickly found the corresponding garbage, and thought she had accurately placed it in the bucket on the right. When the test was over, there were more than 2 minutes left. Tu Mingming simply observed the garbage on the left carefully. However, there were too many, and she couldn't remember too much. She just took a rough look and knew the location of some garbage. Time is up. Submit the answer. Answer correctly. Get the item. Red sandalwood saplings 100 trees. The tree is precious and has a long growth cycle. Please use disposable chopsticks and paper with caution. Saplings. But, red sandalwood, what kind of wood is it? Tu Mingming didn't know it at all. But it didn't matter. She would ask when after she went out. He knew a lot. So she could ask him if she didn't know anything. After receiving the reward, she started the third question. After the music starts, please sort the garbage mountain on the left and move it to the corresponding garbage bin on the right. Note, when the music stops, please stop what you are doing. Otherwise something terrible will happen. Tu Mingming thought. She might not be good at other things. But she was really obedient. So, as soon as the music stopped, she made sure that her hands could not move at all. As if they were frozen there. After getting ready, the questions began. The music was a particularly cheerful tune, which gave people a very relaxing feeling, and made people shake their legs or nod their heads unconsciously to the tune. Tu Mingming struggled to control her body's desire to move, and kept picking up garbage from the left to the right. Tu Mingming was actually very curious. What would happen if the classification was wrong? However, she did not dare to guarantee that she had the cost of trial and error. So even if she had an idea in her mind, she still honestly held the corresponding classification in her hands, and did not dare to make any mistakes. Some of them, she was not sure about the classification, and she dared not move. Music. Stop! There was a sock on the trash clip in Tu Mingming's hand, and she was about to move it to the right. Even so, she did not move, maintaining a stiff and weird posture. Then, a black dragon fell from the sky and floated directly in front of Tu Mingming. The black scales and golden vertical pupils were too dazzling, and Tu Mingming was almost scared to jump up. But she kept steady. Her motionless posture looked weird, but it satisfied the black dragon. The other party circled around her several times, and a huge golden eyeball once stuck to Tu Mingming's eyelids. Fortunately, eye movement is not within the range of body movement. Blinking is something like that. Tu Mingming really can't hold on for too long. The black dragon didn't care about Tu Mingming's blinking. It only checked other places. The golden eyeball should be stuck to Tu Mingming's neck, and it's unknown whether it wants Tu Mingming to move or not. The distance was very close, and a cold and chilly breath came towards her. Tu Mingming almost couldn't control herself and shuddered. However, she managed to control herself. Can't move. She still remembered this. Along with this cold breath, there was also an indescribable fishy smell. To be honest, it was worse than the blood of the black turtle. It was so bad that Tu Mingming wanted to frown. But she didn't dare. Tu Mingming is now a coward. The system said that if you move, bad things will happen. Tu Mingming thought. It was probably related to the black dragon in front of her. So, she couldn't move. If it opened its mouth and swallowed her. Oh! The scene was despairing just thinking about it. 1 minute later, the black dragon left, and the music continued. Tu Mingming threw away the garbage quickly, continued to look for it, and continued to throw it. 2 minutes later, the music stopped and the black dragon came. It pressed against her eyelids again. Tu Mingming closed her eyes without changing her breathing. When she was scared, she chose not to look. Although this will infinitely magnify the hearing. The invisible world will become more bizarre. But don't be afraid. She knows it's just a black dragon. Stop it! Stop it! Your eyeballs are like they have been frozen in a freezer for 3 years. They can freeze a person to death. If you keep sticking it. Tu Mingming said that she really can't help but shudder. With this temperature. Who can bear it if you touch it? If it weren't for the sharp blade of death hanging over her head. Tu Mingming would have lost control of her body's instincts. 1 minute later. The black dragon left, and the music started again. Tu Mingming breathed a sigh of relief. The frequency after that was about 5 minutes of music. 1 minute of stop. And then 5 minutes of music. The duration was not long. And the black dragon appeared 3 times in total. Tu Mingming was quite efficient, and threw away a lot of garbage. Congratulations on passing the level, and getting the black dragon scales *6. With this voice reminder, Tu Mingming quickly came out of the temporary small examination room, and returned to the garbage mountain she was familiar with. Chapter 105. Black Dragon Scales. One of the materials for an intermediate safe house. The explanation of this thing is simple, and easy to understand. Tu Mingming took a look at the conditions required to upgrade an intermediate safe house. Intermediate safe house upgrade conditions. Materials *120. Fog bubble *1. Although only one of the following things is needed. But Tu Mingming has never heard of it since she entered the game. Fog bubble? Could it be related to the blood fog or gray fog before? Tu Mingming thought wildly. But there was no result. So she didn't make it difficult for herself in the end. After coming out, Tu Mingming finally had a short break. She drank some water, and continued to dig garbage. Together with Tu Dazhuang and the garbage truck. She was quite efficient this morning. At 10 o'clock in the morning, it was Tu Mingming's turn to live broadcast. At this moment, everyone from Blue Star to Fairy Star was very excited. The last time Tu Mingming live broadcasted, she opened a durian for an hour, and made cherry fry for another hour. She didn't talk much, so everyone didn't feel it was real. Country K even directly threatened that it was a technical synthesis, not Tu Mingming herself, and that it was a trick of Country A to conceal the truth. Country A? Huh? If they have this technology, what does Andromeda have to do with it? Mingming is on the air. This sentence was like a signal, spreading directly between the 2 planets. At this time, no matter if people had paid attention to Tu Mingming before, they all came to watch her live broadcast. Among these people, there are those who care, and those who are curious. They can't really help outside the game. Now they can only look at the strong ones, and strengthen their confidence in this game. After all, there are fewer and fewer surviving players now. What will happen in the future? Who knows? At least half of the players in more than 100 countries on the entire Blue Star have been killed. Those countries have to accept various punishments from Andromeda every day. The problem is that this kind of punishment is useless to escape. The dignitaries of various countries ran away at this time. However, they will be pulled back in time. And after receiving the punishment, they will be set back considerably. Everyone. It doesn't have to be so smart. This game has dealt a heavy blow to Blue Planet, making people in many countries more and more desperate. At this time, Tu Mingming is like a little flower of hope blooming in the wasteland, giving them hope. They hope that she can make it to the end. But they don't hope that she can make it to the end. It's a very complicated feeling. Wow. My Mingming. Finally I saw Mingming again. I drove for 2 hours to eat durian last time. I was so greedy. I get angry when I mention this. Those little guys from Country K said that we have the technology to synthesize. Are they trying to make me laugh to death? If we have this technology, what is the point of Andromeda? Don't be too happy too soon. It's only a matter of time. We still need more than 3,000 yuan. Wait for them to all die. What are the ingredients in the front row? Check them out quickly. And then we can directly criticize them. I think you are the one who died. And your whole family is dead. There were all kinds of news on the bullet screen. Soon everyone started trying to fish in troubled waters, and became interested in the good supplies that Country A had just obtained. I heard that Country A has obtained a lot of good things recently. We all live on Blue Planet. Shouldn't we share them? The front row is really interesting. Not only people from our country have entered the game, but people from other countries have also entered. Why don't people from your country mail things to you? Don't you want to? You are so confident when you are a beggar. You just want to live a life of luxury? Awesome. Awesome. This attitude? I have never seen it before. I am also very curious. There are only 30 people left in our country A. And they still have the energy to take care of us, who are weak in reality. Don't you have hundreds of surviving players in your country S? Why don't they send you rice and flour? Don't you like it? When it comes to scolding people, netizens in country A said, let me do it. I will pick up the keyboard and rush in. Let's see who can scold me better. If you want to target Tu Mingming. That's not good. The strong-mouthed king. Please fight. Country S has obviously put a lot of effort into public opinion, intending to arrange for the Navy to come out and muddy the waters. Unfortunately, it was useless. Netizens in country A have a fighting power far beyond their imagination. Moreover, they are clear-headed and have strong ideas. They are not guided by them at all, and just follow their own logic. When arguing, once you follow the other party's logic, you lose before the battle. So, what is the basis for self-proof? Why should I listen to you? I'll just say what I want to say, and I'll scold according to my logic. You can listen or not. If you don't want to listen, just get out. The argument on Blue Star was intense. The barrage on Fairy Star was also very lively. Ming Ming. Ming Ming. My girl. Did the superpowers we paid for Ming Ming work? Damn. I spent 3 years' salary. Let's see it quickly. The AI said it was arranged. So it shouldn't be a lie. Although AI has no feelings and conscience, it won't lie. So it should be arranged. We have strength in numbers. I suggest that we give Ming Ming some more benefits. What? Their abilities are all random. If we ask for more, we can't say when they will cut off our signal. Damn AI. I still have to scold you. I heard that there are refugees from Blue Star in the consciousness of AI. Front row. Talk about it. The people of Andromeda are happy that Tu Mingming finally appeared again. It was worth it that they sent emails to AI every day for half a month, complained and made trouble, and finally made AI agree to crowdfunding, and then opened a blind box of superpowers for Tu Mingming. Moreover, it was given to the other party in the form of a surprise. I don't know if Mingming knows it. The cloud parents of Fairy Star are also very anxious. After Tu Mingming greeted the live broadcast room, she continued to dig garbage. When she was tired, she sat on the recliner, rested for a while, and then got up to continue digging. Most of the scenes where other people dug garbage were dusty and full of rotten smells. They were exhausted and panting, and they were in a mess. Tu Mingming's scene was a parasol, a rocking chair, a garbage truck, a big dog, ice sparkling water. Two completely different painting styles give people a very split feeling. It's as if they are not in the same game. Ah, no comparison. No harm. Our Mingming is awesome. Wow. I want to be Mingming. Front row. Stop dreaming and read more. In the 2-hour live broadcast, Tu Mingming was either digging garbage, answering questions, running, killing monsters. In short, the game will not be handled lightly, but will only torment them. At 12 o'clock in the afternoon, the current radiation value was 63. Under normal circumstances, they all had to go back. However, Tu Mingming had a parasol, which could protect her from the radiation for a while. So, Tu Mingming dug for more than an hour. When the radiation value reached 85, she returned to the safe house honestly. This morning passed quickly, and was very fulfilling. After Tu Mingming went back, she steamed the rice first, in order to verify whether she really awakened her superpowers. Tu Mingming used ordinary rice and also soaked the mung beans, preparing to make some mung bean soup as an afternoon drink. After everything was done, Tu Mingming counted her gains in the morning. Although she was tired this morning, she did gain a lot. In addition to all kinds of garbage, the companions dropped a lot of food and safe house materials. Moreover, they were all materials that Tu Mingming had never seen before. Tu Mingming guessed that these should be the materials for the intermediate safe house. After reading the instructions, it was true. The materials added together, there were more than 30. There was still a long way to go before 120. And Tu Mingming estimated that she would have to save for some time. If the drop rate is the same as today, then it should be very fast. Maybe 3 or 4 days. However, if you are lucky today, that is another matter. As for the fog bubble, I have never seen it. At this time, outside the safe house, due to the increase in radiation value, blood mist floated, and Tu Mingming pretended not to see it. Even the blood mist seemed to have life, sticking to the glass, and was unwilling to leave for a long time. Tu Mingming also quickly pulled the curtains. Who cares? The fog bubble has not been seen for the time being. So the intermediate safe house cannot be upgraded. However, even if there were not enough materials now. Tu Mingming looked through the harvest in the morning, picked out the ribs to stew, and fried 2 steaks for Tu Dazhuang. After everything was done, she sat there, waiting for the ribs to be cooked and the rice to be cooked. After the steaks were fried, Tu Mingming took a look. One steak increased 22 points of physical strength, and the other increased 22 points of speed, both with attributes. This further confirmed Tu Mingming and Wenbai's guess. This made Tu Mingming's mood a little excited. Who would have thought that one day she would also have superpowers? This is really an exciting and thrilling thing. However, thinking that this might be in the game, and she didn't know whether she could leave alive, Tu Mingming calmed down again. After Wu Jing and the others came back, they tidied up and had finished their meal and were ready to take a nap. When they were exchanging information before, Tu Mingming also talked to them. Of course, Tu Mingming didn't hide the fact that she had a parasol and could resist radiation. Wu Jing sighed again. The European emperor is so nice. It's a pity that Tu Mingming only has one parasol like this. Otherwise she could really share one with her friends. After eating, Wenbai didn't rush to sleep. He was tinkering around for a long time. Then, he gave his friends a surprise. Wenbai, I did some handwork picture. Wenbai used the old materials he found in the garbage mountain to assemble a game console. Tu Mingming can also play this thing. So, when she saw the things, her eyes lit up. Wenbai, unfortunately, I can't connect to the internet, so I can only play some standalone games. Although there is no game card, I modified the program and there are some initial games to play, which is not bad to kill time. In fact, Wenbai can also assemble some old home appliances. However, they probably won't be able to use them, because all the equipment in the safe house was bought from the mall before they left the mine. At that time, everyone had plenty of points and could shop freely. As long as the appliances they needed were not too expensive, they would buy them without hesitation. So, Wenbai was too lazy to do anything. Now it was different in the garbage mountain. If they couldn't buy anything, they could only find a way themselves. Every afternoon to evening was long, so there had to be something to kill time. Right? Chapter 106. Wu Jing and the others took a nap to recover their strength. Tu Mingming was so excited that she couldn't sleep. She wanted to experiment a few more times. What if she really had superpowers? Even if it was in the game, it would be nice to experience it for herself. Moreover, cooking has attributes. Does it also have attributes in reality? Tu Mingming asked Wenbai about this question privately. In response, Wenbai also answered her seriously. Although there is no actual data in our reality, it is because there is no specific data research, so it is not displayed. In fact, there are, such as the different levels of superpowers, which are actually based on different strengths. This is also another display of data. After hearing Wenbai's explanation, Tu Mingming felt relieved. She thought, it's okay if it exists. Although she is not sure whether she can bring her abilities in the game back to reality, and she is not sure whether she can return to reality safely. However, it's okay if it exists. Her ambition can be big or small. It's good like now. Tu Mingming wants to upgrade the safe house, but she still lacks the important thing of fog bubble. So, don't rush for the time being, and continue to study the dishes, because her cooking skills are really not that good. So, Tu Mingming decided to try hard. Then, she cooked dishes for an afternoon according to the recipe. Honestly, she didn't dare to innovate. According to the instructions of the recipe, she did what the other party wrote. In an afternoon, she cooked 12 dishes, both meat and vegetables. The results looked okay, although some of them didn't look very good. But she was a novice, which was actually understandable. Moreover, attributes are the most important. She is also making progress, and will work hard to improve in the future. So, don't pick on the appearance first. Just taste it. For each dish, Tu Mingming took out a portion and took a bite. To be honest, the level is not very stable. Some tasted okay, while others tasted very average. The most I can say is, cooked. When it comes to maintaining vital signs, it is definitely enough. Don't ask for more. However, there is a dish of stir-fried pork with chili and a dish of lettuce with oyster sauce, which Tu Mingming thinks she made well. So, she put these 2 dishes in the rice bowl for dinner. considering that some friends may not like this way of eating. So, when Tu Mingming served the dishes, she put them in another lunchbox. The rice and vegetables are separated, and those who like can cover them by themselves. This is considered. A box lunch cannot be considered a rice bowl. Tu Mingming tries to combine 3 dishes as much as possible. 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish. With rice or steamed buns. They all have attributes. How to eat them. Or how to eat them. That is what customers need to think about. Anyway, the properties can only be determined after eating. It is not a fixed property, which is not very advanced. Tu Mingming thought. Or, improve it yourself? But how to improve the ability? This question also stumped Wen Bai. Tu Mingming thought. If it doesn't work, there is a solidification card. She needs to verify for 3 days to see if the food has properties every time it is made. Then, decide whether to use the solidification card. Otherwise, it is actually a waste of things. This thing can also improve other people's abilities if given to others. Thinking of this, Tu Mingming tried her best to calm herself down. Nowadays, there are not too many players alive in the game. About 3,000. After everyone woke up from a nap in the afternoon, they first looked at the situation of the garbage mountain. The radiation value is high, and there is gray fog floating, which is annoying to look at. However, as evening approached, the gray fog slowly dissipated. This is because the night time of the game is coming, and the gray bird should go to work. So, they still work in shifts. Damn! After getting up and washing up, the players who observed the game casually scanned the communication hall and the trading hall, and then found out. A lunchbox with attributes? The food made by Tu Mingming is not quite the same as the ones with the system's own attributes. This is a new discovery by Tu Mingming. The food she made will have a prompt. Eating it can provide different buffs. The buff is enough to make people feel at ease, not afraid of tasting something strange. When someone finds something good, they want to try it. Then, when they eat, they find this damn familiar taste and flavor. Zuyelu? So, boss, can you learn cooking? Zhuya. Familiar. Damn taste. But I can't refuse it. It has attributes. How can I refuse it? Moreover, 3 dishes in 1 meal. With rice. All have attributes. Yes. All have attributes. Only 38 points. Nowadays, it has become a garbage mountain, and points are no longer a universal currency. However, Tu Mingming is still conscientious and only trades with points. Who doesn't like it? Although many people think that points may be very useful, they have to keep them. But, there are delicious things. Okay. Not delicious. That thing is at most a starving meal. But it has attributes. Who doesn't want this thing? Not just one kind, but every kind of food in the lunch box. All of them. Even if you just eat some fragrant onions, it still brings. It's powerful. Powerful. Su-do-do-do-do, awesome. I'm tired of talking. Everyone was very happy in the exchange hall. Tu Mingming, still doing scientific research. She discussed with Wen Bai about the use of superpowers and perception. She also asked Wu Jing for some experience. Both of them said similar things. That is, superpowers follow the heartbeat. Although it may not be the superpower you dream of, it is indeed suddenly stimulated in the moment when you have a flash of inspiration. Of course, some may be awakened when young, which is a matter of talent. But it also has something to do with your thoughts at that time, or your subconscious mind. Tu Mingming thought. Since it is her own ability, it must move with her heart. But how does it move? Can it be changed? Tu Mingming was very curious. She kept a few of the meals she made in the afternoon and sent them to her friends, and put the rest on the shelf. She still wanted to trade with points, and the price was not high. Tu Mingming doesn't know whether the points are useful in other places, because everything in the game is unknown. But, it really takes points to send things in reality. And it takes a lot. Mailboxes can be used for a long time, and don't even need maintenance. However, messengers are disposable. If there are more messengers, they can still send things. Thinking about the 4-digit points postage, Tu Mingming still feels a sense of urgency. Moreover, the green marbles in the garbage mountain are sometimes related to life, as long as it can buy the corresponding anti-radiation medicine. Therefore, few people would easily take this thing and trade it for a box lunch. Unless one day, the green marbles obtained or produced in the garbage mountain are the same as the points in the mine. When everyone is rich, they will naturally want to pursue some material or spiritual changes or improvements. It is not possible now. So Tu Mingming temporarily decided to trade for points. After putting it on the shelf, Tu Mingming continued to do scientific research. She kept thinking about her ability, repeating the same actions, and making the same dish. What she wanted was to display the corresponding attributes on the food in advance, rather than letting eaters guess and gamble. If you need an ability, but you can't taste it no matter how you eat, it's very easy to make people frustrated. So, this ability should be improved. Right? Tu Mingming thought. She was not greedy. She was not sure whether this ability could be brought into reality. Just regarded it as existing in the game. What's wrong with trying it? There's nothing else to do anyway. So just try it. This trying is 3 days. After 3 days, the superpowers have not changed at all. Tu Mingming intended to use various meditations, subconscious suggestions, and other methods to improve her superpowers. Unfortunately, it didn't work. She also asked Wenbai for a lot of information about superpowers. However, it didn't work. However, Tu Mingming was not discouraged. She thought that failure was only temporary. She's still okay. 3 days have passed, and the food she made still has attributes. It's just that you won't know what the attributes are until you eat it. So, the supernatural power thing should be stable. After hesitating, Tu Mingming decided to take the risk and use the solidification card. Before officially using the card, Tu Mingming took a bath, washed her hands, and applied hand sanitizer 3 times. The hand sanitizer she used was produced by the mine before. It was a large bucket of 500 milliliters, with a strong lemon smell. After using it, the bathroom was filled with that sour and astringent smell. But it smells good. Tu Mingming has always liked this smell. After washing 3 times, she felt that she smelled like lemon. Whether it will work depends on this time. After washing her hands and praying to various gods, Tu Mingming breathed a sigh of relief and used up the solidification card. Congratulations on strengthening your own superpowers, which will be inseparable from you. Congratulations. Meditation is successful, and the superpower attributes have changed. Please explore it yourself. After listening to the 2 prompts from the system, Tu Mingming's eyes suddenly lit up. Superpower. Change. Is it what she thought? Although she was not sure, Tu Mingming could not care about anything else. It was the afternoon of the game. Outside the safe house, there was a thick blood mist. Although she could not smell it through the glass, Tu Mingming still felt that it smelled fishy. Mainly, the blood mist gave people that feeling. She did not look at it for long, turned around, and started to toss the ingredients and food. She wanted to see what kind of changes her ability had undergone. She could explore. She could do it. If it was what she thought, it would be the best. Because everything was still uncertain, Tu Mingming did not share it with her teammates for the time being. She planned to try it herself first. If it succeeded, she would open a bottle of wine and celebrate with her friends in time. Coincidentally, she was learning to make wine recently. After drinking it today, she could make new wine later. Wine with attributes. Even if it didn't taste good, Tu Mingming felt that she could take a sip. However, too much wine would delay things. How about making some fruit wine by herself? In fact, juicing is simple, but making wine requires fermentation time. Tu Mingming had a lot of ideas in her mind, but her hands were very steady in handling the ingredients she had taken out, and her movements were not messy at all. Chapter 107. Tu Mingming's hands were steady, and she was a little excited as she made a new delicacy. This time, she made stir-fried pork. She has been practicing stir-fried pork the most in the past 3 days, because, among the dishes on the shelf, her stir-fried pork tastes the best. Among them, the ones with chili taste the best. So, Tu Mingming made stir-fried pork with chili this time. If she can fix the attributes she wants while having a good taste, then Tu Mingming feels that her ability is also very powerful. People always want more after having something. Tu Mingming knew that she was greedy. However, she thought that since she was in the game, and she still had a fixed card, she wanted to be greedy for once. In the game, it's okay to think about tomorrow when you don't know whether you will live or die. Right? When thinking about this, Tu Mingming's hands became more stable. If you want the stir-fried pork to taste good, the order of pepper and meat is very important. First, stir-fry the pepper to remove the water. Then stir-fry the pork belly. When the pork belly is stir-fried to a transparent texture, add the pepper. Then add the seasoning. And stir-fry together to make the dish more delicious. Tu Mingming tried several times according to the requirements. And she knew exactly when to put what ingredients in. Now she no longer needs to follow the recipe. And can easily put the right ingredients in the right order. When the aroma of the pork belly wafted out, Tu Mingming added garlic to stir-fry. And then added the chili peppers that had been stir-fried to remove moisture. And stir-fried them together. As the aroma became stronger, other seasonings were added. At this time, the seasonings were already auxiliary, or icing on the cake. The pork belly and chili peppers were perfectly combined, exuding a mellow aroma that made people's souls tremble. Just this dish. Tu Mingming felt that she could finish 2 bowls of rice with it. Tu Dazhuang had already started to circle around Tu Mingming's legs. It wanted to say, "Damn! What smells so good? It smells better than the ones fried in the past 2 days. Mom, don't eat alone when you have something delicious. A dog, never eat alone." Tu Dazhuang was so anxious that he turned around. Although Tu Mingming was attracted by the smell, she still controlled her mind. Tu Mingming thought, the supernatural power follows the heart. She had to control it. What she wanted was better luck. And better luck. Of course, she also knew that energy conservation was the law of conservation. So she shouldn't expect too much. So, if it wasn't excessive, adding a little luck would be okay. Right? While thinking this way, her movements became more flexible. Soon, a small stir-fried meat came out of the pot. After it was served, its rich flavor spread even further. Tu Mingming didn't care about its fragrance for the time being. She took a deep breath and then checked the status of the dish. Name, fried pork. Attributes, luck plus 21. Tu Mingming. She knew it. She knew it. The solidification card will not deceive her. Although Tu Mingming was mentally prepared before the verification. But, when she really saw it, she still jumped up excitedly. She succeeded. Succeeded. Her ability was successfully transformed. And it was successfully solidified. From now on, this ability will be welded with her. Even if she leaves the game. Although Tu Mingming is not sure about the last point. But, the fixed card says so. So, it should be possible. Right? But no matter what. In the game, she can already make the food she wants. With fixed attributes, it is no longer an unknown attribute. And she needs to keep eating and trying to get the food with the buff she likes. Tu Mingming is so excited that she doesn't know what to do. She is also afraid that she is just improvising and only one dish is like this. Tu Mingming quickly made stir-fried green vegetables, stir-fried dried tofu, and stir-fried bean sprouts. Some simple and easy to make dishes. Just clean up a little and put them directly into the pot. At this time, it doesn't matter whether they taste good or not. You can practice your craft slowly. Tu Mingming needs to prove her ability first. It really changed. Facts have proved that Tu Mingming's ability has indeed changed. I don't know if it is the result of her constant meditation in recent days, or the result of the solidification card assistance. Tu Mingming thought, it should be both. Right? But, no matter what, she succeeded. That's good. If Song Shun is the Nani of the team, then what should she be in the team? Tu Mingming couldn't explain it clearly for a while, but she knew that she would be very useful. That's enough. Being able to prove her own value made Tu Mingming feel at ease. Even if she left the game in the future. Even if they returned to reality. With this ability, Tu Mingming should be able to have a job, make some money, go to college, and find a way to kill more mutant plants and animals to help her parents get revenge. She can do many things now. She can no longer be like the previous 18 years. Like a bird trapped in a cage, not even daring to flap her wings, for fear of being discovered by the raptors outside and then eaten. Tu Mingming can also be like a free bird, tentatively taking her own steps from the cage that trapped her and protected her, taking a slight step to see the outside world. Tu Mingming doesn't know what the wind of freedom is like. However, she is eager and looking forward to trying it. It took a long time to calm down. It was so long that it was almost evening. And Tu Mingming couldn't help but smile at the dishes in the kitchen. She thought that good things could be shared with friends. She sorted the dishes into lunch boxes, and then sent them to her friends with steamed rice. There were still a lot of left, and Tu Mingming was not in a hurry to sell them. The backpack could keep the food fresh. So she sorted them into different categories, and put them in the backpack. It's not in the refrigerator because it's not convenient to eat. Some things can be put in the refrigerator, but some are not as flexible as in a backpack. When Bai and his friends are doing daily experience training, it doesn't mean that they can't leave the safe house and sleep all day. Training can't be neglected. Otherwise the physical strength will not be able to keep up. Mine? Garbage mountain. Who knows what mountain will be next? What if it's weighted running? What if it's a marathon? Tu Mingming can run several marathons herself. So how can they never run into such a thing? Therefore, physical training must not be neglected. Everyone was not surprised to see the things said by Tu Mingming. When Bai did not even look at the things, but first looked through his backpack to see if there was anything suitable for the little girl, ready to send some to Tu Mingming. They can't always shamelessly eat the little girl's things. Right? Hey! Are the watermelons he planted ripe? This is not easy. Pick 2 and send them over. The cantaloupe is also ripe. And there are 2 different varieties? Pick them and send them over. Some blueberries were ripe. 2. When Bai carefully picked the ripe fruits, put them in a box, and made a special note, unwashed, and then sent them over. While when Bai was sending them, Wu Jing was not idle either. Her farming skills were average. But farming was a habit engraved in the bones of the 8 country people. Even if you can't do it anymore, you can still get started if you are given a piece of land. Wu Jing didn't like farming at first, but she heard that Tu Mingming was farming there. Then, after her points recovered, she didn't know how to spend them. So she simply bought a few pieces of black soil to plant for fun. Now, are the potatoes ripe? Pick 2 for Mingming. Are the sweet potatoes ripe? Pick 2 for Mingming. Like Wu Jing, Song Shun doesn't like farming, but because he has a lot of points, he bought some black soil and planted some. Besides, there were messengers before, and they could send them to reality. So, they have to plant for this. It's just that their plants don't grow as fast as Tu Mingming's, but they have a calm mentality. Compared to reality, their plants grow very fast and don't mutate. Where is the good thing? So, you want something better? No. No. It's good enough now. The 3 of them sent a lot of things to Tu Mingming first, and then looked at their own dinner. Yes, they have already tacitly agreed that this is dinner. Eating something else is eating anyway. It's better to eat ready-made food. Yes, Tu Mingming's cooking skills are average. But, Wu Jing and Song Shun thought, can their cooking skills be shown off? Now their level is not even as good as Mingming's. So, eating ready-made food is not bad. However, after the 3 people opened the lunch boxes this time, they found something. That is, Mingming's food does have a buff. But why is it fixed this time? It's no longer like opening a blind box before. What you eat depends on luck. For Wu Jing, who has never been a lucky person, sometimes he can't eat anything that increases his luck after eating for a long time. Now, there is a ready-made stir-fried meat that increases luck in front of her. Just take a bite, and you can increase the corresponding luck. Although it is useless to eat now. But, I have never tried it. I want to try it. Wu Jing's hands have begun to move. When Bai was also stunned. Song Shun didn't think so much at all. He exclaimed, and then said loudly, Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu. Awesome. Awesome. How did you do it? Tu Mingming's suspected awakening of superpowers was not hidden from the people in the team, and everyone gave opinions. However, although the food made by Tu Mingming before had its own buff, it was a blind box. How come it has become ready now? Song Shun shouted his doubts loudly. When Bai understood quickly, he thought of the discussion between Tu Mingming and him before, about superpowers, whether they would develop, and whether they would be transformed. Now seeing Tu Mingming like this, is it successful? When Bai was a little surprised and a little excited, Mingming you. Just when he was about to say it, he started live streaming. The situation outside is uncertain, and it is hard to say whether the communication function will be enabled in the game later. Some things were sent out, and in order to let everyone in reality know, they had to say it. However, some things are better to be kept secret for the time being. People watching the live broadcast are not just the people of Country A. So, when Bai spoke up in time, I'm live streaming here. I'll hang up first. If you have anything, just call me directly. This is because he is afraid that the video will expose the information or status of teammates. So, when Bai reminded him, and then he hung up unilaterally. Wu Jing knew that when Bai was out of cautious habit, and they were discussing Tu Mingming's superpowers at this moment, And Tu Mingming has no superpowers in reality. Chapter 108. Tu Mingming also knew that Wenbai was kind enough to take care of her. So she smiled and didn't say much. Wenbai couldn't join their conversation. So Tu Mingming talked to Wu Jing and the others for a while. The night passed quickly. After they could no longer steal, they could sleep peacefully and didn't need to get up in the middle of the night to observe too much data. The next day, at 8 a.m., the game time was up. System announcement. Today is a national carnival. Players are requested to read today's event manual carefully and be prepared for the event. System report. Today's number of players alive, 30. The number of players lost in the past 2 days is not that large. But now that the base number has been greatly reduced, the loss of 1 or 2 players is very obvious. In the few days since Tu Mingming came out of the small copy, the game has lost about 100 players. This number makes people shudder every time they see it. However, Tu Mingming didn't care to sigh. The death of others, more often than not, has nothing to do with oneself, because she still wants to live. And there is still hope to live. Today's activity manual is quite thick. Maybe it is to take care of many players. The font inside is quite large. Today's carnival activity has a bit of game fun. It is called National Carnival. Who is the real winner? The rules of the game, in simple terms, are that every hour, the system will conduct a random draw. Among the 3,030 players who are alive now, the system will draw half of the players to participate in various competitions and answer questions. It doesn't matter if one person answers wrong or fails in the competition. The system gives players a chance. It's understandable if 10 people make mistakes. However, once the number of people exceeds 50, the other 1,500 or so players who did not participate in the event will have to face various tests in the garbage dump. It may be fighting monsters, or it may be a sea of fire and swords. All kinds of possible tests. In short, it won't be easy, because there are several exclamation marks in the manual to show that the punishment is not easy. Moreover, the draw is random. Every time a random draw is made at the hour, players only need to be prepared to be drawn or wait. Others? They have no right to choose freely. Tu Mingming was not surprised by this. She is putting the soy milk she prepared this morning on the shelf. The attribute of this morning's soy milk is that it adds 21 luck. Except for the one left for friends. All others are put on the shelf. Of course, although the players are reading the manual, they are also keeping an eye on the trading hall at any time. The soy milk was sold out in less than a minute after it was put on the shelves. This result was expected by Tu Mingming. After all, who doesn't want good attributes? The European Emperor always has more opportunities. Especially when they are facing such a game today. They hope that their luck can be better. Tu Mingming also stacked a lot of status. Some buffs in the game can be stacked. Some cannot, and they may replace other buffs at any time. Some have clear reminders, and some do not, and players need to explore by themselves. Tu Mingming had already figured it out. At this moment, she had accumulated her luck value to 63. The original attributes of a person are not displayed in the game. Tu Mingming thought that she was very lucky after entering the game, and the original data of her luck value would not be too low. Now with more than 60, I think her luck should not be too bad. Right? Tu Mingming was unsure, and Wenbai was afraid that everyone would be nervous. So he comforted her for a while. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the system issued a notification. Then, the players dug garbage as usual. Tu Mingming held up the parasol, some in the garbage truck, and took Tu Dazhuang with her to work. At 8:30, no monsters came to attack them. Tu Mingming thought, the game is holding back something big. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the system picked half of the players on time to compete. Tu Mingming was not picked up. She was in the passive waiting line. Tu Mingming? She looked at her buff, and the luck value plus 63 was still there. For this, she brought a lot of food today, all in a particularly conspicuous position in the backpack, just for convenience when eating. However, she was not called to compete. So, is it better to wait passively? Tu Mingming didn't understand. She asked her friends, but only Wu Jing answered. The other two probably answered the questions, and then entered the blocked mode. Tu Mingming didn't ask any more questions. She talked with Wu Jing for a while, and then continued to dig garbage. They still have some time before the system notifies them. Don't waste it. Every minute and every second is very precious. If they dig out the garbage mountain sooner, Maybe they can pass the level? Tu Mingming thought so and swung the pickaxe harder. After just 2 digs, she picked up an old bowl and a small bag of lamb chops. And then the system notification came. System notification, because more than 50 people in the red camp have answered the questions incorrectly. The blue camp needs to face punishment. System notification, in 30 seconds. The garbage mountain will face a rain of swords and arrows, which will last for 5 minutes. Please prepare to escape. Note, the safe house will be ineffective for 5 minutes. This means that the safe house is not useful at this time. You can only think of other ways to dodge. And you can't enter the safe house. Tu Mingming saw this reminder and asked Wu Jing, Jie, are you okay? Tu Mingming was rummaging in her backpack while talking. She got a very special shell in the previous underwater marathon. Turtle shell. My hardness is beyond your imagination. Although there is no specific explanation for this thing. Tu Mingming is ready to give it a try. Bare hands will definitely not work. She is not an Iron Man. Wu Jing is also frantically looking for materials. I have a cloak, but I am not sure if it is useful. Let's try it first. The cloak was dug out from the garbage mountain. Although it is old, its attribute is iron will. So, Wu Jing thinks it is okay to give it a try. Knowing that Wu Jing has something to use, and the other two are answering questions, Tu Mingming feels a lot more at ease. 30 seconds later, the rain of swords and arrows arrived as expected. Real swords, real arrows, like rain. When Tu Mingming saw the crazy rain of things from the sky, she immediately recalled Tu Dazhuang into her backpack. She couldn't take care of him, so she could only hide him first. Although Tu Dazhuang didn't understand, he smelled the danger of the coming storm. So, the backpack was safe. So he left. Tu Mingming hid herself in that strange shell. Hearing the jingling sound outside, she didn't dare to look any further. Fortunately, the shell is not completely closed. If you are brave enough, you can see the situation outside clearly. Tu Mingming turned around in the shell with difficulty. Although the shell is big, it is still difficult to fit an adult. Tu Mingming squeezed herself in, so it was not convenient to turn around at this time. She turned around for a long time and finally had a view. Then she saw those knives and arrows falling down with murderous intent. After falling on the garbage mountain, they turned into mist and floated away. Tu Mingming? Looking at this scene, Tu Mingming's mind moved. She thought for a while, took out a long sword from her backpack, and quietly stretched it out of the shell. Clang! When the knives collided, there was a buzzing sound of metal collision. Because the distance was close, the sound was loud, and Tu Mingming's ears hurt a little. She retracted the long sword in a whoosh, and then stared at the knives and arrows that fell to the ground. When they fell to the ground, they turned into mist. Does it mean that they are not that hard? Tu Mingming didn't give up and stretched out her sword again. Clang! Her ears were shaken again. Tu Mingming still didn't give up. She tried to lower the height of her sword and put it as close to the ground as possible. Buzz! As the height was adjusted, the sound was obviously much smaller. Moreover, when something fell on the sword, there was no violent impact like before. Although there was a feeling of impact, it was very light. Tu Mingming felt that she could still bear it. At least she could just quietly extend her long sword and strike twice without shaking her hands. However, what surprised Tu Mingming was, after the object struck the long sword and turned into mist, 2 small bags actually fell off. Tu Mingming? She widened her eyes in surprise. And after a few seconds, she quickly reacted and carefully swung the long sword again, pulling the 2 small bags to her hand. Tu Mingming could not easily get out of the shell. Those knives were meant for real. Did she think she could just chop the tortoise shells off when she went out? However, she still had to pick up the packages, although she wasn't sure what they were. But what if there were good ones? Tu Mingming scraped with her sword for a long time and finally scraped 2 small packages in front of her. It was easy to pick up the things after scraping them into the shells. Items obtained: Phoenix Golden Feather *1. Phoenix Golden Feather, one of the components of the intermediate safe house. Tu Mingming? What did she see? She knew that danger always coexists with wealth. At this time, Tu Mingming could not care about anything else. She excitedly shared the news with Wu Jing while thrusting out her long sword. Before, she did not dare to do anything reckless because she was afraid of death. But, what if there was a mountain of gold tied to the line of death? Tu Mingming said that it was not impossible to take risks. She was not courting death, on the premise of ensuring her own survival. Taking a little risk was also for a better survival. Wu Jing didn't expect Tu Mingming to be so brave. Although her cloak is hard, it has weak resistance to attacks. To put it simply, those swords and arrows can't pierce her. But it really hurts when they hit her body. While trying to dodge, she also needs to be careful not to get out of the cloak. In the end, what did Tu Mingming say to her? Those swords and arrows can be turned into packages as long as the angle or height is right. Wu Jing, isn't this a survival game? Chapter 109. Although Wu Jing doubted her life, she would not doubt Tu Mingming. So, after being stunned for 3 seconds, she also began to try to extend a long sword or a long stick from her tortoise shell. At first, because the angle and height were not well controlled, the success rate was very low and no package was seen. However, Wu Jing did not doubt Tu Mingming. She felt that it was her own problem and had to find a way. After correcting it several times, Wu Jing finally got a package. Get Phoenix Golden Feather *1. Wu Jing, following the European Emperor will indeed bring good results. She knew it. Woohoo! She is a non-European. But she has made it. After seeing the things in the package, Wu Jing worked harder. However, the things in the package are not always precious. There are also very ordinary things, such as half a pig, 2 green marbles, radiation protection suits. After digging garbage in the garbage mountain for a long time, these things are good things no matter how you look at them. Wu Jing's hands trembled twice in excitement, and then she missed the package. This made her grit her teeth in hatred, and she quickly calmed her heart, and then tried to reach more items. Although Tu Mingming had a buff accumulated by the luck value. However, not every time it was the materials for the intermediate safe house. Occasionally, there would be some fruits, seeds and the like. However, Tu Mingming felt that she could save her life while getting items, which was a profit. Even if it was a pair of chopsticks, she would not pick it. What's more, the wealth under the sword and arrow rain is much more valuable than a pair of chopsticks. Tu Mingming fished for 5 minutes. And the worst thing was 2 ribs. Yes, this is the worst. The rest were all intermediate safe house materials, or green marbles, cooling clothes and the like. And the clothes are permanent, not the kind with a time limit. 5 minutes later, the penalty buff ended, and they returned to the garbage mountain. Tu Mingming looked at the things in her backpack excitedly, counting how many things she still needed to upgrade to an intermediate safe house. 2. With the last 2, she can upgrade, and, even if she upgrades the safe house, the primary materials can also repair the safe house. It's just that the repair area is smaller. It's not a waste if they can all be used. So, once the materials are enough, she will definitely upgrade. Oh, that's not right. There is still a key item missing, fog bubble. The garbage has not been dug for 5 minutes. And the punishment is coming again. System broadcast. Because more than 50 people in the red camp answered the question incorrectly, the blue camp will be punished. System announcement, in 30 seconds. Players in the blue camp will face a tsunami 5 minutes. Please try your best to survive in the vast sea. As soon as you see this word, you know that the situation is not good and it will be difficult to survive. Wu Jing had just recovered from the joy of victory. When he saw this reminder, he immediately said to Tu Mingming, Mingming, don't panic. Do you have a boat or something? If not, a big bubble or something will also work. I have one here. How about I send it to you first? 30 seconds is really too short. There is a small bubble of gray gas in Wu Jing's place. People standing in it can avoid water damage from the outside. In other words, it is only effective in the corresponding water environment. In other environments, it is almost useless. However, it has strong side effects. Every 3 seconds, it will ring a bell. This bell sound is like knocking on the top of the player's head, which can directly hit the soul. After Wu Jing tried it once, he almost vomited. However, in the face of saving his life, this little problem can still be ignored. She felt that she was good at swimming and could survive. But she was more worried about Tu Mingming, who didn't have many life-saving skills. Tu Mingming refused immediately. No need. Sister Jing, I can do it. I have a lot of things. You keep them. Tu Mingming was worried that the other party would send it, and she would not have enough time to send it back. So she said anxiously, knowing that Tu Mingming had it. Wu Jing didn't insist anymore, and took the things back, took them out, and prepared to use them herself, thinking of the bell that sounded every 3 seconds. Wu Jing had already started to feel dizzy in advance. Tu Mingming has a useful prop. Thanks to the underwater marathon. Although there are many things that are not very useful. But there are also useful things. Like this small wooden boat that Tu Mingming just took out. It is not big. And it can barely squeeze a Tu Mingming. If a slightly fatter person sits on it, it feels like the boat is about to collapse. The boat is not big. But it is very useful on the water. Miniature boat, on the sea. It is omnipotent. Note, there is a bad thing about the omnipotent boat. Every 30 seconds, it will launch a fantasy attack. Tu Mingming was not surprised that good things also have debuff. After all, it is difficult to have both fish and bear's paw. So, it is reasonable to have some debuff. It should be. When the tsunami came, when Tu Mingming got on the boat, and when it had a fantasy attack after 30 seconds, Tu Mingming gritted her teeth and thought, she is still too young. She knew that fantasy attacks were mostly related to nerves. It might cause her to have all kinds of hallucinations, and then make her unable to control herself and do some other things. However, after the real hallucination, Tu Mingming thought, this hallucination is actually not impossible. Right? Although the roar of the mountains and the sea is scary. After all, the entire garbage mountain is immersed in a dark blue sea. And each wave is so big that it seems to want to swallow people. Which is really scary. But the fantasy attack is not scary? The first 30 seconds of Tu Mingming's experience is Tu Dazhuang peeing and dancing. Yes. As soon as the attack started, she was directly hit. And there was no possibility of avoiding it. Then, in front of Tu Mingming, Tu Dazhuang was peeing in fancy ways while dancing. That scene. It was very eye-catching. The problem is, in some paintings, Tu Dazhuang turned his head and looked at himself with that innocent little deer face. Tu Mingming. At such a young age. My heart almost choked. Fortunately, the fantasy attack did not last long. After 10 seconds, the eye-catching scene ended. Then, I waited for another 30 seconds. Good. The seawater outside did not rush in and drench me, because I was protected by the boat. However, a new fantasy attack came again. This time it was when Bai was wearing a bunny costume, holding a spatula and a small frying pan, and kept circling around Tu Mingming and asking, "Are you hungry? Are you hungry? Are you hungry?" Countless Wen Bai circled around her. And Tu Mingming felt dizzy and felt sorry for Wen Bai. She really didn't fantasize about Captain Wen casually. And she didn't treat Captain Wen as a cook. She didn't. She was really innocent. She didn't do anything. Help. Please. System. Don't let Captain Wen show his face as a male mother. How can she face Captain Wen in the future? Fortunately, 10 seconds is not a long time. Soon, the picture of Wen Bai disappeared. Tu Mingming looked at the rolling sea water outside her boat with an ugly face. And the wind was blowing. But the boat was in the sea, even if it was shaking in various ways. But Tu Mingming, who was sitting on it, felt very stable. It must be said that things from the bottom of the sea are exceptionally good. If there are no side effects, it would be even better. Although the interval of 30 seconds is not long. Tu Mingming thought that she could not waste time and energy on other things. She started swinging the long sword outward, trying to see if there was a chance to get something out like in the last round. Not asking for many. Just one will do. Unfortunately, there was none. It was because of her casual swinging of the long sword, plus the protection of the boat, that a bunch of dead fish fell up. When they looked at Tu Mingming with their dead fish eyes, the scene was very weird. Moreover, there was not much time left for Tu Mingming. 30 seconds later, Wu Jing fought against the green peacock with a human face. He attacked from the face, from the back, from the mouth. The good news is that Wu Jing always had the upper hand. The bad news is that the postures were all weird. If Wu Jing knew about it, he would probably kill Tu Mingming. Tu Mingming. Fortunately, such scenes were not shown to the public. Otherwise, she would really have to die to prove that she had not YY'd her teammates at will. She really didn't. Tu Mingming never thought that 5 minutes would be so long. It was so long that it felt like half of her life was over. But these 5 minutes hadn't passed yet. 5 minutes later, Tu Mingming came down from the boat with a pale face. The tsunami was over. The garbage mountain was not affected. It was obvious that it was just a temporary scene, and would not affect their original living environment. However, during the process, when Tu Mingming tried to find the package, all the fish she caught were left for her. There were more than 40 fish in a pile. And they looked plump and tasty. Tu Mingming took one out and looked at it carefully. And the system also gave a description. South Star silverfish. The meat is tender and delicious. With few bones and a lot of meat. Non-toxic. Edible and delicious. Slurp. Don't say it. I really want to eat it. Tu Mingming is still in great need of food recently. Now that it's free, why not take it? Tu Mingming quickly found an empty bucket and put the fish in it. I don't know how long the break will last, because it depends on how the players in the red camp answer the questions. As expected, just as Tu Mingming picked up the fish, the number of wrong answers in the red camp exceeded 50. Tu Mingming and the others were ready to face punishment again. This time the punishment was incomprehensible. System announcement, in 30 seconds. The system will play a game called There's Someone Behind Me with You. Please be prepared. No explanation. Just let everyone be prepared. Tu Mingming had a cold face and prepared 2 different weapons in her hands. At the same time, she was looking for various things that might be useful in her backpack. 30 seconds later, Tu Mingming felt a chill on the back of her neck, which made her subconsciously jump forward 2 steps and turn around to cut. Clang. The sound of metal collision. The opponent was very strong. Tu Mingming was shocked to the point of numbness in her arms. But she still gritted her teeth and fought back. When she turned around, Tu Mingming had already seen clearly what was attacking her. A robot. At least in Tu Mingming's opinion. It was a robot. Chapter 110. The person behind him was wearing a metallic texture, and his eyes glowed red, like the light emitted by a laser. Tu Mingming looked at this person, and he looked like a machine product. The other person was about the same height as her, but he was extremely strong. The moment the weapons of both sides collided, Tu Mingming's arms were numb from the shock. But she couldn't retreat. If she retreated, she might have to retreat step by step. So, what are you afraid of? Come on! Fight hard. Tu Mingming quickly fought with the robot. Her buff is still maintained at a luck value of more than 50. Recently, she has also been exercising, doing a lot of daily training, and learned a lot of skills from Wenbai and others. So, even if the fight is hard, Tu Mingming is not completely at a disadvantage. 3 minutes later, Tu Mingming found an opportunity and stabbed the robot in the back of the neck. Tu Mingming observed before. The opponent's power switch seems to be here. She had been looking for an opportunity to try. Now that she had the chance, she stabbed it. Bang! Clang! After 2 consecutive noises, Tu Mingming quickly stepped back and avoided a flash of lightning. Yes, lightning. Tu Mingming's slash did indeed cut off the power supply of the robot. Then, the robot spontaneously combusted on the spot. It was the kind of explosive spontaneous combustion in a small area. Luckily, Tu Mingming reacted quickly. Otherwise she would have been blown up in the face. And it was not certain whether she would be killed. This made Tu Mingming burst out with a curse word. She is not good at cursing and rarely uses swear words. But at this moment, she couldn't help but say a few Chinese quintessence words. It's really too dangerous and too sinister. The problem is, the little robot just died and the body hasn't been burned yet. Tu Mingming felt a chill behind her. This game with someone behind you not only makes people's backs feel cold again and again, but also makes people's eyes go black again and again. Help. Or, how about changing the way to play? Otherwise, I can't sleep at night. I always feel like there's someone under the bed. Tu Mingming complained, while reacting quickly, wielding a knife. This time it's a robot again. Tu Mingming saw it again, and immediately her eyes flashed with ferocity. It's you. No. It's your companion. You almost blew me up just now. So, revenge? Revenge is a must. Tu Mingming used the same trick again. As a result, it didn't work. Tu Mingming? The robot's neck was almost smoking after she chopped it. But the other party didn't react at all. Ah? Are the weaknesses of your robots different? After slashing 3 times, Tu Mingming found that this method didn't work. So she changed her plan immediately. Fortunately, 3 minutes later, she found the robot's weakness again, which was on its legs. With 1 slash, she chopped off its legs, and then dodged quickly. Bang! Crash! Great! Another robot was scrapped. Soon, there was another chill behind her, and a new robot appeared. During the 5-minute penalty time, Tu Mingming killed countless robots. At first, the robot was very stingy, but starting from the 6th one, it suddenly became generous. The things dropped by the other party were a bit strange. It was called Fog Bubble Blind Box. When Tu Mingming saw the word fog bubble, her eyes lit up. Intermediate safe house. She really needed a fog bubble, although she was not sure whether it could be opened, and she didn't know when it could be opened. However, it was okay to have it. Just blindly match. There is hope. So, go for it. 5 minutes later, everything returned to normal. Tu Mingming returned to the garbage mountain. She didn't care about other things, and first looked at the 6 blind boxes she picked up. Because time was limited, Tu Mingming didn't have much sense of ceremony, and quickly opened all 6 blind boxes. Then, she got 6 large steaks. The quality was A+. Tu Mingming. What else can I do except smile? An hour passed quickly. After Tu Mingming had someone behind her, she participated in 2 more punishments of killing monsters. Although the process was exciting, it was safe and sound, and I finally passed the game safely. After an hour, the activity was suspended to give players a chance to breathe. After Song Shun came out of the game, he started to complain. I'm going to kneel down. What is the star flower of Andromeda? What do I know? What kind of climate does Andromeda have? If I knew, would I still be here? In the 433rd year of the star calendar, a big thing happened on Andromeda. What was it? Wenbai remained silent while Song Shun complained. When Tu Mingming heard the question, her eyes went dark again. After an hour of rest, they had to play a new round of games. At that time, she was randomly selected, and she was not sure whether she would answer the questions or be the one waiting for punishment. But, no matter which one, it would be fatal. What kind of questions are these? Isn't it related to the garbage mountain? Song Shun complained for a long time, and then he calmed down and asked Tu Mingming about the situation on their side. An hour later, the game started again, and the situation was still uncertain. Song Shun didn't know which wave he would be in, so he had to prepare in advance to see what the punishments were. Wu Jing didn't hide it and told him in detail. After hearing about this game from someone behind him, Song Shun took a deep breath. Isn't that how the game is played? If he does this, I will turn against him. Wu Jing laughed after hearing this. Brother, how did you flip? Your backflip is pretty good. Song Shun, so angry, he did a backflip on the spot, trying to kill himself. Okay, don't do it. Today's suicide mission has been completed. It's more important for him to save his life. Song Shun thought about answering the questions, gritted his teeth and said, or, let me answer the questions. Wu Jing was almost speechless. Having a clear understanding of yourself is actually a very important thing. Song Shun rolled his eyes after hearing this. Okay. I'm a poor student. I won't go. You guys go. But I remind you, there are also penalties for answering the questions incorrectly. Not only you outside are punished. We are the same. I was electrocuted, sprayed with water, bitten by snakes. Yes, those who are summoned to answer questions will also face punishment if they are wrong. Moreover, there is no way to escape. Unlike Tu Mingming and others, they feel weird and beat them directly. Song Shun said, I answered wrong? Just passively take the beating. Players. In response, Wenbai gave a response. There is no way to resist. Therefore, it takes everyone's efforts, and no one is the absolute winner. Fortunately, the punishment in the game is not too excessive. Even if it is a snake bite, it is not serious. They are all non-toxic, except for a little pain. Everything else is fine. Wenbai came out and treated the wound. It's not that he is not talented enough. It's just the stuff from Fairy Star. Even though he has experienced answering questions, the knowledge that Wenbai remembered is very limited. At this moment, he simply sorted it out, and then sent the electronic question bank to his friends. Let's make up for the lesson temporarily. This is all I have sorted out. I don't know the answers to some of them. We don't give standard answers if we answer them wrong. So I sorted out the ones I answered correctly and confirmed the answers. You can just read them first. When Wu Jing heard this, he immediately said loudly, Thank you, Daddy Wen. Whoa, that's great. Dad is so nice. Wenbai, that's not necessary. He didn't really want a daughter this old. Song Shun also expressed his gratitude loudly at this time. Thank you, Father, for your love for your son. Love you. Mwah. Wenbai choked there and almost didn't come out. Only Tu Mingming was still normal, and kept saying, Thank you, Captain Wen. Captain Wen is so nice. Song Shun also sorted out a few question banks by himself. It's not that he has poor summarizing ability, nor that he doesn't want to sort it out. It's really, the number of questions he answered correctly was very limited. However, even if it was limited, he sorted it out and sent it to his friends. Wu Jing and Tu Mingming were studying frantically. No one knew whether they would be the ones to answer questions in the next round. In an hour, Tu Mingming studied for 15 minutes and spent the rest of the time digging garbage. It seemed that the garbage mountain seemed to be smaller. An hour later, a new round of tests came again. This time, Tu Mingming was the one to answer the questions. She didn't react much to it. She was prepared. The worst that could happen was an electric shock or water spray for snake bites. She was prepared. She even kept the medicine separately in her backpack and put it in a place where she could see it at a glance, for fear that if she didn't react in time after being bitten, it would be troublesome if she was sprayed with water and got infected. The people taking the exam were arranged in a separate space. A square virtual space, with nothing but a virtual high wall that could not be seen at the end. Yes, there was not even a chair. So I just stood there. The place was not big. Tu Mingming estimated that it was at most a 1 meter by 1 meter space. It seemed that a slightly fat person would have difficulty turning around in this space. Tu Mingming observed for a while and found that there was no useful information. So she took a deep breath and prepared herself. Ding ding ding. Question answering begins. There is a kind of output in the mine called mineral beads. Where are they distributed in the mine more often? Very good. The first question is fill in the blank. This is not in the question bank given by Wen Bai. Tu Mingming was not sure whether the question was changed or added in this round. But no matter what, this question was at least familiar to her. She filled in the top of the mine neatly. The countdown for answering the question was 1 minute. Tu Mingming was afraid that the location she wrote would be controversial. So she quickly expanded it and wrote a lot more. In summary, it means at the top of the mine. 1 minute later, the test was over and the screen was automatically locked. Whatever Tu Mingming wanted to write was no longer displayed. Correct answer. Please wait for other players' answers. Seeing the correct answer, Tu Mingming breathed a sigh of relief. Once she entered the test space, she was cut off from the outside world. She wanted to see the situation of others, but she couldn't see it. Tu Mingming could only stand there, thinking about various possibilities, while recalling the electronic question bank that Wen Bai had compiled for her. Unfortunately, more than 50 blue players answered the questions incorrectly in this round. Please prepare for the punishment. Red players. Blue players who answered the questions incorrectly. Are you ready to be shocked? 3, 2, 1. Tu Mingming. I didn't get shocked, but I felt my scalp tingling. Chapter 111. Although Tu Mingming was not among those who were electrocuted, she still felt her scalp tingling, because in her opinion, this question was a free-point question. How could it be so difficult to get it wrong? The system was so full of them that it couldn't catch them? The ore beads were not considered rare items in the previous mines. So how could they not know? Tu Mingming didn't know what to say. But did they say that these people did it on purpose? It didn't seem like it. After all, it wasn't just the blue team that was punished, but also themselves. 5 minutes of electric shock. Just thinking about it makes me feel like my soul is about to be electrocuted. Tu Mingming sat there to rest for 5 minutes, and then thought about others being electrocuted for 5 minutes. And she felt inexplicably happy again? Tu Mingming quickly told herself that she couldn't think like that. The current situation is, they are one. If one makes a mistake, the others can't escape. Ah! Tu Mingming sighed lightly. 5 minutes passed quickly, and the next round of challenges came again. This time, no more questions. Tu Mingming was thrown into a shallow sea. The reason why it is called shallow is because Tu Mingming is standing at the place that may be the starting point. She was wearing a swimming ring, and the sea water only reached her knees. Players need to pass through this sea within 5 minutes and meet 2 requirements at the same time. First, make sure that the swimming ring in your hand does not touch the water. And second, make sure that you do not fall. Come on, players. The fate of more than 1,000 blue players is in your hands. Please pay attention to the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Tu Mingming didn't even have the extra time to listen carefully to the requirements. However, the requirements were not many. Just don't fall down. Don't get the swimming ring wet. Just a joke. The swimming ring can't touch the water. No matter how the game is arranged to make people have nowhere to complain. Just follow it. If you don't follow it, you may be punished by electric shock, water spray, etc. Moreover, you have to bring all the players in the blue camp with you. Tu Mingming quickly got ready. This section seemed short and easy to swim, but she always felt that the system was not holding back. It turns out that Tu Mingming's guess was correct. She had just started for less than 10 meters when she encountered a group of small octopuses. Yes, they were all the size of a palm. This is very rare in the game. After all, the species of Andromeda seemed to have one characteristic. That is, big. One of the mining geese had a neck length of 2 meters. So, it is indeed novel and interesting to encounter octopuses that are only the size of a palm. It would be even more interesting if they didn't spray water. Tu Mingming was well prepared, knowing that this thing appeared at a very inappropriate time, and must be aimed at her game circle, or herself. So, she raised the swimming circle high with one hand, and swung the long sword with the other hand. The combat power of the small octopus is approximately equal to 0. However, you can't look down on it because of this. Because it can spray water, you need to be careful not to let its water spray on the swimming circle. Another point to note is that if it can't beat it, it will start to cheat, directly sucking on people's legs, arms, or even clothes, and refusing to come down, even if half of the claws were broken. The remaining claws still held tightly. Tu Mingming? The mouth parts on the octopus's claws firmly attached to her calves. That feeling was very unpleasant. She couldn't swing the sword to cut her legs, so she could only pick up the garbage clip and start to pick them up. The soft and sticky little octopuses were picked off one by one and put into the box prepared by Tu Mingming. After grabbing, the system gave a prompt. Little octopus. Non-toxic. Edible. Delicious. This is food. Don't waste it. Pick it up and keep it for cooking practice later. For the convenience of operation, Tu Mingming also hung the swimming ring around her neck. There is no way, as the swimming ring is a special prop. It is not allowed to be put in the backpack, so you can only find a way to store it yourself. And you must avoid falling into the water. Otherwise, this level will be lost in advance. Some small octopuses fell into the water, and Tu Mingming used her good eyesight to pick them up with a garbage clip and put them away. After counting 30 small octopuses, whose limbs were not particularly healthy, lay in the food processing box. Tu Mingming put everything into the backpack with satisfaction. Then, holding the swimming ring, he continued to walk forward. After walking about 10 meters, a group of sea snakes jumped out. Tu Mingming. Help! She is not omnipotent. But if you don't obey, I'm sorry. Long sword. Start. After the previous experience with the mining snake, Tu Mingming actually felt okay with this kind of creature. It's just that the touch of the other party crawling up along the leg is not too pleasant. Tu Mingming endured the discomfort and began to swing the sword and slash wildly. As for keeping them as ingredients? No. She didn't really need these ingredients. There weren't many sea snakes, and they didn't spray water, but kept crawling up along the legs. Their target wasn't Tu Mingming, but the swimming ring. If it was a normal situation, Tu Mingming would definitely abandon the ring and run away. But now? Forget it. Let's just kill them. 30 snakes quickly turned into stumps and fell into the water, dyeing the sea red. Tu Mingming continued to move forward with an indifferent look on her face. Scared? Impossible. If the sea snake doesn't die, she will lose the game. So, keep moving forward. After moving forward for about 20 meters, she was almost halfway through the journey. Then, Tu Mingming encountered a group of flying conchs. Tu Mingming. I really opened my eyes today. The good news is that the size of the conchs is normal. On average, about the size of a fist. The bad news is that they can fly. It's so funny. Whose real conch can fly? Watching the conch sticking its head out of its shell while flying, Tu Mingming felt angry and amused. However, she was more concerned about whether this thing was edible. Tu Mingming used an old cooling suit to put on the swimming ring to avoid being caught in the water by the flying conch. She took out a pickaxe and started to hit it. This thing is just right for the conch. Shoot it once, and it will fall off. Then use a garbage clip to pick it out of the seawater, and it will be perfect. The conch is not very aggressive. However, it can spray water and fly. Eager to try the swimming ring, Tu Mingming was on guard against them, And early on she wrapped the swimming ring with a cooling suit and put it around her neck. You can do whatever you want. But if you want to spray water, that is definitely impossible. 30 conchs of equal size and very plump appearance soon became the dead souls under Tu Mingming's pickaxe. Never mind whether they were fainted or dead. Anyway, after she shot them down, she picked them up with a garbage clip and put them in the food storage box. Flying conch, edible, non-toxic, thick, plump and fresh meat. Tu Mingming, slurp. Sorry. You guys described it so well. Don't be so specific next time. It makes people feel empty. After Tu Mingming put it away, she wiped her wet face and set off again. After another 20 meters, she was halfway through the journey. Tu Mingming estimated that the sea area she needed to pass through was about 50 meters. At this time, 2.5 minutes had passed. We have to hurry. There is still half of the trip to go. Some ingredients may not be picked up. After Tu Mingming made up her mind, she acted more decisively when she found that the new species was sea cucumbers, and they were of normal size and fresh. Tu Mingming was tangled again. It looked delicious. Whether it was scallion, millet, or stew, it looked very suitable. Slurp. The sea cucumbers climbed up along Tu Mingming's calves like the little octopus before. But their speed was obviously not as fast as the little octopus, and they would fall down directly because of their clumsy movements while climbing. Tu Mingming saw it and felt that her chance had come. She was about to give up the second half of the ingredients. After all, completing the task was more important. As for the ingredients, just go with the flow. But now, let's get started. The sea cucumbers are not very aggressive. They just crawl and spit out water. And the amount they spit out is not large. So, Tu Mingming took the garbage clip, picked up one by one, and put it in the food box. While picking up, Tu Mingming muttered quietly, "What's the difference between this and going to the sea?" Yes, this scene is no different from going to the sea. Right? If there is no urging of the task, and no unpleasant seafood such as sea snakes that may appear. She is just going to the sea. Unfortunately, there is a time limit. Tu Mingming is very fast. After picking up 50 sea cucumbers quickly, she took a step and continued to move forward. At this time, more than 3 minutes have passed. There is still more than 1.5 minutes. There is about 1/3 of the journey left. Tu Mingming speeded up. The good news is that the next obstacle is hermit crabs. Tu Mingming doesn't particularly like to eat this thing, although it is also fresh. It is small and has little meat. Most of the time, she still takes a bite of the fresh taste. When necessary, you can also give up. Like now, Tu Mingming quickly put on her cooling suit and rushed forward. The cooling suit protects her and the swimming ring very well, so she is not afraid of water spraying on her body. Nor is she afraid of hermit crabs looking for angles to fly to her. Yes, this kind of crab can fly. Who can I complain to? Let's run first. Tu Mingming was very fast. She ran out directly in the attack of hermit crabs. Seeing that time was running out, she also jumped over the next obstacle, the big yellow croaker. God knows what kind of struggle and helplessness Tu Mingming experienced in her heart when she saw the big yellow croaker. If there was no time limit, she really wanted to go to the sea. The yellow croaker looked very fresh and tender. It tasted best when steamed. Of course, it should taste good when braised. What a pity. What a pity. Tu Mingming muttered as she rushed to the finish line with a swimming ring. However, no matter how pity it was, there was nothing she could do. The mission was important. She didn't want to be sprayed with water. Chapter 112. System Announcement. Congratulations to the players for successfully passing the level. System Announcement. Unfortunately, there are more than 50 players in the red team who failed to pass the level. So please be prepared for punishment. Penalty for this level: high-pressure water gun spray. All players in the blue team will be punished. Tu Mingming was not surprised by this result. After all, the previous questions were free points, and there were so many people answering them. This level, the process is even harder to describe. She almost missed it because of her greed. And what if she was lucky? So the obstacles were easy? What if the others were sharks, walruses, etc.? There are all kinds of possibilities. So, Tu Mingming was not surprised that the blue players would be punished. As for how the blue players cursed, Tu Mingming thought there was no need. They had been punished before. They had already cursed in advance. Now, The positions are just reversed. During the penalty time, Tu Mingming sat there and waited. The penalty time passed quickly. Tu Mingming also successfully entered the next level of the game. This level is called, How Powerful Are Your Eyes? Please find the 12 herbs required by the system in the bushes. And the time limit is 10 minutes. Note, some herbs are very similar. Please judge by yourself before picking them. The herbs that have been picked cannot be put back. It is assumed that the player has determined the result. The poisonous herbs will also attack the player. Please identify them carefully. Countdown 3, 2, 1. Almost as the countdown ended, Tu Mingming moved to a new place. Previously it was humid seawater, but now it is a fresh and natural hill. Tu Mingming first took a quick look at the hill, which was all green and nothing else. After finding that there seemed to be no shortcuts, Tu Mingming looked at her total luck value and added 63 points. Good luck. Should it be okay? Tu Mingming first looked at the reference style given by the system. I have to say that the system gave a high-definition picture, and even the details were clearly marked. The system gave the required plant name, fairy grass. Tu Mingming didn't know about Chinese herbal medicine, and didn't know if it was in their Blue Star's Chinese medicine. However, let's not worry about that for now. She didn't know if it was. Moreover, she was even less familiar with it. So, according to the system's requirements, it was a standard answer. Don't play it on your own. After Tu Mingming read it carefully, she started to move forward. Fairy grass looks like grass, but the leaves are slightly wider, about the width of Tu Mingming's finger and a half. And the color is that kind of very fresh green. The leaves are very long and serrated. Its characteristics are quite obvious. But, when Tu Mingming looked down, she found that the various grasses or herbs in the hills looked similar to fairy grass. Tu Mingming. She knew that this question was not that easy. Or rather, this level was not that simple. Although it was not simple, Tu Mingming did not give up directly because it was too difficult. She looked at the various grasses in the bushes carefully, and only picked one after confirming it. The first one took 3.5 minutes. At this rate, Tu Mingming will definitely not be able to complete the task. We have to speed up. After Tu Mingming submitted the first one, it was taken away by the system by default. Tu Mingming muttered and increased the range of her eyes. Soon, she picked the second one, and as soon as she picked it up, she felt a pain in her hand. Sorry, I picked the wrong one. I picked the fairy grass, which is slightly poisonous. When Tu Mingming reacted incorrectly, she retracted her hand immediately. Even so, there was still a red patch on the back of her hand. However, the skin was not broken, just swollen, with a small red patch, and it was not particularly serious. Tu Mingming was not sure what kind of poisonous situation this was, so she quickly took a piece of primary epidemic clearing tablets, although she didn't know if it would work. However, she couldn't die here, so take the medicine first, and then look at other things if it doesn't work. After taking the medicine, Tu Mingming took out the gloves from her backpack and put them on. The third herb was found quickly, and Tu Mingming did not hesitate because she had picked the wrong one before. She picked it as soon as she saw it. Good. She picked the right one. This made her feel relieved. And then she continued. The fourth herb. Wrong again. Sorry. You picked the wrong one. You picked the girl's heart. Poisonous. Tu Mingming was wearing gloves, but she felt her hand was stung. It hurt. This made her subconsciously retract her hand. Tu Mingming quickly shifted her gaze, and temporarily ignored the pain in her hand. The fifth herb. Wrong again. Tu Mingming's hand didn't hurt this time, but the gloves were dyed caramel color. Tu Mingming went to find the sixth one. It was not easy to find the 12th one. The hill was very large, and there were many plants. The weeds and herbs were all over the hill. It was difficult to distinguish them if you were not a professional. Even though Tu Mingming had luck, she still couldn't finish it. Moreover, her hands were stung 3 times and blackened 3 times. In the end, she only got 6 herbs ahead of schedule. System report, you failed to pass the level, and you will receive the luck punishment. Illusion punishment. Who said that the illusion world is not the real world? Countdown 3, 2, 1. Very good. They didn't even have time to react. If they failed, they would all be punished. As for the players in the blue camp, of course, everyone had to fight monsters, and no one could escape. When Bai was live streaming at this time, he simply told everyone in reality about the level they were working on. He didn't mention more questions. He was actually a little worried about Tu Mingming. He didn't know if their answering methods overlapped. I don't think so. However, at least one or two of them overlap. Right? Thinking of this, Wenbai sighed. Everyone in the monitoring department looked at each other as they watched this scene. Is Wenbai worried? No. He might be thinking out of habit. It doesn't look like he's thinking. It can't be that he falls in love with Wu Jing and doesn't dare to tell us? What can't be said? Or what can't be said? Everyone was guessing quietly. But it didn't delay the work at hand. Netizens didn't guess what Wenbai was thinking. They were all sighing. Abnormal. Too abnormal. So, is such a big sea snake reasonable? And, a sea snake. I'm lucky for the 1,001st time. Fortunately, I didn't enter the game. Otherwise, I would have to mail it on the first day. Who isn't? So, those who can survive to this day are all big guys. And heroes. The rice is delicious. I love Mingming. Teamwen. Jingjing. And Dasha Shun. Song Shun? It may be that the land and the rice, flour, grain and oil before gave everyone confidence. This made them not particularly nervous when watching the live broadcast. Even if they encountered dangerous situations, they were no longer worried. And even after calming down, they still had the mind to make a few jokes. They were definitely still worried. But now they have adjusted their mentality. They think that their positive mentality may affect their compatriots in the game? So, they should think positively and pray that they can come back alive and well. After the failure of begging for food, the public opinion of S country went down several times. Unfortunately, the effect was not very good. Netizens of a country said, there are not many players in our game. However, there are many people in our country. There are even more people who can scold others. Many trolls said, scolding? I think I have never lost. If you are not afraid of being scolded, then come on. Then, the public opinion of S country went down in one round and was scolded to silence. Now they still covet the land of country A. Unfortunately, no tricks work. Now they can only pretend to be grandsons and see if they can exchange what they have. If it really doesn't work, they don't want the land. Just give some soil and do some research. In this regard, country A did not directly refuse, but euphemistically said, funds are tight. Some things are still in the process of application preparation. To put it simply and rudely, don't talk so much nonsense. Just buy it if you have money. Even if everyone has a bad relationship. But business still needs to be done. After all, no matter how much they quarrel, they still live on the same planet. Only when the world gets better together, the ecology and circulation system will get better thoroughly. Therefore, while country A is getting better, it must also help other countries appropriately. One is that it does not want to attract the collective hatred of more than 100 countries in the world. Another is that the world is developing positively. And improving or even changing the wasteland environment is the most important. Personal grudges cannot be forgotten. But global development is also a top priority. At this moment, Tu Mingming was laughing foolishly in the fantasy world. There was no way. She couldn't control it. If one day, your world turned into colorful bubbles, it would be hard not to laugh out loud. Everyone was wrapped in bubbles. Wenbai, Wu Jing, Song Shun, Aunt Zhou, the neighbor boy, the neighbor uncle, the neighbor aunt. Those familiar faces were put into the bubbles one by one. Then, they floated in front of Tu Mingming, laughing, and disappeared again. Tu Mingming was moved and couldn't help wanting to laugh. After laughing, she realized that something was wrong. This made Tu Mingming suspect that the system had drugged her. Unfortunately, this was a punishment, and there was no way to complain. Just accept it honestly. 5 minutes later, the punishment was finally over. After coming out, Tu Mingming's mind was still a little confused. She felt dizzy, and her body seemed to be shaking. Tu Mingming tried hard to wake herself up, and then opened her eyes. The surrounding area was obviously normal, but in the blink of an eye, it seemed to have turned into a rainbow of colors. Tu Mingming tried to blink her eyes and adapt to the new environment as quickly as possible. However, the game obviously didn't wait for her, and soon a new system prompt popped up. Please catch all 9 escaped sea snakes within 5 minutes and put them in the recycling bin. Note: sea snakes are delicious, but dangerous. Please avoid being bitten by sea snakes to avoid poisoning or wound infection. Countdown: 3, 2, 1. Chapter 113. Sea Snake. Tu Mingming didn't know what to say. Are you scared? Maybe a little. This is probably the instinctive reaction of humans to mollusks. But it's useless to be scared. If you are scared now, you don't know what punishment you will face later. So, go. Go! The system gave a temporary prop called Scoop Net. A rough, but useful snake scooping tool. 9 sea snakes may not seem like a lot, but if they are placed in a large sea area, it becomes difficult to catch them. After carefully observing for a while, Tu Mingming picked up the fishing net and rushed forward. The seawater had resistance, which hindered Tu Mingming's movements. However, she was still very fast. The recent training was still effective. So, Tu Mingming's efficiency was not bad. However, the sea snake was more flexible. Tu Mingming's hands were fast, and the snake was faster. The fishing net was empty, and it was full of seawater. Tu Mingming was not discouraged and continued to fish. She carefully paid attention to the movement trajectory of the sea snake and tried her best to predict its route. Whoosh! She fished for it. Nothing. Whoosh! She fished for it again. Still nothing. Tu Mingming. My eyes were almost dazzled. In the end, nothing was caught. 1 minute had passed into 5 minutes. Tu Mingming didn't catch a single snake, which made her face tense and her attention more focused. Whoosh! She caught one. Tu Mingming succeeded in catching it, and threw the sea snake into the corresponding bucket. If you succeed in catching one, you're halfway to success, right? Tu Mingming swallowed her saliva and continued to act. The sea snake looked ugly, but thinking of the delicious food mentioned by the system, Tu Mingming actually felt crazy that it was not impossible to cook it. However, what is the diet of sea snakes? I don't know for now. I will study it later. Or I will catch the snake first. With the experience of the first one, the second one will be easier. Although sometimes I still catch nothing. But I have succeeded, and I have finally summed up some experience. So the probability of success is also higher. The second, the third, the fourth. Tu Mingming caught 7 in one go. There are 2 left. Tu Mingming counted the number in her mind. And seeing that there were only 2 minutes left, she became anxious again. She looked at the swimming sea snakes carefully and held the net tightly in her hand. The change happened at this time. Tu Mingming watched with her own eyes as the 2 sea snakes split into 3 right under her eyes. The problem is that there are signs of splitting into 4. Tu Mingming? How can this be cheating? Tu Mingming reacted quickly and took advantage of the time when they split up to go forward and cast a net. This net successfully caught 3. As a result, when moving to the bucket, one of them suddenly laid an egg, and then the egg leaked into the water through the fishing net and turned into 2 small sea snakes. Tu Mingming? The cheating method has been upgraded? It's terrible. Tu Mingming reacted quickly, and after throwing the 3 into the bucket, she picked up the fishing net and rushed towards the 2 newborn sea snakes. Although the little sea snake is small, it is extremely agile. However, Tu Mingming has also practiced a little speed. So, she quickly picked up the fishing net, caught 2 snakes in one net, and quickly threw them into the bucket, successfully completing the task in the last minute. Watching the sea snake swimming neatly in the bucket, Tu Mingming breathed a sigh of relief. Damn! I didn't expect that there are small bugs in the game. The problem is that this is not a bug, but a small trick of the game. Tu Mingming breathed a sigh of relief. But she also kept on guard. There might be the same tricks later. So she had to be careful. This level, there were also more than 50 players who failed to complete the task. Not only were they punished, but the players in the garbage mountain were also implicated. Tu Mingming took a rare break and looked at the sea snake lying in her backpack. Yes, after the task was completed, the sea snake was given to Tu Mingming as a small reward. At the same time, the recipe was also sent. The classic way is to soak it in wine, and the adventurous way to eat it is to stew pig's trotters with sea snakes. The reason why it is called adventurous is that sea snakes are poisonous. After watching it, Tu Mingming gave up the idea of using it as a food to practice. Poisonous things can't be eaten at all. After the punishment time is over, their round of game time is up. This made Tu Mingming breathe a sigh of relief. It's finally over. Although she doesn't have too much pressure, it's impossible to have no pressure at all. Fortunately, it was over, and she could take a break. System announcement. Radiation value increased. Game paused. Players please arrange their own time. Looking at the system prompt, Tu Mingming breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, she returned to the garbage mountain. Current radiation value, 61. It turned out to be over 60. No wonder the game was paused. At this time, it was not yet 12 o'clock, and the environment of the garbage mountain seemed to be getting worse and worse. Tu Mingming still had a parasol, so she could hang out for a while. She let Tu Dazhuang and the garbage truck out together, and worked for a while. When the radiation value reached 79, Tu Mingming returned to the safe house swiftly. This morning, she was nervous and exhausted. Tu Mingming searched in her backpack and started to cook. She has been exercising recently, and her cooking skills have improved a lot. Her current level is almost the same as Wenbai. Of course, Wenbai's level was not high to begin with. However, it is not easy for Tu Mingming to improve from a kitchen black hole to her current level. There was nothing for her to practice with before, but the game gave her a chance. Tu Mingming didn't even know whether this was lucky or unlucky for her. There were fish, meat, and snakes in the backpack. But forget about the snakes. Tu Mingming pretended not to see them and took out the fish. The fish was given as a punishment task before, and there were quite a few of them. The system said that the meat was tender and delicious with few bones. So Tu Mingming prepared a full fish feast. If it were in the past, she would definitely not have much room to play, because she didn't know how to cook fish at all. But now, Tu Mingming feels that she is terribly strong, especially after watching the gourmet recipes and videos. Tu Mingming's self-confidence swelled again. At this time, Wenbai and the others had just finished a heated discussion. It was mainly Wu Jing and Song Shun who were there complaining about the game. If it weren't for Tu Mingming, the content of the complaints would probably contain a lot of mama. At this time, the emotions of the two people barely calmed down, and Wenbai persuaded them again and compiled a question bank. Although it is uncertain whether the same routine will be used tomorrow. However, at least they have mastered the question bank, which gives them some confidence. If there is the same routine or game in the future, they will not be too panicked. They know that Tu Mingming has a parasol and can stay in the garbage mountain for a while, so they did not bother her too much. At this moment, looking at the radiation value, thinking that she should go back to the safe house, Wenbai asked softly in the voice channel, "Is Mingming back to the safe house?" Tu Mingming was sorting out the ingredients. When she heard Wenbai calling her, she immediately responded, "Captain 1. I'm here." Knowing that Tu Mingming had come out, Wenbai nodded. "What do you want to eat? I have the ingredients here. I'll make it." Tu Mingming immediately raised her hand and said, Hey. No need for Captain 1. I have the ingredients. Let me show you." Tu Mingming's ability still needs to be practiced, so she needs this opportunity. Wenbai immediately realized that he had been too nervous this morning and had forgotten about this matter. He nodded, "Okay. Mingming, come here. What do you want to drink?" Wenbai is a bit restless. After listening to him, Song Shun smiled and said, "Captain 1, please work hard and do some handicrafts. The game console is occupied by Wu Jing, so I can't play it." Wu Jing. "Ha! I won't give it to you even if you are being sarcastic. You can pretend not to hear me, and you can monopolize the game console. Of course, if Tu Mingming wants to play, Wu Jing is still willing to give it up. Unfortunately, Tu Mingming has been practicing cooking skills and improving her understanding of superpowers recently, and she doesn't play the game console at all." Wenbai nodded after listening. "Okay. I'll sort out the materials and see. They are all old materials dug out from the garbage mountain, and I'm not sure if they are enough. However, if the four of us put them together, it should be okay. The four of us are busy with our own things." From time to time, there are voices floating through the voice channel. Everyone occasionally listens, but most of the time, they are still doing their own things with peace of mind. Tu Mingming follows the recipe and makes various creations. Braised fish, steamed fish, grilled fish, hot pot fish, black bean fish. As long as the ingredients are complete, Tu Mingming will play boldly. At the end, Tu Mingming once again felt that she was so strong that it was terrifying. Then, she set her mind on sea snakes. However, she still didn't dare to do it. Then, she asked Wenbai, "Captain 1, how do you eat sea snakes?" Song Shun was furious after hearing this. I don't eat it." Wu Jing was also a little bit unacceptable. Wenbai didn't react too much. After careful thinking, he spoke, "Its meat is indeed tender, but it is quite troublesome to eat. It is poisonous and difficult to handle. If it is not cooked well, it will be fishy. Personally, I don't support it to be included in the ranks of ingredients. But it is still good to be included in the category of medicinal materials. Sea snakes have good effects on antithrombotic and analgesic, and their medicinal value is higher than their edible value. Tu Mingming said she had learned it, and then found a large jar and packed them separately. Then I'll keep it. If there is a chance, I'll send it back to reality. She couldn't extract the various molecules of sea snakes, or proteins, etc. But it was still possible in reality. Thinking of this, Tu Mingming's eyes lit up again. By the way, how are you collecting messenger fragments? In today's punishment game, many messenger fragments dropped. Tu Mingming was not sure whether this was a problem of her personal luck probability, or the drop rate today was adjusted. She was going to ask her friends, and see if she could collect a new messenger, so that their mailboxes could still be used. Chapter 114. When it comes to messenger fragments, everyone immediately gets excited. Wu Jing was the first to raise his hand. But when he found that no one could see it, he hurriedly said, "Here they are. Here they are. 21. After many days of hard work, we finally have them. She, the chief, has them all, let alone the others." Song Shun followed closely behind, and his number directly crushed Wu Jing, with 63. When Bai's number was average, only 39, but it was more than Wu Jing. Tu Mingming still had a lot of them, and the four of them together were almost able to get 2 messengers. When Bai saw that the quantity was enough, he began to study what they should send back to reality. "I have seeds here." As a player favored by the game, Song Shun was naturally lucky, and in the past 2 days, he also had the buff of Tu Mingming. So, he got a lot of seeds. Wu Jing was very poor. She did have points. As a result, now there is no need for points, and the mall is not open. It is also a headache to have money, but not be able to buy things. Wu Jing rummaged through the backpack for a long time, and found some meat. It's not very useful, but it's better than nothing. She was looking for species that were unique to the Andromeda or the game, not the blue planet. She sent it back to reality, and also wanted people in reality to see the ingredients and analyze the advantages and disadvantages of this thing. Bai had quite a few things, including some old home appliances, which might be useful for the technological development of their blue planet. Never mind whether it's old or not. Maybe we can analyze it after disassembling it. Tu Mingming has a lot of stuff. She has a companion buff, so she can get it even when she digs garbage. So, now she has accumulated a lot of stuff. Everyone discussed whether to send it now or wait, because there are not many things. Everyone doesn't want to waste a courier casually. However, they are afraid that they will have an accident in the game, and the stuff will be wasted again. So, the final result of the discussion among the 4 people is mail. If they die, at least the stuff is sent back to reality, which can be regarded as a kind of sustenance. Right? Now that you mention it, it feels like we are so miserable. Wu Jing felt that the atmosphere was a bit heavy, and couldn't help but tease. Hearing her say this, Song Shun muttered, "What are you talking about? I am afraid that I won't see the sun tomorrow. And I don't know how the game will be tomorrow. But at least the garbage mountain is shorter, which is also an improvement." Bai didn't say much, but when Sheng checked the quantity with Tu Mingming, considering that the shipping cost is quite expensive, Bai took the initiative to say, "I will send the things this time. I can't always let you pay for the shipping alone." As soon as Tu Mingming said this, Song Shun shouted before she could respond, "Stop it. I can't spend all my points. Use mine. Use mine. Who has more points than me?" Except for Tu Mingming. No one has more points than Song Shun. No one argued about this, and soon sent all the things to Song Shun, asking him to sort them out and send them back to reality. This time, they didn't need to say much. It was still the original warehouse, the original address, so they just sent it over. After the items were sent, everyone felt relieved. It felt like a mission was accomplished, and my heart was at peace. Tu Mingming continued to cook, while Bai was observing the situation outside the safe house. Wu Jing continued to train, and Song Shun sorted his backpack. Everyone was busy with their own things, but did not disturb each other. They turned on the voice chat and listened to the movements of their teammates, and their hearts inexplicably calmed down. Tu Mingming's dinner took a long time. The main reason was that there were a lot of fish and a lot of cooking. All kinds of tricks had been tried. Moreover, You have to try to use your own superpowers. Although Tu Mingming's favorite buff now is the one that adds luck. Other things must be included. Strength and speed are actually necessities for them. So, these must also be added. After repeated attempts and changes, Tu Mingming discovered that superpowers are indeed as Wenbai and others said, moving with the heart and with the thoughts. After Tu Mingming concentrated her attention and let go of all distracting thoughts, the superpowers had a higher blessing on the buff. If you concentrate, the corresponding value will probably be higher. The highest one is 29, and the lowest one is 21. Although the difference in the values is not much. Sometimes there is only one number difference, and the difference is quite large. Moreover, who would want a lower value if there is a higher one? In addition, Wenbai said that the level of supernatural power can also be improved. This depends on personal perception, plus some external factors. These are hard to say. Tu Mingming thought that what she had to do now was to stabilize her supernatural power. As for upgrading, that is a problem that needs to be studied after stabilizing. After the fish feast was ready, Tu Mingming began to send food to her teammates. To be honest, it was because they had a good harvest in the mine before, and had a lot of points that they dared to waste it like this. Otherwise, the shipping fee alone would cost them their lives. Think about when she first entered the game. Tu Mingming had to buy a tent by the day because she couldn't afford a permanent one. Now it is much better than at the beginning. But Tu Mingming will not let down her guard. Today we played a lot of games. Who knows what will happen tomorrow? The dinners were sent out one after another, and Tu Mingming kept some for herself and Tu Dazhuang, and put the rest on the shelves. Tu Mingming's things have obvious personal labels. So, as soon as they were put on the shelves, they were sold out in seconds. Even though Tu Mingming set a purchase limit, it was still sold out in seconds. Tu Mingming was not surprised by this. After receiving the food, Wenbai and the others opened it and ate it immediately, and then gave their comments. Wenbai's answer was the most pertinent. He praised the dish but also pointed out some problems. The braised fish tasted good, but the sugar color may not have been fried for the right time, so it had a slightly burnt smell. It didn't affect the overall taste. If you want to be more perfect, you can pay attention to it next time. Song Shun simply and roughly said loudly, "It's delicious. So fragrant. I can finish 4 bowls of rice. Super large bowls." Wu Jing laughed after hearing this, but she couldn't really taste anything. With her cooking skills, she couldn't find fault with others. She was very happy to have ready-made food. When she goes out to perform tasks, the conditions are tough, and it's good to have something to eat. Why is she so picky? What good things are you thinking about? Tu Mingming's mood improved after listening to their comments. She also took notes on the questions raised by Wenbai, and tried to improve and do better next time. Wenbai not only raised his views on braised fish, but also steamed fish, and he praised them one by one, and then pointed out the problems. Wu Jing was afraid that Wenbai would say too much and hit Tu Mingming's confidence again, so he quickly interrupted him. "Captain 1, how about we take a break and eat first?" Tu Mingming understood immediately and said hurriedly, "It's okay. I will improve if you point out the problems. I am not afraid of criticism." Wenbai actually considered this point. If it was just ordinary cooking, he wouldn't have to raise so many issues. However, this is related to Tu Mingming's ability. For this, the little girl is working very hard to improve her cooking skills. If Tu Mingming wants to improve, she needs others' guidance. So, after thinking about it, Wenbai chose to tell the truth. At this time, after hearing what Wu Jing said, Wenbai smiled helplessly. "Sorry, Mingming. Don't mind if I said it too harshly. However, referring to more opinions from multiple parties is actually useful for your own improvement. However, you must also learn to listen to these opinions selectively. Not everyone's opinions are useful. You must have your own judgment." Tu Mingming naturally knew this, so she nodded quickly. "I know. Captain 1. Don't worry. I really want to improve." She just got her superpowers and is still exploring. She needs to learn a lot of things. Just like Wenbai said, she really needs some guidance. It would be best if she had some experience. Of course, Tu Mingming would not listen to everything stupidly. Although she is young and has little experience, she has her own brains to judge. After listening, Wu Jing felt that this was also the truth. "Alas! It's a pity that I am not good enough and can't guide you, Mingming. But Captain Wen has good experience. Although his cooking skills are average, His level is much better than ours. Tu Mingming hurriedly responded. Wenbai then made some more suggestions. And Tu Mingming took notes in her notebook. After dinner, Tu Mingming simply washed up and discussed the issue of fog bubbles with her teammates. This thing is related to Tu Mingming's intermediate safe house upgrade. Now the intermediate materials are enough. Except for this fog bubble. However, there is no trace of this thing now. Which makes Tu Mingming a little worried. Wu Jing has never seen this thing. And Song Shun has not seen it either. After listening to it, Wenbai flipped through his backpack. I seem to have received a few fog bubble blind boxes during the day. I don't know if I can open them. I was in a hurry to answer the questions at that time, and forgot about it. Tu Mingming had also gotten it before. And now when she heard Wenbai mention it, her eyes suddenly lit up. Captain Wen, open it, and have a look. After saying that, fearing that the other party would misunderstand her meaning, Tu Mingming quickly explained, Captain Wen, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to steal your things. If you have a fog bubble, I'll give you the materials here first. Let's upgrade to an intermediate one, and see what it looks like. After hearing this, Wenbai sighed helplessly, Mingming, don't do that. It's just a fog bubble, and we don't know if it can be opened yet. Wenbai had just found his way out, and was about to start when the system announcement rang out. System announcement, after a day of hard work by the players. The garbage mountain has been successfully reduced by 15 meters. Please keep working hard. Everyone. As soon as Tu Mingming understood the announcement, she rushed to the window, not caring whether there was blood mist or gray mist on the glass. She opened the curtains and put her face against the glass to look out. Chapter 115. At this time, it was already dark outside the safe house. But there was a faint and strange colorful light. And of course, the light from the house was also reflected outside. So it was possible to see roughly. Tu Mingming watched with her own eyes that the garbage mountain outside her house slowly decreased by 15 meters. It really decreased little by little. 15 meters may not sound too high, but it is still several floors when converted into building height. So, the garbage mountain has decreased so much all of a sudden. And it is quite obvious. The garbage mountain is getting smaller. Does it mean that the day of their departure is approaching? Leaving? Or destruction? No one knows. After reading it, Song Shun was the first to speak. Oh my god. It's really less? Has the game changed? Wu Jing disagreed. I don't think so. I always feel like I'm holding back my fart. Wenbai looked for a long time, but couldn't observe anything for the time being. In addition, the blood mist outside his safe house was serious, which greatly affected his vision. He looked for a long time, but only vaguely felt that the garbage mountain should have moved. At this time, he could not give any advice, and could only remain silent. Tu Mingming could not say anything either. The four of them studied it for a while, but they did not find anything. So they simply went back to sleep. We don't know what will happen tomorrow. Let's get enough rest first. This is what Wenbai said to everyone before going to bed. Tu Mingming went to bed obediently, and Wu Jing and the others did not make any trouble. At 8 a.m. the next day, the radiation value was 19. After Tu Mingming cleaned up, she made a simple breakfast, sent some to her teammates, and kept the rest for herself. She got up a little later, so the number of steamed buns and porridge she made was not much. So she didn't think about putting them on the shelf. After cleaning up, Tu Mingming was ready to go out and do a big job. The remaining garbage mountain was not very high. It looked like only more than 30 meters. Maybe they could flatten it with a little effort? As a result, the system broadcast sounded before the door of the safe house was opened. System broadcast. Current number of players alive, 3013. A lot of people died yesterday. And because the base number was small, it was particularly obvious. After reading it, Tu Mingming felt a little heavy. System announcement. Today is a national carnival. Players will randomly draw an opponent to compete in a one-on-one long-distance race. The losing player will be sent to the Garbage Mountain prison. System announcement. It's not pleasant to be in prison. Players, please try your best to run a good result. Countdown, 20 minutes. Tu Mingming? Civil war started. Civil war started now. Is it because civil war is too troublesome when there are many people? So, they started to mess around when there were fewer people? Tu Mingming was shocked after reading it. Wu Jing even cursed, Nima. Song Shun wanted to say something, but if he thought about his own suicidal nature, it was actually okay. However, What if he ran into their teammates? Even if he didn't run into his teammates, it would be troublesome to run into his own country's friends. Is it a win or a loss? Everyone wants to win. But there is only one winner. And the other one will go to jail. Who knows what will happen in jail? After reading it, Wenbai was a little upset. But he was more worried about Tu Mingming. Mingming, how is your physical strength? Did you make something with acceleration today? Tu Mingming actually did it. The porridge she cooked this morning was accelerated. When Wenbai asked, Tu Mingming nodded quickly. Yes. Yes. The mung bean porridge I cooked this morning was accelerated by 26. Wenbai felt relieved after hearing this. Wu Jing also realized that Tu Mingming was the weakest in their team. The girl was lucky, but her stamina was still a little worse than those psychics whose powers were restricted. What if, by chance, the opponent Tu Mingming randomly encountered was a psychic? Even if it wasn't a psychic, what if it was a player from a Western country like Country S? The stamina of those people was also terrible. Thinking of this, Wu Jing couldn't help but sigh. Mingming, take a look. Is there anything else that can be stacked with buff? Don't be bothered at this time. Just do it. There are less than 20 minutes left. Let's try our best to turn on all the cheats. Song Shun also echoed over there. Tu Mingming felt warm in her heart after hearing this. She knew her own strength very well. And she also knew that the random situation like today was actually a test for her. No one wanted to go to jail. Tu Mingming didn't want to. So, she had to win this race today. At this time, Tu Mingming listened to the advice and began to organize her ingredients. Thinking that she could cook faster, Tu Mingming cooked the dishes skillfully. And at the same time, she did not forget to remind her friends, everyone eat the buff of the luck value. Maybe you can be assigned to a good opponent. Wenbai and the others naturally listened to the advice. In 20 minutes, everyone made various preparations. As for the final result, no one can tell. The countdown ended, and it was time to match. Everyone's nervous breathing slowed down a lot. Tu Mingming kept adjusting her breathing to relax herself. If you are too nervous, you will get cramps later, and you will be finished. System broadcast. Because the number of players is odd, there is a player who is lucky enough to advance directly. Tu Mingming hoped that she could advance directly. However, she was still in the matchmaking process. So, it was probably not her. Right? In fact, the player who advanced directly was not Tu Mingming, nor anyone in their team. No one was surprised by this. Song Shun said dissatisfiedly, damn. Am I not always lucky? Why doesn't my father love me anymore? Shouldn't he let me advance? Wu Jing listened and laughed. Even if she really wants to advance, Mingming is luckier than you. This thing is random. Right? Don't think about it. There's no point in thinking so much. Just run honestly. When the time came, Tu Mingming and the others were pulled into the corresponding preparation area. System reminder, your opponent is ready. Please prepare for the game preparation time 2 minutes. System reminder, in order to better complete the game, players will compete in their own independent tracks. Tu Mingming can't see her opponent because she is in her own independent space. At this time, in front of her is a red runway, and the end of the runway can't be seen at a glance. The system did not tell them how many meters they needed to run, so they could only wait for the final notification. However, although the system did not put the opponent in the same running field, it popped up the information. A small rocket appeared in front of Tu Mingming, and after clicking it, she could see the opponent's information. However, it was just basic information, without even a name. Male, height 197 centimeters, weight 95 kilograms. Looking at this basic information, Tu Mingming felt a black screen in front of her eyes. How can she run with a height of 1.9 meters? The opponent's one step is almost 2 steps faster than hers. Right? After entering the runway, their information was blocked again, and Tu Mingming couldn't even complain to her teammates. However, even so, Tu Mingming did not just accept her fate and was ready to go to jail. Pa! She doesn't want to go to jail. Whose good person didn't go to jail for committing a crime? So, she has to run hard. She will definitely be able to do it. She has run the Undersea Marathon Plus. Tu Mingming encouraged herself while warming up before the race. 2 minutes passed quickly, and the system reminded Tu Mingming to stand at the starting line and get ready. The countdown had already started, and she would have to start when the whistle blew in 10 seconds. Tu Mingming took a deep breath and waited quietly for the whistle to blow, not wanting Tu Dajwan to interfere with her. Tu Mingming put it in her backpack. 10, 9, 2, 1, whoosh. After the whistle blew, Tu Mingming rushed out, like a sharp arrow, with an indomitable posture. When she first entered the game, she was still a weakling who couldn't mine. But now she has improved. She can do it. She can do it. She wants to run. She is only 1.97 meters tall. It's not like she can't run. Tu Mingming has a strong sense of belief, which makes her start very quickly. And at the same time, she maintains her speed very steadily. After starting, the system did not inform them how far the track is today. However, Tu Mingming soon found out. Ding! 100 meters check-in. 42,095 meters to the finish line. Tu Mingming? That's too bad. You guys are really running a marathon? When she heard that there were more than 40,000 meters to the finish line, Tu Mingming slowly slowed down her pace. If she was going to run a full marathon, she couldn't exert so much force at the beginning. Otherwise she wouldn't be able to run the second half. She adjusted her breathing and tried her best to stay calm. More than 40,000 meters. It would probably take most of the day to run. Under normal circumstances, a trained player would need about 4 to 6 hours to run. However, there are special cases, such as superpowers. Even if they are restricted by the game, they are physically strong. So 3 hours is possible. Tu Mingming's opponent is a strong man over 1.9 meters tall. Even if he is not a superpower, his physique is probably very strong. So, what Tu Mingming has to do is to extend this time to 3 hours. It is best to be within 3 hours, so that she can ensure that she can surpass her opponent. If this speed and time still cannot be surpassed, it will be a great test for Tu Mingming's physical strength. If it really doesn't work, she will go to jail. With Tu Mingming's own physical strength, it would be a dream to run a full marathon within 3 hours. So, at this time, all the buffs must be piled up. At this time, there is no need for luck. All the speed must be piled up. At this time, Tu Mingming was glad that when she tried the ingredients yesterday, she did not put all of them on the shelf, and left some for herself and Tu Dazhuang to eat. Now that part has not been eaten, another batch was prepared in the morning, especially those with a maximum value of plus 29, which are all Tu Mingming's supernatural power. So, she kept them all. Now all these buffs are piled up. She is going to run to death the 1.9 meter tall guy on the opposite side. Chapter 116. Tu Mingming adjusted her speed while taking out the food in her backpack. Fortunately, it was all easy to eat. She increased her speed to 63 in one breath. Almost the moment the buff came on, Tu Mingming felt her body and mind lighten. How to describe that feeling? It was as if she suddenly floated up. She ran at full speed at the beginning, and her breathing was still a little unstable. Now that the buff came on, her breathing instantly stabilized, and her physical strength seemed to be very abundant. At this time, even if she was asked to speed run a 100-meter race, she would have no problem. This feeling is magical. But Tu Mingming likes it. She said she would outrun the 1.9-meter tall guy on the other side. And she was not kidding. After the buff was fully loaded, Tu Mingming calculated it herself and adjusted the speed. She couldn't run at full speed now. More than 40,000 meters. If she ran at full speed now, she would hardly be able to run in the second half. So, she had to calculate the time and physical strength well. Thinking of this, Tu Mingming silently calculated in her mind. Should she eat something to increase her physical strength? In the second half, she would definitely not be able to speed up. Even with the buff, her physical strength probably wouldn't be able to support it. So, what she needed in the second half was the physical strength buff. She had all these things in her backpack. These things made Tu Mingming feel at ease. Ding! Check in at 200 meters. Soon, she checked in at 200 meters. She also clocked in at 300 meters. When she clocked in at 1,000 meters, Tu Mingming began to sweat. However, her breathing was not that disordered. The speed bonus was indeed a significant improvement for her. The improvement in her physical fitness during this period of training was also obvious. In the past, she would have been panting heavily after running 1,000 meters. Now her breathing was as steady as if she was walking. After running 1,000 meters, she finally had a little more information about her opponent. Male. Height 197 centimeters. Weight 95 kilograms. Current distance, 803 meters. This reminder is very necessary for Tu Mingming. She needs to know the gap between herself and her opponent so that she can adjust her buff plan in time. Although her current speed is not her own strength. But who says that using buff is not her own strength? Those foods were also made by her own ability. The system is not disabled. Which means that these methods are allowed. Thinking of this, Tu Mingming continued to run confidently. When she clocked in at 1500 meters, the opponent caught up. At this time, the opponent's distance was 1499. Just 1 meter. Tu Mingming didn't know whether the opponent's speed was his own or he used external force like her. Last night, she also put a lot of things on the shelves. So, other people may also be in this state. If it is this, there is no need to be afraid. Anyway, Tu Mingming is not afraid of such consumption. However, if it is the opponent's own strength, then this 1.9 meters should not be underestimated. Tu Mingming took a deep breath, adjusted her mentality, and tried to be less affected by these external factors. The most important thing at the moment is to run. Adjust your breathing, save your energy, and finish the marathon. When punching in at 6,000 meters, the opponent's speed slowed down. While punching in, Tu Mingming took a look at the opponent's distance. The opponent's current distance is 5,700 meters. There was a 300-meter gap between the two. There was about half an hour in between. It was just the time for a set of buffs. Tu Mingming guessed that the other party had suddenly accelerated before. One was due to his own efforts, and more was due to the buff bonus. In order to verify this, Tu Mingming maintained her current speed and continued to wait and see. It's not even 10,000 meters yet. How far is this? It's far from the time to accelerate now. Just run honestly. At this time, Tu Mingming's breathing became heavier. After 5,000 meters, her breathing has not changed. Is she a Superman? The new set of buff food has been fully loaded, and Tu Mingming's body is still very light. But compared to the beginning, it is still a little bit more difficult. At 6,000 meters, the opponent caught up again. Tu Mingming continued to observe, and when she clocked in at 9,500 meters, the opponent's speed dropped again. Tu Mingming calculated the time and found that the opponent's speed change was about half an hour. Therefore, it is basically certain that the opponent also used the buff to speed up. Of course, because the opponent's physical fitness is stronger than his own, plus a pair of long legs, he has an advantage over Tu Mingming from the beginning. Even if he lags behind at the beginning, he can catch up quickly. Ding! 10,000 meter check-in. Wow! Player, you are great. You have already completed a quarter of the journey. Please keep up the good work for the rest of the journey. Reward for 10,000 meter check-in. Fast walking shoes. Shoes for fast walking. This is a special pair of shoes that can increase your speed by 40%. Many competitions do not prohibit its use. Duration, 30 minutes. Cooldown, 3 hours. Although the cooldown time is a bit long, but it can be used. You know, many things are prohibited in this competition. What about unicycles? That is definitely not allowed. If you are asked to run, you find a means of transportation. But this is a shoe now. Can changing shoes be considered cheating? At this time, the opponent was already 400 meters behind Tu Mingming, and had no intention of catching up for the time being. Tu Mingming was not sure whether the opponent had no buff props or what. However, she did not want to care too much. Now that she had shoes, she would use them first. Although the cooling time was a bit long. If she had not reached the finish line after 3 hours, she could use it again, and maybe she could sprint. Thinking of this, Tu Mingming changed her shoes while running. Once you put on these shoes, you will feel like you are flying. Tu Mingming really feels like she is flying. After running 10,000 meters, even with the buff, Tu Mingming is panting like a cow because her physical strength is not good. She tries her best to adjust her speed so as not to use up all her physical strength at the beginning. Even so, she is still panting a lot. Now that she has shoes, Tu Mingming thought about it and only increased her speed to 40. And the rest was replaced by physical strength buff. If she didn't replenish her energy, she might not be able to finish the race. As soon as the energy buff came up, her body felt it instantly. She was panting like a cow before, but now her breathing didn't sound so heavy. However, Tu Mingming was still panting heavily. She adjusted for about 3 minutes, and then accelerated again. If she didn't accelerate when the shoes were in her hands, could she wait for another time? When she clocked in at 15,000 meters, Tu Mingming felt that she might have entered a strange state. It was like a state of letting go of the body after breaking through the limit. Tu Mingming was not sure whether the body was madly secreting adrenaline, stimulating her body and making her more excited. However, Tu Mingming could no longer care. She adjusted her breathing while running forward more vigorously. When the time for the shoes was up, Tu Mingming put them into her backpack. Now she did not run at full speed, but at 2/3 speed and 1/3 physical strength. At this moment, her breathing slowly adjusted, no longer panting like a broken bellows, always feeling that if she didn't breathe in the next second, she would die. At this time, the opponent was 2,100 meters behind Tu Mingming. Yes, after the addition of a pair of shoes, Tu Mingming successfully pulled the distance between them to more than 2,000 meters. Tu Mingming even took a screenshot when the two were 2,000 meters apart, although she couldn't share it with her teammates for the time being. But she was happy to see it. So, run! Tu Mingming clenched her fist, encouraged herself, and continued to move forward. Ding! 20,000 meter check-in. While the player is really awesome, the journey is already halfway through. Is the end still far? Please keep working hard. Reward for 10,000 meter check-in. 2 Lingxiao fruits. Lingxiao fruits, after eating, physical strength increases by 51 points, lasting for 30 minutes. Note, Lingxiao fruits are produced near the sour stagnation river, so the taste is extremely sour. Players should be careful when eating. Physical strength increased by 51 points. When Tu Mingming saw this number, her eyes almost stopped moving. 51 points. She didn't dare to dream so much about the upper limit of her superpowers now. But the game dared to give such a big one. Oh my god! Tu Mingming didn't dare to think about how happy she would be if she ate this fruit. The physical strength was directly raised to the upper limit. I didn't dare to think about that feeling. As for the sour fruit? How sour could it be? She was panting so hard that she was about to lose her sense of taste. So, you can't taste it. You can't taste it at all. At this time, Tu Mingming has already pulled the distance between herself and the opponent to 3,200 meters. Tu Mingming guessed that the opponent should not have props that can increase speed. Therefore, it is not easy to catch up with physical strength. After all, Tu Mingming has too many props. Now there are 2 more fruits, and Tu Mingming's physical strength buff is just in time. She took out a fruit, didn't bother to wash it, simply wiped it while running, and took a bite. The peel of the Lingxiao fruit is very thin. It breaks when the teeth touch it lightly, and then the abundant juice flows directly into the mouth along the teeth. At that moment, Tu Mingming felt that her soul seemed to be sublimated instantly, and a mask of pain appeared on her face unconsciously. It was too sour. Too sour. She was almost sent away on the spot. Before eating, Tu Mingming thought, how sour can the fruit be? It was just a sour fruit, compared with 51's physical strength. She felt that she could withstand such sourness. Let her suffer this. She took a bite, but she hadn't eaten the flesh yet. She just felt the juice flowing in her mouth, and all the cells in her body were rejecting it crazily. She really couldn't eat this sourness. Woo! Besides, Lingxiao fruit was too much. It's not like other foods, where you get a buff after taking a bite. Tu Mingming suspected that she had to eat a few more bites, or even eat it all. She had already eaten a bite of the sourness, and if she didn't eat the rest, wouldn't it be unfair to herself for the sourness she had endured? But, can't you really eat it? Tu Mingming doesn't even need to look at the fruit. Just thinking of the 2 words Lingxiao makes her saliva flow crazily, and her body instinctively resists. I can't eat it. I really can't eat it. Even if there is a giant carrot with a physical strength of 51 hanging in front of her. Tu Mingming feels that she can't eat it. Chapter 117. Tu Mingming felt that she couldn't eat it. But after taking a bite, the sourness was too much. If she didn't eat it, she would feel that the sourness of the first bite was in vain. So, eat it. Tu Mingming didn't know how she closed her eyes and ate the walnut-sized Lingxiao fruit. Finally, listening to the system prompt, the sound of physical strength increased by 51. Tu Mingming just felt that her life seemed to be over. She was so sour that she lost her expression. After eating, she kept swallowing her saliva and drank some water. She even slowed down and stopped to relax for a while. Then, she continued to run forward. With the physical strength, Tu Mingming felt that her body seemed to be lighter. She was panting before, but now she has adjusted almost. She slowed down. There are still more than 20,000 meters to go. It is not a good thing to run out of energy at this time. So, slow down a little bit, save some energy, and see if you can sprint later. Moreover, she is more than 3,000 meters faster than the opponent. This distance, as long as you are not against the sky, you can't catch up under normal circumstances. Moreover, he still had a Li Shao fruit. If it didn't work out, he could eat it and sprint again. Tu Mingming thought about the remaining 20,000 meters and tried to calm down. As time went by and his physical strength was consumed, Tu Mingming felt that his legs were getting heavier. Especially after the Ling Shao fruit expired. His legs seemed to be not his own. Heavy and difficult. And every step he took seemed very difficult. However, Tu Mingming couldn't stop. She kept adjusting her breathing, trying to calm her emotions, and trying to keep herself in line with the finish line. She no longer thought about the long 20,000 meters, but thought more about what rewards would be offered at 30,000 meters. The reward for 20,000 meters was already good, but maybe 30,000 meters would be even better? Once she stopped focusing on her heavy legs, Tu Mingming felt that she could run a little further. With a previous long-distance underwater marathon as a foundation, Tu Mingming's physical strength is still pretty good now. Even though the previous marathon was not formal, she still ran and stopped most of the time, and even slept at night. However, she still built up some physical strength. So, even if Tu Mingming was extremely tired, she could still persist. Ding! 30,000 meters clock in. Wow! You are so awesome! 10,000 meters reward. Fog Bubble Blind Box *5. Fog Bubble Blind Box. After opening, you may get fog bubbles. Although it is no longer a reward like buff, this thing is also very tempting to Tu Mingming. This gave her motivation for the next 10,000 meters. Go! For the fog bubble. At this time, Tu Mingming had already shortened the distance between herself and her opponent to 5,000 meters. This is a very scary number. But Tu Mingming thought it was okay after reading it. It can also be regarded as a test result of her physical training during this period. Right? There is no rush to sprint for the last 10,000 meters. There is no rush for the 5,000 meters. When there are still 3,000 meters to the finish line, Tu Mingming eats another Li Shao fruit with tears. It's not that she doesn't want to save some. It's just that she really can't run anymore. A Li Shao fruit successfully boosted her energy and continued to move forward. Ding! 40,000 meters clock in. Wow! You are really a long-distance runner chosen by God. 10,000 meters reward. Fog Bubble Blind Box *8. Another Fog Bubble Blind Box. This time there are more than 10. Tu Mingming thought. I don't know if I can open a fog bubble. She really needs fog bubble now. Thinking about other things in her mind. She doesn't pay much attention to the current things. And she doesn't stare at the distance. And she doesn't think too much about whether she can still run. The body has formed mechanical muscle memory. Tu Mingming feels that her legs are no longer hers. They are like robots on a mission, executing the command to run. In the last 500 meters, Tu Mingming even shouted with a sense of ceremony, "Go!" Yes. She sprinted. The Ling Shao fruit cannot be eaten in vain. She has to rush. Ding! Check in at the finish line. Wow! You are really amazing. 10,000 meter buff reward. Mini positioning device *1. Mini locator. Whether it is deep in the mountains or in the sea, it can point you in the right direction. Congratulations on completing the race and reaching the finish line. Congratulations on defeating your opponent and successfully passing the level. Clearance reward. 1 set of universal kitchenware. Universal kitchenware, even in harsh conditions. It can still meet your cooking needs and change its state at will to become the kitchenware you want. Fire? Electricity? This kitchenware does not need it. Tu Mingming? This explanation is somewhat original. Finally finished the run. But Tu Mingming didn't dare to sit down on the ground directly, fearing that she would not be able to get up later. The system finally stopped the drum-like transmission and sent her back to the garbage mountain normally. As for her opponent, she never saw him from beginning to end, and finally only got a prompt that the opponent had successfully reached the garbage mountain prison. Tu Mingming returned to the garbage mountain. At this time, it was not yet 12 o'clock. Starting at 8:30 in the morning. After more than 3 hours, Tu Mingming successfully ran a full marathon. This speed, if it were in reality, it would probably break the record. Right? Tu Mingming was not sure, but thinking about those superpowers with speed bonus, she felt that it might not be broken. She usually didn't pay much attention to this information, so she didn't know whether her speed was normal or abnormal. but it was good enough to finish the run and defeat the opponent. Tu Mingming was very tired, but she couldn't just sit down. At this time, the radiation value of the garbage mountain was already 58. She was not ready to drag her tired body to continue digging garbage. So, Tu Mingming returned to the safe house and walked around in the house. At this time, no one in the team spoke. The message that Tu Mingming sent to the team was still left alone. She was not in a hurry. After walking for about 20 minutes, her heart rate dropped. Tu Mingming then laid herself on the bed and completely collapsed there. As for being too dirty and wanting to take a shower, I have no strength left. Let's do this for now. Lie down for a while, then take a shower. Half an hour later, Song Shun spoke in the team channel. Brothers and sisters, I'm back. After speaking, he saw Tu Mingming's previous message in the team. Wow. Sheila, you're back early. Awesome. Awesome. Song Shun still habitually called Tu Mingming Sheila. Tu Mingming couldn't help laughing at his teasing. How is your opponent? Is it easy to run? Song Shun didn't sit down at this time. He was walking around in the safe house, adjusting his heart rate. Hearing Tu Mingming asking him, Song Shun quickly said, I didn't see anyone. But there was a system message prompt. So it's okay. The basic information of the body is about the same. But I'm better. I was 600 meters faster than him. Haha. In the final sprint, I was running for my life. Song Shun's breath was still a little uneven at this time. Tu Mingming didn't disturb him to adjust himself. So he quickly changed his voice to typing. Tu Mingming, my opponent is more than 1.9 meters tall. I was under a lot of pressure. But fortunately, I won. Emperor Song, ha ha ha. I believe you. You will definitely win. After all, you have run more than 20 full marathons before. So this distance is nothing to you. Tu Mingming was a little embarrassed. The two of them briefly exchanged ideas for a while, and then began to wait for the other two teammates. Another half an hour passed, and Tu Mingming felt that she had recovered a little. So she said goodbye to Song Shun and went to take a shower first. Song Shun also said that he was going to take a shower, and the two of them went about their business. Tu Mingming took a quick shower because she was in a hurry to go out and open the blind box. So, after taking a shower, she went out, drying her hair while looking at the team information. Before Tu Mingming and Song Shun took a shower, they left a message in the team channel, saying that they were going to take a shower. When they came out, they found that Wu Jing had left a message in the team channel 10 minutes ago. Wu Jing, I'm back. Seeing his teammates taking a shower, Wu Jing was not in a hurry to speak, and was slowly adjusting his heart rate. After Tu Mingming came out, she called out in the voice channel, Jing Jia. Wu Jing heard it and quickly responded, yes. Yes. I'm here. How's your opponent? Damn. The opponent I matched is 2.2 meters tall. I was so angry when I saw the message. But it's useless. I was so tall, but I was still overtaken. But the pressure in front was really great. He was also very capable. But in the last 1,000 meters, I sprinted and rushed with all my might. Hee hee. I won with a slight advantage of 50 meters. Thank you Mingming for the props. Otherwise today's game would be dangerous. Wu Jing said a lot as soon as she came out. And Tu Mingming kept saying, no. No. It's still Sister Jing who is so good. Those buffs are just extra bonuses. Wu Jing didn't like to hear this. Don't be modest. Mingming. Those things really helped me through the most difficult times. Damn. This game matching mechanism doesn't care about people's life or death. By the way, how are you? What kind of opponent are you matched with? Tu Mingming didn't mention the buff food anymore, and quickly told the information of her opponent, male, 1.93 meters tall. After hearing this, Wu Jing cursed, damn. Stupid game. The rest was some traditional Chinese culture, which was hard to listen to. Considering Tu Mingming's young age, Wu Jing quickly held back. Why hasn't Team Wen come out yet? This shouldn't be the case. As soon as Wu Jing finished speaking, he saw Wen Bai typing in the team. Wen Bai. I'm in jail. Tu Mingming and Wu Jing? Song Shun had just come out of the shower and was shocked when he saw this sentence. Oh my god. Captain Wen. How can you still be in jail? It shouldn't be like this. With your strength, how can you not outrun others? Tu Mingming also thought it was unlikely. Wen Bai's martial arts value may not be as good as Song Shun and Wu Jing, but his physical strength is not bad. In addition, There are those buff-enhancing foods given by Tu Mingming. How could he not outrun others? Chapter 118. The news that Wen Bai was in jail shocked Tu Mingming and other teammates. Everyone was surprised and curious. Wen Bai's strength was not weak. And he also had the bonus of food buff. How could he be in jail? Wen Bai was also very helpless about this. After he found that he was not in danger for the time being, he opened the voice. At the beginning, we were evenly matched. I didn't rush to use food buff. Everyone's speed was about the same. The opponent's basic physical information was not much different from mine. At most, he was a few pounds heavier than me. And it was probably muscle. However, after 10,000 meters, he sped up. I saw him speed up. So I used buff. But I didn't catch up. His speed was so fast that even after I used buff, he still left me 3,000 meters behind. After 20,000 meters, his speed increased rapidly again. And he left me another 2,000 meters behind. The gap widened after 10,000 meters. At 40,000 meters, the distance between the two people was nearly 10,000 meters. This was the result after Wen Bai used buff and ran hard. After Wen Bai finished speaking briefly, he began to analyze. I got an apple at 10,000 meters. And a pear at 20,000 meters. I guess the opponent's props should be better than mine. I guess that the prop rewards for 10,000 meters should be graded. The opponents should be very high or very useful. My pears and apples have no attributes. Just ordinary fruits. The opponents may have attributes. Wu Jing heard it, and hurriedly responded, I guess there are some. You are lucky. They are all apples. I am either an onion or a head of garlic. I can kill the system. Song Shun laughed after hearing this. I'm better. I have buff blessing. And I get fruits with attributes. Tu Mingming didn't know how to comfort Wen Bai. So she could only nod. She was preparing to open the blind box at this moment. Thinking that with so many blind boxes, she couldn't open a fog bubble? Of course. Maybe she really couldn't open it. Tu Mingming planned to keep a low profile. Save up her luck. And try to open it. And then open champagne with her friends. However, Captain Wen was in jail. This champagne can't be opened. Everyone exchanged information briefly. And Wu Jing asked worriedly, does anyone say when I can be released from prison? Wen Bai told the truth, no. Not even a countdown. The good news is that I have my own cell. But the bad news is that the cell is very small. Barely enough to turn around. And it's too crowded to sit down. Teammates. That's pretty hard. If you sit there for 7 days and 7 nights, your legs must be swollen from standing. Right? The system never said anything about being in prison. It was not until 21 o'clock in the evening that the system announcement finally came. System announcement. Today's event ends here. Congratulations to the winning players. At the same time, I also regret that 1,506 players are in jail. System reminder. Players in jail have one chance to be rescued. Note, the rescue manual has been distributed. Please decide whether to find someone to rescue you. System reminder. Players who are not rescued will be in jail for 48 hours. Please pay attention to your own safety. I wish you good luck and good night. Everyone. Can we still rescue him? After seeing this, Song Shun immediately shouted, Captain Wen. Check the manual quickly. What does it say? Let's prepare. If we don't rescue him, he will be in jail for 48 hours. Looking at the system reminder, it seems that these 48 hours will not be peaceful. Not wanting Wen Bai to be in danger, Song Shun asked impatiently. Wu Jing was also urging him. And Tu Mingming followed suit. Wen Bai was reading the manual at this time. After reading it, he sighed helplessly. The system says that at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, the imprisoned player will have one chance to ask for help. If the player who is being rescued agrees to come for rescue, he will face the test of the system. If successful, the imprisoned player can be brought back to the garbage mountain. If failed, both of them need to go to jail at the same time. And the time will be doubled on the existing basis. This is what danger and opportunity mean. Wu Jing raised his hand immediately after hearing this. I am the strongest among the three of us. So I should do this job. If it doesn't work, we can go to jail together. Song Shun was unhappy after hearing this. Why are you the strongest? Where did you put me? Wu Jing laughed. Wait at home. Super Dad. Song Shun was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Wu Jing. Don't go too far. Or I'll tell everyone that you discriminate against dads. Wu Jing, Lulyalu. If you have the guts, Go out and tell me. Song Shun. Damn. I'll be pissed off by my teammates sooner or later. So, can I kill my teammates? Tu Mingming also knew that she was weak and not the best person to save Wenbai. She couldn't even get a word in at this time. The four of them discussed this issue. And Tu Mingming was busy making octopus balls. There are so many little octopuses that I haven't eaten yet. If I don't eat them now, they won't be fresh anymore. So, let's get started with the food. Wash and blanch the octopus claws to remove the fishy smell. Then cut them into small pieces. For the side dishes, Tu Mingming chose onions and cabbage. Cut them into dices. And set them aside. Then she started to mix the batter, which is actually easy to mix. But it takes a little time to rise. Tu Mingming is very fast. With the universal kitchen utensils, she only needs to adjust with one click to get the kitchen utensil she needs. So, there is no need to worry that she does not have the tools to make octopus balls. In addition to the batter and octopus claws, she also needs to mix a sauce. In fact, it is best to have dried bonito flakes. This thing is a good garnish at the end. However, it is not in the current ingredients, so Tu Mingming simply ignores it. In the last layer of juice, in addition to soy sauce and oyster sauce, a little honey is squeezed in to enhance the flavor. And then, the juice is collected in a viscous state. Tu Mingming follows the recipe, and is very serious about every step. At the same time, she will listen carefully to Wu Jing and Song Shun discussing tomorrow's rescue plan. By the time they had come up with the result, Tu Mingming's octopus balls were ready. She took a takeaway box and packed some for her friends. Then asked, I made octopus balls. After eating them, your happiness level will increase by 27. Do you want to try them? Everyone. Huh? Happiness level? So, in case we are in a bad mood. They specially made a mood adjuster? This feeling is a bit strange. Wenbai's mentality is actually very good now. He wants to be in jail for 48 hours at worst. Then you might need to fight monsters in the middle. Anyway, there will always be gains in the end. So it won't be too bad. Although Wu Jing and Song Shun quarreled fiercely, they were more concerned about how to save their teammates. Everyone's mentality was relatively calm. But if there was something that could adjust their mood, they would actually be happy. Who doesn't like extra emotional value? Moreover, pleasure. Just thinking about it made me want to curl my lips. No one refused. Then, the problem came. Tu Mingming tried to send octopus balls to Wenbai. But the system reminded her, special scenario. Mailing is not supported. Please adjust the delivery address in time. Tu Mingming? She didn't want to say it at first, but was afraid that Wenbai would misunderstand. So she could only remind him. Wenbai. He was originally in a good mood and in a very peaceful mood. But he almost broke his defense. Fortunately, he adjusted his breathing in time and sighed helplessly. It's okay. It's the same when I go out to eat. Tu Mingming heard this and quickly responded, yes. 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 I still have several small octopuses. So there must be enough food. I will take good care of them. So they won't die for a while. When Captain Wen comes out, we can still eat fresh ones. When Wu Jing heard Tu Mingming say that special places couldn't be mailed, she couldn't help but want to laugh. But she was afraid of affecting Wenbai's mood. Now that she saw that Wenbai was fine, she laughed wildly. Wenbai, if it wasn't for you begging me tomorrow, we would definitely have a fight. But, forget it. He is calm. 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 Song Shun went even further. He directly opened the video and ate for Wenbai to see. Wenbai, I am just in jail. Not dead. Tu Mingming was sandwiched between three people. She dared not say a word and ate the octopus balls honestly. Not to mention, the batter was well mixed. Soft, glutinous and fragrant. The octopus claws were also well processed. They were chewy and not too tough to chew. The taste was also well mixed. Salty and delicious. Take a bite, and the aroma bursts out from the small balls instantly. Then flows through the mouth and floats to more and farther places. Relaxing people's nerves. Delicious food always makes people feel better. Tu Mingming thought that cooking is a very fulfilling thing. Especially when the superpowers are improved. The satisfaction is even greater. Eating is something that can satisfy people both physically and mentally. But a portion of small balls is a bit small. Tu Mingming didn't catch a lot before in order to complete the task. Now she has to leave a portion for Wenbai. So she has not made any more meatballs for the time being. She turned her attention to the flying snail she had made before. This thing. It should be delicious too. But how should it be eaten? The first recipe information given by the flying snails is to cook it, and then eat it with sauce. The recipe also provides a detailed video on how to make the sauce, which can be said to be very considerate. After watching it, Tu Mingming swallowed her saliva and prepared to try it. It was already evening, and it was time to go to bed after eating. No one knows what kind of activities will be held tomorrow. However, Tu Mingming thought, since the system asked us to rescue other players, there shouldn't be any activities tomorrow. Right? Tu Mingming didn't bother to think too much about the activities on the opaque day. She took out a few flying snails and cleaned them carefully. Fearing that they were not clean enough, she put them in water and added some salt, preparing to wait a little longer to let them spit out the mud and sand as much as possible. Otherwise, if there is sand in the food experience will be worse. Chapter 119. While Tu Mingming was working on the flying snails, Wen Bai and the others were studying possible rescue questions for tomorrow. However, the system was not something they could figure out. So after studying it for a long time, they still couldn't come up with any results. And finally they turned to food. Tu Mingming's flying snails were quickly cooked, and she dipped one in the sauce she prepared and tasted it. Fresh. It's hard to describe that kind of freshness. The freshness of seafood, with a little salty flavor of seawater. Very delicious. After eating one, Tu Mingming couldn't wait to eat the second one. The flying snail does not need to be processed again, and you can taste its most delicious taste. It was a little late, so Tu Mingming didn't bother to process it again, such as frying this or wrapping that. It was too troublesome. It's just right to eat it like this now. Another delicacy that increases the pleasure. Tu Mingming sent it to Wu Jing and Song Shun in a low-key manner. Song Shun, who is a big mouth, spread the news as soon as he received the food. Haha. Captain 1. You don't have a good time. Tu Mingming. If you keep doing this, I won't send you mail. Wu Jing laughed loudly in agreement. It was a good night's sleep. The next day, everyone packed up early and waited for the system's message. Last night, Wen Bai had submitted the rescuers' information. After the system reviewed it, it asked Wu Jing again. After getting her reply of consent, the matter was settled. Now they just have to wait for today's system message. And then, they can carry out the corresponding rescue content according to the system's requirements. After Tu Mingming got up, she was still a little nervous. Because of the uncertain future, it is easy to get nervous. Soon, it was 8 a.m. System broadcast. Today's number of surviving players, 3013. System broadcast. Due to the rescue plan, today's carnival event is suspended. Players should work hard to dig out their own garbage mountain. System broadcast. The rescue event is about to begin. Players and system players, please be prepared. In addition to normal players, there are also system players. In fact, it is equivalent to an NPC. After all, there are not many people like Tu Mingming who have teammates who are trustworthy and willing to rescue their teammates. In the game, there are many lone wolf players. At this time, no one rescues them, but they are unwilling to sit in jail for 48 hours. What should they do? They can spend 2,000 points to hire a system player to carry out a rescue plan for them. The advantage of system players is that the system guarantees that the rescue success rate is above 85%. The bad news is that if you fail, only the player will have his jail time doubled, and the system player will not be jailed. Actually, this is not bad news for the players. After all, it is the same whether there are players or not. They were hired by themselves. So who cares whether they are good or not? They only care about whether they can get out. Wu Jing quickly went to the rescue examination room. Tu Mingming and the others went out to dig garbage. This took 2 hours. 2 hours. And there was no monster. This made Tu Mingming feel a bit strange. How to say it? There were no monsters. So I felt uneasy, afraid that the system had bad intentions and was waiting for him with a big move. As a result, when it was 12 noon, the radiation value was 65. But there were still no monsters. Wu Jing didn't come out either. Wen Bai said that he hadn't received any news of successful rescue, but there was no notification of failure. So, why is this game so long? It can't be a rerun, right? Tu Mingming was thinking about it when she heard Wu Jing's curse, "Hack me." Okay, the latter part has a lot of hack in it, which makes people feel uneasy. Song Shun, who is a big mouth, didn't dare to interrupt Wu Jing's curse at this time. He waited there obediently until Wu Jing finished cursing and explained to them. Wenbai didn't want everyone to worry, so he quickly sent a message. Wenbai, released from prison. Is this successful? Tu Mingming breathed a sigh of relief. It's good to be out. Wu Jing cursed for a long time before explaining why she was so angry. I ran a full marathon again, with the NPC assigned by the system. Damn. He is 2.2 meters tall and weighs 190 kilograms. You can imagine that he is as strong as a bull. If it weren't for the buff given by Ming Ming, I would have really failed. I was only 200 meters away. Wu Jing just finished a full marathon yesterday, and ran another one today. It's really exciting. It's so exciting. Wu Jing has good stamina, and he exercises a lot. So even after running a full marathon, he didn't feel so sore that he couldn't move, and he could run another one today. If someone else came, they would have to do it today. After listening to this, Song Shun remained silent and dared not speak. To be honest, when he got up this morning, his legs were still a little sore. Not serious. But if he really asked him to run another full marathon, he felt that he could lie flat on the spot. At this moment, he was glad that he didn't insist on going yesterday. In terms of physical fitness, Wu Jing is indeed more suitable than him. Tu Mingming was even more fortunate that she didn't show off yesterday. This matter, she really can't do it. Her legs hurt all morning, and her body was also sore, and her efficiency in digging garbage was much lower. Most of the time, it was still Tu Dazhuang and the garbage truck who were doing the work. When Bai was successfully released from prison, Tu Mingming promised to make octopus balls for him last night. So she was naturally busy now. After doing it once yesterday, it will be much more efficient to do it again today. Soon, a fresh octopus ball was mailed to Wenbai. Wenbai stood in prison all night, and he was fine. But his legs were a little uncomfortable now. After all, he could only stand. If he squatted or sat down, it would be uncomfortable. Wenbai didn't do much all night except moving his legs and changing his position. At this moment, he just came out of the shower and was ready to sleep. Anyway, there was nothing he could do in the afternoon because the radiation value exceeded the standard. He hardly slept last night. Who would sleep standing up? It was in the early morning, and I was so sleepy that I took 2 naps while standing. Wenbai was groggy from lack of sleep, and he was ready to take a nap before thinking about other things. After thanking Tu Mingming for the octopus balls, Wenbai ate them quickly and then lay down to sleep. When he closed his eyes, Wenbai did not forget to thank Tu Mingming in the voice, "Thank you, Mingming." This thank you came suddenly, but Wu Jing and Song Shun just thought he was thanking Tu Mingming for the octopus balls. And no one asked any more questions. Cooking is hard work, and they are not prepared to ask for this, or that shamelessly. Although, the octopus balls are indeed delicious. But, hold back. The reason why Wenbai said thank you again at this time is actually because the buff of the balls given to him by Tu Mingming is calming the mind plus 26. With this thing to help sleep. Plus Wenbai is really tired. He fell into a deep sleep after lying down for a while. At 9 o'clock in the evening, a new report came again. System report. After the joint efforts of the players, they finally rescued their companions. And at the same time, the garbage mountain was reduced by 15 meters. Please keep working hard. The garbage mountain has disappeared again? After reading it, Tu Mingming rushed directly to the window. As a result, tonight, the blood mist made it impossible to see anything. Tu Mingming did not force it. She turned around, sat there, and prepared to open the fog bubble. In fact, she had thought it through in the morning. However, she had to dig garbage and was thinking about Wu Jing's rescue. So she was always uneasy with things on her mind. Tu Mingming always felt that if she was not sincere, she might not get good things. So, she postponed this matter again. Now there is nothing to do. So, open the blind box. Tu Mingming quickly took out all the blind boxes she got. Then, she opened them all at once. 13 fog bubble blind boxes. 9 of which are materials for intermediate safe houses. And 2 are windproof sunglasses. The last one is a fog bubble. Yes. Tu Mingming finally opened a fog bubble. She jumped up excitedly. Oh my god! Got it! She was really happy. After all the other materials were complete. And now all she needed was a fog bubble. After a lot of trouble, She got this one too. Her safe house can be upgraded. Tu Mingming was so happy that she wanted to share the news with everyone right now. But when she thought about her friend saying goodnight just now, she suppressed her excitement. It will be the same tomorrow morning. The same. Tu Mingming muttered quietly. She put all the rewards into her backpack, and then submitted the fog bubbles and other vegetation needed to upgrade the intermediate safe house to the system. Are you sure you want to upgrade the safe house? After the upgrade, you will get an intermediate safe house. Confirm. Tu Mingming chose to confirm without hesitation. The safe house is being upgraded. The upgrade time, 12 hours. The upgrade will be completed at around 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Seeing this prompt, Tu Mingming felt relieved. After this task was completed, Tu Mingming felt much more at ease. She packed up simply and lay down on the bed with excitement. At first, she couldn't sleep. But soon, her physical fatigue made her feel sleepy. When she woke up again, it was already 7:30 in the morning. Tu Mingming took a rest in bed for a while, then got up to wash and cook. Breakfast was simple. Since she got up late, she just made a pancake, rolled it up, and ate it reluctantly. There must be a buff. However, the taste is just average. However, Wu Jing and the others are still very grateful. You still have to scold the cook for eating? Who has a brain disease? Go out and run 2 laps to sober up. At this time, Tu Mingming also shared with her friends that her safe house was being upgraded. I opened a blind box and got a fog bubble yesterday, so I upgraded my safe house. There is still more than an hour to complete the upgrade. Wu Jing was excited when he heard it. Mingming. Mingming. You are simply the emperor of Europe. Woo woo. This non-African tears are falling. Wu Jing really envied those lucky people. Because she didn't have it. She was particularly envious. However, it was just envy. Nothing more. Although her luck wasn't too good, it wasn't too bad either. Being just average was good. Song Shun also said his congratulations in time, but his voice was a little weak. After hearing this, Wu Jing laughed. Did you steal last night? Song Shun gritted his teeth after hearing this. What the hell? I was chased by a sea snake last night. I said, this thing can't be eaten. It's evil. Damn. When I woke up in the morning, I always felt that my body was covered with smelling mucus. Oh my god. I couldn't stand it. I went to take a shower. And then, before she could finish her words, she felt the ground shaking. Why was this feeling so unexpectedly familiar? As soon as she felt the shaking, Tu Mingming rushed to the window to look. Then, she found that the garbage mountain in front of her safe house was collapsing. Huh? Along with the ground shaking, there was also the system's early morning report. System report. Current number of players alive, 3013. System report. A player has dug through the garbage mountain and restored the original color of the mountain. This is the result of the joint efforts of the players. So congratulations to everyone for passing the garbage mountain and heading to the next stop. Before heading to the next stop, players can sell and buy goods at the wandering merchants at the transfer station to prepare for their next adventure. Key information reminder for the next stop scene, extreme cold. Chapter 120 Walking out of the snowfield. After a period of shaking, Tu Mingming experienced a relatively stable transmission. At least not as crazy as the roller type. Soon the scene around her changed again. The safe house has also been successfully put back into the backpack. At this time, Tu Mingming stood in a deserted hall. The hall was simply decorated, with a reflective floor, pure white walls, and iron doors in front and back, with a cold light flashing, which made people feel cold. There was a simple sign hanging on the chandelier at the top of the hall, which read, Recycling Station. The meaning was simple and crude. Moreover, the so-called wandering merchant was actually an automatic operating machine. Players operated it by themselves. The price was transparent. The goods were detailed, and they could buy and sell. Tu Mingming thought that this thing, it would be better if she had one that she could carry with her. Unfortunately, she couldn't. Thinking of this, Tu Mingming sighed with a little regret. She took 2 steps forward and began to look at the things in the operating machine. This thing is more like another kind of mall than an operating machine. The mall in the game is no longer open, but it appears in their lives in another form. Tu Mingming simply flipped through it, then found the recycling place and looked at the recycling price for garbage. Here, garbage recycling is no longer based on green marbles as currency, but returns to the most primitive form of currency, points. Tu Mingming's backpack does not have a lot of garbage. There have been many activities in the past few days, and she has run several marathons, so the amount of garbage she dug is not much. But there were quite a few. So she roughly classified them, and now they were ready to be sold. Tu Mingming still remembered the key words of the next scene that the system reminded her of. Extreme cold. There were quite a few places related to this word. Tu Mingming felt that she had to make all-around preparations. The more prepared you are, the greater the chance of survival. When Tu Mingming had sold most of her garbage, the team's voice channel rang. She picked up the phone immediately and heard Song Shun say, "WTF? Tu Mingming, okay." We exchanged the code. It must be Song Shun. Song Shun didn't expect that they could open the voice channel in the space they are in now. Congratulations. He was afraid that he would be isolated and unable to communicate with his teammates. And he didn't know what to prepare. Extreme cold. What should he prepare? Winter clothes? He still has 2 of these in his backpack. He bought them himself when the temperature dropped in the mine. There are many cold-proof items. But extreme cold. Is it really just the temperature that is low? Song Shun is not sure. Now that he has teammates to discuss with, he is naturally happy. Wenbai does not think that their voice channel will be disconnected. The game only locks them in a separate space when they are passing levels and do not want them to cheat. Now it is like this. The level has not started yet, and there is no point in passing it. In addition, the system has already given a keyword reminder. Next, the players discuss or negotiate by themselves, which is actually an extension of this basis. Whether to discuss or not, the players can think of it themselves. Having more people discuss, it will only make them feel more confident. After Song Shun complained, Wenbai asked in a deep voice, "What do you think about the extreme cold? Tell us so that we can buy things. Although we have 2 hours to prepare, we still have to sell garbage and buy things. If you calculate it carefully, it's quite tight." When Tu Mingming was selling garbage just now, she was already thinking about the meaning of the extreme cold. When Wenbai asked, Tu Mingming thought for a moment and said, "I think it might be related to the iceberg or the snowfield. So, we have to buy windproof sunglasses. If it is really related to the snow, our eyes can't stand it if we look at it for a long time. If we really go blind in the ice and snow, the consequences will be disastrous." Song Shun heard it and responded quickly, "Ah, right. Right." Wu Jing also felt that Tu Mingming was right. "I think so too. There are also cold-proof clothes and cold-proof tents. Although we have a safe house, what if the system is not allowed to use it? Or not allowed to use it all day?" Song Shun, "Ah, right. Right." Wenbai thought for a moment and said, "If it's related to the water source, we'd better have a tool to cross the river. And it should be the kind that can withstand the wind and waves. We have points, so we are not afraid of wasting them. We can buy it with peace of mind." Everyone discussed for a long time about various problems that may be encountered in extreme cold. Of course, there is also food. In extremely cold weather, keeping warm is naturally the top priority. After all, hypothermia is fatal. However, food is equally important. In a cold place, energy consumption is also high. Without food, you will eat quickly. Everyone discussed and kept busy at the same time. Sell the garbage first, then buy the things they need. When buying, there is no need to rush. Everyone can refer to each other. Whoever finds something with a better cost effectiveness will notify each other in the team. Although they have a lot of points. Who doesn't want to buy the best things at the best price? An hour later, they had almost prepared everything. They had everything they needed for going up the mountain and down the river. Tu Mingming even bought 5 sets of life jackets to protect against the cold. 3 sets were hers, and 2 were Tu Dazhuang's. The reason they bought more was naturally to be prepared for any eventuality. What if the wind was strong at sea, and the items were blown away? If they didn't have any spares, would they just wait to die? That wouldn't work. She had come this far, and she couldn't save her points on such a thing. The 4 members of the team spent more than an hour to buy all the corresponding items. In the next less than an hour, everyone tried to rest as much as possible. Rest up, and prepare for the new scene. 2 hours later, Tu Mingming was teleported instantly. The reason why it was called instantaneous was that in the last second, Tu Mingming just said to her teammates, "Ah, it's time." The next second, the biting cold wind hit her face directly. At that moment, Tu Mingming felt that it was not the wind that hit her face, but a knife. It hurt. The team channel was not closed, so Tu Mingming heard Wu Jing's several national quintessences very clearly. At this time, Tu Mingming was on a snowy plain with no end in sight. The biting cold wind, with extremely granular frost and snow, kept hitting people's bodies and faces. Every time, it felt like a mountain was pressing down on her head. And Tu Mingming was so painful that she grimaced. When she didn't react properly, she had already put on her winter clothes and goggles in time. Tu Mingming had 10 pairs of goggles in her backpack. She was afraid that this thing was a consumable, so she prepared as many as possible. After putting on the winter clothes, Tu Mingming still felt very cold. The biting coldness of the cold wind that blew on her body just now seemed to still linger on her body, making Tu Mingming shiver. Current temperature, -39 degrees. Tu Mingming, you don't need a cold knife to kill people? With this temperature? How long can a normal person live here? Thinking of this, she shuddered again. System broadcast. Welcome players to the cold snowfield, where you will feel the coldness of frost and snow. Holy and pure white. System broadcast. In this scene, the time players can enter the safe house every day is 12 hours. Note, today's situation is special. The remaining time in the safe house, 3 hours. System broadcast. The mall has been closed. Please try your best to survive and get out of the snowfield as soon as possible. Tu Mingming. She knew it. Fortunately, she bought items such as windshield goggles. Otherwise, she would cry now. However, the extreme cold reminder is equivalent to an open book exam. Tu Mingming thinks that most players should have purchased the corresponding items. Right? Even if the players in the mine did not accumulate too many points, they can still accumulate a lot if they work hard in the garbage mountain. If they sell them all today, they can also buy a lot of supplies to facilitate their survival in the snowfield. Get out of the snowfield. This snowy day, Tu Mingming lacks confidence, but she has no intention of giving up. A small snowfield. Tu Mingming was about to say, I'll take it. Then a mouthful of extremely cold snow was thrown into her mouth. If she hadn't closed her mouth quickly, half of the snow would have been eaten. It's better not to eat the snow at nearly -40 degrees. Tu Mingming quickly put on the wind-reducing mask. After putting it on, it slightly affects the vision. However, if you don't move for the time being, it's not a big problem. The safe house can only be used for 12 hours a day at most. For the rest of the time, they need to grope for survival on the snowy plains and go out at the same time, without a direction and navigation. How to go? Tu Mingming was also unsure. At this time, Wenbai had just finished observing the surrounding area and adapted a little, breathing in the cold air of more than 40 degrees below zero. Wenbai couldn't help but slow down his breathing, but breathing too slowly for a long time. It is easy to be out of breath. If you don't want to breathe in too cold air, you need to use an oxygen bottle. Wenbai bought some, but the quantity was not much, and he was reluctant to use them for the time being. At this time, after the observation, he spoke in a hoarse voice. The snowfield is very large. At least you can't see the end with your naked eyes. Or it may be that your vision is limited. But it's not easy to walk out. The snow is very thick, and the ground is not flat. No one knows what you will step on next. I just explored the area about 10 meters away and fell 6 times in total. Everyone. After the 3 people were amazed, they all asked, Captain Wen, how are you? Are you injured? Are you okay? Wenbai's winter clothes were very thick, which protected him well. So, after hearing the concern of his teammates, he shook his head. No, I am not injured for the time being. But everyone must be careful when walking. If it really doesn't work, use more force to compact the snow before walking. Otherwise it is really easy to step on a pit. Speaking of this, Wenbai paused, as if he was hesitating about what to say next. He thought again and again, and in the silence of his teammates, he continued, it's not safe in the snow. When you walk, be careful. If you find something wrong, be alert immediately. I just found 2 mice the size of my arms in the snow. They should be mice. Right? They are white in color, with only a few messy gray hairs on their backs, almost blending in with the snow. If I hadn't stepped over and startled them, I wouldn't have found them. Everyone.